Chapter 171. Sangha Territory. After more than a year of hard work by the people in the territory, the two mountains in front and behind are already full of mulberry trees. Most of the newly planted mulberry trees are over 2 meters tall, and some are even over 3 meters tall. Now is the time when the branches and leaves are lush and green, and they are connected to the black mist forest on the left. The caravans in the territory have also developed, bringing a steady stream of goods to the territory. Many people know that this is mainly due to the Lord's wife, Lady Jasidi. The potions she refines are the key to the development of the caravan. Based on this, the people in the territory respect this Lord's wife, who doesn't like to show up. In the Lord's Hall, in the alchemy room on the 4th floor, as a popular lady of the Lord, Jussi has been in trouble recently, and the reason for the trouble is her father, Baron Graydon. How could Dad be so bad that he asked me to go back to help the Graydon family make medicine? I have already said that I promised Ivan that I would always stay in Sangha and wait for him to come back. I also want my mother to go back. At the beginning, my mother's face was disfigured. I don't know who drove my mother to the small building in the first place and helped that vicious woman. After that woman died, he immediately married another woman. Now that he has found that his mother's appearance has been restored, he has repeatedly forced her to go back. He is really shameless. Thinking of some of her father's actions, Jussi felt a little indignant. If she hadn't known some magic, she would have been forced to stay in Graydon Manor last time. Because of her identity and the inexplicable death of that vicious woman, her father did not take tough measures to bring her mother back. Then she sighed again. After all, he was her father. He had never lacked her in food, clothing, housing and transportation before, and he was even better than many daughters of nobles. Hey, Mom has been acting strange lately. I don't see her all the time. I don't know what she's busy with. Thinking of her mother, Lady Selena, Jasidi complained a little, but a smile appeared on her face. She was so happy to see her mother happy and beautiful every day. How could she complain in her heart? She knew clearly who brought her all the peace and stability now, but she didn't know how the person she thought of was doing now, and whether he would come back to see her in the future. He will come back, Jasidi, you have to have some confidence in yourself. He won't let go of such a beautiful person like you. Jiosher's mind was filled with all the past events, from the dislike she felt when they first met, to the voice he heard from the secret seal when she was in a desperate situation, and then, as she thought about it, the look in her eyes became infatuated. Above the ocean, the flying ant shuttled between the sea and the sky and had already arrived at the waters near the tidal island. It is said that one becomes timid when one is close to home, so Conley and other apprentices simply walked out of the house and came to the deck in front of the ship, where they could vaguely see the land, but it was still some distance away from the Flying Fish Harbor where the port was located. No wonder no wizards are willing to come here. The concentration of energy particles here is only 1/5 of that in the academy. It's good to have 1/5. The concentration of particles on land should be even sparser. Everyone should be happy. If it weren't for Wizard Ivan, we might not come back until we die. You still complain about it. When they left Tidal Island, they were ignorant teenagers who had not yet embarked on the path of wizards. Now those who are willing to come back to take a look have become third-class apprentices. Looking at their hometown getting closer and closer, they felt a little uneasy for a while. Someone said something that dampened the mood, and everyone was silent. Yes, if you don't become a formal wizard, it's extremely difficult to even come back, and you might die on a mission one day. Oh, look at my broken mouth. I apologize. Everyone will definitely be able to become a formal wizard like Ivan in the future. The man reacted and quickly spoke up to make amends. It's easy to say, but it's actually not that easy. Do you think everyone is Ivan? Everyone present knew that not every third-class talent could be like Ivan. If you think carefully about the reality around you, you will find that there are far more difficulties than you imagined. At this time, there were light footsteps on the 2nd floor. Several people turned around and saw that it was Ivan, and hurriedly saluted and greeted him. We are almost there. There are some things I must say in advance. If there are no accidents, I will give you 5 months. I hope to see you on the ship after 5 months. Don't let me come to invite you in person. I will follow your orders. Hearing this, several people were startled. They knew that this was a warning to themselves. If anyone dared not to show up, the consequences would be very serious. The flying ant continued to sail in the designated direction, and finally arrived at the Flying Fish Harbor. Seeing the wizard ship approaching, the captain of the dock guard sent someone to notify the city lord Earl Hobson, and ordered his subordinates to clear the east bank of the dock and wait for the wizard ship to dock. Earl Hobson came quickly after hearing the news, and many noble officials came with him, including the city lord's confidant Baron Carl. Which wizard is visiting Flying Fish Harbor? I am Colin Hobson, the city lord of this small town. Colin and his subordinates welcome your arrival. Earl Hobson, it's us. Wizard Ivan has already left. Earl Hobson saw Conley and the others, and the apprentice robes they were wearing, so he thought there was another wizard on the ship, so he had to be polite. After hearing this, he asked in surprise, Prince Conley, it's been a long time since we last met. What do you mean by saying that the wizard has left? It means exactly what it says. When there was still some distance from Flying Fish Harbor, Wizard Ivan left the ship on the bird he summoned. It must be because that place was closer to his original territory, so he didn't come to Flying Fish Harbor. Conley explained. As they spoke, they jumped off the flying ant and came to the dock. Wizard Ivan is Wizard Ivan Marichattan. You people in Flying Fish Harbor should be very familiar with him. Without waiting for the Earl to ask, he added. Hearing him mention this familiar name, many people widened their eyes, especially Baron Carl, who almost bit his tongue. Baron Carl took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his forehead unconsciously, thinking that he was lucky. Fortunately, he made amends at the beginning and did not offend the young man, no, the wizard, otherwise the Carl family would probably become the dust of history. The Earl is wise. Hobson was delighted. Now the family had made friends with another official wizard. It was worth it that he gave away the territory first, and then maintained friendly trade with Sangha territory. My Lord Earl, I am Kaluto, the captain of the guard of the Flying Ant Wizard Ivan asked me to bring you a letter, and told me to deliver it to you personally. Kaluto stepped forward and handed over a thick letter. Captain Kaluto, thank you very much. Earl Hobson took it and glanced at it. He found that it was a letter from his niece, Perny. He immediately realized that the two must have a close relationship. You know, the two are not in the same college, so the letter was somewhat strange. Before Wizard Ivan asks to return, the Flying Ant will stay here for a while. I'm sorry to bother you for the next few months. Okay. Stay as long as you want. I give instructions, and make sure no one disturbs you. Hobson naturally had no objection to Kaluto's request. He hoped that the wizard ship could stay here for a few years. If so, the harvest would probably not be gold coins. Hobson invited all the apprentices to the manor as guests, so that he could arrange for those who wanted to leave. After getting on the carriage, he couldn't wait to open his niece's letter, and read it line by line. Wizard Ivan actually needs the legendary night-level breathing method. This is a bit difficult. My Hobson family doesn't have it either. I wonder if the Great Night Level can do it. Hobson murmured. Ivan probably didn't expect that he just casually mentioned the biggest purpose of his return, but Perny solemnly told Earl Hobson and asked him to think of a way. On the other side, Lord Sangu. There was a sentry tower built on the front ridge to observe the enemy situation. The sentry found something approaching quickly. When he looked closely, he found that it was a large bird of prey. Look, there is a ferocious bird approaching the territory. Oh no, ring the alarm bell quickly. Wait, there is someone on the ferocious bird. It is the Lord. It turns out that the Lord is back. In the eyes of the two territory guards, the blue pigeon flew past quickly. If Ivan had not deliberately slowed down so that people could see him clearly to avoid causing a commotion, the two might not have noticed something flying by. Under Ivan's instructions, Qingjio went straight to the castle and stopped above it. When he was about to let Qingjio slowly land, he saw a charming figure appear in the window on the 4th floor, waving at him eagerly. Ivan, Lord, I'm here. Chusidi had imagined many reunions and various ways of meeting. When she really saw that person, she had no other messy thoughts in her mind. She just wanted to tell him where she was as soon as possible, so that he could see her as soon as possible. Chusidi, I'm back. Qingjio immediately understood and sent Ivan to the window. As soon as he fell into the room, a soft body threw itself into his arms. While the two were being affectionate, some saw the figure of the Baron, and some heard the voice of the Lord's wife. They all understood that the Lord, who went to study far away, had returned to Sangu. Red and Paul in the village in the valley also knew the news. Paul, let's go see the Lord. Okay. Faced with his father Red's urging, Paul looked a little unnatural, but he still responded. Soon, Ivan met many people in the Lord's hall, including his father Red, his brother Paul, his sister Paget, his brother Sean, and several important leaders of the territory. Everyone found that the Lord's majesty was even greater, and it was a feeling that people dared not look directly at him. They didn't know that this was not majesty, but a kind of instinctive awe that low-level creatures had for high-level creatures at different levels of life, and it was also an instinctive warning. Chapter 172. Dusk is fading. The front ridge of the Mulberry Valley is where the Queen Silkworm was born. She still remembers this place vividly. Ever since the Queen Silkworm brought her left and right guardians and other swift with silkworms to visit the ancestral land, they have regarded the front ridge as a temporary habitat and stayed in this mulberry forest. The environment here is good, but the taste of mulberry wood is a little worse. The wind moth wrapped around the tree grumbled to the surroundings while eating mulberry leaves as snacks. Don't forget the warning of Wizard Ivan. If you dare to destroy the mulberry trees here, you will definitely suffer. Maybe your scales will be plucked out. If Wizard Ivan lets me do it, I will definitely obey. Xiangye threatened. Feng Moth's mind automatically recalled the scene, and his body shook uncontrollably, letting the leaves in his mouth fall. Mumble. Mother, you mean there used to be a very tall mulberry tree here? Mumble. I know. Xiangye knew what the mother wanted her to do after hearing the words of the Silkworm Queen, which was nothing more than using the spring rejuvenation technique to help plants grow, and she readily agreed. As a result, the Silkworm Queen made another request. She wanted to do it herself, and she wanted to use the power of the crowd to borrow Xiangye's body, and Xiangye did not refuse. Soon, the mulberry forest became particularly lively. Not far away, in the bedroom of Lord Sangu, Ivan and Jusidi were enjoying the warmth after the joy. He noticed the movement made by the Silkworm Queen, and couldn't help but be a little speechless. This must be a good thing for Sangu, so he ignored them. Hey! Jusidi was both happy and ashamed, and suddenly sighed. What's wrong? How about finding you a few lovers? Ivan looked at him in surprise. You mentioned this to me just 2 days after we met again. Are you tired of being the Lord's wife? I can't even enjoy myself with you. Jusidi murmured in a barely perceptible voice, secretly cursing herself for not living up to her expectations. She had not paid much attention to improving her strength before, and she didn't expect to suffer the consequences so soon. Ivan was stunned for a moment, so that's what she meant. No need. Are you leaving soon? 5 months. When will you come back next time? Ivan was silent after hearing her question. He had a hunch that after returning to Tidal Island and leaving again, he would probably not come back to this place for a long time. After returning to his hometown, with his extraordinary insight, even if he didn't pay attention, he would notice all the changes here. Nowadays, Sangha territory has more vitality and stability, and most of the people in the territory have recognized their family. As for the Marikaten family, Father Lead is no longer as taciturn as before. He can handle all aspects of the territory in an orderly manner. He has become cheerful and generous, as if he has regained his second spring. According to Ivan's observation, Lead has indeed regained his second spring, but the object is Lady Selena. They should be in a state of mutual affection. Selena is Justy's mother, and is currently a married man. He heard this relatively. Brother Paul has tasted the taste of power. On the surface, he welcomes him back, but in fact, he will inadvertently show an unnatural and defensive attitude. Perhaps in Paul's heart, a large part of Sangha territory should belong to him. Sister Paget has grown up, and has a bit more aristocratic lady style in her behavior. Brother Sean has also matured a lot. He is no longer as noisy as before. This is the result of staying with Red for a long time, and receiving careful teaching. In terms of cultivation, Red became a senior knight, Paul became a knight from a knight squire, and Paget and Sean have embarked on the path of cultivation, and they are cultivating the eye of the bat. Paget also learned to make medicine with Justy. Overall, everything seemed harmonious. But for Ivan himself, this harmony was incompatible with him. There was no knowledge and resources he wanted, no wizards who could really communicate with him, no energy particle environment suitable for his body, and no environment suitable for research. There were only people who revered him. After all, wizards were not ordinary people. They had their own unique living environment and habits, and it was difficult for them to return to the lives of ordinary people. Jusidi, do you want to leave with me this time? I am a wizard now, and I can provide you with shelter in the academy. After a while, Ivan asked. Speaking of this, I would like to ask, isn't it difficult to become a wizard? Isn't it allowed that I have a special talent? That's right, Ivan, you learn everything faster than others, and no matter where you are always the most dazzling one. Jusidi looked at him with her beautiful eyes, full of a special kind of pride. If you go with me to the Mona Ant Farm, you only need to live in the Twin Towers for a few months, and when the academy starts recruiting students, you can join. Seeing her trying to change the subject, Ivan continued. Then I will become your disciple? Jusidi asked with a strange look on her face. Is there a problem? Ivan smiled. In fact, you can join my mentor's school. I think he won't refuse. Anyway, you only need to register your name. You will definitely live with me in the future, and take care of the trivial matters of the Twin Towers for me. As for the training, seeing that you have no ambition, I will arrange it for you. For more than a year, Juzitai's strength has basically not improved. For such a person without ambition, Ivan does not expect her to work hard on her own training. But Mom is here. Juzitai is not as resistant as before. You can ask Lady Selena for her own opinion, but I don't recommend her to go there. She is not a wizard apprentice, and it will do more harm than good. In fact, Ivan has not said one thing for the time being. The 3-year curse power transmission mentioned by Toynes, the specific month and day are unknown. Jusidi also had a curse mark on her arm. If she was not by his side at that time, it would be a very dangerous thing. There were still 5 years after 3 years. If possible, he certainly did not want to see Jusidi die. It was the right way to continue on the path of a wizard. A new day. The sudden growth of the mulberry tree caused some commotion, and soon everyone knew that this was the Lord's trick. At noon, a noble carriage with a team of guards came to visit Sangu. The family emblem on the carriage indicated that it was from the Hobson family. After the carriage stopped in front of the castle, Earl Hobson came out of the carriage. Sir Ivan, I knew you would soar to the sky a few years ago. Now I see that it is true, it is true. Earl Hobson, please come in quickly. For the Mary Chaton family, Earl Hobson is a benefactor, and the private relationship between Ivan and Perny is worthy of treating Earl Hobson with courtesy. After the two sat down and exchanged greetings for a while, Earl Hobson took out a box and handed it to him, motioning him to open it and take a look. Opening the box, a night breathing method came into view, named Leap of the Flying Fish, with 3 volumes in total, Squire level, Knight level, Grand Knight level, and 3 corresponding breathing secret medicine formulas. What does this mean? Ivan glanced at it and put the box aside. Wizard Ivan, I heard from Perny that you need a legendary breathing method, but unfortunately, my Hobson's foundation is a little lacking. This breathing method does not even have a way to break through the legendary night. If you don't mind, the Leap of the Flying Fish breathing method is yours, Earl Hobson said. It seems that Perny mentioned this in the letter. Ivan shook his head slightly. I am a wizard and I believe in equal exchange. That's fine. In fact, it's not worth a few gold coins. Hobson did not refuse. It's fine to give it as a gift or exchange it. This trip is not in vain. Isn't this flying fish leap breathing method the foundation of the Hobson family? Seeing that he didn't look fake, Ivan asked suspiciously. Maybe it was in the past, but now it's the era of wizards like you. Earl Hobson smiled bitterly and said, many years ago, when someone became a great knight or a legendary knight, they would celebrate with great fanfare, and even try to ask the Grand Duke for the title. Now it rarely happens, and everything is subject to the rules of wizards. Seeing that he really didn't know the inside story, Earl Hobson didn't mind saying more. The further decline of the knight's cultivation path actually has many reasons. First, even a legendary knight can't make much waves in front of the wizard's methods, and must honestly abide by the rules. Secondly, legendary knights would disappear without reason on Tidal Island, and sometimes even the great knights would be affected. As time went on, the way of the knights naturally declined, and the nobles also recognized this fact, and naturally would not regard the family breathing method as more important than anything else. Of course, there's a premise here. The premise is that your identity and status have broken through a certain limit, such as becoming a formal wizard. Otherwise, for the lower level civilians, a good breathing method is still something that can only be encountered by chance. Ivan has now met this condition. Disappeared without reason? Ivan's first reaction was that some wizard organization did it. He didn't know how strong the legendary knight was. In the eyes of some wizards, perhaps this was a fresh raw material that could be used as an experimental subject or to make biological puppets. Wizards have various means, such as using poison, explosive potions, etc. There are many ways to target a legendary knight. But this kind of thing did not harm the interests of the Academy, and it is estimated that the Academy will not put much effort into it, and may even watch it coldly. Exchange it with magic stones, and I promise you that I will not teach the leap of the flying fish to anyone else. Ivan changed the subject, talked about the exchange, and made a promise. In fact, even he himself could not practice the leap of the flying fish, he could only learn from it, and use it to derive his eyes of the bat. The characteristics of the great knight's fighting spirit were there, and changing the breathing method was a very troublesome thing. It's a deal. Earl Hobson agreed immediately. Also, when I was chatting with my friend, I accidentally let it slip that you were looking for a breathing method. Please don't blame me. No problem, and I have to thank the Earl for keeping my affairs in mind. Ivan understood what he meant, and he probably spread the news for him, saving him a lot of effort. I have to say that Earl Hobson is good at doing things, so it seems that I have to give him more magic stones later. After Earl Hobson left, Baron Graydon came to Sangha territory and was particularly friendly. He didn't even mention asking the mother and daughter to return to the manor. In the next week, nobles came to visit him in person and brought him several volumes of the Great Night Breathing Method, which made him secretly praise that it was effortless. Going back to Tidal Island and looking for the breathing method was the right way. Chapter 173. On the luxurious carriage leading to the capital of Chiang Mai Duchy, Ivan sat there steadily. There were many animal skin scrolls in front of him, all of which recorded the knight's breathing method. The names were varied, such as Flying Fish Leap, Armored Crocodile Breathing Method, Spider Kiss, Mountain Dog Breathing Method, Black Snake Breathing Method, etc. Most of them came from some viscounts, earls and marquises. These people did not have high requirements, did not spread it outside, exchanged magic stones, and expressed goodwill. Most wizards in the academy valued promises. Ivan verbally said a guarantee, and these nobles believed it. There was no such thing as signing a contract. Although the value of breathing techniques has depreciated, it is still quite rare to practice breathing techniques to the level of legendary knights. Perhaps many nobles are afraid of being remembered after being exposed. In the past, he really didn't know that the great knights and legendary knights had the risk of disappearing for no reason. It was understandable that those people didn't come to him for exchange. Anyway, there was no rush, and there was still a long time before leaving Tidal Island. Besides, it might not be a bad opportunity now. Yesterday, Conley came on behalf of Grand Duke Xiangmai and invited him to the capital. He also sent a luxury convoy to greet him. In addition to Conley, there were also Grand Prince Vernon and the Grand Duke's favorite daughter, Princess Xueni. Today, after Ivan agreed, they were heading to the capital city of Xiangshui. Walking and resting on the way, staying in multiple cities, it was like traveling around the mountains and rivers. Ivan didn't mind walking for a few more days, so that he could appreciate the scenery of various parts of the principality along the way. After passing through two cities, he found that they were actually similar, there was nothing to see, and it was easy to cause riots. Sir Ivan, do you want to go shopping in the city? Xuanai is quite familiar with Yendi City. There is a lively night market in the city, where people from all over the world will come, and there are many interesting things. I heard that there is also. That evening, the convoy arrived at the city again. Before the carriage stopped, a girl with skin as white as cream came to the side of the carriage. She looked at the green-winged snake hanging on the carriage curiously, and asked the people in the carriage. "Thank you for your kindness, Princess Xuanai, but I won't go." "Well, I hope Xuanai didn't disturb you. We will reach Xiangshui City tomorrow." Seeing that no one inside showed up, Xuanai could only say regretfully. She turned around and came to the side of another carriage, jumped up with agility, and came into the carriage. "Haha, you got rejected, right? I told you that you can't attract Wizard Ivan like this, but you just don't believe it." Conley saw his sister return empty-handed, and joked with a smile. "Humph, I'm willing to be rejected." Xuanai retorted angrily, and then thought of something and asked, "Brother Conley, is Mr. Ivan really only a third-class talent? Why would I lie to you? We took a boat together to the Mona Ant Farm hut." Conley said. "Then why are you so different? I still want to know. If you ask me, who should I ask? Anyway, every time I see Wizard Ivan, his strength will increase a lot, and his training speed will surpass those people from the wizard families." Hearing this, Princess Xueni's eyes moved cleverly, and it seemed that she had another good idea. Seeing that she was not giving up, Conley didn't say much. If his sister could get close to Wizard Ivan, not only him, but also his father, Grand Duke Xiangmai, would be happy to support her. The next day, the convoy arrived at Xiangshui City smoothly. Xiangshui City is worthy of being the capital of Chiang Mai Principality. It has a large area and high walls. There are endless caravans coming and going. It is far from being comparable to Feiyu Port. It is also the most lively city Ivan has seen so far. According to wizard custom, the Grand Duke arranged an independent and quiet small manor for him to live in. "Sir Ivan, my father wants to prepare a grand welcome banquet for you. Do you have time to attend?" The next morning, the eldest Prince Vernon came to invite him. A noble banquet? Ivan frowned slightly. The two brothers had never mentioned any banquet before. "Yes, they are all nobles who know how to advance and retreat. Your brother, Knight Byman, will also come," Vernon added. "Tell the Grand Duke that I will come." Ivan thought about it, and didn't refuse. The banquet was held shortly after nightfall, and the palace was brightly lit as if it were daytime. Many nobles and beautifully dressed girls came to the banquet. The girls were innocent, charming, or cute, all different, which dazzled the young people present. Look, look, when did our Xiangshui city have so many beautiful ladies? A distinguished guest is coming, so they all put in their best efforts to dress up. Of course, they look more beautiful than before. Over there, your favorite Miss Vivian is here too. No, she must have been forced to come by her family. Miss Yyyn is not that kind of superficial person. As noble young masters, the two young men used to be the focus wherever they went, but today they dared not be presumptuous at all. They knew that they were just a foil at this banquet, and the real protagonist was a wizard of the same age as them. Looking at the beauty who seemed to be chosen by others, the two regretted more than once why they did not have good qualifications to become wizards. Not long after, the two saw the protagonist of this banquet, a wizard who looked younger than them, but full of the majesty of a superior, who appeared in the hall with the Grand Duke. Ladies and gentlemen from the Principality of Xiangmai, let's welcome the wizard from the Mona Ant Hut. Dear Sir Ivan, please pay your highest and warmest respects to Sir Ivan. As the Grand Duke of Xiangmai spoke, everyone's attention was attracted by Sir Ivan, and greetings came one after another, making the hall very lively. Sir Ivan, my daughter Xueni has something to say to you. The Grand Duke of Xiangmai is old, but his voice is very loud. Sir Ivan, can you dance with me? Princess Xueni said crisply. She was also dressed up beautifully today, adding some color to the banquet. I am very happy to do so. Glancing at Grand Duke Xiangmai, Ivan nodded slightly. As the palace musicians began to play music, the two came to the center of the hall and danced together to the soft music. At this moment, Princess Xueni became the focus of everyone. When the song ended, the dance also stopped. Princess Xueni, I suddenly thought of a solution to a problem, and I need to go back to verify it urgently. I will take my leave first. Also, thank the Grand Duke for me. Today's banquet is very good and warm. Ivan glanced at the door and said to Princess Xueni, who was about to say something. People in this world develop earlier. Princess Xueni's appearance, figure, voice, and identity are impeccable. However, he has come into contact with many beautiful women, and the beauty in front of him is just so in his eyes. He will not treat her differently because of this. Ivan rejected many people who took the initiative to talk to him along the way, and walked out of the banquet hall. So many beautiful girls are eager to find you, but you don't even look at them. They must be sad tonight. I thought you would be in the banquet hall. Come on, follow me to the manor where I am staying. It was his brother Byman who appeared at the palace gate. Ivan wanted to come to support Byman, but Byman did not want to bring him trouble, and did not enter the banquet hall. Afterwards, Ivan took him out of the palace in a carriage. After the two brothers talked, Ivan learned that Byman had already joined the Grand Duke's glorious knights. Now he is a mid-level knight, and a captain of the knights, and he is doing very well. Of course, compared with Ivan, it is definitely inferior, but Byman is very content. The two chatted for a long time, and Byman stayed in the manor to rest at night. The night was getting deeper. A light figure jumped over the wall, landed on the grass in the manor, and walked skillfully towards the main house. Suddenly, the figure saw a giant python circling on the tree in front, which looked particularly ferocious under the hazy moonlight. Ah, there is a snake! The figure had never encountered such a scene before, and screamed, and was so scared that he rolled and crawled away, and turned out of the manor in the direction he came. Xiangye heard the noise and rushed over, just in time to see Fingma, who seemed to be admiring the moon, and the little princess who fled in panic. Why are you scaring her? It has nothing to do with me, I'm a moth. Fingma smiled evilly. Besides, Wizard Ivan doesn't like to be disturbed by her. Seeing that everyone had left, Xiangye was too lazy to explain anything to this guy who didn't like to learn knowledge. In fact, according to its observation, Wizard Ivan actually likes human reproduction activities, otherwise why would he stick to the female human in the territory every day? At a glance, the current female human knew that she came to Wizard Ivan to reproduce, but was scared away. The next morning, Ivan once again took a carriage to the palace. Good morning, Lord Ivan. Princess Xueni greeted him with a depressed look on her face, obviously a little upset about the failure of her plan. Good morning. Ivan responded, and walked past her to meet Grand Duke Xiangmai. This time, he must talk about business with the Grand Duke. As expected, after the two met in a small meeting room, Grand Duke Xiangmai made a request directly. Lord Ivan, I heard that there is a problem of promotion probability from apprentice to wizard, and there are also means to increase this probability. I wonder if you can provide a convenience for Conley. What can I get? Ivan guessed that the Grand Duke's condition would not be magic stones. To be honest, this condition was a bit unexpected. It was something for Conley to seek a wizard promotion. A complete breathing method that can be cultivated to a flying knight. Not enough. Above the Grand Knight is the Legendary Knight. The Legendary Knight actually includes 2 stages. The first stage is to feel the breathing of the earth to become an Earth Knight, and the second stage is to feel the breathing of the sky to become a flying knight. Ivan knows that it is said that the flying knight can fly in the air for a short time. But under the current situation of Tidal Island, the knight breathing technique is incomparable to the promotion of wizards. I can help you contact other families to obtain more legendary knight level breathing techniques, plus account title and corresponding land, and your brother Byman. Finally, I will give you a clue about a higher level breathing technique, which is related to the royal bloodline of the Tidal Empire, if you are interested. Deal? I will give the things to Conley after returning to the academy. After listening to the series of conditions promised by Grand Duke Xiangmai, Ivan thought for a moment and agreed to the transaction with him, but there were still some requirements in the details. Chapter 174. More than 3 months have passed. Ivan and other families have already discussed the conditions. These nobles did not ask for magic stones. With the Grand Duke's face, no one asked for too much, but there were some more bizarre conditions. For example, the Marquis Jutao said without hesitation that he could choose any granddaughter or daughter, 1 or more would be fine, as long as he could leave a descendant in the Kasha family. Such a request was of course rejected by Ivan. He was not a sea drill. It was a pity that the Marquis Jutao had the nerve to say such a thing. In the end, Ivan collected 4 legendary knight-level breathing methods, including Grand Duke Xiangmai's Breath of Abundance, Violent Bear Breathing, Grey New Breathing, and Swift Wolf Breathing. The best quality of them is the Breath of Abundance, which can be cultivated to Flying Knight. With so many great knight-level and legendary knight-level breathing methods, his purpose of collecting has been achieved. The next few days will turn to their research and the arrangement of spells. Not long after he returned from Xiangshui City, Grand Duke Xiangmai's envoy came to Sangha territory and brought the Grand Duke's bestowed Iron Scroll and Brocade Scroll. In the eyes of the crowd, who couldn't believe it, Led became an earl and obtained the land corresponding to the title. With Ivan's encouragement and support, Led began his career as an earl. The new territory was vast and rich, including a small commercial city, and the focus of the territory naturally shifted there. Ivan didn't go with him, and stayed in Sangha territory. As an earl, if Led was willing to cede land in a few years, he could have 2 or 3 barons. This was the wealth that Ivan left to the Marikadans. He also gave his 2 elder brothers, younger brothers and sisters a lot of knight-level breathing secret medicine. As for more things, it was not that he could not afford them, but he was afraid that they could not bear it. After examination, neither Paget nor Sean had the qualifications to become a wizard. Ivan himself was the only one in the family who could embark on the path of wizardry. In fact, not only did the knight training system on Tidal Island decline, but it also showed a downward trend in the delivery of students with wizard qualifications. According to what he knew, the academy on the Moon Clamp Peninsula recruited students every 2 years, while Tidal Island recruited students every 3 or even 4 years. Among the students sent out, only 1 wizard will appear every 20 to 30 years. The number of local wizards is decreasing, which is one of the reasons why he is sought after. It can be predicted that as time goes by, Tidal Island will become more and more decadent. The Marikadans were not even nobles before, and they were just a barren family in the early years. It is normal for them to be in the current situation. He is lucky to have a third-class talent. Time passed day by day. Ivan sorted out most of the spells, including the adjustment of the first-level Black Magic Hand, the first-level optimization of Thorn Jungle and Insect Shadow Eye, the application and development of spells such as Flower and Wood Shield, and explored a new spell, Turbid Wind. Turbid Wind, a first-level spell, can form a gust of evil wind after being cast, bringing mental confusion and damage, and also has a special poison effect. Like most first-level initial spells, Turbid Wind consumes 5 scales of mental power and 5 scales of mana. It is worth mentioning that his current mental power recovery speed is much faster than before, more than 3 times that of an apprentice. In terms of spell arrangement, only the powerful immobilization spell, which is not so effective, has been put aside. In terms of breathing method, he has derived the Eye of the Bat to the Great Knight level. As for the corresponding secret medicine, he has no materials and needs to return to the academy for research. The insect breathing method has also been optimized. The Swiftwood Silkworm clan still cultivates the life force. In fact, the main function of this breathing method is not to enhance strength, but to control and stabilize the power in the body. As Randall said, this is beneficial to the survival rate of insects during their transformation. 1 month before returning to the academy, Ivan walked into the black mist forest with Xiangye and Fengma. Wizard Ivan, are you looking for us to practice? Looking at the traces left by the test spell not far ahead, Feng Moth asked excitedly. Don't talk nonsense. Hearing this, Xiang Dai immediately scolded, then changed her words again. You can practice with Wizard Ivan, but don't take me with you. I don't have much fighting ability. At most, I can only stand aside and treat you. Coward. Feng Moth muttered, and looked at the wizard with an eager look. As they continued to move forward, more traces of spell tests appeared before their eyes. Of course, Ivan needs to verify his spells from time to time. There is no special test range in Sangu, so he can only find another place. He took on this task in the depths of the black mist forest, and suffered. Looking at the ground in the jumble that sank 1 or 2 meters, the clear huge palm print, and the large area of destroyed trees, the expression of the wind moth gradually became a little stiff. At this time, Ivan slowed down his pace and turned his head to glance at it. The wind moth couldn't help but shudder, and suddenly realized what stupid things he said. It unconsciously moved slowly, trying to move behind the fragrant butterfly. We don't have time today. We need to explore a place. Ivan turned around and continued to move forward. It's rare that you have such filial piety. I will satisfy you another day. The wind moth just breathed a sigh of relief, but when he heard the second half of his words, his heart skipped a beat. Wizard Ivan, I was just talking casually, joking. In fact, I am the same as Xiangye, and I don't have any fighting ability. Hearing what it said to deceive, Xiangye rolled her eyes in an anthropomorphic way. It was really embarrassing to look at this guy. This guy is really embarrassing for the Xuanmu Silkworm clan. Ivan walked for a while, and found a horizontal ridge that could be used as a reference mark. He called out the blood-colored dove, and carried him deeper into the black mist forest. The reason for coming here is related to the previous transaction with Grand Duke Xiangmai. Grand Duke Xiangmai provided a clue about a higher-level breathing method, saying that it was related to the royal family of the Tide Empire, so he had to come and take a look. You should know that during the Tide Empire, humans had Night Kings, which was a realm above the legendary knights. At that time, the Night King was a hegemon who suppressed the entire Tide continent. According to Grand Duke Xiangmai, the Night Kings at that time were all from the royal family of the Tide Empire. The blood-colored dove flapped its wings vigorously, and moved forward. The entire black mist forest is vast and boundless, spanning 3 countries, and its area is not even smaller than that of the Principality of Xiangmai. There are countless ferocious beasts and monsters hidden in the forest. For Ivan today, these beasts with low degree of demonization are nothing. In addition to the beasts, the black mist forest is most famous for its fog. The thick and gray-black fog makes ordinary people stay away, and almost no one can pass through it directly. It is said that there is a bottomless rift in the center of the forest, and all the black fog comes from there. As the sun and the moon alternate, gray-black fog emerges from it at night. Under the sun during the day, the fog becomes thinner or even dissipates, and emerges again at night, and so on. Duke Xiangmai also said that many wizards have gone deep into the rift, some got lost in it, and some brought back news that there are maze-like passages below, and deeper is volcanic magma. The environment is extremely harsh, and the value of exploration is not high. Ivan was going to a place near the Great Rift Valley this time. Above the forest, the blood-colored ferocious bird flew by at high speed. After integrating the heart of the giant octopus and other materials, the blood-colored dove now had a wingspan of 13 or 14 meters, and its speed became even faster, not inferior to the green dove transformed by the queen silkworm gathering the power of other swift-winged silkworms, and it was very suitable for traveling in such a place. The blood dove flew with the wind, and under Ivan's guidance, it arrived near the destination. He took back the blood-colored dove, and landed on the ground. Wizard Ivan, why don't we just fly over there? You're so stupid. We didn't draw the map, so there will be deviations. The fog in this place never dissipates. It will be troublesome if we fly over it all of a sudden. There may be some monsters hidden in the deeper part. Whatever monster it is, leave it to me, Wind Moth. With the addition of Wind Moth and Fragrance Butterfly, Ivan is always busy. No matter what happens, these two guys always like to argue. I don't know if they are born to be in conflict. Keep quiet. Ivan spoke, and they fell silent, leaving only eye contact. When they got here, the surrounding trees not only became shorter and sparser, but grew taller and more luxuriant, and even the vines wrapped around the trees looked like thick snakes. Ivan identified the location and chose a direction to go deeper. The 2 insects had extraordinary auras, and there was nothing on the road to disturb them, which made the Wind Moth look disappointed. After a while, they arrived at the foot of a mountain, and only a corner of the mountain was vaguely visible in the fog. The fog here forms a natural formation, covering up the traces. No wonder it has not been discovered for so long. It was not until the mountain collapsed that some clues were revealed. Ivan looked at the place in front of him that was shrouded in fog. In fact, Grand Duke Xiongmai had sent people here more than once, but countless people died and were injured. Those who returned said that there were terrible monsters inside. The way of night cultivation has declined, and even legendary knights are rarely born. Grand Duke Xiongmai's interest in this place is naturally greatly reduced. In addition, the situation is unclear. We only know that it may be related to the royal family of the Tide Empire. If we want to investigate further, we must mobilize the glorious knights under our hands, or ask wizards to come forward, which is not worth the loss. Seeing that he is very interested in the breathing method, Grand Duke Xiongmai took it out as a bargaining chip. This maze was originally formed by relying on the mountain. Now that the mountain has collapsed, there must be a flaw in the formation. Follow closely, let's go in, and see what's going on. Ivan walked and stopped, and soon found the loophole in the formation, and then drilled into the unpredictable fog. Going a little deeper, he sensed the breath of the undead in the air. Be careful, there should be undead creatures here. Really? Don't do anything, I take care of it. The wind moth immediately became excited when he heard this. If it wasn't in the maze, it would have wanted to stretch its body completely and let those undead creatures see its strongest posture. Here it comes. After a while, the opportunity it was waiting for appeared. Clear hoofbeats sounded in the mist, and two tall figures were approaching them one after the other. Seeing that Ivan did not object, the wind moth rushed forward without saying a word. Chapter 175. Wizard Ivan, do you want to help? It is true that the two little guys often quarrel and argue, and it is also true that they have a good relationship. Xiongya was anxious when she saw this, and looked at Ivan eagerly. Ivan waved his hand to signal. Xiongya then chased after him. Ivan could sense that the two undead creatures on the opposite side were not very strong, and they were within the range of the two little guys. The figures in the thick fog revealed their true appearance. At first glance, they were two centaurs, but if you look closely, they were undead creatures stitched together. The upper part was a blackened human body, and the lower part was a deer corpse. They were wearing tattered armor, and holding a rusty iron spear in their hands. The whole appearance was extremely rough and ugly. Vines entangled. Xiongya came from behind and attacked first. Two vines emerged from the ground and accurately entangled the front hooves of the creature in front, causing it to stumble and lose stability. The body of foam moth had changed to its maximum, and its tail just swept across. After a while, the two undead creatures fell to the ground, and their shriveled and rotten flesh was scattered all over the ground. There was not much blood, but it was black. It's no big deal, haha. The wind moth just laughed triumphantly, and there was a dense clattering sound in front. From the sound, it can be judged that there are many enemies. In a few seconds, one figure after another appeared in the fog. There was a large group of people and horses in front. The number was difficult to estimate, and they looked similar to the two creatures just now. Its laughter stopped abruptly. These undead creatures were weaker than the two of them, but not so weak that they could be easily defeated. Foam Moth didn't understand the principle that two fists could not defeat four hands, but it was not stupid. Retreat! Hearing Xiongya's words, Foam Moth shrank his body and returned to the wizard in a flash. Ivan didn't blame them. It was a good thing to retreat when they couldn't win. He was afraid of the real green-headed ones, who would die the fastest, and then his transformation would be wasted. When the undead creatures rushed closer, he cast the spell Thorn Jungle. The next second, dense vines emerged from the ground, occupying the area of 40 to 50 meters in front. Some of the vines turned into tripwires, and some of them twisted or stabbed the unstable undead creatures. The undead creatures rolled into a ball, black blood splattered everywhere. Under his control, the area turned into a belt of death vines, and all the undead creatures that approached were pulled over and strangled. As expected of Ivan the Wizard, Xiongya couldn't help but marvel at the scene. Her vines were too childish compared to these, and it was really a bit embarrassing. Let's go! The last undead creature fell to the ground, and Ivan announced to continue to go deeper. Don't you want the spoils? Foam Moth said in surprise. It's a good idea, but forget it this time. There's no loot to be found in a pile of rotten meat that has been dead for who knows how long. These undead creatures don't have any elemental cores. They are just some pieced-together corpses, coated with mixed corpse blood, and relying on the special environment to maintain their mobility. They will turn into corpses in an instant after leaving here. What a pity. Wind Moth shook his head seriously. Be alert. There should be a high-level undead creature or other creature that stitched them together. Ivan then reminded them that these stitched creatures could not have no source, and the most likely possibility was that someone had made them. Understood. Hearing this, Feng Moth and Xiang Dai could not help but move closer to him. It was safer to stay with the wizard. The man and the two insects moved forward for a distance, and the fog in front of them was only a thin layer. The vision suddenly became clear, and a castle near the mountain appeared in front of them. The castle looked small and not high, but it was very simple and exquisite. There was an old flag hanging on the wall, which was undoubtedly the royal flag of the Tide Empire's royal family. Ivan looked around for a while, and guessed what the so-called ruins were. It should be a mausoleum hidden in the mountain. The castle was the residence of the Gravekeeper. For some reason, it became a paradise for undead creatures. At this time, the castle gate was open. Ivan was a bold man. He took the two little guys directly to the city gate, passed through the gate to the inside of the castle, and continued to move towards the central hall of the castle. It seems that there are people over there. It's not a person, it's a dead flower. Does this flower look like a pale human face? This kind of flower is called human face flower. The blood of the crushed human face flower can be used to make undead creatures. The stitched centaurs we saw earlier should be made of this material. This is not the Moon Clamp Peninsula. The concentration of energy particles is generally not high. If there is something that Ivan knows he can deal with, he will have the leisure to explain it. Otherwise, he would definitely not bring the two little guys here. The road leading to the central hall is planted with human face flowers not far away. It's like a group of pale faces lying on the ground staring at them, making Feng Moth and Xiangjie turn their heads to take a look many times. They are essentially insects. After they have gained spiritual wisdom, and know more things, the things that scare them have also increased. Now they feel a little creepy. After a while, Ivan brought them to the central hall of the castle. There was a faint light in the hall. "Stop, wizard!" Accompanied by a hoarse shout, a figure slowly walked out. It was another undead centaur, shorter than the previous creature, wearing a full-body armor engraved with the emblem of the Tide Empire, and the armor included a tight helmet and visor. The armor was of extraordinary quality, giving people a delicate and shiny feeling. This undead centaur was not stitched together. From the appearance of the armor, it can be seen that she was a petite woman in her lifetime. What made Ivan feel even more strange was that this undead centaur had mental fluctuations, and it seemed to be at the level of a third-class apprentice. It was really a strange existence. He sensed that except for this strange undead, there were only a few creatures of the same type just now, and no one else existed. "Wizard, this is just a cemetery for storing corpses. There are no property or treasures, and there is nothing you want." Being inferior to others in strength, the undead creatures had to bow their heads. "Who are you?" Ivan asked. "As you can see, I am an undead who guards the tomb of the royal family of the Tide Empire." "Are you also a member of the royal family of the Tide Empire?" "Yes." "Why do you look like a centaur?" "The royal family originally has the blood of the centaur royal family." The undead centaurs were very afraid of his strength. They answered whatever he asked, which made him understand a lot. When the wizard came to the Tide continent, he killed the royal family of the Tide Empire and had nowhere to escape. Some people fled here and used the natural mist formation to protect themselves. These people did escape the pursuit, but the good times didn't last long. The wizard cast a curse directly along the bloodline, killing people with a fierce curse, making all the surviving royal family members fall into the curse. Under the effect of the curse, the weak died on the spot, and the strong could only wait to die slowly. Some people came up with a way to continue the bloodline, that is, to have children. In their opinion, the people born later would not be cursed. So, a few people were born under this situation. They underestimated the difficulty of the curse. The newborns were born with the power of the curse, but it was much lighter than their parents. This is still a fatal curse, and the only outcome waiting for the newborn is death. Someone thought of another way, which is to learn and control the power of wizards. So they found a way to get the meditation method, brought it back to the castle, and gave it to the newborns with wizard qualifications to learn. This girl named Helen was one of them, but she died before she could break the curse. I don't know if it was decades or hundreds of years later, Helen found herself becoming an undead creature with her original memory, and then she lived in this place, occasionally killing some intruders. Later, human-faced flowers grew here inexplicably, and she figured out a way to make low-level undead creatures. So miserable. After listening to her story, Feng Moth and Xiang Dai couldn't help but look at this undead centaur girl with sympathy. Ivan found that Helen didn't have any emotional fluctuations when she said these words, as if she was telling other people's stories. He guessed that the undead creature was no longer the original person, but a new undead with only the original memories. The last question: do you know the night breathing method practiced by the royal family? Yes, there's a tied book here, which records the complete set of breathing methods practiced by the royal family. Miss Helen, let's make a deal. I will repair the outer fog array for you, and you will give me the title book. What do you think of my proposal? Okay. Although Helen was a little surprised that a wizard needed the breathing method of the royal family, she thought about her own strength and agreed happily. Ivan was happy with this, and studied the fog array here by the way. 20 days later, he took a metal book, said goodbye to this strange undead centaur girl, and left this desolate castle. Chapter 176. Sangha Territory. The 4th floor of the Lord's Hall. Ivan stroked the thick book in his hand. The pages were made of some metal material. This was the title codex he brought back from the Tomb Keeper Castle in the Black Mist Forest. This title codex is worthy of being a breathing method that dares to be named codex. It contains all aspects of breathing method practice, including parts focusing on strength, parts focusing on speed, parts focusing on physique, parts focusing on perception, and so on. It can be said to be all-encompassing. Each part taken out separately is a legendary breathing method, which can be practiced from a knight squire to the pinnacle of a flying knight. According to your personal qualifications, you can practice one part alone, or combine 2 or 3 parts together, which is a unique advantage. What he values most is the part that focuses on hearing and dexterity, which is more in line with the eye of the bat, and can greatly promote the derivation of the eye of the bat breathing method. However, like most of the top breathing methods, the Tide book requires the royal blood of the Tide Empire to practice, that is, the blood of the Centaur royal family. The higher the concentration and the purer the blood, the faster the practice speed. Unlike other superior breathing methods, the blood characteristics of the Tide Empire royal family are extremely obvious. As the blood concentration increases, it will gradually transform into the form of a centaur, and no longer look like a human. The last few pages are actually blank. They require high-purity centaur royal blood to open, and reveal the words and patterns recorded on them. These pages should be about the Night King. The centaurs are a race that likes to migrate constantly. They have long disappeared, let alone looking for a royal family. Ivan shook his head slightly. He suddenly thought of the undead girl who died young. It seemed that even when Helen was alive, it would be difficult for the purity of her blood to meet the requirements of the title book. The requirements of the book must be 1 in a million. As for Helen, he did not ask her whether she wanted to leave there. On the one hand, they were not familiar with each other, and on the other hand, she was more suitable to stay there. Helen was an intelligent creature who had lived for hundreds, or even thousands of years. It was considered an alternative immortality. Once she was discovered, it was estimated that many wizards would be interested in her, and would try every means to send her to their laboratories. The consequences would be unpredictable. Before leaving the castle, Ivan successfully completed his request and repaired the mist formation for Helen. All he paid was time, energy, elemental ink, etc. The most valuable thing was the water element condensed beads obtained from the giant octopus monster. Thinking about it before, I was really lucky. The formation under the Lair Island was arranged hastily and sloppily. The black-robed monster in the Kanda Magic Stone Mine was just a wild way. I'm afraid he doesn't know what concealment is. There is also the original stone formation disc to assist. I already know the relevant knowledge of the formation of Nichols Lake, so it is naturally not that difficult to comprehend these formations. The fog array that was just repaired is the same. It was formed naturally, and there is no deliberate modification either. Only the blue sea wind wave array on the flying ant is densely packed, making it hard to see what you can gain. From the newly repaired fog array, he thought of the various rune arrays he had comprehended before. After careful analysis, he found that there was a reason why those arrays were so smooth to comprehend, and most of them were caused by the lack of encryption. And now, he hit a wall on the densely packed blue sea wind wave array. According to this rule, Ivan knew which rune arrays he could comprehend and which rune arrays he didn't need to waste time on. Enchantment, LV6, November 2000. Runeology, LV5, 839/1500. Night Breathing, LV6, 1899/2000. Energy Particles, LV5, 508/1500. In recent months, the experience points of all subjects have increased. The biggest change is enchantment. Thanks to his research on multiple rune magic arrays, it has been upgraded to a level 6 subject, gaining a small wisdom light and a wisdom light. Runeology and energy particle science have increased hundreds of experience points. He has done a lot of research on breathing techniques, making the knight's breathing technique almost level 7. According to the discipline level rules, level 7 should correspond to the light of great wisdom, which makes him look forward to it. At this time, the fragrant butterfly flew in from the window in a panic, interrupting his thoughts. It's bad, Wizard Ivan, the wind moth fainted. Suddenly fainted? Ivan frowned and asked, seeing it nod, and then asked, what did it do before? It was greedy and ate some mulberries and leaves, just a little bit. Please don't blame it. I will never let it eat them next time. Xiangye answered anxiously, seeming a little incoherent. Ivan was not asking about this. Seeing that it couldn't explain it for a while, he motioned Xiangye to take him there. Foam Moth was unconscious in the front ridge of Mulberry Valley. Now he was lying under a tree, with a look of pain and struggle on his face. Ivan stepped forward and probed with a trace of spiritual power. It was indeed a problem at the spiritual level, and the mind was disordered. Wizard Ivan, how is it? After a while, Xiangye asked nervously. It's nothing serious. It will wake up on its own in a short time. We can wait until it wakes up to deal with the rest. Ivan was not sure if it was the same as he thought. If it was, there should be some problems with the memory. It is very likely related to the fact that Foam Moth had received Twin's power before, leaving some hidden dangers. I don't know why it took so long to break out. When it comes to the spiritual level, he dare not mess around. If he is not careful, it will cause worse effects. It will not be beautiful if Foam Moth becomes an idiot. Feed it 1/3 of this potion. Stay here and come find me when it wakes up. Seeing that Xiangye was still worried, Ivan handed over a mental power recovery potion, which could alleviate some of the symptoms. Justy and Padge came over after hearing the noise. Ivan waved at the two of them, signaling them to walk with him. In the mulberry forest, some mulberry trees have already produced mulberries, but it is not yet time for them to bear fruit. The fruits are produced by Xiangye, and there are many of them, which are plump and emit a faint fruity fragrance. I'll be leaving in a few days. I've decided to go with you to the Mona Ant Farm hut. The three of them hadn't walked far when they heard what Ivan said, and Juzatai told them her plan. Ivan, will this be a burden to you? After all, I'm so weak that I can't catch up with you in the future. What if others threaten you with me? She asked worriedly. No, you think too much. Ivan answered affirmatively. This is actually a very realistic problem. Since wizards have achieved a leap in life level, they will unconsciously think that they are superior to apprentices and ordinary people, and their original relatives will not be so important. Wizards don't think that using relatives to threaten another wizard will anger the other wizard, giving them a reason to do whatever they want, and not have to follow the rules they originally needed to follow. Brother Ivan, can I go with you? Paggy asked expectantly. She was also very curious about the world on the other side of the ocean. Paggy has been staying in Sangha these days. She needs to learn to make medicine with Jusidi. If Jusidi leaves, Paggy will take over the task of making medicine for the caravan. She is talented in this area. Unfortunately, Padgett doesn't have the talent to become a wizard. Padgett, you have to stay here. I believe you can live a better life here, Ivan said seriously. People without wizard talent who go to the Moon Clamp Peninsula will only be at the bottom, without any hope, and will not be free wherever they go, because there are dangers everywhere. Here, Padgett will be the eldest daughter of the Earl's family. Okay, I will miss you, Brother Ivan. The luster in Padgett's eyes dimmed a little. The three chatted for a while, until Xiangye's voice came. Wizard Ivan, wake up, Foam Moth wakes up. When Ivan walked over, he saw Foam Moth flying in the air like it was drunk, shaking its snake head from time to time. Ivan checked it again, its breath was normal, and its mental disorder was much calmer. In this case, it will be fine after a good night's sleep tomorrow. Do you feel any changes in your mind? I seem to have some unfamiliar memories. Can you see clearly what memory it is? There is a green horn, and there seems to be something inside. The name is Ode to Spring and Summer, hidden near a large lake. There is a cave there, and there are other things in the cave. What is it? I can't see clearly, my head hurts. As he expected, the wind moth did have a problem with its memory, and there were some more memory fragments, which should be very deep memory images of twins. When the wind moth tried to remember more things, its head was swollen and heavy, making it unable to continue thinking. Okay, take a good rest. Seeing this, Ivan waved his hand to stop it. The Ode to Spring and Summer, this familiar name reminded Ivan of his first meditation method, the Ode to Springwood, and others' Ode to Spring Dew. It seems that after returning to the Moon Clamp Peninsula, I have to go to Lake Nichols again. In order not to be harmed by the curse of the demonic resentment, I must continue to study it in depth until I completely master its secrets, and then turn it into my own power. This is the thinking of a wizard, and I believe Toynes also thinks so. Therefore, this ode to spring and summer must be obtained. Ivan could not help but think of Loire Island. After thinking for a few seconds, he gave up the idea of going there. If Toynes had not died, he must have taken away the important things on the island. What he could not take away would have been destroyed. Besides, Bernardson and his team went there later, and there would be nothing left. There was no need to go there in vain. Time flew by, and several days passed in a flash. It was time to leave Tidal Island. At the Flying Fish Port, there were many people coming to see him off. Grand Duke Xiongmai also sent people, including Grand Prince Vernon and Princess Xueni. Wizard Ivan. All 8 apprentices were present. Set sail. Ivan glanced at the people who came to see him off, and his eyes stopped on Red and Lady Selina. Lady Selina decided to stay with Red. Red was indeed a trustworthy person, as he had never married another wife and had worked hard to raise 5 children. Ivan didn't care about this matter. His father Red was already an earl, and an earl had to have the responsibility of an earl. I believe Red could handle this problem. Besides, he just left, not died. No noble could ignore the existence of a wizard like him. After the ship set off from Flying Fish Port, it returned to Wine Bay City smoothly after a long voyage of nearly half a month. Chapter 177. In the hut of the Mona Ant Field, Ivan led a group of people into the entrance of the Ant Field Barrier Passage. The familiar buildings of the academy came into view, which made people feel a sense of familiarity. Finally back, it feels comfortable here. Wizard Ivan, we will take our leave first. The apprentices sighed, asked Ivan for instructions, and left. Ivan deliberately kept Conley for a while, and mentioned the matter of the rune beam array. Of course, he would not break his promise to Grand Duke Xiongmai. Wizard Ivan, I'm not ready yet. Can I wait until I'm ready before I come back to you? Conley only knew that he provided a formation to help increase the success rate of wizards' promotion. He could only admire that he was worthy of being a member of the enchantment group. In fact, Conley was still a little far from the 3rd class limit, but he just saw the opportunity and begged his father, Grand Duke Xiongmai, to help him fight for it. Fortunately, he succeeded. Of course, I hope you don't make me wait too long. Then I take my leave. Ivan reminded him to keep it secret, and Conley hurried away. Afterwards, Ivan didn't rush back to the Twin Towers, but took Giuseppe for a walk, so that she wouldn't be confused when she came to the academy. There were still a few months before enrollment, and Giuseppe was not considered an apprentice of the academy before then, so it was not appropriate for her to walk around the academy, and she could only stay in the Twin Towers temporarily. When Ivan came to the teaching area, he saw a familiar person from a distance. If it weren't for the matching aura, he almost didn't recognize the other person. Wayne Steele, this person appeared again, and became a formal wizard like him. Wizard Ivan, don't you say hello when you meet? Wayne's appearance has changed a lot now. Compared with before, his body is much fatter, his face has a few more pounds of fat, and there are scale-like spots on his ears. Wizard Ivan, congratulations on your promotion. Ivan smiled lightly. Are you laughing at me? Tell me, what is there about you that I should laugh at? Wayne's eyes were a little cold, and he glanced at Giuseppe, Xiongye, and Finch, and walked away without saying a word. Body transformation? Looking at the back of the departing figure, Ivan had a flash of doubt. This guy has a good 5th class talent. He failed to be promoted to a wizard first, and now seems to have undergone biological blood transformation. His breath is full of wildness and coldness, which is really incomprehensible. Who is this person? Josie was shocked by the previous look. He joined the academy at the same time as me. He is now a formal wizard. He is in the cultivation group, and I am in the enchantment group. Ivan didn't say much. He and Wayne were not very familiar with each other. After a tour, they returned to the Twin Towers. The fragrant butterfly and the wind moth flew back to the silkworm house with the insect nest. The 2 little guys had discussed renovating the silkworm house before, but were taken back to the Tidal Island by the wizard. Now they hurried to complete the original plan. How do you feel? It feels like a dream. Haha, this will be your home in the future. Let me show you around. Ivan knew that she had just come to the academy and must be full of anxiety and uneasiness, so he took her to see the inside and outside of the Twin Towers. A few days later, Jiosher gradually adapted to life in the Twin Towers. In fact, she has always been a homebody, and she can get used to it faster without leaving the Twin Towers. Ivan got a message that just 10 days ago, Walban was promoted to a 1st-level wizard. As for other people, such as Heidi and Cody, who he knew, there was no movement for the time being. Nichols Lake. A blood-colored figure flashed across the lake. Ivan came here again. This time he brought the wind moth and other swift with silkworms, and the fragrant butterfly was left in the twin towers. Not here. After hearing the words of the wind moth, Ivan ordered the blood dove to continue flying. The blood dove flapped its wings vigorously, causing the thatch below to collapse to both sides, and the lake surface was covered with waves. Wait, it seems to be here. I go down and take a look. Go ahead. After receiving the order, the wind moth fell into the lake, swam deeper into the water, and soon disappeared. After a while, it emerged from the water. I remembered it wrongly. It's not here. Don't worry, look for it slowly. Ivan was not disappointed. If he just flew over it, the surface of Nichols Lake would not look very big. If he really looked for it bit by bit, he would find that it was actually quite large. The wind moth only had scattered memories. It was normal to find the wrong place when looking for a location in a place with no obvious feature difference. Ivan could not check the wind moth's memory, so he could only rely on it to identify it bit by bit. More than an hour later, the wind moth found the location in his memory. He listened to Ivan and did not break in without permission. Show the way. Just like the last cave, this time we still need to enter from underwater, through a narrow underwater secret passage. To the end of the passage, there is no road ahead. Move the stones above, and you will arrive. Wind moth said, as he was about to move forward. Wait. Ivan stopped its reckless behavior. Ivan's expression became solemn. Toins can't be underestimated. His nest can't be without any arrangement. People like Wind Moth don't know how they died. He led Wind Moth back a long distance, waved his hand casually, and a vine spanned 40 or 50 meters and hit the stone. Only to see the sizzling lightning coming out of the stone, and the lightning instantly covered the entire narrow passage and continued to spread outward. That was a close call. After being led away by him for a distance, Fong Moth could not help but smack his lips. That man was really too insidious. Blocked by Lei Meng, Ivan was not in a hurry at all. Energy would eventually run out, and Toins could not come back. 2 minutes later, the stone broke into several pieces and rolled around. A faint light came from inside. Ivan led Fong Moth out of the water from the entrance of the passage. An underground cave appeared in front of them. Toins clearly kept the habit of being a human being and dug several rooms, which were arranged in an orderly manner. Just like what I saw, the green horn is in this room. Wind Moth pointed and said. Ivan checked around. There was no other decoration in the cave. Following the direction pointed by Wind Moth, he found a piece of deer antler that was placed very conspicuously. Except for the unusual color, the deer antler looked plain and unadorned, giving people a feeling of a divine object hiding itself. Ode to Spring and Summer. It was indeed a meditation method. There was no basic chapter, only the first level of Ode to Spring and the second level of Ode to Summer. Unlike the orthodox meditation method of the Academy, the first level only contained one spell, and it was not a defensive spell. He took a quick look and put the antlers away. He searched every room in the cave, but was disappointed. Apart from some information, he found nothing else of value. Toins was poorer than he thought. He didn't know that after the incident on Mar Island and coming here from a long distance, Toins had to stabilize his body and study and arrange the rune magic array. He had already exhausted all his resources, otherwise he would not cooperate with some people of unknown origin. A moment later, Ivan returned to the surface of the lake with the Wind Moth. He summoned the blood-colored dove and returned to the hut in the Mona Ant Field. Coincidentally, a strong middle-aged wizard also passed by on a flying bird, but they were going in different directions. Wizard Yuan Marichatin, I'm glad we meet again. The middle-aged wizard's eyes lit up, and he greeted him abruptly from a long distance. Who are you? Yuan looked at the familiar person opposite him in surprise. He was sure that he had never seen this wizard before. It seems to be you, Wizard Yuan. Are you interested in chatting? I will introduce you to an organization that can bring you rich resources, including the first-level mental potion, gasification resources, and elemental resources you need. Not interested. Ivan refused. He didn't have the habit of believing a stranger in a few words. You will be interested. Remember, my name is Jisan Suehua, and I am a close partner of your mentor. I value credibility and unity the most, and I look forward to working with you. Jisan shouted from a distance. Ivan waved his hand habitually, and drove the blood-colored dove away at an accelerated speed. He wrote down the name and prepared to go back and ask Randall. Very polite, worthy of the person I want to win over. Kisan smiled. He was more convinced that this person could be won over. Talented people should not stay in such a decadent academy, and it is the right way to come out and do something big. Chapter 178. Twin Towers. Ivan's meditation room and study. The trivial matters have been dealt with, and it's time to plan the way forward. When he was still on Tidal Island, he had passed the period of mental fatigue, which was almost a month ago. Next, he should consider how to further improve his strength. For wizards, the purpose of cultivation is to improve mental strength from beginning to end, and mental strength represents the level of strength. The overall cultivation of a first-level wizard can be divided into 4 stages: the initial stage, the gasification stage, the elemental stage, and the second-level promotion stage. No matter which stage you are in, you need corresponding cultivation resources. His current mental power is 25.8 scales, which is at the initial stage. The first step of cultivation is to increase the mental power to about 30 scales, and then use the gasification auxiliary potion to make the invisible mental power begin to gasify and turn into gaseous mental power. The wizard's cultivation is really amazing. I remember when I was promoted to a wizard before, under the boundless pressure, the mental power that constructed the spell model had been gasified, liquefied, crystallized, and finally turned into a crystallized spell model. However, it was in a special state at that time. What changed was only the mental power that constituted the spell model. The mental power I possessed was essentially not vaporized, and was still in an invisible state. I guess the predecessors of the wizards got inspiration during the promotion process, and improved their mental power step by step. The first level made the mental power fully vaporized, the second level fully liquefied, and the third level fully crystallized, forming a step-by-step cultivation path. After carefully pondering the cultivation process, he couldn't help but admire the person who found the way of wizards, who could find the cultivation method from the first level to the third level from the wizard promotion. This is worth remembering for future generations. His thoughts returned to his own training plan. The first level wizard training is the same as the apprentice period, and still needs mental potions or other means to stimulate mental power. Potions are undoubtedly the most commonly used among them. He counted the chips in his hand. There are 2 related to it: medium magic stone water and black magic wind array. Superior magic stones are much rarer than medium magic stones. Maybe you can try to collect them, and then try to deduce the first level superior magic stone water. The black magic wind array needs to be further improved. There is no way to use it to improve mental power for the time being. Other mental potions are fine. Ivan was not obsessed with whether it was something he had researched or derived. If he could buy or exchange it from other places, he didn't mind at all. However, as a pharmacist, he preferred to get the mental potion formula, so that he could refine enough potions and get a significant improvement at one time. Thinking of the Academy's control over mental potions, he couldn't help but worry a little. In the Moonclamp Peninsula, the raw materials for refining first-level mental potions have always been scarce, and most of them are concentrated in the Wizard Academy. This area seems to be getting more and more uneasy. Regarding the strange wizard he met before, he returned to the Academy and asked Randall, and then he found out that the mentor he mentioned was Toynes, and the man named Kisan Soiwa was the one who supported Toynes before. Recalling what the other party said, that person should know Toynes' intentions, and also know that Toynes did not succeed. Fortunately, that person did not intend to avenge Toynes, but instead tried to win him over. I don't know what organization it is, but it's quite arrogant. Ivan heard from Randall, who had never seen the wizard. The wizard was openly active near the Academy, which showed that the area was unstable. In fact, when he was an apprentice, there were signs of chaos, whether it was the increase in the death rate of apprentices or the changes in the Flash Vortex secret realm. So far, the chaos has not affected the fundamental interests of the Academy, and the Academy has not made a big move. But he could vaguely feel that an undercurrent was surging in the Moonclamp Peninsula. 3 days later, Ivan came to another wizard's residence in the living area. This was also a new residence, a 3-story tower-shaped building. The owner of the tower was the newly promoted Wizard Walban. Wizard Walban, congratulations. But I can't compare to your speed. I heard that you went to Tidal Island. Have you just returned to the Academy? Yes, I've been back for a few days. Ivan followed him into the hall, and found that there were other wizards there, a female wizard with outstanding appearance. He thought of the information of the wizard in the Mona Ant Land hut, and a name emerged. The other party should be Walban's mentor. Let me introduce you. This is my mentor, Wizard Andaya. This is Wizard Ivan. Walban introduced the two to each other. Ivan knew that this should be the one who targeted him, but he was persuaded by Walban later. There was no loss at the beginning, so he naturally had no hatred for Andaya. Hello, Deacon Andaya. Wizard Ivan, your appearance proves how poor my vision is. Andaya's cold voice sounded. Ivan glanced at Walban, not knowing what his mentor meant. Walban smiled bitterly. His mentor's character was always like this. The mentor once wanted to help you, but before he could, you became a formal wizard first. I see. Ivan suddenly realized and complained to him. Walban, you are so mean. You have such a good thing, but you are hiding it. If I had known this, I would have come here as soon as possible. This is not a lie. The more methods to increase the success rate of promotion, the better. He will definitely not think it is too much. You are too quick, Walban said. Deacon Andaya, no matter what, I still have to thank you for your kindness. Hearing his ambiguous words, Ivan decisively changed the subject and thanked Andaya on the side. No need, I originally wanted you to experience more twists and turns, and after you were rejected by one person after another, I would negotiate with you. It would be taking advantage of someone's misfortune, and I don't deserve your thanks. Ivan wanted to say something, but Andaya asked, Wizard Ivan, can I ask you a question? Please speak. What do you think of the Mona Ant Farm hut? Not bad. Ivan looked at her in confusion. Andaya asked again, more specifically, what do you think of the 100-year contract and the resources for improving strength? Ivan thought for a moment and said, as long as you complete the task step by step, you can gain resources for improving strength. I think it can be called fair. Fair? What a fair one, haha. Hearing his answer, Andaya smiled coldly, with sarcasm in her eyes. Ivan was not happy, and his face darkened. Walban quickly spoke to ease the atmosphere. Ivan, calm down, the mentor has always been like this, and it's not against you. Ivan asked back, Deacon Andaya, I wonder what you think. Andaya pointed out bluntly, I have to say that your ideas are too superficial and naive, Wizard Ivan. Walban then tried to smooth things over. Calm down, calm down. Chapter 179. What's the reason? Ivan stared at her closely. A deacon of a hunting team couldn't just talk nonsense. The other party must have his own intentions. He wanted to hear what Andaya wanted to say. Andaya's expression did not change. She was still a cold and pretty face. She said leisurely, Do you know what the resources of the Academy mainly include? Including secret realms, magic stone mines, and territories. This is the abandoned Moon Clamp Peninsula. The magic stone mines have long been exhausted. If the territory is rich in resources, the predecessors of the wizards would not have to use their blood and lives to open up a second line of residence. Only the Purple Dew Garden secret realm now maintains a stable output, but it is far from enough to support so many wizards' practice. Hearing Andaya's words, Ivan frowned. He knew that the resources of the Moon Clamp Peninsula were in a state of scarcity. From what he heard, it seemed that the resources were even scarcer than he expected. This was not a good thing. After all, his main range of activities for the next 100 years would be the Moon Clamp Peninsula. Now someone told him that this was an extremely barren land. Without waiting for him to say anything, Andaya continued, In fact, the resources we need mainly rely on trade, and trade with the forces of the second-line wizard residents, the China continent. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the ones who are directly trading with that place are not the Academy itself, nor the wizards who belong to the Academy, but some outsiders who have nothing to do with us. In other words, our lifeblood has always been controlled by outsiders. Outsiders? Ivan's heart trembled, and he couldn't help but look at Walban. Walban nodded heavily at him, indicating that he affirmed the mentor's statement. Andaya immediately explained the meaning of outsiders. It's hard to understand. It doesn't matter, I will slowly tell you the true face of the Academy. I'm all ears. Waken, Steele, Lydia, you should have heard of these three wizard families. I heard that you have a good relationship with Lydia's family. Not bad at the moment. That's because you don't see their true colors. Whether it's the power of the vortex, the secret realm of the Purple Dew Garden, or other important resources, they are mainly controlled by the people of the three major families, and the resource trading channels are the same. Deacon Andaya, aren't they also from the Academy? Andaya said, Not all of them. The three major families actually have other places of residence. Some of them have joined the Mona Ant Land Hut, and some have always lived in their own family residences. They have nothing to do with our Academy. They are outside the contract of the Academy, which is what I call outsiders. Ivan understood a little. The objects of the Academy's transactions are those outsiders. Those outsiders use the resources of the Academy to trade with the forces of the second-tier continent, right? This is equivalent to transferring money from the left hand to the right hand. It is conceivable who will get the biggest share of the benefits in the end. Anyway, they have the final say on both sides. If they are willing to give you a little through the gap between their fingers, they will give you a little. As for whether you are grateful or not, they probably don't care. Andaya nodded. Yes, This is also the fundamental reason why the Academy forced us to sign the 100-year contract when resources are so scarce and there are no obvious external enemies. The three major families kept us in the Yuequan Peninsula in this way, forcing us to continue to create benefits for them and strengthen their family power. Hearing this, Ivan was silent. This master and apprentice should not lie to him. At most they exaggerated the facts a little. This kind of thing can be found out, and it is estimated that many wizards know it. Unexpectedly, after becoming a formal wizard, he also became a worker, and a worker who signed a 100-year contract. The 100-year contract has clear requirements for tasks, and at least one specified task must be completed in a year. If the task reward is lower than expected, one task a year is definitely not enough in the case of lack of resources. Thinking that the value he created by completing the task with great effort must be exploited by the three major families, and the remaining petty profits are his, this sense of gap made him not know what to say for a while. After a pause, Andaya said another piece of news. In the past few hundred years, the dean and vice dean of the Mona Antland Hut have always come from their three major families. And more. Andaya knew much more than Ivan, trying to make him fully understand his fate of being exploited in the future. It's not like Ivan hasn't been exploited before, so he quickly adjusted his mindset. Deacon Andaya, thank you for telling me this. What do you need me to do? Andaya said, it's very simple. Stand on the same side with us, and when necessary, we will take back the benefits that should belong to us. In fact, I also said this to your mentor Randall, but unfortunately he seems to prefer studying insects. I see. I will think about it carefully. I need to wait for the opportunity, right? Remember to keep it secret. After leaving Wobben's residence, Ivan looked up at the gap in the middle of the top of the Ant-Man barrier. After a closer look, it was really a big and annoying loophole. He was not in a hurry to verify anything. Wizards have more time, and have time to look slowly. There is no need to rush. In a human settlement far outside the Moon Clamp Peninsula, there is a small or medium-sized city. The city is built against the mountain, and is located at the foot of the mountain. There are wizard towers on the mountain. Some of these wizard towers are 3-story, some are 4-story, and some are 5-story. The 5-story wizard tower is the most eye-catching, with a special elemental halo. In one of the many wizard towers, someone is at the critical moment of being promoted to a wizard. In the center of the secret room, a young apprentice sits next to a stone platform with dense patterns carved on it, and these patterns have been lit up. If Ivan is here, he must look very familiar. Isn't the black magic wind array carved by him on the stone platform? He took out 2 to trade with Madeline Wizard of Lydia's family. It was originally intended for Cam and Heidi, but it was used on an unknown young man. A few hours later, the young man walked out of the secret room. Haha, Aaron, congratulations on becoming a formal wizard. Our clan has gained another backbone elite. There was an elder guarding the secret room. Seeing him come out, the elder's face was full of smiles. Elder, the family has provided me with so many resources. Aaron finally lived up to expectations. The young man said modestly, but there was a smile in the corner of his eyes that he couldn't hide. From apprentice to wizard, he finally crossed this important step. The family can only give you a push. It mainly depends on your own efforts. As a wizard, you can't be too modest. The elder is right. Forget it. Let me ask you, what do you think of the new method I gave you, which is the rune array? The elder wanted to say a few more words, but suddenly thought of something and asked. The effect is good. This rune array is very special. I feel that the enchanter has kept a trick. If he didn't keep a trick, the effect would be even better. Aaron is also an enchanter, and he praised the array he just used. That's good. The elder nodded slightly. Elder, where did this come from? Don't worry about it. Seeing that the elder was unwilling to say, Aaron didn't ask any more questions. After saying goodbye to the elder, he walked out of the tower where the secret room was. Chapter 180. That day, Ivan went to the 3-story round tower, and just returned to his twin towers. He just talked to his mentor about the Academy's problems, and Randall really knew a lot about it. But like most wizards, he felt that the 3 major families were powerful, and he didn't think the hunting team had the ability to fight against them. He didn't want the Academy to have major changes because of this, so he chose not to get involved. At the moment, Ivan's thoughts must be the same as his mentor's. He didn't want to get involved too much. He wanted to step up his strength. It was useless to say anything without strength. What's wrong? You look absent-minded. Are you thinking about going back to Tidal Island? He came to the living room and saw Jusidi in a daze. No, wherever you are, that's my home. I don't miss Tidal Island. Jusidi shook her head and said playfully. Hee hee, when you become a formal wizard, you will have a chance to go back. Ivan smiled. He didn't believe it. Giuseppe probably missed Lady Selena. I am a second-class talent. Do I really have a chance to become a formal wizard? Gioshar's heart moved, and then she felt a little depressed. She had been in the academy for some time and met Gina. Gina told her a lot of things. Among them, there were many examples of apprentices failing to be promoted to formal wizards, and there was even a fifth-level talent. I am here, it will happen, Ivan said firmly. This was not just a word to comfort Gioshar. He always felt that the Black Magic Wind formation had great potential for development. After researching to a certain extent, it should give Gioshar a chance to become a first-level wizard. However, Giuseppe's upper limit is probably only a first-level wizard. You need to work harder yourself. Is it really okay to practice the meditation method, Ode to Spring Dew? Should I wait a little longer until I actually join the Mona Ant Farm? I don't want to become weird because of the increase in the power of the curse. Giuseppe believed what he said, but she still had concerns in her heart. Even the master copy of the meditation method is in my hands. What do you have to worry about? I think you just don't want to make progress. You should learn this from Gina. At least she is not as lazy as you. Ivan looked at her with amusement. When it comes to cultivation, Giuseppe is really too unmotivated, far worse than when she was refining potions. Not really. Giuseppe was unwilling to admit it, and then asked curiously, how did you get the Meditation Mother book? I found it from Toynes. Ivan did not hide it, and recounted the story of Toynes surviving by pretending to be a magic pet, and talked about how he found the Ode to Spring and Summer. Giuseppe was not calm when she heard that a large amount of curse power would appear every 5 years, and her face suddenly turned bitter. She had never heard him mention this before. How long will it take? If that's true, there are less than 2.5 years left, so you have to work hard and strengthen yourself step by step, otherwise you might become a strange person. Okay. Giuseppe nodded heavily, and then said solemnly, Ivan, can I ask you for a favor? Go ahead. Ivan looked at her in surprise. It was rare to see her so serious. If I become an ugly monster, remember to help me get rid of it. I must not become like that. Giuseppe said anxiously and seriously. Okay. Seeing her expression like this, Ivan nodded slightly and added, I'm here, I won't let you become like that. To be honest, this is not in line with the thinking of a wizard. As a person who is on the path of a wizard, he should not be afraid of any power, even if it is a curse. He should control it through research instead of giving up on himself. With the meditation method of Song of Spring and Summer, through deeper exploration, he has the confidence to deal with possible situations. I know, just in case. Let's not talk about that. Take her to see something. Then, Ivan took Giuseppe to the protection room. The protection room was simply furnished, with only a formation platform, like a big stone pillar, and a metal pillar standing in the middle of the formation platform. Both the formation platform and the pillar were engraved with a large number of runes, which could make people dazzled. Like the Blue Sea Wind formation on the Flying Ant, the rune witch formation here has been encrypted many times, and you can't even think of comprehending a little bit from it. What are you doing here? Summon 2 shadow ant servants. Ivan placed the materials he had just obtained around the array. The most conspicuous one was a black thing that looked like an animal egg. This thing cost him 180 credits, plus the other nearly 200 credits. A pair was 400 credits. The things used by wizards were ridiculously expensive. He motioned Giuseppe to step back a little, then added some magic stones and elemental stones as energy to activate the array. The rune lines became vivid and flowing one after another. Gurgle, gurgle. The next second, a trace of special energy was drawn down along the metal pillar, mixed with other energies, and merged into the black beast egg. The beast egg trembled a few times and expanded like a bubble. In the blink of an eye, it exceeded 1 meter in diameter, like a dark ball of light. Where did this special energy come from? It actually has a strong insect smell, which is much heavier and more ancient than the smell of the Swift with Silkworm clan. Yes, the Academy barrier was originally transformed from the nest of the Sheedy Ant-Man. Before that, the Ant-Man clan had lived there for an unknown period of time. The protective barrier built by the Ant-Man naturally has the smell of insects. It seems that the Sheedy Ant-Man has some ancient insect bloodline. Could the meditation method Black Beard music be left behind by the Sheedy Ant-Man? Ivan thought of many things at once. It seems that the Mona Ant hut itself is a subject worth studying, but it's a pity that it's not his turn to study it. Soon, the rune lines dimmed. The light ball broke, and 2 petite creatures jumped out of it. They had small insect antennae on their heads, and their entire bodies looked like solidified black ink. They were about 1.5 meters tall, and there was no difference between male and female. They are shadow ant servants, a kind of elemental creatures born with a certain degree of intelligence. As they are the exclusive servants designated by the Academy, they can walk around the Academy easily. Hello, Master. Well, from now on, you are Sang-E and you are Sang-Er. Ivan stretched out his finger and tapped the forehead of one of the shadow ant servants, leaving his mark and transmitting some simple information to it to let it know the situation of the Twin Towers. Then came another shadow ant servant. Hello, Wizard Ivan and Lady Jacidi. After the shadow ant servant understood the information in his mind, he greeted them again honestly. If you need anything in the future, just tell them. Okay. Ivan tested it a little bit. The materials for shaping the shadow ant servants are a bit expensive, but it is really worth it. They can do any trivial things, the consumption is low, and they don't need wages. According to the regulations of the Academy, he can summon a team, that is, 10 shadow ant servants, but he needs to wait until he has enough credits. A new day. Ivan followed another shadow ant servant to the Vice President's office. Hello, Wizard Ivan, Vice President Lydia is waiting for you inside. I see. He gestured to the young maid outside, knocked on the door of the office, and after hearing the voice inside, he pushed the door open and walked in. In addition to Vice President Lydia, there were 2 wizards in the office, both of whom were senior members of the Academy. The middle-aged man on the left was another Vice President, Victor Steele, and the middle-aged woman on the right was the head deacon of the cultivation group, Ave Vagin. After Ivan recognized the other 2, he felt heavy-hearted. He was afraid that they were not friendly. In any case, he greeted the 3 of them first. Sorry, Wizard Ivan, I forgot to tell you that there are 2 more wizards. Doris waved her hand, and the office door slowly closed. Vice Dean Lydia, am I here at the wrong time? Ivan's mind flashed with thoughts, constantly thinking about what they might want him to do, and in an instant, he had a vague guess. No, we are here to wait for you, Wizard Ivan. Wizard said. That's right. Victor agreed. That really makes me, a new wizard, flattered. Thinking of some of the Academy's regulations, and the basic principles followed by wizards, Ivan felt more confident. I wonder what the 3 leaders want to talk to me about. Please tell me clearly. Victor glanced at the other 2 and asked slowly. I heard that you once comprehended a special rune magic array in the Kanda magic stone mine. Is that true or not? As he thought, Ivan answered calmly, not entirely. I only roughly understood something when I was in the Kanda magic stone mine. I returned to the Academy and borrowed the original stone array disc related to it to gradually improve it. I named it the Black Magic Wind Array. The Black Magic Wind Array has only reached the level of a rune beam array, and it is still a long way from a witch array. I didn't expect that Vice Dean Steele also knew about it. It seems that my awareness of confidentiality needs to be strengthened. I should learn more from the 3 wizards. Hearing this, Doris' eyes flickered. She knew that this was probably a hint that her family had not kept it secret, so she just pretended not to hear the meaning. Victor continued, It is the Black Magic Wind Array. It is a great achievement. You should know its effect clearly. It is no exaggeration to say that it can play a significant role in the expansion of our Mona Ant Land hut. The other 2 nodded in agreement and looked at Ivan with appreciation. Ivan said, It is my honor. If the college needs it, I am willing to make it. I am also a young general under Vice Dean Lydia. It is my duty to make enchanted objects for the college. Doris smiled and said, That's right. It is the duty of our enchantment team to make enchanted items for the Academy. Victor said again, Wizard Ivan, I'm just going to say it bluntly. I wonder if you are willing to hand over the production drawings to the Academy and contribute to the Academy. I know you have the nerve to say it bluntly. Ivan was complaining in his heart. He showed that he was only willing to make magic circles for the Academy. Even if it was for exchange, please show some sincerity. Devotion? Do wizards need this kind of thing? It seems that these 3 families are used to being domineering and have thrown aside the basic principles followed by wizards. Chapter 181. Andia said that the 3 major families use the continuous exploitation of the wizards in the Academy to expand their own families. Randall said that the 3 major families always work together. At this moment, Ivan experienced it firsthand. Don't we wizards believe in equal exchange and contracts? Could it be that I just became an official wizard not long ago and remembered it wrongly? Victor emphasized, The Academy needs the Black Magic Wind Array. Ivan said calmly, I can make it for the Academy. Victor had an aggressive aura, as if he was going to use his power to overwhelm others. Can't you contribute to the growth of the Mona Ant Farm hut? Your meditation, spells, and knowledge all come from the academy. Ivan did not give in. Of course I can, but I need enough mental potions, gasification auxiliary potions, and elemental resources. I am willing to contribute to the academy. I believe the academy should also be willing to see my growth, the two vice presidents, and Deacon Waken. Any knowledge he got from the academy was paid for by a corresponding price, and was bound by a contract. Nothing could be taught to others privately. The 100-year contract alone was enough to show everything. When it came to him, he wanted to take it for free. To be honest, if he didn't know that the three major families occupied most of the interests of the academy, he might have considered it. The three people in front of him said something high-sounding, but they were actually seeking the interests of his own family. It was wishful thinking for him to agree. This kind of thing will happen once and for all, and he doesn't care about whether he will offend the three major families. Time passed by, and the office fell into a strange silence. Only Victor's momentum permeated the surroundings, but it did not affect others. Ivan seemed not to notice it either. Anyway, he would not hand it over for nothing. You are right. We wizards believe in equal exchange. We cannot deprive the value of knowledge without reason. Thank you, Deacon Waken, for understanding. Wizard Ivan, please go back first. We will inform you after we discuss the matter of the black magic wind formation with other deacons. Then I take my leave first, Vice Dean Lydia. After hearing what Doris said, Ivan gestured and left the office without looking back. The remaining three people looked unhappy. They didn't expect that even though the three senior executives showed up, the other party didn't show any signs of loosening. Alfu said, I said before, it's just a little resource. It's not that we can't give it. If he wants it, just give it to him. There's no need to be so mean. Victor said coldly, who would have thought that he, a new wizard, would be so ignorant, just like some born rebels. I wanted to take advantage of the fact that the other party didn't know me well enough to make some plans, but I didn't expect to meet such a person who didn't give me face. Ofu shook her head. No matter who he is, as long as his contract is not terminated, we will use him. The more talented he is, the greater the value he brings to us. Of course, they can sense the dissatisfaction of the academy. They are all wizards. To be fair, if they were in their place, they would also feel resentful. But what can we do about it? The general trend is there, and the value that should be created for them has been created all the time. As long as they don't blatantly oppose them, they will never show mercy to those who dare to cross the line. Doris agreed. This wizard Ivan is indeed very talented in enchantment. He may bring us more things in the future. Keeping him will do more good than harm. Ofu said, arrange him to keep making the black magic wind beam array. As long as we give us enough time, it shouldn't be difficult to figure out the production method. I agree. Let's spare him this time. At the suggestion of the cultivation group's chief Deacon Waken, the three reached a consensus. For the sake of interests, even Victor, who was angry, said nothing. Time flies, and more than 2 years have passed in the blink of an eye. In the Twin Towers, Ivan came back to his senses from meditation and stretched lazily. This life is so leisurely. No wonder Geosher likes to be a salted fish so much. Remembering that after the conflict with the three senior executives of the academy, he was actually a little worried that the other party would trip him up. Fortunately, the senior executives conveyed a new order the next day, asking him to make an unlimited number of black magic wind beams for the academy. Vice Dean Doris made an additional request that he could not sell the array platform outside the academy without authorization, whether indirectly or directly. After careful consideration, Ivan agreed to this somewhat rude request. It was better than asking him to give up the array map. At most, he would sign a contract for his own use when trading with people in the academy. From then on, he had only one task in the academy, which was to continuously make black magic wind arrays, and hand them over to the academy in exchange for resources. Strength, 9.5, Agility, 10.3, Constitution, 9.7, Spirit, 31.4. After more than 2 years of accumulation, his strength has improved a lot. Not long ago, he took a gasification auxiliary potion, which broke the critical point of his mental power and began to transform from invisible power into transparent gas. At present, all the mental power has been gasified, and he has entered the second stage of the first-level wizard training, the gasification stage. In terms of fighting spirit, he has reached the peak of the Great Knight, and there is only one threshold left to the legendary Knight, which is to feel the breath of the earth. However, he has no clue yet. It is worth mentioning that on the academic panel, night breathing has become a level 7 subject, and as expected, he has gained a small wisdom light and a level 7 great wisdom light. Level 7 subjects require 3,000 experience points to advance, which is 1,000 more than level 6. In addition, runes has become a level 6 subject, and the experience points of other subjects have also increased significantly. All okay. Ivan's eyes flashed, and the panel disappeared. Thinking of something, he took out a scroll from his pocket, unsealed the seal rune on it, and a piece of green deer antler emerged. Calculating the time that has passed, it has come to the 3-year period that Toyn said. If what he said is true, I think the power of the demon curse will surge in the next few days. For some reason, he had a very strong ominous premonition today, which made it difficult for him to calm down. Will it come? Ivan didn't know, but he was ready to deal with it. It was night. Ivan, who was lying on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes. He rolled up the sleeves of his wizard robe and revealed the pattern of the demon curse on his arm. It's not an illusion. There is really an inexplicable movement brewing. Hey, it seems that Toyns is telling the truth. He carefully sensed the curse mark and tried to find the reason for the movement from the surroundings, but he didn't find any traces. It can only mean one thing: the way of movement is beyond his cognitive limit. What's wrong? After being awakened by him, Jiosher looked at him in confusion. During the last enrollment, Jiosher really joined the Mona Ant-Land hut. According to her wishes, she became Randall's disciple. Now the two of them have become fellow apprentices. After this period of training, she has become a third-class apprentice. The speed is not very fast, but for a second-class talent, it is actually very good. Remember what I told you? The curse power is coming, Ivan said in a deep voice. Ah! Jusidi's face changed drastically, and a trace of fear flashed in her eyes. Ivan, then you have to remember what you promised me. I said, everything will be fine as long as I am here, Ivan said in an unquestionable tone. Hearing his domineering words, Jusidi felt much more at ease. Afterwards, the two came to the Silkworm room, where the Swiftwood Silkworm was located. Now the number of the Swiftwood Silkworm clan has more than doubled. Not long after, the curse mark on the arm began to heat up, and an inexplicable power emerged from the void and accurately invested in the curse mark. Oh, Wizard Ivan, it's getting hot. The Wind Moth sounded a little surprised. It was the only one in the Swiftwood Silkworm clan that had the curse of demon resentment. It was transferred to deal with Toyns. According to the theory of secondary curse seals, the curse seal on it should be one level lower than the two. As for the other Swiftwood Silkworms, they all merged the curse power through the Jiangxiao water, and the seal was not enough to form. Keep quiet, tell me when your body can't bear it, and you too, Jushidi. Ivan still didn't notice any traces. This power came in a very strange way. According to his feeling, the power was still mild at present. After comparison, the curse power received by the Wind Moth was indeed much less. As time passed by, the transmission speed of the curse power began to increase, which made the two people and the insect look more solemn. Jussi's face changed constantly, and when she was about to say something, a chain fell next to the curse mark on her arm. This was the summer god chain that Ivan cast. Suddenly, Jussi's pressure was greatly reduced, and she couldn't help but look at Ivan worriedly. Ivan didn't feel anything. The original energy in his curse seal had been emptied, and the newly added energy was still some distance away from the carrying limit. After a while, the transmission of the curse power began to weaken. Okay, Jusidi exclaimed, but saw that the person next to her had a somewhat ugly face. Ivan suddenly had a trance in front of him, and vaguely saw a rough old man with green antlers on his head. The old man sat on the ground carelessly and looked at him with appreciation. Not bad, not bad. I will definitely reward you well next time. Chapter 182. Ivan, are you okay? The strange scene in front of him was gone in a blink of an eye, as if it had never appeared before. When Ivan came to his senses, he saw Jusidi looking at him with concern. It's okay, I just thought of a question. Ivan knew that what he saw and heard just now was not an illusion, but the person who passed the curse power to them. No wonder Toyn said it was a powerful creature from another world. It was able to bring him great pressure at an unknown distance, and with such a strange method, it must be a higher creature beyond imagination. It seems that I have been targeted by that creature. The next 5 years will probably not be so easy to get through, but there is no need to tell Jushidi about this, so as not to scare her. That's good. I don't want the curse power in my body to affect you. Seeing that his expression has returned to normal, Jushidi breathed a sigh of relief. Can you refine Jiangxiao water skillfully? Ivan asked. No problem. You can handle the remaining curse power yourself. As a disciple of Randall, Jushidi also learned the Blackbeard crown. Ivan was not stingy, and gave her a Swiftwood Silkworm mother, and taught her the insect breathing method. As for whether it can grow and develop, It depends on how Jusidi cultivates it in the future. Ivan will not interfere too much in this regard. Ivan has cultivated more than 1,200 swiftwood silkworms, and there are 5 silkworm mothers. The silkworm queen will split a silkworm mother every 6 months. The silkworm mother, like the silkworm queen, has the ability to split young silkworms, but the potential of the split young silkworms is relatively weak. A few days later, Perny came to Fengwan City and made an appointment with Ivan. Ivan did not hide it from Jusidi. Whether it is Tidal Island or Moon Clam Peninsula, it is normal for capable men to have several lovers. I am the Lady of Malakaden. After hearing his words, Jusitai's first reaction was to emphasize her identity as the legitimate wife. Perny is not planning to follow me, Ivan explained. Ivan, I don't care how many women you find, whether she is the Earl's niece, the princess of a kingdom, or any other identity, I have only one request, your wife can only be me. Jusidi emphasized again. Okay. Ivan agreed. Without much explanation, in fact, he focused more on strength, and as for the others, they could only be regarded as a tonic during the practice, even for Jusitai. Soon, Ivan met Perny in Wind Bay City. Perny came to ask for help. When she left last time, Ivan told her that if she couldn't handle the curse power, she could come to him, so Perny hurried over. Ivan had no trouble dealing with the extremely difficult problem that Perny thought was difficult. He transferred all of it to himself, and in the end, it would fall into the Swiftwood Silkworm tribe and become their food for growth. You really don't want to go to the Mona Ant farm with me? No, I won't look at other people's faces. Giusti won't mind. I do mind, and I be promoted to a wizard soon. Otherwise, why would I be so anxious to clear away these cursed powers that are in the way? Perny came and went in a hurry, staying in Wind Bay City for only 3 days, and rejected Ivan's request for help, only asking about some precautions for promotion. Unlike Justy, Perny is an ambitious woman, and she doesn't want to become his vassal like Justy, which Ivan can fully understand. After bidding farewell to Perny, Ivan did not stay in Wind Bay City for long and returned directly to the Twin Towers. Ivan, you're back. Jusidi came up to him and kept looking behind him. She's gone. Really, that's a pity. I bought a lot of things to entertain her. Ivan wisely did not point out such insincere words, and turned to go to the enchantment room of another tower. After Ivan left for a while, Fong Moth came to Jusidi stealthily. Madam Jusidi, do you still want to give that person a warning? Forget it, I am a generous person. Since she doesn't dare to come to see me, I don't bother with her. Jusidi waved her hand, and went to the alchemy room, singing a cheerful little song. Leaving behind Fongemo, who was a little confused, he didn't know who it was. He had vowed to suppress the other party's arrogance before, so that no one would not take his legitimate wife seriously. The Twin Towers, since Jusidi moved in, all the space that can be divided in the tower has been divided, and a part of it has become Jusidi's exclusive room. In the enchantment room, there were more than a dozen black magic wine beam array platforms on one side of the room, stacked together casually. Most of these array platforms were to be handed over to the Academy, and a small number were customized by people in the Academy and him. It must be said that the Academy was like a sieve in some aspects. The news about the black magic wind beam array that could increase the success rate of promotion soon spread to other people, and some people came to the door. There were also people who saw business opportunities, but unfortunately this road was blocked by the people of the 3 major families, which made people sigh. According to the current situation, this deal is not expected to last long. Ivan knew what Doris and the others were thinking. They were all trying to break the black magic wind formation through the formation platform. He did not expect to be able to exchange resources through the black magic wind formation all the time. In just a moment, another black magic wind formation platform was formed under his talisman pin. The speed was so fast that if others saw it, they would be surprised. He waved his palm lightly, and the formation platform fell lightly on the pile. The second one. The third one. The fourth one. All the platforms needed for this transaction were completed. After meditating for a while, Ivan reshaped a larger and more solid stone platform on the ground. The area of the stone platform was more than 3 times that of the previous one. The quality was not comparable to the stacked ones on one side. When he picked up the rune pen again, the expression on his face became cautious. Under his pen strokes, like flowing water, lines representing the meaning of the runes emerged one after another. After half a day, a new rune array was formed. This was a complete rune witch array, which was composed of 12 three-dimensional rune bundles. Wind is coming. Accompanying his voice, the black wind on the rune magic array turned into a black whirlwind in a short while, which slowly rotated in a small space without affecting the surroundings. Fire is coming. In a moment, the wind stopped and the fire started. The black flame burned fiercely, covering the entire rune magic array. This was undoubtedly a black flame that made the formal wizards feel palpitations. After the black flame appeared, the stone platform carrying the rune magic array kept making subtle sounds. Seeing that the sound was getting stronger and stronger, it was already accompanied by broken noises. Ivan waved his hand vigorously, and the rune magic array stopped running. After the flames went out, the stone platform became noticeably smoother, and the lines carved out also faded. In Ivan's perception, the stone platform actually had a slight deformation, and the interior was also damaged, which showed that the raw materials for constructing the rune magic array could not meet the requirements. The materials for making high-level magic items are too rare. This is not conducive to continuing to study the black magic wind and fire array. Maybe we can find a suitable environment to set it up. In the past 2.5 years, he has not spent much time on making the black magic wind beam array for the Academy, and the rest of the time is naturally spent on his own research. Through in-depth research, he has deduced the black magic wind beam array into a complete rune magic array, and developed the black magic fire array, and then further deduced it into the black magic wind and fire array. This black magic flame is not simple. Not only can it further purify the spiritual energy transformed by the magic stone, its burning ability is also amazing. The role of black wind is to imprison the spirit, and the role of black fire is to burn the spirit. For wizards, who mainly rely on spiritual power, black magic fire is definitely a kind of flame that makes people afraid. That is to say, Ivan has not used it yet. Once it is used, it will surely spread its fame. It is not easy to find a suitable environment, unless there is a place like the Kanda Magic Stone Mine. It is not enough to explore this formation. What I want is not only the rotation of wind and fire, but also the combination of wind and fire, using the wind to strengthen the fire. If it can be studied, it will definitely be a new scene. The more Ivan studied the black magic wind formation, the more he felt that this formation had more potential for further exploration, which also increased his desire and ambition to explore. It was this ambition that made him spend a lot of time and energy on the research of the black magic wind array, and also spent a lot of wisdom. Compared with the harvest, these consumptions are certainly worth it. Wizard Ivan, clean up this abandoned array platform. Ivan called a few shadow and servants, and asked them to clean up the waste materials in the enchantment room. After they cleaned the ground, Ivan asked the shadow and servants to carry the black magic wind array platform and follow him to the enchantment workshop. Each wizard can have a team of 10 shadow and servants. After Ivan accumulated enough credits, he summoned them one after another. The shadow and servants are all good at work, which alleviates the problem of insufficient manpower in the Twin Towers. A few minutes later, he brought his shadow and servant to the enchanting workshop, where someone was waiting. Wizard Ivan. Cody came forward. You must have waited a long time. Ivan nodded. Don't say that, I just arrived a while ago. Cody was always cautious in his attitude towards wizards, even those with whom he had a good relationship in the past. The credits are enough, take a look. Of course there is a share for you. Ivan said, and a formation platform floated from the hands of the shadow and servant and landed beside him. Cody glanced at it, and happily paid 400 credits. This was the price Ivan gave the Academy. There was no overcharging or discount. Cody, I wish you all the best. Thank you for your good wishes. I take my leave now. After getting what he wanted, Cody couldn't wait to leave. He was preparing for the wizard promotion, and all he needed was a black magic wind beam array. Ivan only found out not long ago that Cody had tried to reach the wizard bottleneck a long time ago, but failed that time. Now he was promoted for the second time. After spending a long time in the Academy, you will clearly find that wizard promotion is indeed not an easy thing. Even if you prepare well in advance, there are many factors involved in the process. A slight change may lead to promotion failure. What made him feel the most deeply was Kami's promotion failure. His relationship with Kami is not as harmonious as before, mainly affected by the incident of the black magic wind array. There is no right or wrong, just not on the same side. After Kami failed to be promoted, he also stopped showing up like Wayne. Chapter 183. In the enchantment workshop, Ivan handed over the other black magic wind beam arrays to another wizard, who was also from Lydia's family. The previous arrays were all received by this wizard Mo Ling. Wizard Ivan, there is an order from above. From now on, each array will cost 300 credits. Are you going to lower the price again? Why? Hearing her words, Ivan's eyes turned colder. This is something that increases the probability of promotion. When he first approached the rich family where Auric was, the other party showed him a list. If he failed to be promoted, he would have to make medicine and enchant for the rich family for 20 years. This was just one of the requirements. This is enough to show how expensive the resources for promotion are. When he traded with the 3 major families, the highest price was 800 credits for one array, but now it has dropped to 300 credits, which is the price of a 3rd-grade spiritual power potion recipe of average quality. He has never seen such a fierce price cut. The array you made is of average quality, which is not conducive to long-distance transportation. In addition, we have sold a lot of them, and there are not as many people who want to buy them as before, so we can only sell them at a lower price. Moldling explained expressionlessly. Where is the advanced enchantment knowledge I applied for before? It doesn't meet the requirements. Wait until you have been a wizard for 30 years before applying again. Okay, I got it. Tell me that if the price drops again, I think there will be no profit. There is no need for us to continue the transaction. The 2 wizards stared at each other for a while, and Ivan left with anger. Next time, if there is a next time, I won't need you. Moldling didn't take his last warning to heart. After walking a distance from the enchanting workshop, Ivan's face quickly regained its calmness. He was just pretending. He didn't take the 2nd-generation black magic wind beam that seriously. However, advanced enchantment knowledge was indeed what he wanted. It contained the transfer rune he wanted. Unfortunately, the people above had not relented. When they negotiated the terms, they only said some ambiguous words. Facts have proved that the other party never thought of fulfilling those words. With such a bad attitude, it seems that they are about to crack it. After leaving the enchantment workshop, Ivan went to the trading area, exchanged or purchased, and got a lot of raw materials. He needed to prepare some things, and soon, he would go to a special place to participate in an exploration activity related to insect controllers. Half a month passed. Ivan and Randall left the Mona Ant Land hut, and rushed to the plateau west of the Moon Clamp Peninsula. The Moon Clamp Peninsula is vast, and has a varied geographical environment. Looking at the entire peninsula, the terrain rises all the way from east to west. To the east is a low-lying area near the ocean, in the middle is an undulating hilly area, to the west is a plateau area with a higher altitude, and further west is the western barrier of the Moon Clamp Peninsula, Watching Cloud Cliff. The area outside Watching Cloud Cliff does not belong to the Moon Clamp Peninsula. 13 regular wizard academies are distributed on the peninsula, with the Flash Vortex Academy Alliance in the east, the Half Moon Academy Alliance in the middle, and the Highland Academy Alliance on the western plateau, which includes 5 wizard academies. This time, the Master and Apprentice's goal is the High Plateau, which is also the largest area among the 3 areas and has a relatively more chaotic order. The 2 hurried, and it took them 10 days to reach the destination. Let's go to Cloudval City first. Maybe my friends have already arrived. This is a grand gathering for our insect controllers. They can't not show up. Randall took Ivan to a city and prepared to go in to inquire about the news. Cloudval City, affiliated with the Ancient Tree Ridge Academy of the Highland Alliance, is located on the edge of the territory. As far as Ivan knows, the Ancient Tree Ridge Academy is the most mysterious of the 13 academies. Their wizards don't like to walk around outside, which also leads to some wandering wizards liking to come to the territory of the Ancient Tree Ridge. This Falling Cloud City is a little special. There is a strange secret realm nearby. It will automatically open once every 10 years, attracting a large number of insect controllers. Randall said that the royal jelly he gave before was found in the secret realm. Ivan immediately became interested and came to Falling Cloud City together. Look, the cloud fell to the ground. The wind moth and the fragrant butterfly also came. It was the wind moth that was shouting in Ivan's ear. At this time, the wind moth was only 2 fingers long, like a big moth, flying closely beside Ivan, and on the other side was the fragrant butterfly, which was about the same size. The 2 insects were able to shrink in size thanks to the ode to spring and summer. The first level of this meditation method has a spell called blood transformation, which is about body size change. When Ivan was exploring blood transformation, he recorded some research notes on shrinking the body. Xiangjie read it and deduced a spell suitable for himself, and then spent a long time teaching the wind moth. If the 2 insects could not shrink in size, Ivan would definitely not bring them here. It's normal. Clouds often fall to the ground nearby, so it is named Cloudfall. Without waiting for Ivan to say anything, Randall explained. So that's how it is. What's so special about these clouds? Xiangjie also asked. No, they are just ordinary clouds, pulled to the ground by the power bursting out from the earth. You won't be greedy just by looking at them, right? This has no taste. Randall said patiently. Humph, it's not. Xiangye was unhappy when she heard it. Xiangye, you can't be rude to Wizard Randall. Ivan turned around and gave a warning. Who told him to say that Xiangye is greedy? I'm not greedy. Xiangye explained aggrievedly. I just want to study it. Since it's just an ordinary cloud, forget it. Haha, Ivan, don't be too strict with him. Randall smiled and spoke for Xiangye. He loved the two insects that had become intelligent creatures as much as he loved the silkworm queen. Teacher, you will spoil them like this. Ivan looked at him speechlessly. I don't know what magic this mentor has that can always make others forget his wizard majesty. Randall smiled indifferently. By the way, what do you mean by the power that bursts out from the earth? Ivan thought of what he had just said, and his heart was moved. I don't know, but everyone says so. If you are interested, you can ask for it yourself. Randall shook his head. He dared not speak nonsense about things he had not studied, so as not to mislead his disciples. Ivan had to give up after hearing this. The two came to the city of falling clouds, and came to the street where wizards appeared. They found that there were many more wizards than expected. The two looked at each other, and felt that something was wrong. Not only in the Mona Ant Farm, but also in the entire Moon Clamp Peninsula, insect controllers are a niche profession. Because for formal wizards, the combat power brought by insect swarms is always limited. It is better to learn a few more spells than to cultivate a large group of insects. It is impossible for so many insect controller wizards to emerge at once in a short period of time. Chapter 184. Randall has been an insect controller for so long that he naturally has his own information channels. He soon found out the relevant information and brought some not-so-good news. Someone is selling potions disguised as insect scents, allowing non-insect controllers to enter that secret realm. You should know that there are actually many attractive things in that secret realm, and many people have been thinking about it for a long time. Is it true? This is too unethical. Ivan had heard Randall's introduction, and knew that the secret realm was not so easy to enter, especially for non-insect controllers. Now that the special potion has been released, I don't know how many wizards will be attracted. To be able to refine this kind of potion, one must have a deep enough study of insects, and is probably also an insect controller. For the group of insect controllers, it is undoubtedly a disgusting thing to suddenly increase the number of people competing for resources. More people means more fun. Randall smiled nonchalantly. The master and apprentice came to a tavern, where there were already some wizards who came to participate in this event. Many of them knew Randall, and someone took the initiative to greet him as soon as he entered the door. Hey Randall, why haven't you died yet? Shao, I'm 40 years younger than you. If you're not dead, I can't die. I hope you get nothing in this exploration. Thank you, I hope you can hold on for a minute. Not everyone is as enthusiastic as Shao. After greeting each other, Randall found a corner and sat down. After sitting down, Ivan looked around and found that there were many experienced insect controllers. They had more or less insect characteristics. Some had antennae, like shadow ant servants, and some had insect patterns on their faces, looking scary, and so on. It looks like the body has been transformed. In fact, this is an inevitable problem for insect controllers, insectization. Insectization, as the name suggests, is to be assimilated by the breath of insects, causing the body to have insect-like characteristics and even organs. Insectization has both advantages and disadvantages for wizards. Randall, I haven't seen you for many years, and you are still so strong. Randall, you didn't come to see us for so long, you are so heartless. Soon, Randall's friends arrived, a man and a woman, both from the Wandering Wizard organization. The three met during an adventure. They survived a near-death experience by working together, and thus formed a deep friendship. You are here, Brent Jasmine, this is my disciple Ivan. The two sat down at the table familiarly, looking at Ivan brought by Randall. It was not until Randall introduced him that they suddenly realized that this guy finally accepted a capable disciple. So your Blackbeard crown has been confirmed? Jasmine thought of something and couldn't help asking. Yes, Ivan helped me verify this, haha. Randall nodded with a little pride. Well done, I finally solved your problem. Jasmine looked at Ivan with appreciation. Ivan was stunned. The mentor even told the two of them about the idea of the Blackbeard crown. It seemed that they were really close friends. He also vaguely noticed that the witch named Jasmine looked at Randall with a different look, which seemed to contain a hint of admiration. My friend, you are living a good life, and your strength has improved a lot. Randall knew the two very well, and because they were very close, he noticed something unusual about them. We joined an organization, the one that has been very popular recently. Hearing his question, Jasmine lowered her voice and answered without thinking. Jasmine, this is not allowed. Brent hurriedly reminded that they had signed a contract and some things could not be revealed to the outside world, not to mention that Randall's disciples were not their friends. Seeing that the three had other things to say, Ivan suggested to go to Jiangyan City for a walk. As for the organization that the other party mentioned, he also knew something about it. In recent years, there has been a force stirring up trouble in Yuequan Peninsula, and it seems to be trying to win over wizards, especially wizards from the Wandering Wizards organization. Its purpose is unknown. It is unlikely that it is because of the increasingly barren land of Yuequan Peninsula. It is also unknown whether it is the organization that the last time the wizard Kisan belonged to. Outside the tavern. The sky in Jiangyan City is the same as most places on the plateau. There are many white clouds floating in the sky, and occasionally a cloud mixed with other colors will float by. After a while, Ivan retracted his gaze and walked along the street. 4 days later. Not far from Jiangyan City, a cloud with a faint crimson color appeared in the sky. The cloud was extremely large. Like a mountain across the sky, one end of the mountain was pulled down by an unknown force, and it was about to fall to the ground. Ivan had followed the crowd to the outside of Jiangyan City. He felt carefully, and could indeed sense a force bursting out from the earth, constantly pulling the mountain-like cloud. The force looked heavy, but in fact it was illusory, making him feel very unreal. With a slight sound, the Crimson Cloud Ridge landed. The Crimson Cloud Realm is about to open. The Cloud Realm is unpredictable. I don't know what kind of landform it will be this year. I hope there will be nothing messy. Don't be delusional. It's always a mess every year. Looking at the Crimson Cloud Ridge that fell to the ground, the wizards chatted in groups of 3 or 2. The Crimson Cloud Realm is a strange secret realm, which is like a changing cloud. Every time the wizards enter it, the situation they see will be different from the last time. In addition to the wizards, there were also some third-class apprentices present. They were here to try their luck and dared to stand far away. Wizard Ivan, you must be careful later. If you are not strong enough and directly reveal the aura of non-insects, you will be sent out of the secret realm. Remember. Before entering the secret realm, Jasmine reminded him for Randall's sake. In her opinion, the other party was Randall's disciple, and must have become a formal wizard not long ago. His strength was not as good as other senior wizards, so safety should be the top priority. I see. Thank you, Jasmine, for reminding me. Ivan nodded slightly. Randall chuckled at this. He knew that his apprentice was never a simple person. He didn't need to worry about anything. In the end, he might give more than he and others. Accompanied by a sound of insects chirping, as if from ancient time and space, a rotating hole opened at the outer end of the Crimson Cloud Ridge. The hole expanded rapidly. As long as it stabilized, the wizards could enter it. All wizards, you must thank me this time, because the more insect controllers enter the secret realm, the stronger the insect aura gathered, and the more valuable the resources inside. This is the characteristic of the secret realm. Also, let me correct you. It's called the Dead Bug Cloud Realm, not the Crimson Cloud Realm. Do you understand? Someone shouted loudly, attracting most people's attention. A wizard wearing a strange mask, with a gap in the mask, exposing his mouth and eyes, facing so many eyes, he showed a polite but cheerful smile. This masked wizard seemed to know a lot about the Crimson Cloud Realm, and casually said an important piece of news about the secret realm, which made people think deeply. Then I go first. Without waiting for anyone to refute, the masked wizard rushed to the secret realm portal that had been stabilized. Chapter 185. The Cloud Realm is opened, and the others did not have time to think too much, and followed one after another, stepping into the secret realm through the rotating entrance. Ivan was no exception. He stuffed the fragrant butterfly and the wind moth into his pocket, letting the smell of insects permeate his whole body. At this moment, just from the smell, he was a bug. Then, he stepped into the vortex-like entrance without hesitation. After a few seconds of spinning, Ivan found that he had lost his way. There were thin or thick clouds around him. If he carefully sensed the smell around him, he would have a cognition that this secret realm seemed to be composed of insect smells. In fact, this is very likely. According to the insect controller's guess, the Crimson Cloud Realm should be a special secret realm that evolved by chance after thousands of years of the remains of higher-level insect creatures' death. According to their guess, the stronger the insect aura on the body, the closer the connection with the insect swarm, the more likely it is to be sent to a deeper location, and then find more valuable resources. I don't know where I will be sent. At this time, Ivan could no longer see the traces of other people. After the power of the secret realm floated for a while, he finally broke through the clouds and landed on a dark ground. The surroundings seemed to be a world made of stone. The smooth stones were of different sizes and shapes, paved on the endless ground, built into towering pillars, and stacked into low mountains. Dotted with soil and weeds, it was a different kind of scenery. If you look more carefully, you will find another truth. It turns out that the so-called smooth stones in front of you are all insect eggs. There are countless insect eggs as far as the eye can see. This is an area made of insect eggs. Even though Ivan is a formal wizard, he feels like he is going to get goosebumps when he is in such a place. Sure enough, it is different from what Randall said in the past. I don't know whether what the first person who entered the secret realm said is true or not. If it is true, everyone will benefit from it. There are so many insect eggs, the number and types are difficult to estimate. What a pity. He looked around and shook his head slightly. In the past, many wizards brought insect eggs out of the secret realm. After hatching, the insects seemed to be seriously ill and died soon. Without exception. After verifying by various means, the wizards came to a conclusion that the eggs contained a trace of stubborn dead air, which caused the hatched insects to have a very short lifespan. After the conclusion came out, the wizards gradually gave up the idea of taking the eggs out of the cloud realm. Since we are here, we should make the best of it. Ivan identified the front and back directions, and walked deeper into the secret realm. Every step he took was trying to control his strength, so light and careful. The further he walked, the bigger the eggs became, and the more weird their shapes became. However, there was nothing here except insect eggs, mud and weeds, so he was a little disappointed that he didn't find any special resources. Come out, there shouldn't be any danger here. Hearing his voice, the fragrant butterfly and the wind moth could not wait to get out of his pocket, and the queen silkworm also crawled out of the insect nest and climbed onto the back of his hand. Mumble. Mother smelled an alluring scent, and in fact, the fragrant butterfly smelled it too. Yes, it's just ahead, let's go there. After the three insects came out, they all seemed a little restless. There seemed to be something in the deeper part of the secret realm that attracted them, making them want to rush over as soon as possible, fearing that others would get there first. Then go and take a look. Remember, follow my instructions before you act. Whoever messes up will have to guard the twin towers for me next time. Ivan warned, and after getting a positive response from the three insects, he walked forward slowly. The sky was high but dim, and the land was vast, but there were only insect eggs. Walking in such a strange place, it felt like going to worship an evil god. Ivan had to be alert, and be ready to withdraw from the secret realm at any time. However, the fact was just the opposite. Apart from the unusual atmosphere along the way, he did not encounter any dangerous creatures or any wizards until he came to the end of the insect egg field. It seemed that he had reached the end of the secret realm. In the hazy smoke, a dark mountain stood there, blocking the way ahead. He looked closely, and saw that it was a huge insect corpse. Only the part of the insect's head was exposed to his eyes. Because it was covered with hazy smoke, it was not clear. Not far away, there was another wizard standing, who had obviously arrived earlier than him. Oh, there are still people who can walk here, welcome, welcome. The person standing there turned around, and it turned out to be the masked wizard who reminded everyone before. From his previous remarks, it is not difficult to guess that he is the one who sells insect breath potions everywhere. Ivan did not expect to see this person here, thinking that he was sent to an amazing place. The two looked at each other from a distance. Ivan found that although the other party's mask was a bit strange, it was firmly attached to his face, making it impossible to see the part covered by the mask. All you could see was that the other party was very young, a young man. Do you know? This is the core of the dead insect cloud realm. To come here, you need to meet a very important condition. Either you have a treasure related to insects, or you have a strange and wonderful insect contribution. The masked wizard said. What is the insect contribution? Ivan couldn't help asking. You could also understand it as something that can promote the development of insects. It is crucial, and belongs to the new things you have researched. The masked wizard explained and then asked, I am the former, what about you? The wizard from the Mona Ant Farm Hut. I should be the latter. Hearing the words from the other side, Ivan's first thought was the insect breathing method, but the man in front of him was just saying one person's opinion. No one had mentioned it before, and he didn't know whether it was true or false. He had a vague feeling that what this man said was probably not a lie. I see. My name is Solomon. What's your name? The masked wizard nodded, just as he guessed. Evan. Evan did not hide it, just a name. It's you, Evan Marichatin, the wizard who developed the black magic wind formation. Your formation has caused quite a stir in recent years. The masked man's eyes lit up. Evan was a little surprised that the other party knew this. You know, the people of the three major families will not make him famous, so in selling, his name as the maker is naturally hidden. Wizard Ivan, don't just stand there, come here quickly, good stuff is coming. The masked wizard wanted to say something, but he noticed other movements and extended a friendly invitation to him. Ivan glanced at the three impatient bugs and walked forward. In front of him were 5 circular pools surrounded by real stones. The pools were about 2 meters in diameter, and there was nothing inside. There was a small ditch on the upper side of the pool, one end of the ditch connected to the pool, and the other end connected to the giant bug corpse at the end. Chapter 186. Under the gloomy sky, the rain was like silk, with a barely perceptible black glow drifting into the woods below. The trees in the forest were not tall or dense, but the branches and leaves were extremely lush, and the broad green leaves were covered with dark spots, as if they were diseased. Crack. Randall didn't pay attention to his feet when he landed, and only reacted when he heard the crackling sound in the soil. He looked down and saw a thick juice flowing out from his feet. Sin. He recognized it as an unknown insect egg and couldn't help but frown. As an insect lover, he didn't think it was a good sign to crush an insect egg with his first step. Without waiting for his order, a golden beetle came out from the wizard's robe. The environment here made the golden beetle extremely excited. Seeing that Randall didn't take any action, the golden beetle muttered a few words of complaint. If someone could understand this, they would find that the golden beetle mentioned the names of the disciples Ivan, Xiangya, and Fingma, and also mentioned words like shame and no face to see people, venting his dissatisfaction to Randall. You didn't want to come out before, and this is the reason. Randall looked at his golden beetle general with a smile on his face. His insect swarm is not ordinary either, it is called 9 color glass insects. There are 9 colors of insects, with gold, green, red, blue and black as the most important. The most outstanding one is of course, the golden beetle in front of him, which he specially named the golden beetle general. The golden beetle general has a high intelligence, but there is still a gap between becoming a real intelligent creature. As Randall's insect, it thinks it is the elder of the Swift-Wood Silkworm clan, but 2 of its descendants have surpassed it and become intelligent creatures first. For the golden beetle general, this was definitely a very embarrassing thing. So much so that when the fragrance butterfly and the wind moth appeared, it didn't even listen to Randall's call, and just didn't want to show up. Now, seeing that Randall still had the nerve to smile, the golden beetle general looked at him angrily and muttered a few words to his face. You're right, I can't let my disciples outperform them. I'm too ashamed to admit my title as the Academy's #1 insect controller. Randall restrained his smile and said seriously. Sometimes, he couldn't help but sigh at his disciples' good luck. Of course, it wasn't just luck. It was never easy for insects to transform into intelligent creatures. His disciple probably didn't have a deep understanding of this. In any case, Ivan already had 2 intelligent insects under his tutelage, while he, as a mentor, didn't have any. This was an ironclad fact. In other areas, such as enchanting and refining medicine, Randall would only express his appreciation. In terms of raising insects, he was actually a little unconvinced, but he didn't show it in front of his disciples. Seeing that his wizard finally understood his feelings, the golden beetle took the opportunity to tell him his goal this time, which was to become an intelligent creature. Randall nodded, and the man and the insect reached a consensus on the goal, and walked deeper into the secret realm with high morale. In his area, there were trees that looked like they were sick all the way. With his rich experience, it didn't take Randall long to find a nest hidden in the soil. Peeling off the soil outside, a mountain-like ant nest was revealed. The complexity of the ant nest was amazing, but there was no ant in it. The golden beetle will be able to smell the sweet fragrance of ant honey. Randall took the ant honey with a unique fragrance and just covered the soil again. A familiar figure appeared not far away. It turned out to be his good friend Jasmine. Before Randall could answer, the golden beetle spit out a touch of dust-transforming gray light from his mouth, and the gray light quickly submerged Jasmine, who was approaching. Randall did not stop this. After being attacked by the gray light, Jasmine's body became stiff, and her true appearance was revealed. It turned out that she was disguised by a group of densely packed insects. The insects turned into dust under the effect of the gray light, and drifted away with the wind. Randall, I finally caught up with you. After a few seconds, another familiar figure caught up. Hey Jasmine, you have made great progress this time. You can catch up not far behind me. That's it. This is naturally Jasmine herself, not disguised by insects. The two chose to move forward together. Suddenly, some strange changes occurred in the secret realm. Randall and Jasmine looked at each other, and noticed new changes around them. Even the atmosphere became active. The next moment, the soil under their feet began to wriggle. Rustling sounds came from the trees. Cracks appeared on the surface of the rock mountain, and the smoke and clouds in the sky began to unconsciously transform into insect shadows. The two understood that this was affected by some kind of breath, and all the insects would come out. The golden beetle will tell Randall a message. It smelled a more tempting bloody aroma. Deeper in the secret realm, there is something it desperately desires. Let's go! In fact, not only the golden beetle general, but also Randall's other insect generals had the same feeling and gradually became restless. Jasmine is also a senior insect controller, and her insects have the same feeling. The two immediately decided to go to the depths of the secret realm to take a look. In other places, whether in front or behind, all the wizards who raised insects noticed the abnormality at the same time, and some remembered the words of the person when entering the secret realm. The thicker the smell of the gathered insects, the more valuable the resources that appeared. According to the number of people in the past, this time the Crimson Cloud realm reopened. I am afraid that something extraordinary will appear, right in the deepest part of the secret realm. For a time, a large number of wizards did not bother to find other valuable resources, and directly accelerated to the depths of the secret realm. Only the wizards, who took the camouflage potion, were confused. They were already at the front of the secret realm, and had no idea of the changes in the depths of the secret realm. The end of the secret realm. Only Ivan and the masked wizard were there. 5 stone-surrounded pools, each occupied one, and there was a stone pool between the two people. The distance was not close nor far. Under the gaze of the two, a stream of black water appeared in the distance, flowing slowly down the small ditch and flowing into the stone pool. Ivan did not act rashly. He could sense that the black liquid seemed to be the blood of the advanced giant insect at the end. It looked calm and unremarkable, but in fact it contained frightening energy and an unprecedented strong insect smell. Wizard Ivan, I want to take a bath in it. Wind Moth was the first to propose to enter the pool. Me too. If I can integrate the energy inside, I feel that I can undergo a new transformation. Faced with the temptation within reach, Xiangjie no longer held back and followed suit to make a request. My mother said so too. Although the Silkworm Queen could not speak, she expressed the same meaning, even more eagerly than the Wind Moth and the Xiangjie. In fact, the Silkworm Queen had always been somewhat upset that her descendants had become intelligent creatures while she herself had been doing nothing. Wizard Ivan, could you please listen to me? When the Wind Moth and the Xiangjie spoke, the masked wizard realized that the two insects were already intelligent creatures, and a strange color flashed in his eyes. Chapter 187. In this empty place full of insect eggs, affected by some special factors, the surroundings suddenly became lively. Some insect eggs had clear chiseling sounds coming from inside, some insect eggs continued to expand, and some insect eggs rolled before they broke out of their shells, trying to reach the depths of the secret realm first. All kinds of abnormalities fell into the perception of Ivan and the masked wizard, but neither of them paid much attention to it. Wizard Solomon, what do you think? After hearing what the masked wizard said, Ivan responded, looking at the entire Moon Clamp Peninsula, I'm afraid no one can surpass you in understanding the dead insect cloud realm. This was not a compliment. Solomon knew something that Randall didn't know. Obviously, the other party had obtained some more secret and comprehensive information. Solomon showed goodwill so far. He wanted to hear the other party's opinion. Of course, I came prepared. In fact, this is a place where insect luck is everything. The better the insect luck, the more your insects will be favored by the ancient Black Sickle Lord, and you will get the items you want. My suggestion is that you choose a bug that can represent your insect luck, enter the pool, and let it fight for you. Maybe you can get unexpected gains. The masked wizard was not modest. He explained in a moderate tone, and then made a suggestion. Blocking insect luck? Ivan pondered for a few seconds and looked at the Queen Silkworm, who was eager to try. If there was really insect luck, his insect luck came from the Swiftwood Silkworm clan, and the Swiftwood Silkworm clan originated from the Queen Silkworm. Looking at the entire Swiftwood Silkworm clan, no one can be a better representative than the Queen Silkworm. Mumble. The Queen Silkworm urged firmly. The Wind Moth and the Fragrance Butterfly also heard what was said just now. The two insects looked at each other and stopped asking for help. Go ahead and bet on our luck. Ivan nodded heavily to the Silkworm Queen and stretched out his hand to carry her to the pool where a lot of black liquid had been stored. The Silkworm Queen twisted her white and fat body, looked back at Ivan, and slowly but firmly moved forward until she fell from the back of his hand and turned into a moth in midair. The moth fell into the black liquid at lightning speed. Good luck, Wizard Ivan. The masked wizard had been paying attention to his movements, and seeing him so decisive, he couldn't help but express satisfaction. As he spoke, he took out a scroll from his pocket. After the scroll was activated, a bug man emerged and fell into the pool. He sat in the middle of the pool. Obviously, he would use this bug man to try his luck. Not far away, Ivan noticed this scene and his pupils shrank suddenly. The bug man looked like a biological puppet. The overall appearance was somewhat similar to the Shadow and Servants of the Academy, but the Shadow and Servants were elemental creatures, while this biological puppet was clearly a flesh and blood creature. Not only that, this is also an insect controller who has been transformed into an insect beyond recognition. Ivan believed in his own judgment that the insect man who fell into the pool was an insect controller wizard, a being like himself, but he was refined into a biological puppet. This is too hard to believe. Suddenly, Ivan felt more apprehensive and regretted his previous decisiveness. He glanced at the wizard not far away, and then turned to look at the silkworm queen in the pool. The masked man saw the change in his expression, but just smiled indifferently, and did not explain anything. Mumble. In the black liquid, the silkworm queen sensed the wizard's inner uneasiness, and kept making brisk sounds to show that she was in good condition. Hearing its voice, Ivan could only suppress his worries, and wait quietly for things to develop. The small ditch connected the corpse of the Black Side Lord and the stone pool, and it continued to bring black liquid to the pool at a slow speed, and also brought tremendous energy, causing wisps of black light smoke to begin to emit from the stone pool, and the light smoke drifted to the back with the wind. The queen silkworm no longer made any sound, and focused all her attention on absorbing the energy from the black liquid. In another stone pool, the insect man was also absorbing the energy from the surroundings, and people could clearly see its greed for energy. Eat more, and you can fight back when you have the strength. The masked man smiled and muttered softly as he watched the scene. Time passed by, and the creatures in the two pools showed different styles while absorbing the energy from the black liquid. The insect man occasionally had partial body deformations, such as bone spurs growing on his body, eyes split into a line of multiple eyes, and so on. The twisted appearance made people worry about it. On the other hand, the queen silkworm swam around the stone pool, and its body also changed. It looked like a fat silkworm that had eaten too much. After a while, it became thinner, and its body was shriveled due to hunger. It looked much more normal. Wizard Ivan, do you mind answering a question for me? Please go ahead. If I'm not mistaken, your worm should be able to practice by itself, right? Wizard Solomon, you are right. It knows a simple worm breathing method. It's no big deal. As a wizard, Ivan also abides by the principle of equal exchange. The other party just told him a lot of information, which was considered a return of favor. He answered the other party truthfully. I see. This is not a simple matter. I think I understand why you can come here. It's amazing. The masked wizard did not hesitate to praise him after hearing this. Ivan could not deny this. In addition, this puppet was not made by me. After a few seconds, the masked man added. Ivan nodded slightly, without saying much, but the fear in his heart was obviously not so easy to dispel. Behind the two of them, many insects broke out of their shells, nourished by the black smoke, and suddenly expanded in size, becoming huge and strange. The newly generated insects broke the common biological boundaries: centipedes, cockroaches, dragonflies, grasshoppers, fleas, ants, earthworms, mole crickets, etc. All kinds of biological characteristics were randomly fabricated and combined, and appeared in the secret realm in a dignified manner. These insects, which are over 10 meters long, are all hideous without exception. Like normal insects, they also feel the attraction from not far away. The first thing they do after they take shape is to rush to the depths of the secret realm to grab things that are extremely tempting to them. Wizard Ivan, I remind you again, don't let them enter the pool you are guarding, otherwise the breath on their bodies will collide with your insect luck, which is not good. Thank you. Ivan turned around with the wind moth and the fragrant butterfly, and saw big insects one after another, and insects that were recovering, and felt that they were enemies everywhere. He could also guess that many wizards were rushing here non-stop after discovering the abnormality of the secret realm, and it was probably another troublesome thing. It seems that he needs to stretch his muscles again, but he can't disturb the fortune of the Silkworm Queen. Chapter 188. Turbid Wind. Facing the surging big bugs, Ivan casually took out a potion, and saw something as sticky as black flocks floating in the potion, which was indeed the black magic wind he extracted. He blew gently at the mouth of the bottle, and the flocks floated out of the potion bottle, forming wisps of light wind with black light. The generated breeze blew forward, and each wisp could accurately pass over a big bug. Some of the big bugs were rushing towards him, and some were still expanding and changing. When the black wind blew, all the big insects seemed to freeze at that moment, and they were stunned. Wherever the turbid wind passed, it gave people a feeling of annihilation. In fact, Ivan just relied on the special effect of the black magic wind to bully these big insects with weak willpower, causing disability or even death. When Ivan made a move, the masked wizard also made a move. He casually threw a dark red potion towards the dense area of big insects. The potion exploded on the ground, splashing many small dark red stones, which fell on the bodies of the big insects around and merged into them. In a matter of seconds, the big bugs went from being aggressive to being docile and obedient, and the masked wizard suddenly had several strong insect guards. This puppet magic was amazing, but it also made Ivan more apprehensive. Both sides took action. One side was the continuous black breeze, and the other side was the puppet insect guards. In the blink of an eye, the momentum of the big bug's attack was suppressed, and the situation was easily suppressed. In such a scene, Foam Moth and Xiangjie could not help at all, and could only watch blankly. Something is rolling down. Soon, the Wind Moth noticed a blood-colored bead rolling down with a black liquid. The bead was the size of a fist, and was about to fall into the stone pool. It could feel the unusual attraction of the blood-colored bead to itself, and swallowed unconsciously. Wizard Ivan, you are lucky. This is the blood essence of the Black Side Lord. When it is integrated into the insect body, it can improve the blood potential. It is a rare thing. Really? Could it be that my insect luck is better than yours? It's hard to say. The power of the blood essence is just a good thing here. The higher quality things are coming later. We will know the result by then. As the two were talking, blood-colored beads appeared in the small ditch on the masked wizard's side. Before the beads fell into the element pool, they were taken by the masked wizard and put into his pocket. This action angered the insect man in the stone pool. The insect man turned his head and screamed and roared at the masked wizard, like the roar of an animal or the chirping of an insect. On his side, Ivan saw that the silkworm queen liked it, and it was a beneficial thing, so he did not stop it from swallowing it. Soon after swallowing the blood-colored bead, Ivan could sense that the queen silkworm was more adaptable to absorbing the surrounding energy, and the side effects were reduced, which obviously brought great benefits to the queen silkworm. The masked wizard's words were still accurate, making Ivan somewhat unable to figure out this man's thoughts. In the following time, the two of them were on each side, with clear attack ranges, blocking any big insects that tried to approach. After a while, another blood-colored bead rolled down, and Ivan still let the queen silkworm swallow it, and the masked wizard put it in his own bag as usual, making the insect man even more angry with him. Stop howling. I don't treat my subordinates harshly. The next one is yours. In order to appease the insect man, the masked wizard compromised. When the third blood-colored bead fell on both sides, the insect man finally got what he had been thinking about, and the resentment in his heart was calmed down a lot. Just at this time, the figures of other wizards appeared in the distance. There were 3 wizards, including Randall and his friend Jasmine. Ivan knew that there must be more wizards coming, and there were only 5 in the stone pool. It would be impossible to keep it safe and stable. Randall, isn't that your disciple? As you can see, Ivan is 1 step ahead of us. Looking at the battle situation, he should be more than 1 step ahead of us. You have recruited a good disciple this time. On the other side, Randall and others also saw Ivan and the masked wizard. Jasmine realized that she had underestimated Randall's disciple. He must not be an ordinary wizard to be able to come here ahead of him. Haha, of course. Randall smiled proudly. I tell you, Ivan was snatched from the hunting team. I saw his potential at a glance, as expected. Jasmine listened to his boasting very seriously, and gave Randall enough face. The two people's leisurely appearance caught the eyes of many people. Wizard Randall wants to reproduce humans, Xiangjie concluded. Is there? Foam Moth asked stupidly. Ivan glared at the 2 insects and looked at the 2 mentors, who were approaching quickly in silence. In this situation, there was no one else who still had the mind to be affectionate. After thinking for a while, he turned sideways and asked, Wizard Solomon, do you mind if I tell my men the message? It doesn't matter. These are not worth mentioning to me. Thank you very much. If Ivan expected, the masked wizard didn't care about it at all. He immediately told Randall about the stone pool. As for the mentor's friends, he didn't care. After a while, Randall landed in front of the pool in the middle, and sent the golden beetle into the pool. Jasmine came to the other side of Ivan, and a colorful mantis flew out, and landed on the black liquid in the pool. Another wizard also arrived smoothly. Seeing this, he was thoughtful, and a winged centipede jumped out of him. Now, all 5 stone pools were occupied, and the battlefield was divided into 5 parts. The wizards used their own methods, and it was easy to catch the big insects that wanted to approach, without having to use real force. Wizard Ivan, it seems that my insect luck is better. This is a crystal of ability. As a bead filled with black mist rolled down, the masked wizard said to Ivan as if no one was around. Just like before the bead rolled into the stone pool, he suppressed the restless insect man with a secret method and took the bead into his own hands. Randall and the others noticed the true face of the insect man. Not to mention the anger in the hearts of the 3 people, Ivan stared at the small ditch in front of him. A white spot appeared above, slowly rolling down with a black liquid. The masked wizard's voice had just fallen, and the smile on his face had not faded before it turned into a stiff look. This is an energy crystal full of spatial power, which can be used to make spatial magic items. Really? Then I won't be polite. Ivan talked to the Silkworm Queen for a while. Seeing that the Silkworm Queen was very greedy, he did not intervene. He just secretly watched others to prevent someone from snatching it. He would not give others what was in his bowl. The group could only watch the Silkworm Queen swallow the bead with pure white mist. Some people secretly said that it was a waste of natural resources. Not far away, for more wizards arrived and saw the scene just now. The 4 stopped and talked secretly. They had already formed a group of people in the same camp. Chapter 189. In fact, there is a more convenient way, that is to cross the stone pool and go directly to the front to intercept, so as to get the upper hand. The people present are not stupid, of course they know this method. The reason why no one came forward is that they sensed that there was an unknown danger ahead, so they dared not act rashly. When someone secretly tried to control the insects, the masked wizard and Randall noticed the clues at the first time, and both chose to remain calm and pretended not to notice. Without any warning, the hazy smoke at the end moved, flashing to a place, covering the sneaky insect, and also making it reveal its body from its hidden state. It was a floating shadow cicada, whose body was gradually turning into powder and blending into the smoke that enveloped it, dying without any sound. Seeing this scene, the wizard who controlled the shadow cicada had no time to grieve. He had already realized that he was marked by unpredictable danger, and immediately revealed a strong non-insect aura, hoping to use it to leave the Scarlet Cloud realm. As he was pulled out by the power of the secret realm, a black light flew over in an instant, and inevitably fell on the wizard. The next second, the wizard began to transform into an uncontrollable insect, and whisker-like tentacles grew on his face, quickly covering most of his face. Finally, he was pulled out of the Scarlet Cloud realm. Such a strange result made the other 3 people feel cold. You brought this upon yourself, the masked wizard muttered, and his voice happened to reach everyone's ears. Do you really think we can't see it? You dare to use the insect controller as a biological puppet. In terms of evil, who can compare to you with your unknown origin? His words undoubtedly angered the other 3 wizards, who immediately pointed out where he had violated the rules. And you two look so familiar just now, you must be in the same group, right? One of them pointed the finger at Ivan. If I say that we have only met once here, and are not familiar with each other, would you believe me? Ivan did not expect that the blame would fall on him, so he immediately defended himself. Don't even think about making excuses. People like you who have anti-wizard ideas should be killed by everyone. Naturally, he would not listen to his excuses. Ivan did not explain further. He understood that the other party just wanted to find an excuse to attack and pick a weak persimmon. Whether the reason was true or not was not important. Randall gestured to him, and Ivan shook his head slightly. Since others regarded him as a weak persimmon, if he allowed his mentor to protect him, it would just prove this point. This was not good. Who knew if there were other wizards hiding in the dark around and watching? It is better to strike once to avoid 100 blows. Ivan understood this principle. They couldn't stay in the secret realm for too long, so their strategy was simple: a quick fight and a quick decision. Hand of the Black Demon. The material used by Ivan for the spell was replaced with another potion. Previously it was floating black wind silk, but now it was sleeping black fire melt. After the spell was cast, a large palm burning with black flames emerged. Like the Black Demon wind, he also extracted the Black Demon fire as a spell material. Boom! The burning Black Demon hand collided with the frost air mass on the opposite side, making a deafening sound. Flame versus frost, the frost aura is more powerful, and it stands to reason that the flame will be extinguished. The fact is just the opposite. The frost aura seems to collapse at the touch, melting quickly, as if it has encountered a nemesis. Your attack is actually aimed at spiritual power? The wizard plan on the opposite side, was the most impressed. Rather than saying that the power of the flame suppressed the frost, it was better to say that the flame burned away the spiritual power that supported the spell, causing the spell to collapse and his attack to fall into a disadvantage, and it seemed that he was about to be unable to resist. Thinking of the power of it, Wizard Plan quickly retreated. After the burning black magic hand dispersed the frost gas, it finally fell on Wizard Plan, and was intercepted by a solidification spell to avoid injury. Feeling the shock of the solidification spell, Wizard Plan immediately retreated several steps, and then ran away without looking back. His idea was simple. Since he couldn't seize the current position, he might as well go to other places to find valuable resources. He defeated a senior wizard with one blow. Ivan's move undoubtedly shocked many people, and the wizards, who were watching, looked at him with more fear. Randall next to him saw clearly that this was an attack method derived from the black magic wind beam array. Judging from the situation, the beam array had probably been upgraded to a complete array long ago, and it was unknown how advanced it was. Thinking of some people suppressing his disciples, he couldn't help but shook his head. Those people were too short-sighted. "Wizard Ivan, your method is very good," the masked wizard exclaimed. He didn't wait for the wizard on the opposite side to make a move, and directly summoned another weird puppet. This method was more than good, and it scared many people. In just a dozen seconds, the puppet that could cast spells made one person choose to escape directly, and another person escaped with the help of the power of the secret realm after being seriously injured. Such a terrifying spell power made people have an incredible thought: could it be a second-level wizard puppet? After he scared them like this, and Randall standing by the pool, Hicks had a good reputation, and Randall's friend was a senior wizard, the people who were watching chose to stop. "Randall, Jasmine, I wish you good luck." Randall's other friend, Brent, was also among the people who were watching. He could only helplessly follow the others to retreat, and look for valuable items in other places. Without the disturbance of other wizards, the 5 people concentrated on guarding the pool and waiting for various power crystals to roll down. As the masked wizard said, blood-colored beads are common, and other crystal beads only appear occasionally, with a very small probability of appearing. After communicating with the Silkworm Queen, Ivan also began to put the blood-colored beads into his pocket. After a while, another bead containing pure white mist rolled down from his side, which made the people next to him jealous, but he still let the Silkworm Queen swallow it. Ivan knew that this thing could be used to make space magic items, but it required relevant production drawings, which was not an easy task. The Silkworm Queen expressed her desire to him. It would be better to fulfill the Silkworm Queen. Time passed, and in the end, in addition to the blood-colored bead, Ivan also harvested a golden bead. According to the masked wizard, the golden bead represents the power of the king, which has deep benefits for insects, but he did not tell more detailed information. As before, Ivan still chose to fulfill the Silkworm Queen. Out. Time seems to be much shorter than before. Outside the Cloudfall City, all wizards were excluded from the Crimson Cloud Realm. Unlike before, this time the Cloud Realm only lasted for 2 short hours, shortening the time to 1/3. "Randall, where is your disciple?" Jasmine looked around, and was surprised to find that Randall's disciple was gone. "He left first," Randall said indifferently. In fact, Ivan did not go far, he just used the knowledge learned from the spell blood transformation to transform into another face. After all, he made quite a splash this time, and it was hard to guarantee that he would not be remembered by others, and the Queen Silkworm had entered the metamorphosis period. Chapter 190. It has been several days since the Crimson Cloud Realm rose into the sky and disappeared into thin air. Someone disclosed an outrageous news that this time it was an evil wizard who interfered, which caused the Crimson Cloud Realm to only last for 1/3 of the time, resulting in a significant reduction in the gains of all participants. Some people even pointed out that the evil disciple actually made the insect controller into a puppet after the insectification, and there was an accomplice. The two took the opportunity to steal the most valuable treasures in the Cloud Realm, which were suspected to be space magic items. As soon as the news came out, many wizards came to investigate in and out of Jiangyan City. After several days of excitement, no one found anything, and then the matter gradually calmed down. As a person defined as an accomplice of the evil, Ivan stayed in Jiangyan City for a day. Seeing that the situation was not favorable to him, he swaggered out of the city and traveled alone on the plateau. He was very interested in the power that burst out from the earth. He thought it would help him feel the breath of the earth and then break through to become an Earth Knight. So he started looking for it, while keeping a close eye on the transformation of the Silkworm Queen. After leaving the Crimson Cloud Realm, the Queen Silkworm entered a state of metamorphosis, hiding herself in a cocoon that was as big as a fist and isolated from all perception. Half a month later, Ivan stopped in a deep valley between high mountains and built a stone house with a wave of his hand as his temporary residence. That day, an uninvited guest came to the deep valley and shouted directly into the stone house. "Wizard Ivan, your accomplice is visiting. Why don't you come out and see him?" "Wizard Solomon, it is not a good habit to track another wizard at will." Ivan walked out of the stone house and found a black-haired young man with a handsome face, which was more androgynous than Cain. He seemed to be unfamiliar with him, but he knew that this was the masked wizard Solomon he had seen before. With such a striking face, it was no wonder that the other party liked to show himself with a mask. What surprised him even more was the other party's tracking method. "Ha, I said I just happened to pass by. Do you believe it?" Solomon laughed. "Whether you believe it or not, you are a guest when you come to my door. Please come in, Wizard Solomon." Ivan had a good impression of Solomon, even though he was a man he was afraid of. It was just a casual work, and it's a bit crude inside. There was only a table and a few stone benches in the room, which he had made before, and he never thought they would come in handy. He waved his hand, and the fruits that Xiongye had picked from all around fell on the table, becoming a decoration. The small house in the mountains has a unique elegance. Solomon was not polite. He picked up the wild fruit and put it into his mouth, and even commented on it seriously. "It's a pity that there is no wine. I don't like drinking, and I don't have the habit of carrying alcohol with me. Wizard Ivan, your life will be less fun. You didn't bring any either." "Haha, you're right." After chatting for a while, Solomon guessed, "Wizard Ivan, are you interested in the power coming from the earth nearby?" After approaching the valley, it is not difficult to find that there is a unique power in the valley, which is vaguely visible, and is the power flowing from the depths of the earth. The power here changes with time, and it is clearest in the early morning, so Ivan chose to settle here. "Yes, I have done some research on the night breathing method, and now I am in the stage of understanding the breathing of the earth." Hearing his words, Ivan said truthfully, "After becoming a formal wizard, there is mental power to control the power in the body, and there is no need for breathing methods. There are also many ways to strengthen the body. Many wizards will directly give up the exploration of the night breathing method. Practicing the night breathing method to the current level is actually not a very commendable thing. As a wizard, you should not be arrogant towards any kind of power. You are not obsessed with this, which is good." Solomon expressed his appreciation and continued, "I just know a place. Do you know the Gunther Rift Valley? There is a strange deep well there that allows you to feel the vibration of the earth more clearly. Maybe you can go there and give it a try." The other party casually mentioned an important place, leaving Ivan at a loss for words. "I treat this news as your gift to me for your visit," Solomon added nonchalantly. It's hard to have any bad feelings towards such a generous person. Ivan still had to ask clearly, "Wizard Solomon, I wonder if you came to see me on purpose, but what's the urgent matter?" "Of course. Please tell me. I have a commission to make a magic item, and I hope you can help." Solomon did not keep it a secret, and told his purpose. What magic item? Ivan had a lot of doubts in his mind, but he was a little curious about the magic item that he had specially asked me to refine. I thought it was not an ordinary item. It's a high-level magic item. I will provide the blueprint and the raw materials. You just need to do it. Solomon did not hide it. It turned out to be a high-level magic item. This made Ivan embarrassed. He had never refined a high-level magic item, let alone someone like Solomon. "Wizard Solomon, you think too highly of me." No, I have always been very accurate in judging people. You underestimated yourself." Solomon had a different opinion. This was the conclusion he came to after seeing Ivan take action in the cloud realm. "Sorry, I can't accept your commission." Ivan still refused with a wry smile. How could he not know his own background? He didn't even learn the advanced enchantment knowledge. It was beyond his ability to make the corresponding advanced magic items. Unless he was willing to use a certain amount of wisdom light, just for a commission, he couldn't do such a luxurious thing. "Don't you want to hear about the reward for the commission?" Solomon was not a man who gave up easily. Without waiting for him to refuse, he continued, "With the elemental crystals you need for the elemental stage of cultivation, I will also recommend you to join an organization with rich resources." Another invitation? Don't these people know how to respect the Mona Ant Hut? Ivan shook his head slightly. "Let's not talk about other resources. I give you a simple example, such as the Feather of Fall. You should have heard of it, right?" Solomon directly skipped his action and added, "Ivan had certainly heard of it. The Feather of Fall is very famous. Its biggest function is to cancel contracts, and canceling the century-old contract of the Academy is not a problem. This kind of thing is not simple. It is probably a legendary treasure in the Moon Clamp Peninsula. If you can successfully join our organization, it will be easy to get a feather of fall. So this commission is a test? You can think so. The commission reward will definitely not be less for you. Okay, I accept it. The restrictions on wizards in the Mona Ant Farm were too great. The longer he stayed in the academy, the more uncomfortable the three major families' actions became. He really didn't want to waste his 100 years there. Originally, he was going to work hard to break through to become a second-level wizard, and then negotiate with the academy. Now that there were other options, Ivan was of course willing to give it a try. Chapter 191. A rune magic array with only 12 rune bundles is definitely easy for Ivan the wizard. Solomon was very straightforward. Seeing that he agreed, he took out a diamond-shaped crystal without saying a word. The crystal recorded the production drawings of the advanced magic item, the 1000-change star cone. The formation corresponding to the 1000-change star cone is the 1000-change star rune array, which has 12 three-dimensional rune bundles. The function of the 1000-change star cone is very simple, and there is only one function, which is to break the rune magic array. Ivan knew another magical item that could break the rune magic array, called the breaking array cone. The breaking array cone is a special low-level magical item with a limited range of use. It can only be used to pry open the broken primary array and can be used at most 3 times. Compared with the 1000-change star cone in front of him, the breaking array cone is not worth mentioning. The 12 rune beams correspond to 12 aspects, including plants, fire, water, earth, wind, thunder, light, shadow, toxins, spirit, life, and space. This is probably to break all the primary rune magic arrays. You have given me a big problem. Seeing him talking about a primary rune magic array consisting of 12 rune bundles, Ivan thought it was something that could be easily done. After reading the contents of the drawings carefully, his head was overwhelmed. Not to mention other aspects, just the space series of runes involved, it was considered to have touched his knowledge blind spot. He regretted that he had agreed too quickly just now. I hope you can give me a fixed number. How long will it take to make it? 3 months. In any case, this is indeed a primary rune magic array with only 12 rune bundles. Since I have seen the production drawings, it is still an entry test. Ivan must complete it in a way that leaves no one to say anything. He can only grit his teeth and give a suitable time. Haha, I was right about you. Solomon looked at him with a smile, his face showing an expression of as expected, I will send the materials, and when you start refining, I will reluctantly send you a guard to prevent someone from disturbing you. I think you are afraid that I will run away secretly. Ivan joked. Haha, to be honest, with your current strength, I am not afraid that you will hide. Solomon showed a meaningful smile. Hearing these seemingly arrogant words, Ivan felt depressed. The other party was probably telling the truth. Although he had not deliberately hidden it before, not everyone could find him. But the other party came to him accurately, which was enough to explain a problem. Moreover, with the power that the other party showed in the Crimson Cloud realm, the result of fighting against him was self-evident. After the discussion, Solomon left the valley. Ivan was left looking at the diamond crystal in his hand with shining eyes. This diamond crystal was not a simple product, but a magic item blueprint made of high-grade materials and high-grade techniques. It recorded various three-dimensional runes, including the required three-dimensional space runes, whose blueprints directly reveal all the three-dimensional runes. This thing can be treated as a high-level rune book, or as a heritage treasure of the wizard family, but he can see that in the eyes of Solomon the wizard, the diamond crystal is just a blueprint. What kind of magical force is Solomon's organization? Although they have only met twice, Ivan can see that Solomon is a confident and conceited person. It should be the confidence given by the organization. Compared with the stingy Mona Ant Land Hut, it is a magical organization. It was hard for him not to have expectations for that organization. We must go all out this time. Ivan made up his mind that the first thing he had to do was to comprehend and interpret the runes. If there were no three-dimensional runes to comprehend, he would have to fumble around in front of the drawings and might even have to take back what he had said before. He didn't know that Solomon actually knew that he hadn't learned those space runes. The reason was very simple. The intermediate and advanced enchantment knowledge provided by the Academy of the Moon Clamp Peninsula was an abridged version, and it didn't involve so many advanced runes. This is a test. It is difficult, but also gives people a chance to complete it. Otherwise, how can he write the recommendation reason? If the reason is not sufficient, and it is rejected, it will be a loss of face for Solomon. The next day, Solomon sent a large amount of materials to the valley. For this reason, Ivan had to expand his stone house. With his skill turning mud into rock and energy particle operation, the stone house was transformed into a palace in a short time, and simple warning rune beam arrays and protective beam arrays were engraved on it. After the site was built, he began his own comprehension and interpretation. So far, his enchantment and runiology are both level 6 subjects. In addition, there are 3 remaining level 6 wisdom lights, 2 remaining level 4 great wisdom lights, and 1 level 7 great wisdom light. This is the confidence that he dared to say that he would complete the commission in 3 months. While Ivan was comprehending the blueprint, Solomon sent out the puppet that was suspected to be a second-level wizard to guard the safety of the valley. Time passed quickly, and more than a month later came in the blink of an eye. Another incident forced Ivan to interrupt his comprehension of the blueprint. That was the most critical moment of the transformation of the Silkworm Queen. Success or failure depended on one move. The transformation of the Silkworm Queen was extraordinary, causing the resonance of the elemental energy particles. Soon, a strange elemental vision was formed over the deep valley. The blue smoke was rolling, and a giant beast was flying with its wings spread. Only its wings were seen, but its true body and appearance were not seen. Around the blue smoke, there was a milky white halo, which was as thin as a veil, adding a colorful color to the elemental vision. Ivan was guarding the room where the Silkworm Queen was transforming. There was another scene inside. A large number of elemental particles were pulled into the light cocoon and turned into part of the light cocoon's power. After observing for nearly an hour, he found the key factor that the Silkworm Queen could not complete her transformation. The surrounding space energy was difficult to pull, and it seemed beyond the ability of the Silkworm Queen. She could only use time to grind it little by little. Well, I help you. After understanding the problem, Ivan used the materials sent by Solomon without any hesitation, and began to arrange the array platform around, engrave the rune lines, and construct a simple rune beam array to pull the thin space energy gathered from all around. Of course, he would only consume a small part of the materials. In the profession of enchanter, this is called consumables, which is within the normal range of operation. While Ivan was busy, the elemental anomaly in the valley had attracted the attention of those who were interested. Somehow, the news spread and reached the ears of some wizards. Solomon was the first to arrive, and he discovered the movement in the stone hall. Not bad, not bad. My eyes are as sharp as ever, and I am more relieved. After noticing Ivan's actions, he smiled instead of blaming him. After a while, Solomon left the valley quietly without paying attention to Ivan, who was busy, and other wizards, who might be attracted. Chapter 192. The evil disciple is hiding in this wilderness. He is good at hiding. The situation is not good. The items obtained in the Crimson Cloud realm may be used by the evil disciple's insect beasts. More uninvited guests came outside the valley. Several people saw the elemental anomaly in the air from a distance. It didn't look like the wizard's promotion anomaly. They guessed that the opponent's insects were metamorphosing. This is not good news, but there is a way. You can directly extract it from the opponent's insects. There is no need to pay attention to morality when dealing with the evil disciple. Be careful. As soon as they entered the deep valley, they were blocked by a figure. The opponent launched an attack brazenly, using a brutal spell, catching one of the wizards off guard, causing severe damage. If it weren't for the wizard's strong vitality, he would have died in one blow. When they realized that this puppet creature was a second-level wizard, they were so scared that they ran away, wishing they had more legs. They didn't care about any treasures or space magic items. These uninvited guests came like a raging storm, and left like a gust of wind. Since then, few people have mentioned the news about the evil followers. After all, on the Moonclamp Peninsula, a second-level wizard is basically an existence that can sweep away everything. Of course, there are also people who are unwilling to give up, that is, the Star Moon Alliance, a relatively active force on the Moonclamp Peninsula recently. Relying on its own financial and material resources, the Star Moon Alliance has attracted many wizards, most of whom are wandering wizards. More than a year ago, Jasmine and Brent could not resist the conditions given by Kisan, and became members of the Star Moon Alliance. As for the masked wizard who appeared in the Crimson Cloud realm, others could ignore him, but the Star Moon Alliance, which was preparing to do something big, could not ignore him. No one knew whether the other party was coming for them. Wizard Kisan, what did the leader say? Brent couldn't help asking. The man left a deep impression on Jasmine, and she also tilted her ears to listen to his answer. The leader said that we should not provoke that man. Kisan said solemnly. Is it because he is so arrogant? Brent was disappointed. This was not what the other party said before inviting him to join the organization. They said that the dean of a small college would be easy to deal with. It turned out to be an empty talk. That person is different. As long as we don't provoke him, he won't affect our affairs. Kisan didn't know what he was thinking. He just explained it briefly. What he thought of, he then added, and Ivan the wizard, he should have been favored by that person. The plan to win him over that I told you before is cancelled. In short, don't provoke that masked wizard. Originally, Kisan planned to use their status as Randall's friends to pull Ivan, whom he valued, to his side. Now, considering that he might offend that person, he had to give up the plan. Seeing that he was so serious, Brent and Jasmine looked at each other and knew that the masked wizard was really extraordinary and could not be provoked. Deep valley between mountains. With Ivan's help, the Silkworm Queen crossed the crucial threshold and completed the final transformation. The size of the Silkworm Queen did not change much, but it had an unconcealable precious temperament. The whole body was green and crystal clear, with some exquisite white lines, and a golden pattern appeared on its head, like a golden crown. It squirmed its body and walked in front of Ivan in the air, habitually landing in his palm, without realizing that it could walk in the air without the help of wings. Ivan, we have a new home. It's a pity that you can't go in, but it's okay, I can't go in either. After this transformation, the Queen Silkworm finally evolved into an intelligent creature, and her voice was soft and sticky, just like her original character, with a hint of laziness. Mother, you can speak now. Yeah, it's much better than the voice of the fragrant butterfly. Before Ivan could say anything, the fragrant butterfly and the wind moth came over excitedly and praised her. You two are so noisy. The Queen Silkworm looked at the two insects with disdain, and the white lines on her body emitted a faint light, covering the two insects with white hairs. The next second, the size of the fragrant butterfly and the wind moth began to shrink, and they retracted into the body of the Silkworm Queen with the fluctuations, and disappeared. Silkworm Queen, is this the new home you mentioned, an internal space? Ivan's eyes lit up, and he guessed where the two insects went. Yeah, a very big home. The Silkworm Queen nodded vigorously, and the boasting in her words was overflowing, like a child asking for praise from her parents. Then I have to take a good look. Hearing his words, the Silkworm Queen couldn't wait to share her senses. Ivan saw a space filled with green. The space was an irregular sphere, at least 2,000 cubic meters. There is a honeycomb-shaped nest in the corner of the space. It is the new nest prepared by the Silkworm Queen for the Shuanmu Silkworm clan, which only occupies 1/10 of the space. Not bad, not bad, you can now be called a legendary creature. Seeing that the Silkworm Queen has such a good fortune, Ivan did not hesitate to praise him. According to the wizard standards, the beasts in this world can be divided into several levels, from low to high: wild beasts, huge beasts, demonized beasts, magical creatures, legendary creatures, and mythical creatures. Anything involving spatial abilities will at least be classified as a legendary creature. Now, the Silkworm Queen is qualified to be recorded in the legendary creature list, which has taken her up several levels. Mother, Wizard Ivan, are you there? In the space, the fragrant butterfly and the wind moth were flying around. The fragrant butterfly was relatively calm, while the wind moth kept shouting around, trying to figure out where it was. What are you shouting for? If you keep making noise, I won't let you out. Mother, I was wrong. Humph! What a blind thing. Under the scolding of the Silkworm Queen, the wind moth shut his mouth obediently and fell to the ground. The wind moth was also unlucky. He didn't see the right time, but chose the time when Ivan praised the Silkworm Queen. After scolding, the Silkworm Queen remembered that Ivan the wizard was next to him, and he saw her rude side, so she couldn't help but secretly observe his expression. For such an ignorant person, scold him casually, and he will learn his lesson after scolding him. After noticing its little action, Ivan was speechless and didn't care about it. Although Xiangjia and Feng Moth call the Silkworm Queen mother, if you look at it from the mother-child relationship between humans, it must be a wrong concept. Insects follow the swarm thinking. The Silkworm Queen is the supreme being in the Swiftwood Silkworm clan, more feudal than the emperor of the feudal dynasty. It is natural for the Silkworm Queen to scold the wind moth. These are the concepts that Ivan has gradually changed after he has a deeper understanding of insect creatures. Of course, he will not force the Silkworm Queen to change her inherent thinking. He doesn't care about these, as long as the Silkworm Queen is loyal to him. The Silkworm Queen's hot dependence on him cannot be faked. Yeah, they are indeed ignorant, otherwise I would not bother to scold them. The Queen Silkworm secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, it has long been dissatisfied with the fragrant butterfly and the wind moth. One is that the two insects became intelligent creatures before it, and the other is that the two insects followed the wizard many times, while it could only stay in the insect nest. Now, the other swift with silkworm should stay in the space insect nest. It's enough for them to follow the wizard Ivan. It's best not to come out unless necessary. Ivan, why don't you let the other swift with silkworm stay in the new insect nest? There is no other meaning, it's just safer. The queen silkworm suggested. No problem. Ivan agreed readily. He actually didn't like carrying a nest all day. As the number of swift with silkworms increased, the current nest was already overcrowded. Then, the queen silkworm moved the other swift with silkworms to the new nest in the space inside her body. There was a limit to the space. The queen silkworm herself and creatures of other races could not enter, but it could be used as a storage space. This was a big surprise for Ivan. He still couldn't make a resealing rune scroll. After the silkworm queen explained in detail, Ivan discovered that the space was also related to its ability, the power of controlling crowds. When other swift with silkworms were in the space, it could directly borrow the power of other swift with silkworms, and it could also directly transfer damage without the need to merge as before. This increased the upper limit of the borrowing power of controlling crowds. Strength, 14.2, Agility, 14.6, Constitution, 14.5. Ivan roughly tested and evaluated the physical data of the silkworm queen, and all aspects were improved by about 8 scales, which was comparable to human Earth Knights, and was at the top of the Earth Knight stage. According to the level of strength, you are already a second-level creature. It's a pity that I'm not very good at fighting. Faced with his praise, the queen silkworm was happy, but also a little regretful. She knew that in terms of fighting power, she was definitely not as good as Ivan, who was still a first-level wizard. I don't need you to fight for me. Unlike Randall, Ivan did not use the swift with silkworm as a means of fighting after becoming a formal wizard, so he naturally did not feel disappointed. These blood essence power crystals are left to you to deal with. You can give them to whoever you want. Yes, I will take care of it. I know how to develop in the best interests of the tribe. The silkworm queen did not hesitate to put the blood-colored beads into her own space. In the following days, when Ivan continued to study the 1,000 Changes star symbol formation, the silkworm queen rewarded the blood-colored beads to the 4 silkworm mothers, and the other swift with silkworms had no objection to this. Soon, one of the 4 silkworm mothers died, and the other 3 transformed into first-level creatures. 2 of the silkworm mothers were born with the ability to control the crowd in a reduced version, which made the silkworm queen curse, scolding the 2 insects for not being competitive at all. What comforted the queen silkworm was the remaining mother silkworm. Its ability was the green scythe, which was probably derived from the blood of the black scythe lord. It could condense a green sickle with corrosive toxicity. The sickle cut flesh and blood to eliminate vitality, and cut shields to corrode energy. This indirectly gave the queen silkworm a powerful spell attack ability. The queen silkworm felt that she could help the wizard Ivan, so she praised the mother silkworm, and made it the 5th of the swift with silkworm clan. According to the sequence number arranged by the queen silkworm, the first one was naturally the wizard Ivan, the second one was herself, the third one was the fragrant butterfly who could act as a counselor, and the fourth one was the wind moth who could do miscellaneous work. Chapter 193. Rune Learning Experience plus 150. Rune Learning, LV7, November 3000. Ivan is still a long way from successfully setting up the 1,000 Changes star rune array, but Rune Learning has been upgraded to a level 7 subject first, and the light of small wisdom is shining, which makes the runes that I have comprehended not long ago have a deeper understanding. I also gained a level 7 Great Wisdom Light. In fact, biology in the Shueba panel has also been upgraded to a level 5 subject, thanks to the transformation of the Silkworm Queen and Ivan's research on the current Swift with Silkworm. But the test is not over yet. Ivan still needs to concentrate on comprehending the formation and figure out how to refine the star cone. Days passed one after another, and the agreed 3 months ended as scheduled. On the last day, Solomon came to the Deep Valley again and came to the Stone Temple. Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission. Ivan had completed the production of the 1,000 Changes star cone 4 days ago, and had been waiting for him in the Deep Valley. Haha, Wizard Ivan, I really didn't make a mistake. Solomon happily took it, only to find that the appearance of the 1,000 Changes star cone was slightly different from the drawing, and he kept looking at it. After a slight adjustment, it should be more convenient to use. Ivan explained that he had used the Great Wisdom Light before, so it was normal for adjustments to occur. This high-level magic weapon now resembles a conlong mace, which is much thicker than the conlong mace. It is covered with hair-thin lines, and can be hung on the waist like a sword. In order to make the 1000 Changes Star Cone, he consumed 2 level 6, 1 level 5 Wisdom Light, and 1 level 4 Great Wisdom Light, which is not a small consumption. Fortunately, after the successful production of the 1000 Star Cone, enchantment was also upgraded to a level 7 subject, and another level 7 Great Wisdom Light was obtained. On the Shueva panel, there is now a level 6 Wisdom Light, a level 4, and 3 level 7 Great Wisdom Lights, which are consumption and gains. It's okay. Senior enchanters have their own habits. I understand. Solomon understood this very well. In his opinion, this is a display of the high level of enchantment, and a display of Ivan's means. It seems that Wizard Ivan has changed his mindset, and has high expectations for joining his organization. After a brief test, Solomon could not find any fault with the 1000 Star Cone in front of him. He nodded in approval for this well-made work. Unfortunately, I have to take this thing back as a proof, otherwise it would be okay to give it to you. Is it true? Hearing this, Ivan looked at him with wide eyes. Why did he say it so casually? Could it be that other places are so rich? Ha ha ha, how is it possible? This is a high-level magic item. Even I can't give such a generous gift. Solomon continued to laugh. You have always been generous. Anyway, I have never seen anyone like you. Ivan breathed a sigh of relief for some reason, and then returned the diamond crystal that recorded the blueprint to him. Haha, after joining our 5-leaf spear, you will gradually become as generous as me. This is your reward elemental crystal. After Solomon took the diamond crystal, he handed him a resealing scroll. Obviously, the resealed scroll was just given to him casually. 5-leaf spear, is that the name of the organization? Yes. Ivan thought carefully about the information he had read. He had never heard of a force with this name. He asked again, can you briefly introduce it? Of course, you don't have to say it if it's inconvenient. Speaking of this topic, Solomon's expression became solemn and pious. He introduced, we are a group of people who are committed to wizard innovation and breakthroughs, and we are also committed to sweeping away all corrupt forces. We are a group of idealists, who are destined not to be understood by most people. The 5 leaves represent the power of the prophet, and the spear represents determination. This is our 5-leaf spear. Wizard innovation? Sweep away all corrupt forces? What a big tone. Ivan immediately thought of the Moon Clan Peninsula and the Mona Ant Hut. The Mona Ant Hut can be considered a corrupt force now. So, the new force that has emerged in the Moon Clan Peninsula, the one that has been stirring up trouble, is it related to you? Yes or no? Solomon certainly knew which force he was talking about, and also knew the inside story. He explained, I have nothing to do with the Star Moon Alliance, but I have something to do with the founder of the Star Moon Alliance. That person is also a member of the 5-leaf spear. We will not interfere with each other, unless he asks me to cooperate, I may consider agreeing. His plan is quite interesting. There is only one member behind this. Ivan secretly remembered the name of the Star Moon Alliance, and felt a little incredible. Hee, the reason you don't understand is because you don't know how much resources a formal member of the 5-leaf spear can mobilize. If you knew, you wouldn't find it strange at all. Solomon laughed. I am looking forward to joining the 5-leaf spear more and more. Ivan said. Yes, but you have to be prepared. After I submit your resume and ability, the organization will give you a formal assessment after a while. The assessment will not be simple, but with your ability, there should be no problem. Solomon was optimistic about him, and reminded him. Good luck to you. After you become a formal member, we can consider becoming allies. There is one more thing you must remember. You owe me a favor, and you have to pay it back. Okay. The two chatted for a while, and unconsciously talked about the Moon Clan Peninsula and the Wizard Academy. In Solomon's eyes, except for the somewhat enterprising Ancient Tree Spine Academy, other wizard academies are decadent forces. It is a good thing to let the Star Moon Alliance make a fuss. It would be best if it could sweep away all the old things and create a clean Moon Clan Peninsula again. After a while, Wizard Solomon said goodbye and took his puppet guards away. Ivan then took out the resealed scroll, and took out the elemental crystals piled up like a small mountain. As expected of Wizard Solomon, the elemental crystals he said were needed for the elementalization stage were enough to complete the entire first-level elementalization process. He was really generous. I guess there would be some left after they were used up. All of them were low-grade plant elemental crystals, of excellent quality, just right for his elementalization stage. What he had to do was to end the gasification stage as soon as possible, and then improve the level of mental power while fusing the elemental crystals to complete the first elementalization of mental power. In addition to the elemental crystals, he also gained other things. As an enchanter with superb skills, He naturally had ways to save some raw materials, which was the same as refining potions. 10 days later, Ivan had an intermediate magic item in his hand, which he called the Thousand Changes Star Cone, which contained 9 rune bundles. Compared with the advanced version, it lacked the power of space, light, and shadow, but it was more than 10 times more powerful than the Breaking Array Cone. The next day, Ivan walked out of the deep valley, where he had lived for many days, and headed towards the strange deep well in the Gunther Great Rift Valley. Chapter 194. The Gunther Rift Valley is a dangerous and strange place on the plateau. It is said that it was created by a great war. The total area is the size of 3 or 4 countries, and there are many high-energy dangerous areas that have not been explored yet. That day, a blue pigeon flew in the air, crossed the steep mountain wall of nearly 500 meters, and entered the range of the Gunther Rift Valley. The blue pigeon was transformed by the Silkworm Queen. It is now a second-level creature. If it really unfolds its body length is actually more than 15 meters. It is very simple to transform it into a large blue pigeon using the mimicry technique. Ivan, there's a tree stump-like mountain over there, very strange. The Queen Silkworm saw a strange mountain from afar, located in a corner of the Rift Valley. That's a tree stump, and it's also where the Ancient Tree Ridge Academy is located. The area around here is the territory of the Ancient Tree Ridge, but the wizards of the Ancient Tree Ridge don't really care about it. Ivan sat comfortably on the back of the green dove. He was a little surprised at the Queen Silkworm's current vision. She could actually see things dozens of miles away through the clouds, and it was a wizard academy with a certain degree of protection and cover. Like the Mona Ant Farm Hut, the campus of the Ancient Tree Ridge is also rather strange, located in a dry stump that is as large as a mountain. It's hard to imagine how big and tall that tree was when it was alive. It would be even better if it was a mulberry tree. The Silkworm Queen sighed. Haha, you can try to plant mulberry trees in the empty nest, maybe they can survive. That's a good idea. I find a chance to let them try it. This is the first time that the Silkworm Queen has traveled with Ivan since becoming an intelligent creature. She is quite excited and keeps asking various questions along the way, making the journey quite lively. The address provided by Solomon was on the other side of the Gunther Rift Valley. Green Dove quickly left the ancient tree spine behind and came to a narrower branch of the Rift Valley, flying forward and falling downward. Ivan, I feel there are other creatures here. Well, be careful. There are various large and small cracks and rifts inside the Rift Valley. Ivan's destination is in one of them. He can sense the dense and chaotic energy particles around him, and also see huge spider webs hanging in the narrow part of this crack. It looked like no one had been here for a long time, and it had been used as a nest by other creatures. Green sighed. The Queen Silkworm offered to attack first, and when he did not refuse, she immediately condensed 2 nearly 1-meter-long crescent sickles, and the green sickles flew out in front of the crack. The green sickles rotated forward, and wherever they passed, spider webs broke one after another, which undoubtedly alarmed the predators hiding around. From the cracks in the surrounding rock walls, spiders the size of chariots emerged one after another. These spiders were the same color as the rock walls, and their bodies seemed to be cast from yellow rocks. Stop, don't move, this wizard is our honored guest. Faced with the uninvited guest who destroyed the hunting net, the yellow rock spider was ready to rush forward, but was stopped by a belated voice, and a spider with white fur showed its head. Ivan didn't expect that there were intelligent creatures in this place, and it was an old spider, which was obviously smaller than other adult spiders. Sir Wizard from the Mona Ant Land Hut, please don't attack again. Our clan and the guardian of your academy, the 8-clawed black spider, are relatives. We can talk it out, we can talk it out. The old spider realized that the man and the dove were not easy to mess with, so he quickly tried to establish a relationship. What kind of relationship? Ivan certainly didn't believe this nonsense, but he was just bullying the weak and fearing the strong. What's your name? Hater. Can you ask your people to retreat? I don't like being surrounded by people. Did you hear what you said? All of you retreat, retreat quickly. Under the old spider's scolding, the other yellow rock spiders reluctantly retreated into the cracks of the rock wall. Seeing this, the Queen Silkworm could only sullenly disperse the still rotating green sickle. The old spider was so tactful, Ivan didn't want to make it too difficult for him, and directly asked this local snake to lead him to the place Solomon said. Sir, there is no place you said here. Did you find the wrong place? Hearing his words, the old spider was hesitant and started to play dumb. Humph, since you don't know, there is no value in living. Ivan raised his hand, and a heart-pounding flame ignited in his palm. Sir, I remember, I actually know that place. There are many deep holes there, and from time to time a strange force will pop out, pressing the spider to lose its grip on the mountain wall and fall into the deep hole, which is very dangerous. Seeing the flames about to fall on him, the old spider dared not think about his own little thoughts, and quickly changed his words and admitted it. "Lead the way." "No problem." The old spider told the other Huangyan spiders, and crawled to the end of the crack, walking on the mountain wall, as if walking on flat ground. After a while, the old spider dug a huge rock and revealed a cave. After walking into the cave, for a distance, Ivan found that there was a wide cave inside. The cave was only 3 or 4 meters high, and there were stone pillars connecting the upper and lower parts, as well as stalactites and stalagmites. Occasionally, you can find deep holes, like wellheads on the ground. I don't know how the deep holes were formed. You can't see the bottom at a glance, but you can also sense a strange breath inside, which is the breath of power that permeates from the earth. Old spider, you didn't want to bring us in just now, because of the scattered stalactites on the ground. At this time, the queen silkworm turned back to her original appearance, a crystal clear big green silkworm. It used the old spider as a mount and found that there were many small pits on the ground, and there were stalactites and water drops dripping from the stalactites in the pits. "I'm sorry to have embarrassed you and your excellency. We don't care about it, you're so stingy." Yes, I'm ignorant." The old spider sensed its heavy breath and knew that it couldn't beat this seemingly harmless little guy, not to mention there was an unknown wizard around, so it didn't dare to show any anger. That strange power is about to appear. At this time, there was a gurgling sound from the deep caves around, as if a spring was about to gush out. An invisible force spread into the cave, causing Ivan's body to sink. He knew that gravity had changed. Not only that, he also felt that the power emanating from each deep hole was different, and the impact was also different, causing the gravity field to become disordered or even reversed. In such a place, if you can't perfectly control your body's strength, it is indeed easy to walk unsteadily. No wonder the old spider said that there is a lot of danger. For Ivan, it is completely within the tolerance range. He looked around and his eyes fell on a stalactite column facing the deep well hole. It was obviously different from the others. This half of the stalactite column was constantly vibrating under the influence of the Earth's power. This was a rare and strange resonance of power. This is the specific location Solomon recommended, where one can clearly sense the earthquake. Ivan was deeply moved, impressed by the breadth of Solomon's information and the ingenuity of nature. Just as he was about to take action, something on his body moved and interrupted him. Ivan took out his college identity token and found that it was Mo Ling, a wizard from Lydia's family, who contacted him. He couldn't help but frown slightly. It was probably not a good thing for him to contact him at this time. Chapter 195. It's rare to find a place where he can clearly feel the power of the earth. He doesn't want to rush back thousands of miles, and then wait for time to rush back thousands of miles again. Ivan thought for a moment, and came up with an idea. He sensed the force field around him, and came to the most chaotic gravity step by step, and then activated the communication mark in the identity token. "I have something to say, hurry up." "What did you say? Please say it again." "Sorry, Wizard Mo Ling, I am trapped in a dangerous place now. The mark is strongly disturbed, and I can't get out for the time being. I will contact you when I get out of trouble." Listening to the intermittent sound of the identity token, Ivan replied seriously, then cut off the connection between the two parties, making the mark silent. The signal was bad, but it was not his fault. "You two go outside and guard for me." Ivan turned around and ordered. "I guard it," the old spider whispered. "Shut up, whatever the wizard says is what it is. If you dare not obey, I will chop you." The silkworm queen did not tolerate it, and spit out a green light, cutting off a layer of white wool on its head. "Listen, I will definitely listen." The old spider was frightened by the slight stinging pain on his head, and quickly put away other thoughts. He carried the silkworm queen to crawl out of the cave, and after crawling out of the cave, he stayed there obediently. Ivan moved to another deep well. On the upper side was the strange stalactite column, which was still trembling with the power bursting out of the deep well. Then, his perception fell on the stalactite column, and he carefully felt the vibration on it, trying to find the pattern from the vibration and find the mystery of the transmission of the Earth's power. His current knighthood has reached the peak of the Great Knight, and there is only one threshold left to the Earth Knight, which is to feel the breath of the Earth. The so-called breath of the Earth is actually the rhythm and pulse of the Earth, a way of transmitting power. After the perception, it is necessary to connect the live seed with the rhythm of the Earth, so that the fighting spirit can draw a wisp of power from the Earth, causing another change in the fighting spirit, which is also the origin of the name of the Earth Knight. Compared with the illusory power near Jiangyan City, the power of the earth here is not only direct and real, but also further demonstrated through the vibration of the stalactite columns. It is undoubtedly a treasure land for feeling the breath of the earth. Ivan had a strong premonition that he would definitely become an Earth Knight this time. While he was comprehending the breath of the earth, someone in the hut of the Mona Ant land thousands of miles away had already turned pale because of him. Well, this wizard Ivan is getting more and more presumptuous, and is increasingly disregarding the rules of the academy. Mo Ling looked at the communication that suddenly stopped, and a hint of anger flashed across her eyes. How could such a trick be hidden from her? He was just looking for an excuse not to contact her in order to avoid the important tasks of the academy. It was clear that he didn't care about the rules of the academy and the dignity of the Lydia family. Mo Ling adjusted her mind a little, pushed the door, and came to the office of Vice President Doris. There were other guests in the office at this time, 2 wizards from other wizard families, also from the Torrent Twin Towers Academy, and were members of the Twinkle Vortex Academy Alliance together with Mona Ant Land Hut. Mo Ling came to Doris and whispered something. I'm sorry, Wizard Ivan has an important mission now, and can't get away for the time being. Why don't I recommend other enchanters to you, and guarantee that the enchantment level is not inferior to Wizard Ivan? Doris said to the guest in the office without changing her expression. Vice Dean Lydia, can we contact Wizard Ivan first and talk to him in person about repairing the rune magic array? I believe he will be interested. The wizard named Doendo replied, and then said to the wizard next to him, that is a very interesting rune magic array that is worth exploring, don't you think, Wizard Pence? Yes. Pence paused and nodded sullenly. This wizard Dornito was quite famous, and Doris didn't want to keep him at a distance, but now she couldn't get in touch with the person she wanted to contact, and she was so annoyed. How about this, you two stay in the Mona Ant Farm hut for a few more days, and when Wizard Ivan is a little less busy, I let him talk to you, how about that? I'm not used to waiting for people, Dornito said. Hearing this, Doris's expression froze. She didn't expect the other party to say such a thing, and she was even more annoyed. Ahem, then we stay for a few more days, and take a look at the scenery of the Mona Ant Farm hut. Wait for Wizard Ivan to contact us as soon as possible. Pence was not a fool. When he heard that he was going to get into trouble, he quickly spoke to smooth things over. Dornito also realized that this was not the Torrent Twin Towers Academy, and Lydia was not a small family. No matter how anxious he was, he couldn't be too presumptuous. Afterwards, Pence pulled Dornito away. When the two left the office, Doris's face suddenly darkened. Go and find out. I want to know where Wizard Ivan went, and what he did. Understood. Mo Ling followed the order, and went. These two people came to the door in a hurry, and they also said that they wanted to repair the rune magic array, and specifically asked Wizard Ivan. There must be something fishy. 10 days passed in a flash. In the cave of Gunther Rift Valley, the power of the earth was transmitted from the deep well again, making the underground cave full of special power, and causing the strange stalactite column to vibrate. It's time. Ivan looked at the stalactites not far away, and a unique rhythm flashed in his eyes. After so many days of meditation, he was still a little short of truly understanding the breath of the earth. He couldn't break through that diaphragm. He didn't want to wait any longer, so he decisively used a level 6 wisdom light. A few minutes later, the power in the deep well began to retreat rapidly, and the stalactites gradually stopped vibrating. At this moment, Ivan tightly grasped that opportunity, and a trace of inexplicable power was pulled out from the earth, pulled into his body, and fell into the life seed that was like a gas ball. The entire life seed began to spin rapidly, absorbing other do chi from various parts of the body, while absorbing the continuous inexplicable power. Tick! After an unknown amount of time, a drop of liquid do chi finally formed. Then the second drop. The third drop. Until the entire life seed turned into liquid, do chi once again crossed the surface of the heart and spread to the surroundings. Compared with before, the quality of do chi has obviously risen to a higher level. The Earth Knight has been made, and the Way of the Knight has entered the legendary stage. Ivan could feel the changes in his body. His body became stronger. In addition to the blue halo on his life seed, there was also a light yellow halo. In addition, he had a wonderful connection with the earth under his feet through the life seed, which could connect a weak force that had nothing to do with the earth energy particles. This was the protection of the earth. With this power, his body's recovery ability, endurance, strength, defense, etc. were all improved. Chapter 196. In the night stage, the fighting spirit covers the whole body like a layer of black gauze. In the great night stage, the fighting spirit covers the whole body like leather armor. In the earth night stage, it goes a step further, and the fighting spirit can be transformed into a layer of light armor. The armor is lifelike, with earth veins, blue cloud patterns, and animal face patterns on it. Ivan's mind moved, and a pair of bat-shaped shoulder guards condensed, adding a bit of majesty to the black armor on his body, which is no different from the armor of the nobles. Come! The next second, he drew out more earth power, making the earth veins on the Dochi armor larger and brighter. He noticed that his defense, endurance, recovery, and strength had all improved, especially the defense brought by the armor, which also added a kind of all-element resistance, that is, the ability to resist spells. But agility would be slightly affected. He tried Dochi Slash, and the best distance reached 14 or 15 meters. The attack strength of a random attack reached 20 scales, and it could reach 30 scales with full strength, which was a significant improvement. Strength, 11.8, Agility, 11.7, Constitution, 12.1, Spirit, 31.4. On the attribute panel, all aspects of the body have been improved, and the physical data has become the highest among the three, and the ear, hearing, and fighting spirit penetration characteristics have also been enhanced. On the academic master panel, the experience value of night breathing has increased by 1,500, getting closer to the 8th level subject. The Tide book says that the lifespan of the Earth Knight will increase, about 30 to 40 years. It stands to reason that the Earth Knight is equivalent to the 2nd level, but this lifespan is far less than that of the 1st level wizard. The lifespan of a 1st level wizard is about 300 years. Ivan cannot detect any changes in his lifespan, nor does he know whether the lifespan increase can be superimposed. Ivan, this armor is really majestic, isn't it hard? Yes, old spider, I have never seen such a majestic and domineering armor. These days, the old spider has no idea how many times he has been taught a lesson by the Silkworm Queen. He has long become obedient, and only hopes that these two evil spirits can leave one day earlier. Don't just praise me. You are now intelligent. If you have time, you might as well discuss with the fragrant butterfly and the wind moth to discuss how to deepen the insect breathing method. Ah? Hearing Ivan's words, the queen silkworm was a little dumbfounded. It was just a bug, but it was studying such profound things. What? I'm not your swiftwood silkworm. After all, I can't practice the insect breathing method. I can't experience the most real feelings when you practice. It's time-consuming and laborious to study like this, and it's easy to go astray. When studying the insect breathing method before, Ivan found the problem. He was not a bug, so he had natural limitations in studying the insect breathing method. It was impossible to deduce it to the same level as the knight's breathing method. The Silkworm Queen is different. It is possible that it can take the insect breathing method to a higher level. But I don't know how to do it. The Silkworm Queen was confused. If you don't know how to do it, you can ask me. I'm not completely indifferent. When I have time, I may be able to help you develop a basic level of insect meditation method. Ivan continued. Seeing that the wizard was determined, the Silkworm Queen could only bite the bullet and agree. The conversation between the man and the insect was heard by the old spider. Words such as insect breathing method and insect meditation method made it feel very uneasy. It didn't expect that there was a cultivation method suitable for insects in this world, instead of just eating. The old spider wanted to ask for it, but he didn't know how to ask. Ivan ignored it and rewarded the old spider with some elemental stones, which made the Silkworm Queen turn into a blue dove, and took him away, ready to return to the Mona Ant Farm hut. On the way, he contacted the wizard Imo Ling. Imo Ling's tone was colder than before, urging him to return as soon as possible, saying that someone was waiting for him in the academy. The return journey was faster than the journey there, and it took Ivan only a week to return to the Mona Ant Farm hut. In the Twin Towers, before Ivan could catch his breath, Imo Ling came to the door as soon as possible. Wizard Ivan, I heard that you had a good harvest in the Crimson Cloud realm this time. Imo Ling did not mention the matter of him cutting off the secret seal. Not bad. Ivan replied indifferently. You are the wizard of the Mona Ant Land hut. Remember, if you have anything valuable, you should trade with the academy first, not with people from other academies. The Crimson Cloud realm is quite special. Usually only insect controllers will pay attention to it. When Imo Ling was ordered to inquire about the news, the matter of the Crimson Cloud realm had ended long ago, and the insect controllers had been gone for several months. Naturally, she did not get much inside information. Of course, she wouldn't be stupid enough to ask Randall for information about Ivan. I understand. Hearing what Imo Ling said, Ivan looked at her in surprise, as if to say, if you don't want to, why don't you ask him to leave, and bring me back from afar? That wizard Dondo is not a small figure. He is the son of a second-level wizard, and the only offspring. He is very beloved. Emoling guessed what he was thinking and explained. That's not easy. Everything I got in the Crimson Cloud realm was used on the insect swarm, and nothing was kept. On this point, Ivan and Emoling agreed that repairing the rune magic array was just an excuse, and there must be another purpose behind it, the most likely being the resources in the Crimson Cloud realm. In short, try not to offend the wizard Dorindo, otherwise it will be a troublesome thing for you, and you haven't delivered the black magic wind beam array for a while. Emoling emphasized that when Dorindo and Pence arrived, she left tactfully when she saw that the two did not want her to stay here. For Ivan, Pence was an acquaintance. Pence once gave him a resealing scroll and invited him to visit the Torrent Twin Towers to discuss enchantment knowledge. Wizard Ivan, the black magic wind beam array is your work, right? Dorindo asked with certainty. That's right. Ivan was stunned for a moment. He didn't come here for the Crimson Cloud realm. If you two need to buy it, you can only find our academy. I promise not to sell it to the public. To be honest, we have bought it and studied it in depth, so we want to ask you for a favor. Dorindo said. You can ask, but I may not be able to help. Ivan had a bad feeling in his heart. He glanced at Pence, and Pence gave him an awkward smile. I need you to use the black magic wind formation to help someone become a formal wizard. Dorindo said eagerly. No problem. You can buy a formation platform from the academy. No, not to buy a formation platform, but I need you to set up a more powerful black magic wind formation, or even a black magic wind formation, to ensure that one person can become a formal wizard. Dorindo revealed his true purpose. He then added, don't rush to deny it. Wizard Pence has conducted in-depth research and knows the true potential of your black magic wind formation. The pure spirit transformed can very likely make an apprentice a formal wizard. This is an extremely remarkable thing. Hearing this, Pence's expression became even more embarrassed. He liked to study enchantment, and the appearance of the black magic wind beam array on the market made him excited. He had collected multiple array platforms from various channels for research, and unexpectedly discovered the wonderful effect hidden under the thread text. The Tralla family where Dorindo was located was a favor to him. Seeing that the other party was in trouble and asked for advice, he couldn't help but tell him about this discovery, which led to the two of them working together. Chapter 197. Ivan's heart sank when he heard what Dorindo said. When he developed the black magic wind beam formation, he had two plans. The first plan was to directly use the spiritual energy refined by the formation and force it into the spiritual power to help become a formal wizard, but this would cause the spiritual power to be impure and difficult to remove. He used it as a backup plan. It is undeniable that this is a feasible plan. Once it is properly operated, it is very likely to ensure that an apprentice can become a wizard, although the upper limit is a first-level wizard. When he first traded with Lydia's family, he simplified and modified the black magic wind beam to cover it up. Later, when he became a formal wizard, he further concealed it to ensure that no one would notice the clues. Unexpectedly, it was still noticed by others, but not by Lydia's family. Did they? Wizard Ivan, it's meaningless for you to say that. Since we are here, we are fully confident that the information is accurate. Now that only we know, everything can be discussed. Seeing that Ivan refused to admit it, Dorn said threateningly, as we all know, it is a difficult process to go from an apprentice to a wizard, especially for those with less talent. Once this news is released, it is obvious that it will cause a sensation. With Dorn's identity, it is enough to make many people believe his words. Wizard Ivan, this matter is easy to discuss, Pence said. So, you want the production drawings of the black magic wind beam? Ivan said with a frown. No, I need you to use the black magic wind formation to ensure that one person becomes a wizard. Seeing that Pence was about to say something, Dorindo spoke first. Dorindo, how can you guarantee that someone can become a wizard? You are asking too much, Pence argued. Wizard Pence, don't forget that you told me the news, Dorindo said. I just said that there is a high possibility, not that it will definitely work. Pence looked at him with a headache, and regretted saying those words in his heart. This Dorindo acted too irrationally. That's not enough. Rebecca is my most beloved daughter. I must make sure she can become a wizard, not a cold corpse, Dorindo said stubbornly. Before Ivan said anything, the two of them started arguing. He understood that Dorindo came forward for one of his daughters this time. It was probably not the first time that the other party was promoted to a wizard. If he agreed, it would be a troublesome matter whether it succeeded or not. If he didn't agree, judging from Dorindo's appearance, he probably wouldn't let it go. In the final analysis, it was because he was not strong enough, otherwise how could someone come to him so brazenly and make such an impolite request? Wizard Ivan, I have only one request, what do you say? Dorno asked. You think too highly of me. I don't have the ability to guarantee that an apprentice will become a formal wizard. Ivan shook his head. How could he promise such a thing? That would be asking for trouble. Let's not talk about whether it can be done or not. What kind of guarantee can he make for something that has not been verified? No one knows whether there will be any changes. Wizard Pence? I believe what I saw. Wizard Ivan, don't be modest. If it really hasn't come to that, we can also help develop it. Rebecca is really not easy. At this point, Pence can only stick to his own opinion. Who cares if a stranger is easy or not? Ivan rolled his eyes secretly. Now there are two ways in front of him. Either hand over the blueprint of the Black Magic Wind Beam Array, or make a perfect rune magic array for the other party. You too, I don't mind exchanging the blueprint with you, but this matter needs to be approved by the Academy. Ivan waited, and chose the first way. He would not promise to let his apprentice become a wizard anyway. In addition, you must ensure that no outrageous rumors are spread, such as making the apprentice very likely to become a wizard. Okay. Seeing that he was determined not to admit it, Doindo had no choice but to wait until he got the blueprints, and then rely on Pence for further development. The two had been waiting for a while, and had to hurry up. Then the three of them went to the Vice President's office, and found Vice President Doris, to explain the idea of exchanging the array blueprints. Wizard Ivan, I remember you didn't say that before. Doris's face darkened. She didn't forget what happened before. It was also in this office. The other party rejected them with firm words. There were two vice presidents and a deacon at that time. This is a different time. After all, the Black Magic Wind Beam has been depreciating, and Wizard Dondo is a distinguished guest of the Academy. Of course, if the Academy doesn't allow it, just pretend I didn't say anything. Ivan naturally hoped that the Academy would come forward to refuse. You are right. Dorno is a distinguished guest of the Academy, but you have to give a copy of your blueprint to the Academy. Doris's next words broke his already limited fantasy, and took the opportunity to make a request. No problem, the credits must be given. Ivan did not refuse. He gave 1 copy and 2 copies. He would not expect to earn credits with the Black Magic Wind Beam Array in the future. The three parties reached a consensus, and Ivan handed over the Black Magic Wind Beam Array blueprint. From the Academy, he got 3,000 credits, and from Dorno, he got a set of first-level mental potion called Trollop's Secret Dew, which was obviously a potion recipe developed by the Trollop family. Before leaving, Pence expressed his apology to him. Ivan could not deny this. Whether the other party did it intentionally or not, he was cheated by Pence this time, and his drawings had already fallen into Pence's hands. Not only that, this matter also left other hidden dangers, which could not be explained in a few words. Through this incident, he was completely disappointed with the Mona Ant Land Hut. An academy that did not even have the slightest intention to protect the internal wizards was, as Solomon said, rotten. Time was not subject to anyone's will, and another year passed in a flash. Strength, 12.2, Agility, 12.2, Constitution, 12.7, Spirit, 42.3. Ivan has taken all the Trollop's Secret Dew, which has enabled his mental power to pass the gasification stage and enter the elemental stage. This stage is the longest stage in the first-level cultivation process. The mental power will slowly increase from 40 scales to 80 scales. He needs to strengthen his mental power while fusing elemental crystals until his mental power reaches the upper limit of the first level. Before, when he refined the 1,000 Changes Star Cone for Solomon, he had obtained enough low-grade plant elemental crystals, and he only needed to fuse them step by step. The only thing he lacks is the improvement of his mental strength, and he also has some ideas about this. It's really an unexpected disaster. Recently, Ivan received some bad news, and it was the wizard Burns who took the initiative to tell him. Rebecca died in the 3rd wizard promotion, and Dondo acted erratically. Burns reminded him to be careful. Chapter 198. That day, Ivan came to the site of the Cadden Ruins Academy. The Cadden Ruins is located in the middle of the Nanchi district of the Moon Clan Peninsula, and is an academy of the Half Moon Alliance. The location of the Cadden Ruins is extremely special. It was built on the ruins of the first wizard academy in human history, the Alva Academy, but it only occupies a part of the ruins. Ivan came here not to explore the ruins, but to meet a person, Solomon. Solomon had sent a message before, saying that the recommendation for him to join the 5-leaf spear was confirmed, and asked him to come as soon as possible. On a hillside with messy buildings, Ivan met Solomon, whom he hadn't seen for many days. Wizard Solomon. Wizard Ivan, you're here pretty quickly. Of course, we should be more active in things that are beneficial. Haha, come with me. I introduce you to my boss, Chief Naniel. He is a level 3 wizard, just one step away from a level 4 arcane wizard. Hearing his words, Ivan's heart tightened. It was just an assessment task arrangement, and he didn't expect such a big shot to come out. In the Moon Clan Peninsula, a level 2 wizard can almost sweep the entire area, and a level 3 wizard is of course a big shot. At this moment, Chief Naniel was not with Solomon, but in the hinterland of the Alva ruins, where the energy particles were more chaotic. The two carefully avoided the high-energy chaotic area along the way. The members of our 5-leaf spear are divided into 1 leaf, 2 leaves, and 3 leaves from the lowest to the highest. 1 leaf and 2 leaves are just peripheral members, and 3 leaves are formal members, such as myself. Above the 3 leaves is the 4 leaves leader, and above the 4 leaves is the 5 leaves speaker. If you can pass this assessment, you will also be a formal member of the 3 leaves in the future, with the same status as me. In fact, the 5 leaves spear is a relatively loose organization. There is no substantive relationship between the 3 leaves and the 4 leaves. Most of the time, the 3 leaves members can refuse the tasks assigned by the 4 leaves leader. On the way, Solomon told Ivan a lot of information about the 5 leaves spear. If his words are accurate, Ivan can easily guess that in the 5 leaves spear organization, the 5 leaves speaker is very likely to be a 4th level arcane wizard. For the wizard profession, the 4th level is a big qualitative change, which is incomparable to the 1st, 2nd and 3rd level wizards. The upper limit of lifespan alone exceeds 1,000 years. Looking at the entire Danila world, the 4th level wizards are the overlords of one side. Chairman, Ivan Marichattan has arrived. When approaching the top of the mountain, Solomon stopped with Ivan. Ivan could sense the danger ahead. This place is due to the fierce battle between higher creatures, which has caused the elements and force fields to be disordered for years. Under the influence of the chaotic force radiation for many years, it has formed a strange place different from the normal area. As soon as the words fell, a majestic purple crow arrived in front of the 2 people in the blink of an eye, and then transformed into a white-haired elegant scholar with a terrifying aura. Meetings, Chief Naniel. When Naniel looked at Ivan, the two hurriedly greeted each other. This was obviously not the other party's true body, but the pressure he brought to the 2 people was real, and no one dared to underestimate it. Solomon, is he the person you recommended? Yes, he is the one who refined the 1,000 changes star cone in 3 months. After a few simple questions, Naniel took out a palm-sized cube box from somewhere, handed it to Ivan, and said, I give you an hour to unlock it, and get the things inside. Understood. Ivan took the metal box and gestured, then walked to the side and sat cross-legged. This is something similar to a trap box. The box is not sealed with a trap, but with various runes and rune bundles. Only by unlocking the runes on the outside can you get the things inside. The box is usually used to seal and store certain dangerous items. He had only seen the description in the information before, and had never touched the real thing. After sitting down, he began to unlock the runes and rune bundles on it as if no one was around. In the first half an hour, his speed was not satisfactory. Naniel looked at Solomon with a hint of meaning, and Solomon just smiled back. He had confidence in the person he was optimistic about. He could even refine the special magic item 1,000 change star cone, so it was impossible for him to be stumped by a mere sealed box. In the last half hour, Ivan obviously began to speed up, and his speed was constantly increasing. Chief Naniel, it's unlocked. In the last few minutes, he completely unlocked the sealed box and handed it over. Finally, he didn't let me down. Ivan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that he must find a way to learn advanced enchantment as soon as possible, otherwise his knowledge is not systematic, and it is easy to make mistakes. Naniel didn't take it, and motioned him to open it himself. Ivan opened it as he was told, and found a red heart-shaped object. It looked like a red crystal on the outside, but it was not a real object when he looked closely, but a strange object between half virtual and half real. This is the heart of the advanced puppet. It is a rare item. Its function is to turn other creatures into puppets. Solomon introduced it from the side. Hearing this, Ivan's heart trembled, and he almost threw the thing in his hand away. What does this mean? He looked at the head of Naniel in confusion. Just now, it was just a small test for me. This is the entrance examination you need to complete. There is an Ant-Man secret library in your Mona Antland hut. There is an ant beast with king-level blood in the Ant-Man secret library. It should be at the 3rd level biological level now. What you need to do is very simple. First find the Ant-Man secret library, then find the sealed king blood and beast, and use this puppet heart to control it, and your assessment task will be completed. Chief Nal explained while handing him a scroll. The information recorded on the scroll was the content of this assessment, just as he said. Ant-Man's secret library? Ivan had never heard of such a thing. He noticed that there was a task time on the scroll, and the time limit was within 3 years from today. Wizard Ivan, don't worry about the king blood and beast non-existing. Remember what I told you, the 5 leaves of the 5-leaf spear represent the power of the prophet, and the mission information must be correct. Solomon thought he was worried about the information being wrong, and added, Okay, I will do my best to complete this mission. Ivan nodded. The invitation from the 5-leaf spear was a great opportunity, and he would never give it up. He sealed the puppet heart back into the box, and then put it away solemnly, including the official assessment mission scroll. Wizard Ivan, can you tell me why you were so slow and even a little clumsy at the beginning when you were unlocking the sealed box, but you were able to speed up calmly at the end? Is there any special reason behind this? Naniel asked. To be honest, due to the regulations of the Academy, I haven't systematically learned advanced enchantment knowledge. Thinking that he might be his immediate boss in the future, Ivan did not hide his current predicament. Chapter 199. Hearing this, Solomon couldn't help but stare at him with wide eyes. This was something he had never thought of before. How could someone who had never learned to refine special advanced magic items? On the other hand, Naniel seemed to have expected it, and his face showed an expression of as expected. After a while, Naniel left first. Before leaving, he casually gave Ivan a copy of advanced enchantment knowledge as a gift for their first meeting. This level of generosity is comparable to Solomon's, or this is the style of the 5-leaf spear. Ivan secretly made up his mind. He would add this 5-leaf spear. Wizard Ivan, you always exceed my expectations. Solomon sighed. Being able to refine high-level magic items without learning the corresponding knowledge is not the same as learning it. I have an advantage. I have a good learning ability and understanding. Ivan smiled lightly. It is indeed outstanding. It seems that I have a good eye for people. I can see your extraordinariness at a glance, haha. Solomon nodded in approval, and praised himself for his discerning eyes. After chatting for a while, he reminded solemnly, the Moon Clamp Peninsula should not be very peaceful recently. There will probably be something big happening. This may be an opportunity or a danger for you. Is it the Star Moon Alliance? It's hard to say. Anyway, complete the assessment as soon as possible. When you really join the 5-leaf spear, you will find that your eyes can see farther and higher. By then, the Moon Clamp Peninsula will definitely not be able to hold you back. Then we will work together for the cause of the human race. Hearing Solomon's solemn reminder, Ivan nodded seriously and kept his words in mind. A few days later, Ivan returned to the Mona Ant-Land hut. He lingered in the library and checked various records, but did not find any records of the Ant-Man's secret library. There was even little information about the Sheety Ant-Man and the Ant-Man barrier, and some of it was superficial. This undoubtedly disappointed him. The 3 major families must have records, but my relationship with them has become strained. Besides, the Ant-Man's secret library should involve the core secrets of the Mona Ant-Land hut. It would be difficult to access relevant information if the relationship was not strained. Thinking that he had been a wizard for so long, and had not even been allowed to enter the secret realm of the Academy's Purple Dew Garden, he immediately gave up the idea of learning about the Ant-Man's secret vault from the 3 major families. He kept thinking about how to break the deadlock in his mind, thinking of Randall, the hunting team, and the Flash Vortex Academy Alliance. 3 years is not a long time. If he missed the opportunity to join the 5-leaf spear, he would probably regret it in the future. Soon, he came to Randall's 3-story round tower. Teacher, do you know the Ant-Man's secret vault? Facing his mentor, Ivan chose to ask directly. Are you talking about the secret vault left by the Sheety Ant-Man? Randall was a little surprised that he suddenly asked this question. After thinking about it, he said truthfully, there is indeed such a saying that there is a vault left by the Sheety Ant-Man in the area where we are, but no one has ever found any traces. This is just a very distant legend. You mean the Ant-Man vault is in the swamp? Ivan was surprised. This is just an unfounded saying. You are not interested in the Ant-Man vault, are you? I advise you not to waste your time. It has not been discovered for so many years, which shows that it is not easy to find, and there is no so-called vault at all. Randall advised earnestly. Okay, I'm just asking casually. Ivan did not ask any more questions. This matter is difficult to explain. It is not difficult to see from Randall's reaction that ordinary wizards must not know the information about the secret vault. After leaving the round tower, he did not rush to find the hunting team or other people. 3 years is not a short time. Some things cannot be rushed and need to find the right opportunity. If that didn't work, He would try his best to improve his strength and methods, and find a way to investigate from within the three major families. It was night. On the high plateau west of the Moon Clamp Peninsula, the Night Forest Academy of the Highland Alliance was located there, in a more remote area in the southwest. As the name suggests, the Night Forest Academy is located in a black forest. Most of the trees in the forest are night shadow trees, which are tall and branchy with few leaves. The moonlight fell from the sky and disappeared silently as soon as it fell into the forest, as if it was swallowed by something. Due to the characteristics of the black forest, the night in Night Forest is particularly dark. You can't see any outline or hear any sound from the outside. Boom! Late at night, a deafening sound broke the tranquility of the black forest. The intensity of elemental energy surged, and pieces of light lit up, making the surroundings suddenly noisy. Kill! Where did you come from, you thief? Dare to come and offend my Night Forest? Ha ha! I'm going to hit your academy. We will use the name of your Night Forest to achieve the great reputation of our Star Moon Alliance. Die! A scene that had not appeared for several years suddenly appeared in front of this wizard academy. The large number of invaders around made the wizards in the Night Forest realize that this was not fake, and someone really dared to attack the regular wizard academy. The wizards of the academy reacted quickly, and stabilized the situation quickly. They knew clearly that as long as the academy's protective magic array was still there, it would be difficult for the enemy to really attack the inside of the academy. However, the next second, many people's faces changed drastically. The academy's protective magic array was broken after not lasting for long. Damn bastards! Many people started to curse, and it was unclear whether they were cursing the insiders of the academy or the invaders who had already attacked. After finding the flaw, the invaders chose to rush into the Night Forest Academy and began a bloody massacre and wanton looting. Fire and screams filled the Black Forest. On a new day, a shocking news spread across the Moon Clamp Peninsula at the fastest speed. The Night Forest Academy was reduced to ruins, and it was unknown how many wizards and apprentices died. It was basically dead in name only. This was a major change that had never happened in the entire Moon Clamp Peninsula in 1,000 years. The name of the Moonstar Alliance suddenly appeared. It made people realize that there was such a force hidden in the Moon Clamp Peninsula. Unknowingly, this force had the ability to destroy a regular wizard academy. A few days later, another shocking news broke out. It turned out that the Dean of the Night Forest was ambushed half a month ago, and his life or death was unknown. Judging from the current situation, he is very likely dead. Because the two wizard clans that mainly control the Night Forest Academy were also ambushed on the night when the Night Forest was ambushed, and they also suffered heavy losses. Another piece of news that attracted attention was that on the night when Night Forest was attacked, a large number of traitors appeared inside the academy. They colluded with each other and launched a rebellion, which put Night Forest into a passive situation. There were also rumors that the invaders were not only wandering wizards, but also some wizards from other regular academies. Once all the news came out, there was an uproar in the regular wizard academy. Chapter 200. The news about the Night Forest and the Moonstar Alliance spread like wildfire. There were only 13 regular colleges in the Moon Clamp Peninsula, and one of them was destroyed unexpectedly. It can be said to be a major change that has never happened in 1,000 years. Since the news came out, people in the Mona Ant Land hut have obviously fluctuated a lot. Some are anxious, some are gloating, and some see opportunities in it. It's so satisfying, so satisfying. The hunting team, the chief steward Chris Donner, did not hide his gloating in front of several confidants. In his opinion, both the Night Forest and the Mona Ant Farm have long been tools for the wizards to make money. Such a college can only be eradicated from its old decay and regain a new life full of vitality after it is destroyed and rebuilt. Deacon, after the destruction of the Night Forest College, is the 100-year contract signed before invalidated? Someone couldn't help asking. Of course, since the college no longer exists, the contract naturally loses its meaning of existence. Chris Donner thought about it and answered based on the information he knew. However, if they do that, they will easily suffer from the backlash of the contract. The original 100-year contract stipulated that wizards had a mandatory responsibility to defend the academy. The situation of the Night Forest turning the tables was very unreasonable. If there were no countermeasures, those who dared to betray the academy would inevitably suffer the backlash of the contract and bring indelible damage. But the means to deal with the backlash were not so easy to obtain, especially in the Moon Clamp Peninsula. The betrayers of the Night Forest should have received help from the Star Moon Alliance. Even with the help of the Star Moon Alliance, it is not always possible to destroy an academy. Once you become a traitor and the Academy keeps it well, the subsequent troubles will be more dangerous. I thought it was just a small fight like before, but I didn't expect that the Star Moon Alliance seemed to be quite powerful. I wonder what their purpose is. It can't be to rob resources, right? Deacon and Dai expressed his doubts. In the past, it's not that wandering wizards have united together, and it's not that there have been forces that have set their sights on regular academies, but none of them have been so fierce, destroying both the academy and the family together, which can be said to be extremely vicious. With such means and appeal, why bother to come to a place like Yueqian Peninsula to rob resources? This is a question worth pondering. No matter what their purpose is, we may not be unable to cooperate with them if they can stir up trouble in Yueqian Peninsula. Chris Donner couldn't figure it out either. It can be predicted that the other party must have some intention. Chris Donner didn't think about joining the other party. Joining is equivalent to jumping from one contract to another. In the end, he was also driven by others. What he wanted was to reshape the order of the Mona Ant Land Hut. The Academy will definitely send people to explore the Night Forest. Leave it to me when the time comes. And Dia suggested. No, I go there myself this time. Chris Donald rejected her proposal. At the same time, the people of the three major families also found an opportunity to gather together. The two major families that controlled the Night Forest were destroyed, and of course the three major families were the most shocked. If the Mona Ant Land Hut was raided this time, it is possible that the three major families would also fall. This time it's not, then what about next time? This situation undoubtedly sounded a warning bell for them, forcing the people of the three major families to treat it with caution. Therefore, there were quite a few people who came to discuss the situation, including Vice Deans Doris and Victor, Chief Deacon Alf, and several deacons. Wayne from the Steele family came. Heidi from the Lydia family also came. She has now become a formal wizard, and her hair has turned into a strange frost blue, adding a sense of coldness and arrogance to her. Soon, all the wizards who were supposed to come had arrived, filling up a room, nearly 30 people, and these were only those with the blood of the three major families. Let's talk about the situation and opinions. Seeing that no one in the room was talking, Doris was the first to break the silence. I contacted Dean Waken. The dean is busy for the time being. He will come back to take charge after some time. Alfu said that in Mona Ant Land Academy, she is the spokesperson for Dean Waken. Dean Waken is a senior second-level wizard. If he can come back to take charge, I think the Star Moon Alliance will not cause any trouble. The dean can't come back for the time being, and others can't force him to come back. There is no doubt that they are disappointed. There is news that there were no level 2 wizards among the attackers that night. It is unknown whether they were hiding around and did not show up. Victor said this, and he continued, in addition, there is another piece of news that has not been spread. Doesn't the Half Moon Alliance's Guidome Shield Academy have a small magic stone mine? It is said that it was robbed by the Star Moon Alliance yesterday, and the remaining magic stones were looted. The Highland Alliance's Scorching Watchtower Academy and the Star Moon Alliance had a conflict, and both sides suffered losses. Now those wandering wizards cannot be underestimated. The three families controlled more information channels than ordinary wizards, so they naturally learned more about the Star Moon Alliance. The three families acted together, and various news continued to gather. As for the situations encountered by other academies, they compared their own one by one to prevent any omissions. As for the magic stone mine, the people present were not worried. The magic stone mine in the Mona Ant Land Hut was emptied many years ago. The remaining empty mine has a certain value, but the value is not so great that the Star Moon Alliance covets it. As for the secret realm, the most important one is the Flash Vortex secret realm controlled by the Flash Vortex Alliance, where wizards are stationed all year round. As for the other plantations, they are either not valuable or are within the academy, so they are very safe, unless the academy falls into the same situation as Nightwood. Should we try to win over more wizards? The situation now is different from the past, so we should be careful to avoid the same situation. How can we win them over? When the time comes, they will betray us anyway, so we have to be on guard. We should pay more attention to their unusual behavior, and find a way to eliminate them if necessary. We can replace all key positions with our people, and don't give them any chances, especially the Academy's protective magic array. Can we find a way to further repair the Academy's protective magic array? It would be best if it could be combined with the power of the Flash Vortex, and if necessary, it could deal a heavy blow to the enemy. Wizard Wayne, you think too simply. If it can be repaired, we would have found a way to repair it long ago. Why wait until now? The people of the three major families have always advanced and retreated together, and the people on the field did not hide their thoughts. In a word, The Mona Ant Land hut belongs to the three major families, and it must not be destroyed like the Night Forest. The Academy must also send a team to investigate the Night Forest. Seeing with one's own eyes is always more accurate than the news from others. It would be even better if we can find traces of the Moonstar Alliance. Wizard Ivan, I hope you can go to the Night Forest on behalf of the enchantment group. Is this an Academy mission? Yes. No problem. Today, the territory where the Night Forest is located must be turbulent, and it is not an easy task to go there to investigate. In the eyes of Victor and others, Ivan is the kind of wizard who doesn't know what's good for him. So, when there is an investigation mission, he is the first person they think of. This mission was somewhat special. People were sent from all departments of the Mona Ant Farm hut. The leader was Chris Donner, the chief deacon of the hunting team. The next day, Ivan found that there were many familiar people who set out together. He saw Walban from the hunting team, Wayne from the cultivation team, and Bernardson, the deacon of the picket team. There was another deacon, Abel, the wizard from the patrol team, and a wizard from the potion team. There were 7 people in total. This exploration team was considered a big move. This was a long-distance mission. Not every wizard had a suitable flying mount. They needed to ride the giant bird specially cultivated by the Academy. The giant bird had a simple house on its back for them to rest. Let's go! With Chris Donner's command, the giant bird flapped its wings and soared into the sky. The giant bird's back seemed a little bumpy, but it was not a problem for the wizards. One person for one day, take turns on duty. No problem, I be on the first day. I be on the second day. With a few words, they assigned the duty tasks during the journey. Ivan randomly chose the 4th day, when he needed to keep an eye on the giant bird to prevent it from running to the wrong place, and also needed to deal with other possible changes. He chose another small room, which only had a place to sit, but no space to lie down. Not long after, Walban came to the door. Without waiting for him to say anything, Walban waved his hands around, and a layer of invisible energy enveloped the room. Is this necessary? At such a close distance, it's hard for us to chat without being heard by others. It's better not to disturb them. Walban glanced around. The small house was built of wood, and the sound insulation effect was very poor. You're right. Ivan nodded, agreeing with this statement. Did you know that there are imitations of the array you made before? Walban asked. Even the blueprints were handed over to others. It was only a matter of time. Ivan said he actually knew a long time ago that the people who made the black magic wind beam array were now from the Lydia family, and he had nothing to do with it anymore. College? Yes, and the Torrent Twin Towers. This matter is more complicated. There is also bad news about you. Seeing that he looked normal, Walban mentioned a piece of news he had received recently. Tell me about it. Ivan thought about it, but couldn't figure it out. Ivan, someone has offered a bounty on you. The other party has taken out 6 sets of level 1 mental potions, but they haven't found out who is targeting you. Walban said in a deep voice. There are bound to be conflicts between wizards. Due to the contract or their status, some things are not convenient for them to solve themselves, so they can use resources to secretly entrust others to do it. This is a black market bounty that cannot be put on the table. After hearing his words, Ivan realized that he was offered a reward for 6 sets of mental potions. In the Moonclamp Peninsula, a place with scarce resources, 6 sets of mental potions are worth a lot of money, enough to attract many wizards to make a move. The first person he thought of was Dornder. That person acted erratically, and had no shortage of mental potions. He might indeed do such a thing. Thank you, I will be careful. Just keep it in mind. The two did not talk much about this topic, but turned to the Star Moon Alliance. This newly emerged force really opened the eyes of the wizards of the Moonclamp Peninsula. After Walban left, Ivan continued to learn advanced enchantment knowledge, including enchantment methods, key elements for making advanced enchanted items, advanced rune disassembly techniques, etc. This time, he finally got the resealing rune he had been dreaming of, but he didn't have the right materials, otherwise he could start making a resealing scroll. Chapter 201. After 13 days of continuous day and night travel, the giant bird successfully arrived at the Highland Alliance and came to the Black Forest, where the Night Forest Academy was located. The forest was mostly filled with night shadow trees, which loved light, whether it was sunlight or moonlight. Even during the day, the Black Forest was darker than other places. If nothing unexpected happens, the Night Forest has been covered by energy radiation pollution and has become a bad place, Chris Donner said, looking down at the black trees. Compared with the past, there is a gray mist floating in the Black Forest, which makes people feel uncomfortable. It should be caused by energy radiation pollution. All the people present are formal wizards, and no one will be afraid of this. After the 7 people landed on the ground, the giant bird received the order and flew away from this troubled place. It is a blood-synthesized creature with a certain self-protection ability. It can be called back again when needed. This is natural. Each academy has its own trump card. In the end, they will definitely choose to perish together and not let those bandits have an easy life. It is inevitable to cause energy pollution. Abel, the patrol team's deacon, echoed. Such means also exist in the huts of the Mona Ant land, which were built when the academy was founded. As they spoke, the 7 people stepped into the Black Forest and walked towards the Night Forest Academy. The shadows of the trees swayed, and the demonic creatures hiding in the forest did not dare to show their heads when they sensed the 7 people's extraordinary aura. After a while, a huge ruined tomb came into view. This was the campus of the Night Forest. The Night Forest Academy excels in studying shadows and undead energy, and such a campus complements each other, making people feel reliable. However, the tomb had been broken, and gaps appeared one after another. The nearby protective secret forest was also burned. We came so late, and they must have dug 3 feet into the ground. Is it necessary to investigate bit by bit? Wayne couldn't help asking. Among all the colleges, Mona Ant Land Hut is the farthest from here. Before they arrived, there must have been waves of wizards who arrived. Those people would not show mercy. Now what is left is probably some worthless waste. It's hard to say. You will know after taking a look inside. Chris Donald took the lead and stepped into one of the gaps. The others followed behind, and could not help but be alert. Normally, when some high-energy energy leaks out of the laboratory, it will cause mutations and turmoil in the surrounding area, not to mention a ruined academy. No one knows what is sealed in the laboratory of an academy, and what has leaked. Wizard Ivan, you are from the enchantment group. Can you sense the power of the surrounding protective magic array? Yes, there will definitely be remnants. This kind of rune magic array, with a wide coverage, is difficult to completely destroy. It usually has the ability to recover itself. Like the current situation, it is easy to cause wonderful chain changes. You have to be careful then. The real campus of Night Forest is deep underground. The 7 people passed through a long spiral passage and arrived at the tomb without any danger. The entire campus is also the size of a city. Most of the tombs and church-like buildings are in ruins. The air around is damp and dark, and there is a poisonous fog with a rotten smell. It's really interesting. There is a smell of rotting corpses. Wayne not only did not dislike it, but sniffed it hard, as if he smelled something intoxicating. Ivan couldn't help but glance at him. After the blood transformation, even the habits of this family became strange, and there were other things hidden in their bodies. Wizard Ivan, do you have a different opinion? Wayne smiled at him. No. Ivan looked normal, but there was a flash of suspicion in his mind. It shouldn't be an illusion. This time when they met, he sensed a trace of unusual aura from Wayne. That was a discovery he made after he controlled the heart of the high-level puppet and conducted some research. That was the unique aura emitted by the puppet heart, and Wayne would occasionally emit a similar aura. This was intriguing, as Wayne was from the Steel family, one of the 3 major families, and had joined the cultivation group controlled by the Waken family, so he had a special identity. The only uncertainty was whether the controlled creatures could maintain the same status as ordinary people. If they could, it would be understandable that Wayne had failed to advance with his 5th-class talent, and then embarked on the path of bloodline transformation. As for the matter of the Flash Vortex secret realm, the strange things he felt were also explained. Could it be a plot by the Starmoon Alliance? He didn't know, but he wouldn't tell the Academy anyway. In the Night Forest Academy, there was something emitting a pale green light above the sky, adding a different atmosphere to the Academy. The group did not hide their footsteps, and the sound was particularly loud in this silent area. Roar. Finally, their arrival attracted the hidden demonic beast, which was quite large from the noise. How could a fish that slipped through the net be so stupid? Chris Donner took action himself. A violent thunder leaped over, killing the beasts that had not yet approached. There was also an advantage to coming late, that is, the rioting experimental subjects and demonized beasts had been cleared out again, and the ones they encountered were just the ones that slipped through the net. Under the leadership of Chris Donner, the group went straight to the heart of the campus. When they reached the area with the most violent energy, they couldn't help but slow down their pace. There were many pure white stone carvings in front of them, including plants, people, and beasts. The most surprising thing was the wizard stone carving inside. Even the details were carved out. The terrified expressions on their faces were vivid, and these people were posing as if they were fleeing. I know him, Howard Joan, a wandering wizard. Bernard's son pointed to one of the human-shaped statues and said, from the face, it is not difficult to see that this is an old wizard. This is Neeson Beth, I have heard of him, a very cruel villain. Able Wizard pointed to another person. Their words made the others feel a chill in their hearts, and they walked more cautiously. What kind of power turned a living wizard into a stone sculpture? The stone sculpture looked lifelike, but in their perception, there was no life at all. However, when they turned their backs, they always felt that someone was staring at them, which came from these human-shaped statues. It's just a stone sculpture, nothing strange. Some people didn't believe it, and went forward to carefully investigate, but did not detect any energy fluctuations. I haven't heard that Night Forest has studied this kind of power. It might be their hidden trump card, similar to the forbidden power. Let's take a look inside. Chris Donald waved his hand, and asked them to move forward. The petrified place was not a certain place, but a large area. As they continued to go deeper into this area, there were more and more plant statues, but no human-shaped statues. They came to a special tomb building. Unlike other places, this tomb and the surrounding soil were also petrified and turned into pure white. The tomb door was open. After several people did not notice the danger, they went directly inside, and found a deep pit in the middle of the ground. It should be that something was dug out by someone. Chapter 202. Do you know where this place is? Chris Donner asked his left and right. No one else had been to the Night Forest campus, let alone what was originally in this tomb. Wizard Chris Donner, have you ever been to the Night Forest? Abel asked. Yes, this is the forbidden area of the Night Forest. If I remember correctly, what was dug out should be a 4-meter-high stone tablet, which is called the Dust Tablet by the wizards of the Night Forest. Stone tablet? Does it have any special function? It is connected to the secret realm of resources in the Night Forest. Chris Donald carefully sensed the surroundings and turned to ask Ivan, can you find a way to find the secret realm? Otherwise, we can only wait for it to reveal its flaws. The bandits broke into the academy, and must further break the secret realm of the Night Forest to plunder the resources inside. The protection of the secret realm is damaged, so there must be flaws, which will be revealed at the right time. It's not easy. Bernardson shook his head slightly. I'd give it a try. Ivan took a few steps forward. This wasn't a challenge, since he represented the enchantment group. He stretched out his palm, and a series of transparent thick lines emerged from his palm. The thick lines slowly extended around like insect tentacles, and the other end pierced into the air and disappeared. All the thick lines were shaking, clearly looking for something. This scene fell into the eyes of others. Chris Donald saw the faint lines on the thick lines, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. He could become the head of the hunting team. Whether in terms of strength or knowledge, he was not comparable to ordinary wizards. Naturally, he knew that part of the pattern represented space energy. An enchanter who could skillfully use space energy, how could he not know what it meant? It seemed that the biggest gain this time was the current discovery, and he found a person who must be won over. Not far away, Wayne was also shining. The rest of the people did not know much about enchantment, and only thought that Ivan had cast some special detection spell. Little did he know that this was one of the methods that Ivan derived from his in-depth understanding of the 1,000 Changes star symbol array, which was not something that an ordinary high-level enchanter could do. Ding! After a moment, one of the thick wires touched something, and the other thick wires followed suit, turning into an energy chain in the blink of an eye, with one end of the chain hanging on something. The other end was in his hand. Ivan pulled hard, and saw circles of ripples appearing around the chain in the air. Through the wave-like ripples, he could see the shadow of a scene behind it. It is not difficult to tell that it is the secret realm they are looking for. Seeing this, the others are about to take action, preparing to cast spells together, and use brute force to blast the secret realm open, which is also a common method of breaking the secret realm. Wait! Ivan stopped him and said, this secret realm has damage and has been broken many times. In order to avoid causing greater chaos, I can try to open it in a peaceful way. Although the secret realm is used to cultivate resources, when the secret realm falls into imbalance and chaos, the strangling power that erupts can also be extremely terrifying. He doesn't want to be trapped in that situation after entering. In this kind of situation, it is better to be safe than sorry. Others also understood this truth, and could not help but stop what they were doing. After taking on the task, Ivan did not act rashly. He needed to find a loophole in the secret realm's defense, and use the loophole as a base point to pry open a door. A few minutes later, the chain made another slight sound and anchored a loophole in the defense. A gap slowly opened in the air, and a dim secret realm appeared before his eyes. Good trick. Such a trick without the smell of gunpowder is undoubtedly admirable. Let's go and take a look inside. Chris Donner was still the first to step into it. Others followed in, and Ivan was no exception. He walked in at the end and closed the gap in the secret realm. As expected of the core secret realm of the Night Forest, it looked like a small world, with an area of 400 to 500 acres, forming a plain, which looked particularly wide. You can also see scattered broken towers. After Ivan learned advanced enchantment knowledge, he clearly knew the functions of these towers, including energy towers, monitoring towers, and defense towers, which were all the arrangements that a complete secret realm should have. Logically, there should be guard puppets and trigger traps at the entrance, but now they have been cleared. The sky in the secret realm is half blood red and half black. The blood red and black collide from time to time, and the colors intersect, giving people an ominous sense of depression. Look, there are also things dug up in the secret realm. Could it be the Twilight Steel? They found a larger and deeper pit in the secret realm. There was petrified soil around the pit, which made people think of the steel outside. Don't ask me, how can an outsider wizard like me enter the secret realm of other academies? Seeing someone looking at him, Chris Donner said he didn't know. Does the Twilight Steel have other functions? Then you have to ask the people in the Night Forest. If Chris Donner didn't know, the others would have no idea. Several people began to search separately. Ivan kept looking around. He knew that this kind of secret realm must have a rare material, the Space Stone. Only with the Space Stone can there be such a large space and hundreds of acres of land. Only with the existence of the Space Stone can the secret realm be hidden in the Academy. Forget it, this is not something I can covet now. Even the people from the Star Moon Alliance didn't dare to pry it away. The Space Stone is set in the most secret place, and it is not something that can be found in a short time. He immediately extinguished this thought. Even if he found the Space Stone, he actually didn't dare to do it. If the secret realm lost the Space Stone, it would inevitably be unprecedentedly chaotic, and it would also involve space fluctuations. If you are not careful, people will die. If he found the Space Stone, he would at most enjoy his eyes. Keep it as a souvenir. Ivan groped in his pocket, took out a stone, flicked it, and buried the black stone deep in the soil. This way, next time I want to come and see it, I won't be afraid of not finding the place. This secret realm is a waste of time. The resources have been plundered by others, except that the secret realm was not taken away. The secret realm is actually about to be scrapped. The high concentration of energy has obviously become chaotic, and there are other aura pollution. Without a major repair, it is impossible to cultivate qualified resources. Wizard Ivan, please help again. After a while, the 7 people gathered together again. It was easier to find flaws in the secret realm, and Ivan opened a gap again. After coming out, several people found that they were not in the original tomb, but in another office, which should be the office of a vice president. It is normal for a secret realm to have several entrances and exits. Do we need to explore other places? Abel asked. We can't go back in less than half a day. Let's divide into 3 groups and go to other places to take a closer look. Remember to notify others in case of emergency. Chris Donner ordered. Others had no objection to his arrangement. Wizard Ivan, you can follow my group. Chris Donner said again. No problem. Ivan didn't care. The 2 deacons each led a group, and Walban glanced at his own deacon speechlessly, and had to follow Bernard's son. Chapter 203. The 3 groups of wizards each chose a direction, and headed for various locations to explore. The places they needed to explore were offices, workshops, wizard residences, laboratories, databases, etc. Where are we going? Passing by several wizard residences, Chris Donald showed no intention of entering to check, so Ivan couldn't help asking. I know the residents of the Ward family. The Ward family is one of the families that controls the Night Forest. Compared to other places, there should be substantial gains there, Chris Donner said. Chris Donner is a handsome middle-aged wizard, thin, and with a sense of vicissitudes. At first glance, you will think that this man is very decent. As far as Ivan knows, Chris Donner has been the head of the hunting team for 50 or 60 years. He must be a very capable person to be able to sit in this position for such a long time under the oppression of the 3 major families. Such a person should know a lot of secrets about the Academy, and may know the news of the Ant-Man secret library. Ivan thought about asking for information from the hunting team, but he was not in a hurry to achieve success. Everything must be a gradual process. We're here. The Ward family's residence is relatively secretive, most likely deeper underground. Led by Chris Donald, the 2 came to a place with few buildings. The buildings on the ground looked like a few black coffins lying or standing, surrounded by mist. Ivan had learned something new. Someone actually liked this kind of weird building. Could it be related to the meditation method that the other party practiced? That night, with a traitor leading the way, even the most secret of buildings were breached. Now you can see a lot of traces left from the battle. The two entered from the mouth of a coffin, and after a spiral staircase, they went deep into a spacious underground palace. The walls of the underground palace were hung with green lights, and the ground was full of scattered fragments. Chris Donald took out a glass mirror. After activating it, the glass mirror emitted a pale yellow light, illuminating the surroundings. This is a special magic item, specially used to explore secret rooms and secret compartments. Wizard Ivan, I heard that you handed over the black magic wind formation you studied to the Academy, and the wizards of the Torrent Twin Towers. When they reached a place, he asked casually. We had to do it because of the situation. Ivan said calmly, it's just the black magic wind array, but I didn't expect to cause some unnecessary trouble. That's how those people are. They only care about their own interests. As for the safety and lives of ordinary wizards, they don't think it's worth mentioning. The Academy did something wrong in some aspects. Hearing Chris Donner's words full of dissatisfaction, Ivan agreed deeply. He was still worried about the Academy's inaction last time. Wizard Ivan, you are a senior enchanter, right? I am. Haha, you don't have to be modest. Although I, Chris Donner, am not a full-time enchanter, I still have good eyesight. I would like to ask, is your knowledge of advanced enchantment taught by the Academy? How is that possible? You should know that the Academy has strict regulations. You need to be a wizard for 30 years before you can apply. I got my knowledge of advanced enchantment by chance. As for the things to be exchanged for the black magic wind beam array, it is only 3,000 credits and a set of mental potions. This was not beyond Chris Donner's expectation. Given the nature of those people, it was impossible for ordinary wizards to easily obtain advanced knowledge. He was about to continue speaking when he heard unusual movements from behind. The two looked at each other and turned around to be on guard. After a while, a tracking stream of light flew closer, followed by 3 wizards wearing masks. The moment the two sides met, the 3 set their sights on Ivan. Ivan Marichatin, I finally found you. I stopped this man, you go kill him. The 3 wizards came for Ivan, and they made their attitude clear right away, trying to use words to make Chris Donald retreat. Ivan glanced at the tracking light that was about to dissipate. It seemed that he was betrayed. Otherwise, how could the other party know that he was coming to the Night Forest and track him here so accurately? He didn't have time to think much at this moment, as the enemy had already attacked with murderous intent. Wizard Ivan, we have to fight side by side this time. Thank you very much. You intercept one person, and I handle the others. I wait and see what you can do. Chris Donner was not going to retreat, and Ivan certainly would not refuse. He was not arrogant enough to fight 3 alone. In order to avoid interference from the spell, the 2 of them moved a distance to the side and front. Ivan took out a tube of spell material in his hand, which was a potion like black molten lava, and there were some black wind particles floating around the molten lava. As his enchantment attainments improved, the materials he extracted became more gorgeous and pure, and he was able to initially achieve the combination of wind and fire. Hand of the Black Devil. A giant hand burning with black flames appeared. The strong flames made the air appear abnormally distorted, and the rune patterns in the flames were clearly visible. The giant flaming hand slapped forward. The masked wizard on the opposite side also made a move. Coincidentally, one of the opposite sides cast a fire spell, and the other a wind spell. The wind helped the fire, making the spell look more powerful than the usual first-level spells, which made Chris Donald, who was paying attention to this side, sweat for Ivan. Black flames versus violent wind and fire. The violent wind and fire seemed to have met their nemesis, and they quickly melted away as soon as they started to fight. As one side gained strength while the other lost strength, the giant flaming palm broke through the opponent's blockade in the blink of an eye, and slapped the 2 wizards in front. How is it possible? The 2 wizards on the opposite side never thought that their joint attack would be broken just like that. It was obvious that there was something wrong with the flames on the opposite side. The approaching giant flaming palm made them unable to care about being horrified, and they could only work together to resist. Ivan took advantage of the situation and rushed forward further, and slapped out another black magic hand. The power of the giant flaming palm bloomed to the maximum, drowning the 2 people who were slowly retreating. On one side of the 3 people's battle position, brilliant thunder flashed, also drowning another wizard with a mask, and screams resounded throughout the underground palace, showing that his situation was not good. Asshole, go to hell. A wizard under the giant palm of fire was severely injured. Seeing that the enemy dared to get so close, he threw out 3 explosive potions, but was swept by the oncoming fighting spirit. Suddenly, the flame shot up to the sky, and the surroundings burned again, also covering the wizard who threw the explosive. Ivan had a solidified witchcraft flower, and wood shield on the outside, and a knight armor on the inside, which blocked the flames in front of him. He then slashed with a fighting spirit and slashed at his enemy. After a while, the flames gradually died out, and some charred corpses appeared on the ground. What did I say? In the eyes of those people, our lives are not worth mentioning. There is no friendship between us in the same school. Mona Ant Land Hut is no longer the original wizard school. It has become a plaything in the hands of the 3 major families. Witnessing his unusual attack method, Chris Donner was more convinced of his idea. The wizard in front of him must be pulled into his camp, so he pointed it out bluntly. Chapter 204. Wizard Chris Donner, do you have any ideas or plans for the current Mona Ant Farm hut? If you do, you need my help. Ivan felt his attitude and didn't want to beat around the bush. Oh, Wizard Ivan also has ideas? Chris Donner asked back. Of course I do. Anyway, we can't let the 3 major families do whatever they want. However, I haven't been a wizard for long and don't know enough about the academy. Unless I can become a 2nd-level wizard, it will be difficult for me to come up with a proper solution. Ivan said frankly. Nowadays, the Moon and Star Alliance is stirring up trouble in the Moon Clan Peninsula, and the Mona Ant Land Hut must be affected. It is a good time to fish in troubled waters. Looking at the entire academy, only the hunting team can make the academy more turbid. After passing the secret realm and the underground palace, Ivan has already demonstrated the power he should show. Seeing that Chris Donner wants to win him over, he simply reveals his cards. His idea is simple: let the hunting team take the lead and contribute his own strength. My idea is simple: destroy and then build, eradicate those rotten things. After a few seconds, Chris Donald said, but did not say the specific plan. It seems that you haven't thought about it yet. It's okay. I can wait. But it's best not to miss the current opportunity. It will be more difficult to turn things around in the future. Seeing that he was unwilling to say more, Ivan did not force him. A few words were indeed not enough to impress him. Wizard Ivan, what do you want? To cancel or modify the 100-year contract, so that I don't have to be trapped in the Moon Clan Peninsula and calmly pursue the path of a 2nd-level wizard. That's right. After becoming a 1st-level wizard, who wouldn't want to become a 2nd-level wizard? Unfortunately, the 3 major families trapped us in the Moon Clan Peninsula, a place with poor resources. Unlike becoming a 1st-level wizard, there is no estimate of the success rate when promoting to a 2nd-level wizard, and there are few common promotion paths and information. Most of them rely on the wizard's own research and exploration. Affected by various factors, in the Moon Clan Peninsula, it is more difficult to promote a 2nd-level wizard than a 1st-level wizard, resulting in only 1 in 100 1st-level wizards becoming a 2nd-level wizard, and most of them are from a large wizard family. In the dimly lit underground palace, the two continue to go deeper. The glass mirror in Chris Donner's hand kept exploring the surroundings, but he didn't find anything that might be hidden in the dark. After a long silence, he said, "Do you know? The Twilight Steel should represent a special power, the power of shadow, which is a power from the other plane." The power of shadow? I have never heard of it. Ivan's heart moved, and he shook his head slightly. It is understood that our world once had a major war with that other plane, so there is energy left in our world. The power of shadow is that strange petrification power. It seems that the Star-Moon Alliance took away the Twilight Steel in order to obtain the power of shadow. Are there other places in the Moon Clan Peninsula that involve the power of shadow? I don't know. That war happened too long ago, and the colleges are always conservative. So many things are unknown. Chris Donner replied, if the Star-Moon Alliance plans to obtain the things left behind by the other plane, it will be a disaster for the entire Moon Clan Peninsula. To be honest, the Star-Moon Alliance invited me before, and they seem to dislike those corrupt families. Ivan said carefully. Have you agreed to join? No, I don't want to have another harsh contract on me. Ivan denied it and asked, Wizard Chris Donner, can I ask you a question about the Night Forest? Please go ahead. You know a lot about the Night Forest. Do you know where their magic stone mine is? Hearing his question, Chris Donner looked at him in surprise, wondering why he was asking about a hollowed-out magic stone mine. Ivan did not explain further. If it were not for the constraints of the Academy contract, he would have wanted to take advantage of the Kanda magic stone mine to show the true charm of the black magic wind and fire array that he had been studying for a long time. The sudden destruction of the night forest undoubtedly gave him an opportunity. You can look for it in the Kilsaro Mountains. It should be nearby. It is not difficult to find it with your ability. It was just a piece of news with no high value, but Chris Donald did not disappoint him. Thank you for letting me know. Ivan wrote down the name and planned to go there after completing this mission. After thinking for a while, he continued, I suspect that there are people from the Star Moon Alliance in our academy, but I don't know what the other party is planning. Who? Chris Donner understood what he meant. Our teammate this time, Wayne Steele. Ivan returned the favor and sold Wayne's information without hesitation. Is this possible? Nothing is impossible. I suspect that he was the other party's man during his apprenticeship. By using Wayne, the other party should have left some tricks in the Flash Vortex secret realm. You can go and check it out. Seeing his conviction, Chris Donner had to re-examine Wayne's identity. He believed that Ivan would not say something without basis. It was very interesting that a member of the Steele family became a traitor to the Academy. Wizard Ivan, are you really not a member of the Star Moon Alliance? Of course not. I dare to swear in the name of the Mother of the Earth's core that I have never joined the Star Moon Alliance, and will never join it in the future. Compared to the Five-Leaf Spear, the Star Moon Alliance obviously has no such great prospects. Ivan would be crazy to join the latter. Let's make an alliance. Chris Donner thought it was time, so he took out a piece of animal skin and looked at Ivan with a sharp gaze. I was going to think about it for a long time before taking it out, but you made me change my mind. My plan is on it. Okay. Ivan glanced at it and imprinted his power and aura on it without hesitation. The animal skin immediately burned, and the words on it flashed a bloody light, which split into two and fell on the two people respectively. The alliance was reached, and Chris Donner relaxed his guard. Is this Ant-Man altar real? Ivan couldn't help asking. The other party's plan involved something called the Ant-Man altar, and said that it would help to become a second-level wizard. He had reservations about the second-level wizard, but from the Ant-Man altar he thought of the Ant-Man vault, so he quickly reached an agreement with Chris Donner and followed the other party's plan to find the location of the Ant-Man altar together. Of course, the contract has been signed. There is no need to deceive you on this point. Chris Donner thought of something, and a trace of hatred flashed in the depths of his eyes. Few people know that in the history of Mona Ant Land for hundreds of years, there was actually a vice president who was not from the three major families, and that was his great-grandfather, Wizard Darwin. However, Darwin was the vice president for only more than 3 years before he died in a conspiracy of the three major families, and his death was unclear. In those days, under the stranglehold of the three major families, the family was almost slaughtered without a single person left, and only he and another uncle survived by chance. Later, they suffered a lot, changed their appearance, and finally joined the Mona Ant Land hut. Of course, he knew a lot of secrets about the Mona Ant Land hut. Chapter 205. After the two formed an alliance, their relationship was naturally different from before. Chris Donner directly expressed his guess. He suspected that the Ant-Man altar was hidden somewhere in the Academy, a place similar to a secret realm. There are two locations that need attention, the Purple Dew Garden secret realm, and the Ant-Man barrier. You can start looking from these 2 points. Your superb enchantment ability is crucial, Wizard Ivan. Chris Donner said in a deep voice. It may not be easy to find it in the Academy. Ivan frowned slightly. If it was that simple, he would not need to form an alliance. Don't worry, I've been in the Academy for so long, I will definitely create the right opportunity for you. As long as we find the Ant-Man altar, we will have a chance to turn the tables. Chris Donald said. Ivan nodded. He knew that the other party's strength had reached the critical point of being promoted to the second level. Perhaps finding the Ant-Man altar would make him a second-level wizard, and then he would have the strength to compete with the three major families. His goal was to find the Ant-Man vault. The two did not conflict, and the other party becoming a second-level wizard would also be beneficial to the current situation. Okay, I do my best then. Haha, with a high-level enchanter like you joining us, we won't have to worry about not finding the Ant-Man altar. The two felt like they had met too late. Chris Donald immediately promised to mobilize his connections to find a more detailed location for the Night Forest Magic Stone Mine for him, and to help him get more cultivation resources in the future. The Ward family's underground palace is quite large, with all kinds of arrangements inside, including family workshops, test sites, plantations, laboratory cultivation rooms, etc. Unfortunately, they arrived late and didn't leave any trace. When the two were about to finish their exploration, the glass mirror in Chris Donner's hand suddenly reacted, which surprised the two of them. The two of them were not interested in the exploration, and they never thought that they would find something. Wizard Ivan, I leave it to you. No problem. Ivan was quick to follow the advice. Since he learned the 1,000 changes star symbol array, opening this kind of protected dark room or secret realm has become his strong point. The 5-leaf spear mission probably also has this aspect. He took a few steps forward, stretched out his hand and placed it on the wall of the laboratory. After sensing it for a moment, he took out the rune pen and elemental ink and directly carved rune lines on the wall. After a while, a simple rune beam array took shape. After activation, the rune lines flowed on the wall, and the wall was seen to wriggle, revealing a dark passage, in which more dense shadow particles could be detected. Seeing that he was so unconstrained by conventional means, Chris Donner secretly praised him for finding the right person, and he had more confidence in finding the Ant-Man altar. It might be a trick. I go in first to find out. You can come back later. Chris Donald stepped into the dark passage without hesitation. When he arrived at the dark room, the room automatically lit up with a pale green light, illuminating the surrounding area. Ivan also came to the dark room and found that there were stone platforms built in the room, with coffins placed on the stone platforms. There were nearly 40 coffins in the whole room, and these coffins clearly showed signs of petrification. The stone platforms and coffins were placed in an orderly manner, surrounding a stone tablet in the middle. Lucky, there's a twilight steel here, I can take it back. Chris Donner's eyes lit up, and he recognized that it was a twilight steel in front of him. This twilight steel was only 2 meters high and 1 meter wide, and it exuded an aura that made the two of them uncomfortable. There were rune lines around the steel, and the lines extended to the surrounding stone platforms, connecting each stone platform, making the dark room look like a place of sacrifice. Can you recognize these runes? It's just a simple energy transmission rune, used to guide the power transmission on the stone tablet. Hearing his question, Ivan carefully looked at the rune lines on the ground and found that they were not very complicated. Chris Donald nodded slightly. He also recognized it. He felt that it would be safer to confirm it with Ivan, the enchantment master. He opened a coffin in front of him. A petrified wizard lay inside. It was not difficult to see from the human-shaped stone sculpture that this person had been seriously injured. The people of the Ward family should have been sent here to be petrified when they were dying or even dead. Could it be that they want to revive their people in this way? It is also possible that they are trying to explore the power of another world, and then explore that other plane. Wizards are also human beings, and they have their own desires, such as pursuing power or longevity, and conducting all kinds of strange experiments. The scene in front of them is not surprising. It is nothing more than plotting the power of shadow that Chris Donner mentioned. Both of them are cautious people. They first checked whether there were other hidden rooms and arrangements around them, and then opened the coffins in front of them one by one. They found nothing else. Except for the petrified wizard, the Ward family did not put anything else in the coffin. The two men looked at the small twilight steel in the middle. Wizard Ivan, you hold the line for me. The danger of the twilight steel was still unknown, and Chris Donner showed his responsibility as a leader. He did not push the matter onto Ivan, and decided to collect the twilight steel himself. This greatly improved Ivan's favorability, and he returned to the entrance, maintaining the smoothness of the entrance and exit, ensuring that the two could escape calmly when encountering an unpredictable danger. When he stood not far from the twilight steel, Chris Donner had a shield and a resealing scroll in his hand. After the twilight steel was touched, a dangerous aura burst out. A strange black light burst out from the steel, which seemed to be able to devour everything, including light, but was blocked by the shield in Chris Donner's hand. After suppressing the black light, he took the opportunity to uproot the twilight steel and put it into the resealing scroll. At this moment, the strange black light splashed everywhere and fell on the lampstands around. The lampstands immediately turned into white stone sculptures, even the burning flames. Ivan, who was not far away, was frightened and thought to himself that it was a terrifying power. It's really dangerous. Chris Donner sealed the twilight steel without any danger. The shield is good? Ivan has a good eye and can see that it is a high-level magic item, which is rare in the Moon Clamp Peninsula. Haha, I spent a lot of effort to get it. I can't remember how many dangers it has caused me. Chris Donner was a little proud. This shield was his favorite. The steel was successfully obtained. The two left the dark room and walked out of the underground palace, preparing to go to another big family's residence to see if they could find another twilight steel. After the two left, there was a sound in the silent dark room. A figure sat up from the coffin. The petrification on his body quickly faded, and he gradually recovered his flesh and blood. More figures around him sat up by clinging to the coffin. Damn it! Kill them! Looking at the hole left after the stone tablet was pried away, The figure sitting in the coffin was furious, and he was about to jump up and chase the thieves. However, before they stood up, the petrification state covered their flesh and blood again, leaving a vivid and angry face, silently accusing everything in front of them. After a few minutes, the lights around went out, and the dark room was once again submerged in darkness. Chapter 206. In front of a workshop in the night forest, 7 wizards from the Mona Ant Farm gathered together. "Did you find any clues?" Chris Donner asked everyone. "We found some information about the territory of the night forest, which is not very valuable," Bernardson said. "There are only some raw materials, which were found in a secret compartment in a wizard's residence. They have nothing to do with the Star Moon Alliance." Abel shook his head slightly. "It doesn't matter. Wizard Ivan and I found a Twilight Steel. The Twilight Steel should be a special item coveted by the Star Moon Alliance." Chris Donner didn't care about it, and also told the group about their gains. In the residence of another wizard clan, the two did not find the second Twilight Stone tablet. As expected of the chief deacon, his actions are extraordinary. Wayne's eyes sank slightly, and he praised generously. "It's not just my credit," Chris Donner replied with an unchanged expression. He still didn't understand why Wayne betrayed the Mona Ant Land hut. If there were other tricks, such as identity impersonation, this method would definitely not be hidden from the Steele family. However, with this insider, the Mona Ant Land hut will surely become lively, so we just have to wait and see. Now that we have gained something, there is no need for the group to stay for long. The 7 people left the Night Forest campus, came to the outside of the tomb, and walked towards the periphery of the Black Forest. Suddenly, Chris Donald took action, and a lightning bolt fell on a night shadow tree on the side, knocking out the unknown monitoring means originally hidden there. This is already a place of right and wrong. It is normal for others to leave some means behind, and there may be things hidden around that have not been discovered. He said nothing and continued to move forward with the others. 2 or 3 kilometers away, 6 wizards wearing masks were waiting there. It was difficult to tell which faction they were from by their clothes. "My Greywood Eye has been discovered. There are 7 of them, 1 more than us. The wizards in the academy are not easy to deal with. Do we still have to go out and kill that person?" One of the wizards said. "The 3 idiots must have died before, otherwise we might have a chance. The wizards in the academy are not easy to deal with. It's a pity for the 6 sets of mental potions. We can only wait until he is alone next time." With the rise of the Moonstar Alliance, the situation in the Moon-Piercing Peninsula has changed. The Wandering Wizards have become more courageous and dare to directly surround the wizards from the academy, which was rare in the past. But they are not reckless, and will not underestimate any wizard from the academy. Seeing that the other party is outnumbered, 3 of them immediately backed down. Seeing this, the remaining 3 had no choice but to give up their original plan. On the other side, Ivan didn't know that someone was coming to surround him, so he chose to give up, allowing him to escape. After leaving the Black Forest, Ivan and the others returned to the giant bird they came from. The giant bird spread its wings and flew into the sky, setting off on a road far away from the night forest. Before the few people entered the wooden house, a slender flying beast jumped out from the ground and headed straight for them. "Everyone in the Mona Ant Land hut, I am Holly, King of the Thunder Pillar. I have something important to discuss." Before they got close, the wizard riding on the flying beast shouted at them. At Chris Donner's signal, the giant bird slowed down its flying speed and let the flying beast carry the wizard Holly to the front. "It's Wizard Chris Donner. I haven't seen you for a long time. Your demeanor is still enviable." "Wizard Holly, thank you for the compliment. I don't know what's the important matter, but you can tell me. To be honest, we found a larger base of the Star Moon Alliance and are going to attack it to comfort the wizards who died in the night forest. We heard that you arrived at the Mona Ant hut, so we came to invite you." Wizard Holly's voice was clearly heard by several people. It turned out that he came to invite them to attack the Star Moon Alliance. From what he said, it should be a wandering wizard organization under the Star Moon Alliance. Several people looked at each other and felt that it was not appropriate to make trouble. After all, they had found a Twilight Stone tablet, and it would be more appropriate to escort it back to the academy as soon as possible. "Wizard Holly, I'm sorry I can't agree," Chris Donner said. "The Star Moon Alliance is so rampant now, your academy will be affected sooner or later. If you retreat now, how can you avoid the blade of the Star Moon Alliance in the future? Sorry, I'm afraid it won't work this time. The academy has summoned us, and we must return as soon as possible." Several people showed no sign of agreeing, and Holly had no choice but to drive the flying beast away with a gloomy look. The giant bird flapped its wings vigorously, and accelerated back to the direction of the hut in the Mona Ant Farm. Half a day later, Wayne appeared outside the cabin and found that the route was different from the last time. A haze flashed across his eyes. "Wilbin, is the return route different?" "It was arranged by the chief deacon. This is the style of our hunting team to avoid revealing our whereabouts," Wilbin explained casually. "Your hunting team is really rigorous in doing things." Wayne's expression was as cold as ever. He stayed outside for a while, before returning to his cabin. In another wooden house, Ivan heard Chris Donner's obscure voice. "You're right, Wayne is indeed problematic." Hearing this, Ivan was stunned for a moment. Are they so impatient? It seems that the Twilight Steel is really important to the Star Moon Alliance. In this case, they will not come to attack the Mona Ant Land hut. If it is a night attack like the Night Forest, it will be a bit bad. Thinking of the Twilight Steel sealed in the scroll, he thought again and felt that the Star Moon Alliance should not make a big move. But there is a premise. The premise is that the Mona Ant Land hut does not have other things coveted by the Star Moon Alliance. As far as he knows, there are some differences between the several colleges of the Flash Vortex Alliance, and the colleges of the Half Moon Alliance, and the Highland Alliance. The sea tribes at that time took advantage of the convenience of the ocean and waters, and became a major concern for wizards. In order to stop the sea tribes on the sea, the wizards at that time worked hard to build the power of the Flash Vortex, and consumed countless resources to create this famous sea protection barrier. The power of the Flash Vortex is not only used to stop the sea tribes on the sea. If it is really used, the attack distance is not too far, and Ant-Man Sheedy can definitely take care of them everywhere. It just takes a lot of trouble. I hope the Star Moon Alliance won't be too reckless. The Mona Ant Land hut belongs to only 3 major families. Weighing the pros and cons, Ivan didn't want the Mona Ant Land hut to be destroyed. On the way back this time, Chris Donald changed the direction of travel many times. After more than 10 days, the group returned to the Mona Ant Land hut safely, and the mission of the 7 people came to an end. The next day, Ivan received 2,000 credits, but asked to sign a confidentiality agreement, which clearly showed that he didn't trust them. In the next few days, he exchanged credits for magic stones and raw materials through various channels. On the 8th day after returning to the academy, Ivan reminded Randall to be careful and left the Mona Ant Farm hut again. After leaving the academy, he changed his appearance, both in terms of breath and appearance, and disguised himself as another person. 3 days later, Ivan came to the countryside near the Half Moon Alliance, and the Silkworm Queen changed from a huge strange bird back to its original appearance. "Wizard Ivan, what are we doing here?" "Disguised." "Hee, I forgot what you said I would look like. How about I stay the same as before?" As she spoke, the Silkworm Queen turned into a gray bird again, and her body was countless times smaller than before. She landed carefully on Ivan's shoulder. Ivan walked towards a mountain in front of him, walked closer, took out an iron plate inlaid with broken gems, and threw it over. The iron plate flew halfway, and hit a layer of water waves, and then went into it. The air and water waves rippled, revealing a door. "This is a large market. Let's buy some materials." Ivan whispered to the Silkworm Queen, and stepped into the portal. Behind the portal passage is a formal gate with the words, Luyun Market. Behind it is a bustling market, built between 3 adjacent mountains, which looks like an ancient town. Taking advantage of the location, someone has built a wide range of rune magic arrays, covering the entire market. "Mr. Wizard, welcome to the largest market in Yuetong Peninsula. You need to pay 20 low-grade magic stones." In front of the gate, a dragonfly-like creature with a large head and compound eyes said. Ivan paid the entrance fee of 20 magic stones as he said, and the iron plate was returned to him. The iron plate was a pass to facilitate the next trip. It was given to him by Chris Donald. In fact, this is a market established by wandering wizards, but many wizards from the academy also come to trade. The reason why he came to Luyun Market was that he was short of several materials for setting up a large black magic wind and fire formation, and secondly, he happened to be on the way, so he came to this market known as the best in Yuetong to see if he could find some useful things. Chapter 207. Dear Sir, do you need someone to guide you? I know every shop in Lianfangji by heart, and the price is only 1 low-grade magic stone for half a day. A boy of 12 or 13 saw that he was unfamiliar, and hurried to meet him before others. Lead the way, I need to find a shop with a good reputation to sell and buy some things. Ivan did not refuse. The boy had a young face, and a strong body, revealing a cleverness. He must have been a guide in Lianfangji for quite a while. Sir, the shops in Lianfangji are actually very reputable. If you want to find a bigger shop, you can go to Yunning Commercial Bank. They have the most complete products in the whole Fangji. You came at a good time. Union Commercial Bank is going to hold an auction recently. If you spend enough, you should be invited by the owner to participate. There are many high-value items in the auction. If you want to refine or buy potions, I will recommend you to go to workshop number 33. If you need to buy puppets, you can consider going there. As a qualified guide, the boy answered his questions and introduced him to some famous shops in Lianfangji, as well as the alchemy workshop and enchantment workshop from time to time, trying not to let the atmosphere cool down. The shop of Yuning Trading Company is in the prosperous area of Fangji. He was taken to the door of the shop, and the boy waited outside. A wealthy shopkeeper stood up and stepped forward. Sir, I am the owner of this shop, Myron. Ivan took a few glances at the layout of the shop. There were potions, magic items, and various materials everywhere. There were also 2 steel puppets with strong auras standing on both sides. As the young man said, it was indeed a larger store. I need to sell a batch of potions. Hearing his words, the shopkeeper realized that this was a big customer and hurriedly led him to the inner room. Ivan didn't waste any words, took out a resealing scroll, and took out the sealed boxes. There were 6 larger boxes in total, which were filled with potions accumulated in the past. This was only a part of it, and the rest was placed in the space insect nest of the Silkworm Queen. With his current level of alchemy, Augustus could no longer take so many goods. These are all first-level potions, detoxification potions, ginger water, and a potion called turbidity potion, which is similar to explosive potion and ice-cracking potion. Wait a moment, let me have someone check it. Looking at the boxes of potions in front of him, the owner Myron's attitude became more and more enthusiastic. After a while, he called 2 pharmacists to carefully check every potion in the box. Manager, the quality is top-notch. Top-notch quality. Ivan's pharmacy is almost a 7th-level subject, so naturally he won't fool people with inferior products. The test results of the 2 pharmacists soon came out, and as expected, they were all top-notch quality. Sir, what's your name? Sean. Sir Sean, what do you need? Do you have any high-quality magic stones? Yes, there is an auction recently, and most of the higher-value items are sent there, including the high-quality magic stones in the store. You can wait until the auction starts to auction them. The shopkeeper Myron answered with a little embarrassment. What about medium magic stones? Of course, your potion is worth 610 magic stones according to the medium magic stones. What do you think? The price is fair. Ivan pondered for a few seconds and nodded. There were 10 more medium magic stones than he estimated, and the total price was equivalent to more than 60,000 low-grade magic stones. I need to buy a batch of materials. Except for the Usure for refining the resealing scroll, we have other materials in our store, and Usure may also appear at the auction. After taking the list he handed over, Malin glanced at it, and couldn't stop smiling. Malin quickly estimated that the value of the materials was almost catching up with the total price of the potion just now. He made a fortune today. Do you have a resealed scroll? Auction. Hearing the same answer as before, Ivan was too lazy to ask any more questions. He took out another resealed scroll, and took out the sealed potion box from it. Half an hour later, with the respectful farewell of the store manager Myron, Ivan walked out of the Yuning Trading Company. Sir, where do you want to go next? Just a casual stroll. Having gathered all the materials for setting up a large black magic wind and fire formation, and gaining an extra 700 medium magic stones, and also getting an invitation to the auction, Ivan was in a good mood. Led by the young guide, he strolled around Lianfangji. Because he had to attend the auction in a few days, he did not leave Fangji at night, and stayed in a hotel. 5 days passed in a flash, and Ivan rushed to the auction venue, which was located near another entrance. There were quite a few wizards who came to participate in the auction, and the number of people coming and going in Lianfangji also increased. Hey, you are here too. Who are you? Ivan walked not far from the auction hall and found a familiar figure. He was disguised and didn't intend to pay attention to it, but the other party saw through his disguise at a glance. Stop pretending. Do you have any clues about your assessment? Solomon pretended to see through you. There are some clues. You should know the situation of our academy. It will take a long time to investigate. Ivan looked at Solomon without a mask with a depressed look, wondering how he saw through it. He remembered that he was being rewarded. If Solomon could see through it, it was estimated that other people had similar means, so he had to be more careful. Hurry up. Otherwise, I can only reluctantly accept you as my subordinate. It's not bad to think about it. Solomon smiled. Then I have to thank you very much. You even helped me think of a way out. Ivan said unhappily. The two of them came to the auction hall. Solomon nixed into a private room at the front. Facing his invitation, Ivan followed him in without hesitation. The private room was on both sides, higher than the hall in the middle. The area inside was only 5 or 6 square meters. Through the crystal glass in front of the small private room, you can clearly see the auction hall and the auction table. The hall was full of people who came to participate in the auction, most of them dressed as wizards. Many people from the Star Moon Alliance have come, Solomon said. Indeed, I saw a few familiar faces. Ivan found the wizard Kisan, whom he had met once, and Jasmine, his mentor's friend. The two came later, and went to the private room on the other side. There were quite a few people who greeted the two. It can be predicted that after the Star Moon Alliance gained a reputation, the expansion speed must be very fast, and the number of people may exceed that of most wizard academies. Wizard Solomon, do you know the power of shadows? It seems that your academy has found some clues. Solomon turned his head and looked at him. That is the power from the shadow world, a world that once invaded Danila. The battle at that time brought us wizards a painful lesson. I went to the night forest before, and found something by accident. Ivan signed a confidentiality agreement, and could not elaborate on the content of the previous mission. The two stopped chatting, and someone walked up to the auction platform. It was a graceful female wizard. Chapter 208. The auctioneer was wearing a red long dress, which perfectly showed off her curvy figure, making her look like a dancing flame when standing on the auction platform. Welcome all the distinguished guests to the auction held by our Cloud Eagle Company. I am today's auctioneer Esther. On behalf of Cloud Eagle Company, I would like to express my gratitude to everyone for coming. Without saying anything else, I would like to invite you to the auction item, the Rational Thunder Shield. The Rational Thunder Shield is an intermediate magic item containing 11 rune bundles. Now let me show you its power. After another girl brought a small box, Esther opened the box and held it in front of her, showing it to the guests in all directions. Suddenly, everyone's eyes focused on the auction item in front of her chest. The Cloud Eagle Chamber of Commerce is well prepared. As the auctioneer further demonstrated the defensive performance of the Thunder Shield, Ivan admitted that he was a little tempted. A medium-level magic item with 11 rune bundles, one rune bundle away from turning it into a high-level magic item, maybe he could comprehend a complete rune which formation from it. Solomon didn't even blink at his words. The starting price is 1,000 magic stones, and each bid must not be less than 100 magic stones. The auction begins. Esther finished the show and announced the start of the auction in high spirits. 2,000 magic stones. 3,000 magic stones. The auction price soared all the way, and it was about to exceed 8,000 magic stones. Don't you want it? Why don't you bid? Do I look like a sucker? This price has long exceeded the price of a medium-level magic item. Ivan did not bid from beginning to end. Although the item was good, the price was a bit outrageous. Besides, he did not do much research on lightning element particles, so there was no need to spend such a high price. Some intermediate magic items only cost 1,000 magic stones, and the final transaction price of the Thunder Shield exceeded 10,000 magic stones. The price was too high. He suspected that the auction had hired a lot of agents. After the first auction item, the atmosphere in the auction hall became hot. Please welcome the second item, the Dry Fire Potion. It has been proven that the Dry Fire Potion can help increase the success rate of wizard promotion by 20%, up to 20%. The starting price is 1,000 magic stones. I bid 2,000 magic stones. 2,100 magic stones. Every family has an apprentice they value. A potion that can increase the promotion rate by 20% is undoubtedly a rare item. The price increase is not as fast as before, but it can't stop everyone's enthusiasm. Ivan can see clearly that this potion has great side effects and uncertainty, and is far inferior to the Black Magic Wind Beam Array table he made. As a result, it was bid for 3,100 magic stones, a price that made him smack his mouth. Please take a look at the auction items below. They are 5 rare high-grade magic stones. These are fine magic stones that cannot be found in ordinary magic stone mines. Are you interested? Do you want to take action? The starting price is 50,000 magic stones. Each bid must not be less than 500 magic stones. The auction begins. According to the theoretical exchange price, 5 high-grade magic stones are equivalent to 50,000 low-grade magic stones. Scarcity makes things valuable. The company directly set the starting price at 50,000 magic stones. There is nothing wrong with this operation. 59,000 magic stones. 59,000 magic stones. Is there anyone who wants to raise the price? The guest in room number 5 wants 60,000 magic stones. 60,000 magic stones. Can 60,000 magic stones take away this rare and high-quality magic stone? Solomon's private room is room number 5, and the one who bids is Ivan. The price is directly displayed on the crystal glass, which makes it clear at a glance. 61,000 magic stones. 61,500 magic stones. Who else? It turns out that there are many wealthy wizards, and it is estimated that some of them come from large wizard families. Ivan glanced at Solomon and saw that he was indifferent. He was secretly relieved. He just needed these high-quality magic stones. 69,000 magic stones. 70,000 magic stones. Room 5 bids 70,000 magic stones. The guest of room 5 is determined to win. 70,500 magic stones. 75,000 magic stones. The bid was still from room 5. Is there anyone else asking for a price? 75,000 magic stones once. 75,000 magic stones twice. 75,000 magic stones 3 times. Congratulations to the distinguished guest of room 5. In the private room number 5, seeing that the matter was settled, Ivan was completely relieved. It's too expensive. I can't help it. This is an auction. If the price is too low, the item won't fall into my hands. Magic stones are currency, and also a resource that can stimulate the improvement of mental power. They have a wide range of uses. It is not indispensable. Most of the time, high-quality magic stones can be replaced by medium-quality magic stones. Ivan understood that there were many troublemakers in this auction. The merchant would not give up unless the price was high. At worst, he would let his people take it back and sell it next time. The merchant's method was low-end, but very effective. Ivan went to the trading room on the side of the auction hall and used potions instead of magic stones to complete the transaction. When he returned to the private room, the 6th item had already started to be auctioned. This was a set of mental potions, called Howl of Despair. With Ivan's knowledge, it was not difficult to tell that the raw materials of the potions definitely involved human taboos, which made him a little unhappy. However, the potion still fell into the hands of a wizard at a relatively high price. The following is a recipe for a mental potion, Firstborn Grudge. The ingredients are simple. I guarantee in the name of the merchant that the raw materials can definitely be gathered in the Moonclamp Peninsula. Interested wizards can come forward and take a look. After hearing what Esther said, many people in the private room and the hall were moved and walked towards the auction table to see what was going on. Of course, the company would not show all the prescriptions, as long as people could see what the raw materials involved were. The so-called resentment of the newborn is the power of the resentful soul of the child. When Ivan made a move, he heard Solomon's words, and he was stunned for a moment and sat back in his seat. The essence of improving the strength of wizards is to stimulate the growth of mental power. Some wizards don't care whether the raw materials are bloody and cruel, or whether their actions betray the human race. Wizard Solomon, will this behavior be prohibited outside the Moonclamp Peninsula? Yes, but it cannot be prohibited. For wizards, ordinary humans are as fragile as lambs. Ivan also knew that with the character of most wizards, as long as this kind of thing is not done blatantly, and does not harm the interests of a certain force, the matter will probably end up in vain. Danera is essentially a world where the strong prey on the weak. The price of the takeaway auction continued to soar, which undoubtedly confirmed what the two said. As time went by, one item after another was auctioned off, and during this period, many items were called strange items, which were actually unknown items that were strange in some aspects, but whose functions had not been explored. You don't seem to like them all? Ivan found that Solomon never called out a price, and was just watching the fun the whole time. What do you think? Solomon replied as a matter of course, I just came here to try my luck. It seems that such things as picking up bargains only happen in stories. It's a waste of time. Ivan felt that he had said this in vain. These unknown items should have drifted from outside the Moonclamp Peninsula. I don't know how many people have passed through their hands before. The wizards in the auction house are not fools, and cannot be easily fooled. The auction price hit a new low. Esther didn't care about this. As long as the company's idea could be sold, it would be fine. The next item is the Gate of Hell Blood. Interested guests can come forward to see it. The so-called Gate of Hell Blood is a metal door covered with broken crystals. The door is gray copper, and only 30 centimeters high. There are obvious blood and ink stains on the door, as well as faint patterns and multiple cracks. It must be said that this item looks very realistic, just like a sealed ancient door. I go take a look. Together. Ivan looked at it from a distance for a few times, and suddenly became interested. Unexpectedly, Solomon followed him out of the room. Like many wizards, The two came to the auction table and looked closely at the hell blood door. They could not detect any obvious aura from it, but they could feel a hint of sealing power. After more than 10 seconds, the two looked at each other and returned to the private room slowly. Ivan didn't notice that one of the wizards, who went to the auction table just now, looked at him thoughtfully. Guess who I found? The man returned to his seat, checked the movement in his pocket, and couldn't wait to tell his companion. The man who was rewarded with 6 sets of mental potions is really brave. It's his bad luck. There are no other 6 wizards to help him this time, haha. We don't need 6 people this time. Let's see who is nearby. The two of them communicated implicitly for a while, and soon reached a consensus that they had taken those sets of mental potions. In the private room number 5, Ivan had no idea that he had exposed his tracks. His attention was on the auction of the Hell Blood Gate, and someone had already made a bid. Wizard Solomon, are you interested in this item? Ivan turned around and asked. Wizard Ivan, what do you think the Hell Blood Gate is? Solomon asked back. I don't know. I am a little interested in the metal material that makes up the door. I don't want to have it. The crack runs through the entire door. It is indeed only the material that can be taken. I will not participate in the auction. You can do whatever you want. The auction of these unknown items is a big gamble, and it is reasonable that Solomon does not like it, especially since it is a severely damaged door. After hearing what he said, Ivan immediately joined the competition among several people. 1900 magic stones for the 3rd time. Congratulations to the guest in room 5. Then, Ivan went to the trading room again and took the unknown item. At the next auction, the usher he wanted did not appear. Seeing that the final item was about to arrive, Ivan thought that there would be a great deal of turmoil after the auction, and did not want to cause trouble, so he said goodbye to Solomon and quietly walked out of the auction hall. Many people had the same idea as him, and also stepped out of the auction hall. Chapter 209. The auction of Union Commercial Bank is located at the edge of the market, so that customers can leave quickly. After leaving the auction house, Ivan went straight out of Union Market. Leave quickly, there seemed to be flies behind. Okay. The Queen Silkworm always followed his orders 100%. In the blink of an eye, she enlarged her body and turned into a red-headed gray owl, flapping her wings and carrying him up. The red-headed gray owl continued to grow in size while flying, and its body length soon exceeded 10 meters. Why should we be afraid of flies? I'm talking about the scoundrels who are like flies. Are they jealous of the things we bought? It seems not. These people are really haunting us. After leaving the ground, Ivan calmly observed the situation on the ground, and secretly said to himself that it was a close call. He found that someone was following him from behind, and someone was guarding in front of him. Fortunately, the Queen Silkworm acted quickly, so people didn't react in a hurry. By the time they reacted, the Queen Silkworm had already carried him off the ground. His hearing was excellent, and he could still hear the curses of those people on the ground from a distance. It turned out that they were offering a reward for the person who came to kill him. Damn it, this little thief is so slippery and runs too fast. Chase, that's 6 sets of mental potions, which are worth hundreds of thousands of magic stones at the auction. We can't let him get away. On the ground, the 4 wizards cursed inwardly for their bad decision. They originally arranged 2 wizards to block outside the market. In order not to cause unnecessary misunderstandings and offend Liyun Market, the people who blocked the market did not dare to get too close to the market. Unexpectedly, a person could fly up to the sky after just a short distance. The 4 of them would not give up. They spent 2 or 3 seconds to summon their own flying beasts and chased Ivan straight. Such an abrupt action immediately attracted the attention of the people who walked out of the market together, thinking that it was a fight for an auction item. Ivan Marichadan, die, no matter where you run, we will find you, you can't escape. Seeing that the other party was running faster and faster, and he couldn't catch up at all, Sydney the wizard couldn't help shouting. Sydney, you. Don't say you didn't see it, he has already discovered us. How can we return empty-handed once or twice? The 4 people have put on masks. Seeing him reveal his identity, and still talking confidently, the faces of the others hiding behind the masks are a little ugly. Coward of the Mona Ant Hut, dare you turn back and fight your grandfather Sydney, your grandfather me. Several people chased after him, and Sydney continued to shout, chattering, trying to irritate the enemy. Not far ahead, the man and the insect could naturally hear the shouting behind them. Wizard Ivan, we have the advantage in terms of flying speed. Should we go back and teach these flies a lesson? The Queen Silkworm cannot bear to hear anyone scolding her own wizard. Once the wizard gives her an order, she will turn around without hesitation. I didn't want to cause trouble, but this guy is so foul-mouthed that it's really unreasonable not to teach him a lesson. Ivan has been keeping an eye on the situation of the pursuers. The 4 of them were able to fly into the sky because of 3 spell-summoned puppets, creatures similar to the blood-colored dove, and a magical pet with not very good speed. It is easy to dodge an open attack, but it is hard to guard against an arrow from the dark. If you don't establish your authority, you don't know how many people will hunt you down in the future. After thinking about it, Ivan made a decision. Queen Silkworm, go back and teach these ignorant creatures a lesson, so that they won't cause us trouble again and again. Which tactic should we adopt? Number 2. Play with them for a bit first. Tactic number 2? Got it, you see. As Ivan has no flying ability, and the Queen Silkworm has good combat power, Ivan specially designed 5 sets of tactics for it, either attack, escape, or roaming. Tactic number 2 is the roaming tactic. The Queen of Silkworms was waiting for his words, and immediately turned around and flew towards the pursuers according to the wizard's instructions. The pursuers saw the scene, and couldn't help but cheer up. Boy, you are looking for death. Sydney smiled. This scene also fell into the vision of the people on the ground. Many people stopped and looked at the battle that was about to break out in the sky. Someone heard Sydney's voice just now, and knew that the 4 people were here for the reward. Thinking of the 6 sets of mental potions, they felt sorry. Once the fight broke out, a rumbling sound rang out in the sky. The spectators could clearly see that those spiritual potions were not so easy to get. Turbid wind. Green scythe. Ivan and the Silkworm Queen looked down from above and attacked together, launching a tentative attack. Opposite them were 4 wizards, who easily suppressed the spells of 1 man and 1 insect. Before the spells of the 4 men approached, the Silkworm Queen had spread her wings and flew over from a higher altitude. Her speed and flexibility made the flying beasts under the 4 men only look up to her. The Silkworm Queen was a serious 2nd-level creature, the best among the 2nd-level creatures, and could also use the power of the tribe, such as the Wind Moth's wind control, to burst out at a very impressive speed. It is also an intelligent creature, and can perfectly execute Ivan's instructions. Ivan found that the speed of the 4 flying beasts was far slower than that of the Silkworm Queen, and began to fight with the 4 people without worry. Boom boom. After 3 battles, the faces of the 4 pursuers were a little black. The opponent used speed and flexibility to force them to stay below and allow them to attack from above. They couldn't hit them, and they couldn't catch up. The opponent was clearly playing tricks on them. This bastard, he's going too far. The 4 looked at each other and felt that this wouldn't work, and they had to take other measures. Asshole, you're dead. Sydney's eyes widened, and the next second, the energy particles in the magic summoned puppet under his seat became surging. 2 people cast wind spells, and the wind lingered, adding a helping hand to the 4 flying beasts. In the blink of an eye, the speed of the 4 flying beasts increased to varying degrees. Wait until you can catch up with me. Relying on the flying ability of the Silkworm Queen, Ivan's position was still higher than the 4 people, and his high-handed attitude made the 4 people below particularly disgusted. Go! Kill him! The 4 flying beasts increased their speed and pounced fiercely at the Silkworm Queen and Ivan. Ivan knew the essence of the game, so he ordered the Silkworm Queen to change direction, keep a distance, and circle around the 4 people. He also used the turbid wind from time to time, and mental suppression and toxins brought certain obstacles to the flying beasts. This unique chase was staged in the air, which made the spectators on the ground watch a lively scene, and attracted more people to come out of the market. What kind of creature is it? It has such a speed. That must be Wizard Sydney and Wizard Steve. They used to have bad tempers, but they got fooled this time. The Wizard Marichatton in the Mona Ant Farm, the one who was wanted, is an insect controller according to the information. I didn't expect that he could cultivate such a powerful beast. Once such a person leaves the ground, who can catch up with him easily? I'm afraid they will only be fooled. The spectators on the ground were talking about it. Through the fight just now, it was not difficult for them to find out how difficult Wizard Marichatton was, especially for wizards, who didn't have good puppet summoning skills. If the auction of Cloud Eagle business had not ended, the number of wizards watching the excitement on the ground would have increased several times. Asshole, don't run if you dare. After chasing for a while, Sydney's face no longer had the previous arrogance, only some green eyes. This asshole has been taking them around in circles near Lianfang Market, and the intention of playing with them couldn't be more obvious. But the 4 of them just couldn't catch up or hit him, even if they used various means to speed up. Separate and intercept. Okay. After being played with like this for a while, the 4 people did not care about the possibility of being defeated one by the other party, and changed their pursuit strategy, vowing to surround and kill the other party near Lianfangji. The other party was just relying on their speed. As long as someone could hold them back for a few seconds and wait for others to get close, this bastard who dared to play with them would be dead. After making the decision, the four people ordered the flying beasts under their seats to disperse and gradually distance themselves from each other. It's going to be a good show. On the ground, the spectators saw that the four people changed their previous caution and tried to surround their enemies. Many people shook their heads slightly, thinking that this move was unwise. However, the four of them really had no other good solution, unless they gave up the bounty. Wizard Ivan, they separated. The Silkworm Queen had also been keeping an eye on the movements of the pursuers, and seeing this, she looked even more excited. Isn't this a good opportunity to kill them by dividing them? It's time. Remember what I told you to remember. Don't be careless, always be cautious and calm. Just remember, execute tactic number 1. The Silkworm Queen was a lazy person, and now she was just fighting for novelty. She was essentially a rookie on the battlefield. Such a person would easily get carried away when participating in a battle, so Ivan had to give her a few more instructions to avoid a setback. At Ivan's command, the Silkworm Queen flew towards the man who had been talking nonsense earlier, just as the other party was trying to outflank him from one side. Idiot over there, prepared to die? Come on! Sydney was not surprised but happy. A wizard who liked to study insects and enchantments, he was not that powerful. In just a few seconds, the distance between the two sides closed, and the first to attack was the Silkworm Queen who had been prepared for a long time. Two exaggerated green sickles formed, and the green sickles attacked Sydney from the left and right. Sydney's pupils shrank slightly. He didn't expect that this strange bird had some skills in magic attack besides speed, which he hadn't fully revealed just now. If it was somewhere else, Sydney could easily dodge it. At this time, he was in the sky, and the magic summon puppet under his seat was not so flexible, so he had to intercept it. Damn it! Sydney cursed bitterly, and his hands moved quickly. He turned out a spell material and materialized 4 ice blades that were no less powerful. 2 ice blades were aimed at the attacking green sickle, and the 2 ice blades flew forward. This attack consumed a lot of Sydney's strength. The hand of the Black Devil. At this time, Ivan saw the opportunity to attack, and a giant palm burning with black flames emerged, accurately slapping the wizard on the opposite side, and easily crushing the flying ice blades when it passed by 2 ice blades. Seeing the giant palm of black flames approaching, Sydney's face became particularly solemn. He didn't have time to cast other spells, and a shield appeared in his hand. The energy shield opened in an instant, blocking him and the flying beast. Not far away, seeing Sydney being attacked, Steve and others were rushing over as fast as possible, even if the flying beast became shaky. Chapter 210. Die! Sydney didn't have time to cast a spell, but Ivan did. Then another black magic hand was formed and slapped Sydney unceremoniously. The mighty power made the faces of several people in the air change color. How dare you! In the eyes of Steve and the other two, their companions were knocked off the top of the cloud by 2 giant flaming palms. The puppet summoned by the spell was shattered on the spot, and Sydney was slapped and flew out heavily. One of them immediately changed direction and chased after Sydney, whose life or death was unknown. The other 2 continued to kill the enemy. 1 against 2, and not in the underground palace of Night Forest, Ivan certainly would not choose to fight head-on. After a spell, the Silkworm Queen calmly pulled away. Don't run. After seeing the strength of the enemy, Steve and the other 2 no longer dared to separate as before. After a while, the Silkworm Queen went around to the other side, and Ivan attacked the wizard in front of him, using his most powerful black magic hand, and the giant black flame palm appeared again. Of course, Steve knew the enemy's intention, but their speed was not as fast as others, so they could only watch the enemy find a good opportunity to attack, but they fell behind their companion Bill, opposite to the enemy, and Bill happened to stand between them and the enemy. The battle between wizards often depends on a few seconds, and the current situation is undoubtedly a fatal flaw. Steve, save me! With the cooperation of Ivan and the Queen of Silkworms, the enemy in front of them fell into a disadvantage. Steve's move was timely, and an energy rope was wrapped around Bill's waist. At the critical moment, he pulled hard, avoiding the opponent's fatal blow, and pulled Bill towards himself. The magic pet suffered a disaster, screaming, and turned into mincemeat under the giant palm of fire. Evil villain, we will fight you to the death. The death of the pet made Bill, the wizard who had just landed on another flying beast, look pale, and he was shocked by the mental backlash of the pet's death. Without the obstacles in the middle, Ivan could only face the 2 enemies directly. You are looking for death yourself, so you can't blame others. Facing the ferociousness of the enemy, Ivan was not afraid. It was just a fight of trapped beasts. He didn't cast other spells, and then took out a potion that looked like black molten lava, with black wind floating around the molten lava. A giant palm burning with black flames appeared in the sky, and the outline of the palm was clearly visible. Be careful, his spell can defeat our spiritual energy that supports the spell. We might as well take turns to fight him. Bill hated Ivan because of the death of his pet, and proposed a battle strategy that might involve exchanging injuries for injuries. Okay. Steve agreed decisively. Steve took the first step, and cast a spell to intercept the opponent's flaming giant palm. Bill took the second step, and tried to find the opponent's flaws with this casting rhythm. In any case, they would not be defeated by the enemy in one go. On the other side, the Silkworm Queen cooperated with Ivan, and he did not reveal any flaws. It was just that the battle was deadlocked. Tactic number 5. The Silkworm Queen heard this, and knew what she should do. The next moment, a giant beast with a body length of more than 50 meters appeared in the sky, showing the strongest posture of the Silkworm Queen, and it launched a fierce attack on the little guy in front of it. This was a simple attack, relying on the Silkworm Queen's brutal strength and size at this time, breaking the deadlock in the battle. The two wizards were knocked away on the spot. The puppet summoned by the spell was shattered. Ivan would not miss this opportunity, and urged the Silkworm Queen to chase after it and kill it all. He took advantage of the situation to kill one wizard, and the other wizard wanted to die together, but was overwhelmed by the power of his own explosive potion. Ivan glanced down and found that the other wizard, who went to rescue his companion, had disappeared. He immediately ordered the Silkworm Queen to leave the area quickly and fly away in the direction of the Highland Alliance. Silkworm Queen, are you okay? It is inevitable that a large body makes it easy to be used as a target. He tried his best to take care of her, but the Silkworm Queen was still affected by the spell and suffered a lot of damage. Of course I'm fine. If I'm injured, I just share it, the Queen Silkworm said in a soft voice. She immediately transferred the damage she suffered to other Swiftwood silkworms. She is fine now. How does it feel to fight for the first time? It's fun, but try not to fight so hard next time. I was almost scared just now. It's a close call. Okay. Ivan never regarded the Queen Silkworm as a combat unit. He accepted the request made by the Queen Silkworm without hesitation. He left, and the noise outside Lianfang Market continued. After the auction, a large number of wizards came out and witnessed the scene of 1 against 4. 3 died and 1 escaped, which was shocking. Evan Marichatin, an amazing wizard, has emerged from the Mona Ant Land hut. No one will pay attention to the reward. Wizards in groups of 3 or 2 talked endlessly, and the name of Evan Marichatin has been remembered by many wizards since then. As one of the spectators, Solomon just smiled at the shock of others. In his opinion, this was a matter of course. Evan was a reserve member of the 5-leaf spear. If he didn't have this ability, why would he bother to recommend him? What a pity. It's all Toyn's fault. He was asked to win over Ivan earlier, but he was unwilling to do so. I missed a great talent in vain. Not far away, Kisan couldn't help but mutter. Molly blinked her beautiful eyes next to her, but didn't say anything. She was just happy for her friend. Randall had a good eye. A few days later, a blue pigeon landed in the vast Kilsoro Mountains. A young wizard with black pupils jumped off the back of the blue pigeon. He was about 20 years old, and 1.85 meters tall. He also had a conspicuous head of hair, with a lot of blue mixed in the brown. Ivan, is that magic stone mine in such an ordinary place? It's the Solo Magic Stone Mine. According to the information found by Wizard Chris Donner, the Magic Stone Mine should be nearby. The young wizard was naturally Ivan. The Silkworm Queen shrank her body and turned into a Shuenmu silkworm. She quickly landed on his shoulder and looked around with her head raised. There was nothing surprising about this mountain valley. It didn't look like a place with treasures, which disappointed the excited Silkworm Queen. Ivan knew that we couldn't just look at the surface of things. The location of the Kanda Magic Stone Mine in the Mona Ant Land hut was also ordinary. Afterwards, he took the Silkworm Queen to explore nearby. Sure enough, the Magic Stone Mine of Night Forest is in Kilsoro Mountain. Chris Donald is reliable. Soon, he touched a thick layer of protective force, located under some rocks and weeds. Of course, the Magic Stone Mine is not just a small area under the pile of rocks. From the Kanda Magic Stone Mine, it can be seen that it must occupy a very wide area, and the protective magic array must cover the entire Magic Stone Mine. Ivan was not in a hurry to break the protective magic array. The Solo Magic Stone Mine in front of him was emptied a long time ago, and its value was greatly reduced. For such a thing that is tasteless to eat, and a pity to throw away, The people of Night Forest should not spend too many resources to maintain it. After a long time, the protective magic array may have loopholes. Of course, he had to look around the magic stone mine, which would save a lot of trouble. Chapter 211. The night is hazy. There is a newly built stone house near the mountain wall in the wilderness. In terms of food and accommodation, Ivan never blames himself. If conditions permit, there is no need to sleep in the open air, even if it is only for a few days. Mother. Keep watch at night. Don't let the blind things disturb Ivan the wizard. Please rest assured, if anyone dares to be so blind, we will dig out its eyes and grind its bones to ashes. After nightfall, the queen silkworm called out the wind moth and the fragrance butterfly and arranged the two insects to keep watch. They obeyed the queen silkworm's words. The two looked at the queen silkworm as if they were about to say something but hesitated. Just say it if you have something to say. Mother, the mulberry trees inside didn't survive. Seeing that the wind moth suddenly stopped talking again, the fragrant butterfly had to say, I know, it doesn't matter if it doesn't survive. The queen silkworm has been paying attention to the insect nest space in her body. She can't do anything about the fact that mulberry trees can't be planted inside. In the space insect nest, except for the Swiftwood Silkworm clan, other creatures probably can't survive. Mother, I beg you for a favor, can you let us stay outside for a few more days? Just a few days. Under Xiangya's gaze, Feng Moth prayed in a low voice. The space insect nest has not changed for years. Staying inside all day is a torture for the active Feng Moth, but the mother doesn't like them to stay outside. Xiangya also looked at the Silkworm Queen eagerly. You two useless things, there is an absolutely safe place to stay, but you insist on staying outside. It's so dangerous outside. Hearing this, the Silkworm Queen scolded the two insects. The Feng Moth and Xiangya were not angry, but just looked at the Silkworm Queen with pitiful eyes. Thinking that the two of them were not as ignorant as other Swiftwood Silkworms, and that they would indeed feel bored and annoyed if they stayed inside, the Silkworm Queen could not help but soften her heart. Okay, I can't make the decision. I have to ask Wizard Ivan. Hearing the words of the Silkworm Queen, the two insects showed a clear smile on their faces. They knew that Wizard Ivan was always kind, and would not object as long as they did not cause trouble to the wizard. As expected, Ivan agreed immediately. He positioned the Swiftwood Silkworm clan as a logistical support. The Silkworm Queen's space insect nest had everything, and his logistics were greatly guaranteed. The only regret was that the space was not big enough. Otherwise, he would definitely bring most of his belongings with him. Not bad, the space is bigger than my two original scrolls. Unfortunately, the other enemy's stuff was burned by the explosive potion, and I don't know if the other one is dead or not. Inside the stone house, Ivan was checking the spoils he had looted. He killed 3 wizards, and only got a resealing scroll. He found a lot of magic stones and materials in the resealing scroll. Magic stones and materials are secondary. What satisfied him was the capacity of the resealing scroll, which was 12 cubic meters. This was the 3rd resealing scroll in his hand. The space of the Silkworm Queen must not be exposed, so the more resealed scrolls, the better. He couldn't help but think of the bounty. He was not a saint. Of course, he would take revenge. He would remember this grudge, and would definitely get it back in the future. The next day, Ivan led the Silkworm Queen and other insects to investigate the solo magic stone mine. He was the main force of the investigation, and the wind moth and the fragrance butterfly followed to do odd jobs. Under his means, he quickly found multiple points of the protective magic array. Day after day, God will not let down those who work hard. On the 5th day, he successfully found a flaw in the array, and could really break the protective magic array. Ivan, do you need help? In a newly dug cave in Mount Kilsoro, the Queen Silkworm came forward and asked. No, I take you inside to have a look later. Ivan took out a mid-level magic item from his pocket, the 1000 Changes Star Cone, which looked like the dragon mace, just like the 1000 Changes Star Cone. Seeing this, the Queen Silkworm hurriedly sent the wind moth and the fragrance butterfly back to the space insect nest, and she landed on Ivan's shoulder obediently, watching the wizard break the defense of the magic stone mine from a close distance. Ivan activated the 1000 Changes Star Cone with ease, and the rune lines on the small star cone emitted a bright light, and then poked it on the heavy protective magic array in front. Under the stimulation of the outside world, a dangerous aura began to emerge on the protective magic array, and the power gradually gathered more. He could feel the rebound force from the small star cone. He held the small star cone tightly on it. The rune lines of the small star cone had climbed to the protective magic array. The 9 rune bundles were clearly visible, like creepers. Under the traction of the 1,000-changing small star cone, the rune lines of the protective magic array itself appeared. There was a slight collision between the two rune lines, like a contest between the same kind. The rebound force on the small star cone was weaker, and it became ups and downs. At a certain moment, a strong rebound force suddenly came from his hand. Ivan took a few steps back holding the small star cone. Interesting. He was not discouraged by this. The magic stone mine was so important that the protective magic array was not a simple thing. The light rebound was enough to show the excellent quality of the 1,000 changes small star cone. Seeing that he was full of confidence, the Queen Silkworm did not say what was on her lips, and her worries were gone. Well, let's explore it further. It was rare to have a heavy protective magic array here, allowing him to study it. Ivan felt that there was no need to rush into the magic stone mine. He could take the opportunity to explore the use of the 1,000 changes star symbol array and the small star cone. Another 10 days passed in this exploration. On this day, the small star cone poked the protective magic array again, and the rune lines spread from the small star cone to the protective magic array. The rune lines of the protective magic array itself emerged, and the two lines began a new round of competition. The two rune lines merged in the collision and gradually intertwined. The small star cone used this as the foundation, causing orderly twists in front. After a while, a passage was twisted open on the protective magic array. It's done. After observing for a while, Ivan held the small star cone and drilled into the half-man-high passage. Wherever he went, the rune lines opened the way, and the mountain wall leaned to the surroundings like a stream of water, and the passage continued to expand inward. After a while, he ran out of the narrow passage and came to a dark and depressing cave. There were scattered plants and stones emitting faint light around, just like the inside of the Kanda Magic Stone Mine. This was the inside of the Solo Magic Stone Mine. Ivan could feel that the concentration of energy particles here was lower than that of the outside world, but it was filled with a special smell unique to the Magic Stone Mine, and the smell was everywhere. This made him breathe a sigh of relief, thinking that he had come to the right place. Release them, let Feng Yamo and Xiang Dai lead the team, and look everywhere for magic stones, and by the way, clear out things that may cause us trouble. If there is something they cannot defeat, tell them not to act rashly. He ordered the Silkworm Queen to summon other swift-witted silkworms to help him explore the surroundings. Thinking of the black-robed monsters, other demonic beasts, and undead that bred in the Kanda Magic Stone Mine, he added. Afterwards, he and the swift-witted silkworm clan headed deep into the Magic Stone Mine. Chapter 212. What happened outside the Lianfang market left a deep impression on many people. As the Cloud Eagle auction ended, the wizards returned to their own territory and spread the news everywhere. Evan Marichatin, this name fell into the ears of more wizards, letting people know that there was a person who was not easy to mess with in the Moonclamp Peninsula. These rubbish not only failed to accomplish the task, but also made the other party famous. In a residence in the Torrent Twin Towers Academy, Dondo received the feedback from the Dark Forces, who offered the bounty at the first time. He knew the situation of the previous attacks, and things seemed to become difficult. After receiving the news, Dondo's face became very gloomy. After thinking it over again and again, he invited the Academy's Pence Wizard to come over. Pence Wizard, I hope you can invite Ivan Wizard to come as a guest and repair a rune magic array by the way. Pence just sat down and heard this. He looked at Dondo in surprise, not understanding why he said this. You know, they used the same reason last time, and ended up cheating him. I'm afraid this won't work. This time is different from the last time. This time we really need to repair an important rune magic array, which is the Fuyuwami array on the island on the sea. With Ivan Wizard's enchantment attainments, it is just right for him to participate in the repair, and it can also be regarded as an apology for the last incident. Dondo said patiently. Okay, I try. Pence didn't agree in his heart, but he could only respond calmly on the surface. Coming out of the residence, Pence shook his head slightly. If Dondo continued to make a fuss like this, he probably wouldn't have the chance to sit down with Wizard Ivan to discuss enchantment. After thinking about it, he decided to go and get some information first. Dondo's move should not be without reason. Through enchanters in other places, Pence soon found out what happened. He was stunned and sighed heavily. There would probably be a follow-up to this matter. According to his understanding, Wizard Ivan was not a person who liked to suffer in silence. Solo Magic Stone Mine. Don't move, let me do it. In the dark cave, the wind moth stopped the other swift-witted silkworms, who wanted to pounce on it, and rushed forward. In front of it was a rock snake covered with black stripes. The rock snake felt very innocent. It was just lying at home sleeping, and these uninvited guests came to the door. Die. The wind moth didn't care about its thoughts. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge flying python, the same size as the ferocious rock snake, and the two snakes started fighting. It turns out that the rock snake is simply too big, and its fighting power is far inferior to that of the wind moth. The battle was one-sided from the beginning, and ended with the death of the rock snake. It seemed to beg for mercy just now. Okay, why are you still showing off when you are bullying the weak? I am following the orders of Wizard Ivan to clear all hidden dangers. This snake is not small, and I don't know what it eats to grow up. What else can there be here? Mushrooms, rocks and soil, mice. Xiangye and Fengma chatted for a while, and continued to move to another place, looking for magic stones while clearing out the demonized beasts in the mine. Similar battles have occurred many times, but they were all minor characters, not worth mentioning, and only the wind moths were full of fighting spirit. Not long after, they went to the wizard to report their results. Wizard Ivan, the hidden dangers have been basically cleared up, the wind moth said. We found a small amount of medium magic stones, and some low-grade magic stones, which add up to 3,523 low-grade magic stones. Xiangye continued to report the results of the other battle. We have also dug up a lot of the raw stones you ordered, more than 200 pieces. I wonder if the number is enough? Good job. Ivan nodded slightly. In fact, he had some understanding of the situation through the eye of Insect Shadow. Continue to dig more raw stones, the more the better. Understood. Wind Moth and Fragrance Butterfly left after reporting. Ivan's mind returned to the cave where he was. This place was in the middle of the Solo Magic Stone mine. After exploration, he decided that this was the location where he would set up the formation. At this time, he had expanded the cave once, turning it into a small square of nearly 600 square meters, and the height was also increased by 7 to 8 meters. He waved his hand to one side, and a 2-meter-long and wide raw stone floated over. Under the shaping of an invisible force, the raw stone became as soft as mud. The flame ignited, wrapped around the raw stone, burning the impurities inside. After a while, the raw stone turned into a square thick stone slab, and its size was greatly reduced. Queen Silkworm, you go too. I need more raw stones like this. He glanced at the place where the raw stones were piled up. If this continued, the number would be far from enough. Ivan, what do you want to do with this rune magic array? The Queen Silkworm asked curiously. Didn't I tell you? Seeing the Queen Silkworm shaking her head, Ivan answered casually. It's used to improve mental strength. The situation on the Moon Clamp Peninsula is becoming more and more unstable. I can't stand still. Then I will turn into a pangolin and find you a lot of raw stones. Seeing that it was something he used to improve his strength, the Queen Silkworm ran away in a hurry. Of course, it wanted to collect more raw stones for Ivan. Ivan was not in a hurry to refine the raw stones. He suddenly remembered that he had optioned something, the Gate of Hell Blood, which he analyzed might be useful. I was studying the protective magic array before, and almost forgot about this thing that cost 1,900 magic stones. Sure enough, this thing is related to spiritual power. It can isolate spiritual perception very well, and it is not an item made of ordinary materials. After a careful inspection, he found that the door was indeed a sealed item, and he couldn't help but take out the 1,000 Changes small star cone. The small star cone can break the array, and naturally it can also be used to break the seal. Not long after, a gray copper door with cracks appeared in front of Ivan. The crystals, blood stains, and ink stains on the door were cleaned up by him, but there were stubborn unknown rune lines inside the door, which had been engraved on the inside of the door. There are runes inside, and I don't know where they came from. The traces of runes inside are not easy to eradicate. Improve your strength first, and then use the black magic fire to calcine it after the black magic wind and fire array is set up. Ivan studied it a little and felt that since this thing can be used to isolate spiritual perception, it should also be used to store spiritual energy and other applications. Or it can be used to make magic items related to the black magic wind and fire array, but the unknown runes inside must be removed first to restore the original appearance of the gray copper, and further research is required. After weighing the three of us, he decided to arrange the black magic wind and fire formation first. A few days later, a layer of raw stone slabs was laid on the small square. Under his manipulation, the raw stone slabs had become a hole, making the square look unusually flat and smooth. In fact, the raw stone slabs were no longer the original raw stone slabs. He had integrated a lot of materials into them. When making the next arrangement, Ivan's expression became more solemn, and he exuded an aura of keeping strangers away. After all, this was his first time to arrange such a large rune magic array. A few days later, 4 neatly arranged stone pillars appeared in the square, with many rune lines engraved on them, echoing the lines on the ground. The next day, a larger stone pillar appeared in the middle of the square, also with rune lines drawn on it. From the root, the black magic wind and fire formation was originally born in the magic stone mine, and this is definitely the most suitable place for the formation. After many deductions, there will still be various problems in actual operation. We have to make adjustments and strive to achieve perfection. He dared not take anything lightly for the things used to improve his strength. After nearly 20 days, the black magic wind and fire formation finally met his initial requirements. Queen Silkworm, guard the surroundings for me. No matter what happens, don't get close to the rune magic formation. Understood. Ivan gave a few instructions, and then placed a large number of magic stones in various parts of the rune magic formation, preparing to activate the black magic wind and fire formation. Chapter 213. Ivan sat cross-legged on the stone pier in the middle. The rune lines carved on the surface of the stone pier became vivid and emitted a faint light. The light spread along the rune lines to the surroundings, lighting up the 4 stone piers distributed around, and then activating the entire rune magic array. The black wind rose, floating above the small square, and swirled around the magic array. Under the influence of the black magic wind, the special aura that permeated the magic stone mine and was everywhere was attracted and gathered towards the magic array. The special aura that permeates the magic stone mine is essentially the original power of the magic stone mine, which can breed magic stones one after another. However, the aura itself is difficult to use and is far less convenient than magic stones. The black magic wind and fire array can undoubtedly solve this problem. The special aura drawn in is transformed into pure spiritual energy through the array, and then transformed into black magic wind. Wind turns into fire, and black magic fire rises. The black magic wind has not dissipated. Together with the black magic fire, wind and fire complement each other, further tempering the spiritual energy. Not enough, need to adjust. Under Ivan's control, the surging momentum of the black magic wind and fire came to an abrupt halt. He promised to be perfect, and he would stop if he noticed any flaws and make more detailed adjustments to the rune magic array. This adjustment took a week, and Ivan finally made all the preparations, placing a large number of medium magic stones in various parts of the rune magic array and placing 2 high-quality magic stones as primers. The rune magic array was activated again, and soon, the black magic wind and black magic fire rose, and the wind and fire covered the small square, making the silkworm queen and other insects guarding the surroundings feel a terrifying palpitation. Will it work this time? Xiangya looked at the aura being pulled, eager and worried. Nonsense, when has Wizard Ivan ever failed? The Queen Silkworm stared at Ivan in the black wind and fire, and her expression was clearly more worried than anyone else. In the black magic wind and fire formation, Ivan was taking a little bit of the spiritual energy that had been tempered into his body and transforming it into his own spiritual power through meditation. He was extremely restrained, but the speed of his spiritual power improvement was still quite impressive. 42.5 scales, 43.3 scales, 44.0 scales, 52.4 scales. I don't know how long it has been. The special aura that has been pulled over has become thinner and thinner. Ivan resisted the temptation to improve his strength and stopped absorbing the energy around him. If you are greedy, you will lose. There is not much special aura left nearby. If you continue to improve, it may leave hidden dangers, he murmured. Only practitioners can experience the pleasure brought by the improvement of strength, but not everyone can resist this temptation and step on the brakes in time. Ivan checked himself and found that his mental power had reached 53.5 scales. This time the improvement exceeded 10 scales directly, and the harvest was fruitful. He pointed to one side casually, and a wisp of black magic wind flew out, rolled up the gray copper door not far from the ground, rolled it into the rune witch formation, and floated in front of him. The black magic fire burned fiercely, lingering around the gray copper door and burning. The power of the flame rushed into the gray copper door, and began to burn the unknown rune lines inside. It's so tenacious. I don't know which enchanter did it. Seeing that the unknown rune lines did not move at all, he pulled more wind and fire, making the power of the black magic fire rise to a higher level in an instant. The unknown rune lines began to become invisible in the burning like impurities, until they disappeared completely. At this time, the gray copper door had turned into a ball of soft mud, bright copper color. Just as he analyzed before, this is a material that is extremely sensitive to spiritual energy, and it is perfect for recording the power of the black magic wind and fire array. Use it to enchant and refine equipment, and at least one intermediate magic item can be made. Ivan felt that his 1,900 magic stones were not wasted. As for whether to use them to make magic items, and what kind of magic items to make, he needed more thinking and consideration. Ivan, how about this and that? When the black magic wind and fire array stopped running, the queen silkworm could not wait to get closer. Very good. Ivan introduced the remaining energy from the quenching into the medicine liquid, so that a ball of black energy appeared in the large glass bottle, and then he stopped. I give it to you. Remember to use it with caution. Seeing the queen silkworm's envious look, Ivan casually handed the large glass to the queen silkworm. Although he didn't use the rest, it had been tempered many times, and would definitely be worth more than 1,000 magic stones if it was put in the market. Okay, I know how to use it. Just like you do experiments, I won't do it recklessly. The queen silkworm happily took it and promised. It has been with Ivan for so long, and it has learned a lot of things. It knows how to improve the Swiftwood Silkworm clan in the best way. Ivan also believed in the Silkworm Queen, and was willing to let it handle this. Ivan's own strength has improved a lot this time, and he needs some time to adapt. This is just the right time to think about a few problems, such as how to attract the special aura from farther away, or even the special aura that permeates the entire magic stone mine, and how to properly combine the use of the gray copper that makes up the Hell Blood Gate with the black magic wind and fire formation. Mona Antland Hut. Hunting team, where the chief deacon's office is located. Andaya changed her usual coldness, and chatted with Chris Donald from time to time. If outsiders saw her like this, they would definitely be shocked. You really underestimated Wizard Ivan. Whether it's enchantment or his own strength, he has reached this point in a short time. Andaya sighed. In terms of wizard time, Ivan has not been a wizard for a long time, but his achievements are impressive. With such a helper, their plan is more likely to succeed. Can you find out who is offering a bounty for Wizard Ivan? It's difficult. Those forces are quite trustworthy. Forget it, Wizard Ivan must know that with his current strength, unless the person offering a bounty on him offers more chips, not many people will take action. Life is obviously more important than resources. According to the news said back a few months ago, the bounty-bearing Ivan has become a leader among first-level wizards. Those who want to take advantage of him must naturally weigh their own strength. Moreover, the opponent is very fast. Once he flies into the air with the help of a beast, it is difficult for others to catch up. What happened in Luyan Fangji can illustrate this problem. Where did Wizard Ivan go? We won't keep waiting like this, right? I'm ready, just waiting for him to show up. Andaya couldn't help asking. Don't worry, we've been waiting for this for so many years, so we don't care about 1 or 2 years. Chris Donner certainly knew where the other party had gone. The location was provided by him. He had important things to do, so it was not good to disturb him. The situation is different now. The sooner we find the Ant-Man altar, the sooner we can establish our advantage. Andaya muttered, and she stopped arguing when she saw Chris Donner wave his hand. As the deacon of the hunting team, and one of the 6 people with the highest status in the academy, Chris Donner's power is not as good as the dean, vice dean, or Aufwaken, but it does not mean that he does not have the corresponding status and power. With this position and power, he can create opportunities for people to study the Ant-Man barrier, or the secret realm of the Purple Dew Garden, or other things. However, the 3 major families are powerful, so he can only do it secretly, and many times he can't arrange it himself. He knows how much attention the 3 major families pay to him, and at this time, he needs Andaya's support. In the past, Chris Donner's search was unsuccessful. He thought about it carefully, and knew the reason. He lacked a person with profound enchantment attainments and a suitable opportunity. Now, the Moonclamp Peninsula is turbulent. The opportunity he has been waiting for has come, and the enchantment master has also been invited. Unfortunately, at this critical juncture, the other party has not returned to the academy for almost 4 months. On the other side, in the solo magic stone mine, Ivan didn't know that someone was looking forward to his return to the academy. He was focusing on the deepening of the black magic wind and fire array. In the past period of time, he has refined several simplified array platforms of the black magic wind and fire array, arranged them in other locations of the solo magic stone mine, and tried to connect the array platforms with the main rune witch array. For this, he also consumed a level 4 Great Wisdom Light. The gray copper that made up the Dark Blood Gate also came in handy, and he made it into copper balls as a key item to suppress the simplified array. With the simplified array as the base, he almost included the entire magic stone mine, and could draw most of the special aura along the rune line channel all the way to the black magic wind and fire array in the middle. The higher the strength, the harder it is to improve. The mental strength is nothing more than this. I don't know how much it can be improved this time. Ivan warned himself that he must restrain his inner desires, and not be greedy and bury hidden dangers for himself, and then he activated the black magic wind and fire array. A very spectacular scene appeared in the solo magic stone mine. As the general formation was running, along the carved rune route, from the middle to the surroundings, one simplified formation platform after another was activated, emitting a bright light. As time passed, a large amount of special aura from the magic stone mines gathered in the black magic wind and fire array. Ivan's figure was submerged in the black magic wind and black magic fire, as well as the black mist that had been tempered many times. The mist was absorbed into his body little by little, and finally transformed into spiritual power in the spiritual ocean. His strength was improving slowly. Not long after, Ivan opened his eyes, and casually dispelled the surrounding black magic wind and fire, turning them all into black mist, which eventually fell into the prepared liquid medicine, and was sealed in several large glass bottles. It consumes a lot of energy, and wastes a lot of energy. There is room for improvement. Recalling the process just now, he found that there were still some problems with his arrangement, all of which were minor problems, and could be adjusted slowly in the future. Strength 13.3, Agility 13.4, Constitution 13.9, Spirit 69.8. Ivan glanced at the attribute panel, and the data of all aspects were clearly revealed. The physical strength was improved, all increased by about 1 scale, and the mental power was improved by a large margin, by as much as 16 scales. This means that as long as he fuses the corresponding element crystals, and completes the corresponding mental power elementalization, he will only have 10 scales left to reach the first level limit of 80 scales. From 42.3 scale to 69.8 scale, it is a considerable change. The gains from this trip to the solo magic stone mine have exceeded his original expectations. Chapter 214. Seeing the rune magic array calm down, the queen silkworm, with the wind moth and the fragrance butterfly, stepped forward, her eyes occasionally looking at the 4 large glass bottles on the ground, not hiding her thoughts at all. Don't worry about these, I have other uses for them. Ivan stretched out his hand and flicked, and the glass bottle containing the liquid medicine fell into his hand. Well, there are still a lot left from before. The queen silkworm didn't care about it. She keenly noticed that her wizard's aura had risen a lot, and she was sincerely happy for him. What are the results? Ivan thought that it had been a while since it had obtained that energy. It had the greatest effect on the wind moth, followed by the fragrant butterfly. The other swift-winged silkworms did not absorb much, but fortunately, they all improved to a certain extent. The silkworm queen reported truthfully. Due to its operation, more than a dozen swift-winged silkworms died, but the silkworm queen had no extra thoughts about it. It died for the tribe, and it was a worthy death. Ivan did not say anything, and immediately tested the wind moth and the fragrant butterfly. He found that the wind moth had indeed improved greatly, and its strength was about to reach the upper limit of the first-level creature. It was hard to say when it would usher in the next transformation. The fragrant butterfly is not much different. Wizard Ivan, how about you use the formation to burn me a few times? While he showed satisfaction, Fong Moth made a request. His eyes fell on the black magic wind and fire formation on the ground. Shut up, is this something you can use? Don't you even look at your identity? Before Ivan could say anything, the queen silkworm scolded him, making Fong Moth want to cover his face with his wings. Dreaming of using the magic formation used by his own wizard, there was simply no distinction between superiors and subordinates. Ivan knew that the queen silkworm's scolding was real, there was no such thing as hypocrisy, and she might even put Fong Moth in solitary confinement later. It's good to be motivated. Next time, I need to study this problem. Then it's settled. Thank you, Wizard Ivan, and thank you, Mother. Humph, don't think I let you off the hook just because you said that. The queen silkworm was determined to teach the wind moth a lesson, so that this guy wouldn't dare to say anything, especially in front of her own wizard. What's this called? It's like killing a chicken to scare the monkey. The use that Ivan mentioned certainly exists, that is, to use the grey copper of the nether blood gate to make magic items. When he used the light of great wisdom to think about the problem of the black magic wind and fire array, he also thought deeply about the problem of grey copper. Another week passed, and he successfully made 9 grey copper balls. The grey copper balls were 8 large and 1 small, with corresponding rune lines engraved on them, and the lines faintly formed a simple wind and fire diagram. This can also be considered a special high-level magic item, so let's call it the black magic wind and fire bead. He always kept his name simple. These copper balls are equivalent to simplified versions of the black magic wind and fire ray platform, and can also be transformed into a small bead, called the black magic wind and fire bead, which complements each other. He waved his hand, and 8 copper balls with a diameter of 20 centimeters flew around, evenly and orderly distributed. One of the larger copper balls stayed beside him, which had a diameter of 30 centimeters. The next moment, the black magic wind and fire formation reappeared, with black magic wind and black magic fire rising. The formation enveloped a distance of about 80 meters around him, and the 80 meters around him seemed to have become his territory. Of course, its power was not as powerful as the large rune magic formation he arranged, but it was better in that it could be carried with him and arranged with a wave of his hand, and the consumption was far less. Gray copper is a light metal that can be easily controlled to float around. "Come back!" Ivan shouted, and the copper ball quickly flew back to him, shrinking into beads in the blink of an eye. A small ring-shaped net floated out of his arm, and the net put the beads into it. The small net with copper beads fell down and wrapped around the arm, like a bracelet. In fact, he considered other shapes, and through comparison and thinking, he finally chose a simple and stable spherical shape as the external shape of the magic item. "Queen Silkworm, pack up, we should go back." "What do you want to pack?" "Just these raw stone piers. They should be useful when we find a new magic stone mine next time." After a simple packing with the Queen Silkworm, the things to be taken away were sent to the space insect nest, and the things that could not be taken away were destroyed. Ivan then used the 1,000 Changes star cone to leave the solo magic stone mine, and return to the cave that was originally excavated. He walked slowly out, but before he reached the cave entrance, he suddenly stopped and his face turned gloomy. There were people guarding outside. Could they be those who wanted the bounty? That really didn't give him a break. The next second, he had a green tree star shield in his hand, and flower, and wood shields appeared around him. Boom! Ivan quickly dodged to the outside of the cave, and slapped a palm wrapped in black flames. As expected, the people outside also launched a spell attack and attacked him. With a scream, the attacker flew backwards. So weak, Ivan looked around and found that there was only one person ambushing him, a young female wizard who wanted to attack him but was knocked away by him and stopped moving. He walked forward and saw that he was unconscious, with a damaged shield next to him. Wizard robes in the night forest, a fish that slipped through the net. Ivan began to search him without hesitation, and found a token that looked like the control order that Heidi used to open the Kanda magic stone mine. He took it, and returned to the cave to try it out. It was indeed the control order of the solo magic stone mine, but it was a little late. When he returned, he noticed that the person on the ground had not changed position, but the posture of the person lying had slightly changed, and he had obviously woken up. "Don't pretend to sleep if you're awake. I ask you, why did you ambush me there?" "I just came to check the situation." Sorry, I shouldn't have attacked you." The female wizard was frightened and kept apologizing. It was just a simple round, and she was knocked away with her shield. If she hadn't taken out the protective shield in time, she would have died. This shows the difference in strength between the two sides. She regretted it very much. Why did she come here for no reason and chose to attack rashly? "Are you from the Ward family?" "Yes, I have only been a wizard for a short time." Hearing Ivan's question, the female wizard chose to answer honestly. Her name is Angie Ward. When the Ward family's residence was attacked, she was somewhere else and escaped by luck. At that time, she was just an apprentice. Recently, Angie became a formal wizard and noticed that there was something wrong with the solo magic stone mine. The increase in strength inevitably brought a surge in confidence, as well as anger at being robbed, and then she ran over, but she was a little late and just ran into Ivan coming out. "Sir, what's your name?" "Why? You want to seek revenge on me?" No. Ivan ignored her and left Kilsoro Mountain directly. He had nothing to be embarrassed about being caught in the act. The strong prey on the weak. Whether the solo magic stone mine still belonged to the Ward family was another matter, and not killing Angie Ward was already a favor to him. On the way, Ivan once again summed up his gains and losses. This time, in addition to the improvement of strength, each subject has also been improved accordingly. Energy particle science has been improved to level 6. Meditation science has been improved to level 5. As expected, he gained a level 5 and a level 6 wisdom light. Enchantment science, rune science, and biology have also been improved to a certain extent. Several days passed in a flash, and Ivan returned to the Mona Ant Land hut smoothly. Chapter 215. Mona Ant Farm Hut. Ivan had just returned to the Twin Towers when a beautiful figure came towards him with a fragrant breeze, like soft jade in his arms. After all these years of growth, Giussitte's figure is no less than her mother, Lady Selina, and even better than her. Ivan, you're back. Did someone bully you? Seeing Giussitte's excited look, Ivan thought she was bullied by others, so he reached out and patted her back to comfort her. Giussitte uttered some meaningless words and shook her head slightly, unwilling to let go of her arms around him. If someone bullies you, just tell me. I want to see who is so disrespectful, Ivan said in a deep voice. He thought of his relationship with the three major families. It stands to reason that things between wizards will not affect apprentices, and it is not ruled out that someone deliberately disgusts people. Really not? Really? I just miss you too much, and I'm a little bored. Also, Gina has become an official wizard, so I can't talk to her anymore, Giussitte said a little embarrassedly. Ivan understood that she wanted to become a promoted wizard. With his generous resources, Giussitte's strength has been steadily improving. Now she has reached the limit of a third-class apprentice and a junior knight. However, Giussitte's strength is not enough. She has not formed the corresponding combat power, let alone promoted to a wizard. Do you want to become a formal wizard quickly? Is it possible? Giussitte looked at him expectantly, but saw Ivan shook his head. You have to remember that you are only a second-class talent. This is only a chance to be promoted to a wizard. You need to be very careful. You are still far from it now. Okay then. Do you remember what level of talent Perny is? 4th level. She said with confidence last time that her promotion was a sure thing. But what happened? She still failed. Ah, she wasn't hurt, was she? Did you go to comfort her? How could she fail? She is a 4th-class talent, 1 level higher than you. Hearing his words, Giusitte's face showed obvious panic. Her talent was much worse than that of Perny, and she failed to be promoted. How could she succeed? You asked so many questions, how can I answer them? There are too many factors involved in the promotion of wizards, and Ivan didn't know the reason why Perny failed. Perny is different from you and me. She has a second chance to be promoted. When the time comes, I will help her, and I will do my best to help you. Yes, I will follow your arrangements. With this cold water poured down, Giussitte put an end to her wild thoughts. The reason why she wanted to become a wizard as soon as possible was mainly because of Gina's influence. Her friends suddenly became wizards, and their status and position were much higher than hers. Of course, it was difficult for her to maintain her balance, and she couldn't help but have other ideas. If you feel bored, you can occasionally go on academy missions and take a walk around the academy. With your current strength, it's not a problem to go out and try your luck, Ivan suggested. How can I not go? Giussitte had a bitter face. She really had no interest in the academy mission. I let Xiangya accompany you, it's settled. You and you felt that Jussi should be allowed to go out and try her luck, which would help to enhance her practical ability, broaden her horizons, and have a positive effect on becoming a wizard. Otherwise, no matter how well she prepared in advance, she would have a hard time becoming a formal wizard if she didn't have enough character. It is worth mentioning that Jussi really had no talent in enchantment, but she was an excellent talent in alchemy. The profit of refining medicine has always been relatively high. After becoming a second-class apprentice, she did not rely entirely on Ivan for training. The next day, before Ivan came to congratulate Gina, she received an invitation from her mentor, inviting him to a small gathering. Ivan arrived on time at the 3-story round tower, and soon Gina also appeared. Gina, congratulations. Then I'm not polite, senior brother Ivan. Gina took his gift, which looked like a normal bracelet, but was actually an intermediate magic item, the Green Tree Star Shield. The Green Tree Star was originally a low-level magic item. After Ivan became a wizard, he deduced it into an intermediate magic item, containing 7 rune bundles, and its quality was not outstanding among intermediate magic items. Seeing this scene, Randall next to him couldn't help laughing. He had 2 wizards under his tutelage, sweeping away the decadent situation in the past few decades. He had been looking forward to this situation for a long time, and felt particularly happy. Teacher, after becoming a wizard, do I need to raise a second kind of insect? Gina couldn't help but ask the question in her heart. The magic black beard crown supports raising multiple insects, and now it can be as many as 3 kinds, but she found that her mentor and senior brother only had 1 kind of insect. Ivan, what do you think? You can raise it or not. The swiftwood silkworm is good. I don't have the idea of raising another kind of insect for the time being. Ivan glanced at the silent silkworm queen on his shoulder and said truthfully. The silkworm queen was staring at him nervously. When she heard his words, she put her heart back into her stomach. After becoming an intelligent creature, the silkworm queen remembered the instructions of her own wizard and almost never spoke when there were others around. The time and energy he spent on enchanting far exceeded that on raising insects. Gina, it depends on what path you want to take in the future. Although wizards are good at research, their energy is limited, and it is impossible to take care of all aspects. If you don't plan to use insects as the main means, it is enough to raise an insect that suits your taste. Randall never interferes with the choices of his disciples. Even though he has an extraordinary love for raising insects, he doesn't care whether his disciples take the same path as himself after becoming wizards. Then I have to think about it carefully. Gina nodded. The teacher's words undoubtedly dispelled her worries. Brother Ivan, I have to thank you for your insect breathing method and the black magic wind beam array platform for successfully becoming a wizard this time. Gina will remember it in her heart. We are brothers and sisters from the same school. Besides, you also paid the magic stone. There is no need to thank me. Ivan smiled. He had given Gina the original version of the insect breathing method a long time ago. Gina spent a lot of time researching it to suit her fire poison ant. Gina then thanked her teacher Randall solemnly. She knew clearly in her heart that without the help of the two, she didn't know how long she would have to work hard to become a wizard, and there was even a high probability that she would fail in the promotion. For the two of them, it might be a piece of cake, but for her, it is a lifetime thing. Speaking of which, Ivan, you have done a great job this time. Through this incident, you are no longer an unknown person in the Moon Clamp Peninsula. I think the title of the first insect controller in the Mona Ant Hut belongs to you. Randall changed the subject. It's not that I want to provoke others. Those people have entangled me many times, and I can only fight back. Ivan said. What's the matter? What did you do to become the first insect controller? Gina asked in surprise. She had been an apprentice before, so she naturally didn't know what happened between wizards. Seeing that Ivan didn't speak, Randall recounted what happened in Lianfang. Gina was stunned. Fighting 1 against 4, he killed the enemy without leaving a single piece of armor. What a heroic spirit, which also fully demonstrated the strength of senior brother Ivan. I'm afraid he has entered the elemental stage. Gina's eyes fell on the inconspicuous green silkworm on his shoulder. This little guy played an extremely important role in the battle. If you look closely, the green silkworm does look a bit extraordinary. Queen Silkworm, say hello to the Minor and Wizard Gina. Wizard Randall, the Queen Silkworm sends you sincere greetings. After hearing the words of her own wizard, the silent Queen Silkworm spoke. Wizard Gina, hello. Wow, your voice is so beautiful, Queen Silkworm. Gina's beautiful eyes were shining. She had already thought of her own fire poison ants, and the scene when she cultivated one of them into an intelligent creature. Insect controllers still have a bright future. Wizard Gina, Wizard Ivan, the golden beetle will say hello to you too. Randall's golden beetle was unwilling to lag behind, and also joined the conversation. Last time in the Crimson Cloud realm, Randall also gained a lot. He cultivated the golden beetle, which was already halfway on the threshold, into a second-level and intelligent creature. Jinjia, you naughty boy can finally talk. Don't attack me with stones in the future. As an intelligent creature, you can't get angry at every turn like before, otherwise it will appear childish. Gina said with a smile. No. In front of the Silkworm Queen, the golden beetle was embarrassed and refused to admit it. Seeing this, the master and his apprentices burst into laughter. Now the golden beetle was even more embarrassed and didn't bother to pay attention to them. It disappeared into the ground. There will be new apprentices joining the academy soon. Do you two want to accept them? Randall asked the two apprentices. I just left the apprenticeship period and haven't adapted to the life of a wizard yet. I can't accept apprentices. Gina shook her head quickly. Ivan, what do you think? I don't mind. Let's wait and see if there is anyone who suits my taste. Ivan thought for a while and said, a good man helps two people. According to the way wizards train, it doesn't take much effort to recruit disciples. Some wizards even recruit new disciples every time they recruit students, just like collecting some consumables. Such wizards are only a minority. Most wizards recruit disciples to train them as disciples. But mentor, you have to allow me to pass the Blackbird crown to my disciples. Of course, this is our signature spell. I allow you to teach it to any disciple or disciple of the disciple. So I can pass on my basic breathing method to my disciples. The mentor was so generous, and Ivan would not be stingy. He immediately promised that the original version of the insect breathing method could be passed down and also serve as the signature of this lineage. In terms of wizard promotion, the Blackbird crown and the insect breathing method complement each other. With these two signature spells, it can be foreseen that their lineage has a brighter future. I went out not long ago and found something strange. It seems that I met a person who also practiced the Blackbeard meditation method. His aura was too familiar to me. Randall talked about another thing. Academy wizard, or a wandering wizard. It should be a wandering wizard, or an outsider wizard. I can't ask rashly, but I remember the person. You can pay attention to him when you have a chance. Randall told the two people the appearance of the wizard he saw. It was indeed a strange wizard he had never met. The source of the meditation method is very complicated. It is not ruled out that the Blackbeard meditation came from other places, or even a force or ruins outside the Moon Clamp Peninsula. The Academy Blackbeard meditation only has the first 3 levels, and the 4th level needs to be figured out by yourself. This wizard is a clue worth noting. Chapter 216. Twin Towers. A few days after Ivan returned to the Academy, Walban came to visit. Ivan, how come you always surprise others? This time you have become quite famous, surpassing all of us. Walban said in a joking tone. The news of the Lianfang Fair spread to the Mona Antland hut, which surprised many wizards. Then they went to inquire about it, and personally verified the truth of the news. Has the news spread? So far, I don't think any wizard in our academy doesn't know about it. Ivan nodded. No wonder even the 8-clawed black spider guarding the gate has changed its attitude and become full of kindness. What is there to envy? I'm still wanted by someone, and I suspect someone is following me wherever I go. Didn't you find the mastermind? I have a clue, but it's not time to settle accounts yet. When mentioning the mastermind, Ivan's eyes flashed with resentment. If his strength hadn't improved quickly enough, he might have suffered a big loss in Lianfang. He remembered this grudge, and also remembered that someone had leaked his information in the night forest. He would find and return them one by one when the time comes. You can do whatever you want. Anyway, your strength is far superior to mine. Wulban gave up the idea of competing with him. It's not that he didn't want to compete, but he knew he couldn't keep up. He then said seriously, let's get back to the point. This time, Andaya Wizard asked me to come to you. Andaya Wizard followed the instructions of the deacon, and asked me to give you something important. I heard from Wizard Chris Donner. Ivan understood what he was talking about. Mona Antland Hut is the territory of the 3 major families. No one knows how many spies they have deployed in the academy, and in what form. As the deacon, Chris Donner has always been the most monitored. His every move has attracted the attention of many people. Inside the academy, it is not so convenient for Chris Donner to move. As Chris Donner's confidant, Andai is actually the focus of attention. Walban should become such a person in the future. However, Walban was originally Ivan's friend, and no one could say anything when they came to see Ivan. Ivan, if you need any odd jobs, just tell me from now on. Walban handed him a resealed scroll, and soon left the Twin Towers. After sending Walban away, Ivan came to his meditation room, which generally did not allow other people to enter, including Jusidi. The sealed scroll contained some top-secret information and materials, which needed to be destroyed one by one after reading. Those that could not be destroyed must not be discovered by others, otherwise everyone would suffer. Ant King Barrier Array. After reading the information sent by Chris Donald, Ivan learned the name of the protective magic array of the Mona Antland Hut. The protective magic array of the Academy and the Ant-Man Barrier can be regarded as one, which is a primary array with 23 special rune beams. The information also said that the Ant King Barrier Array originally had 28 rune beams. Because the powerful enemy attacked the door and broke the dome of the Ant-Man Barrier, it also brought irreversible damage to the protective magic array, causing 5 of the rune beams to lose their original functions, and also caused a mid-level rune magic array to be reduced to a primary rune magic array. 24 rune bundles can form an intermediate rune wizard formation, and 23 rune bundles are not low. There is a lot of information, even so many formation diagrams. It seems that Chris Donald has been planning for a long time. Ivan flipped through it roughly, and found that these were not the real formation diagrams of the Ant King Barrier, but just analytical diagrams explored by many wizards. According to Chris Donald, the formation diagrams are for reference only. In addition to the information on the protective formation, there are also materials taken from the Ant-Man Barrier, as well as breath samples collected from various places, and information about the secret realm of the Purple Dew Garden, the power of the Flash Vortex, and the Ant-Man Altar. There is not much information about the Purple Dew Garden, the power of the Vortex, and the Ant-Man Altar, especially about the Ant-Man Altar, which only has a general description. What disappointed Ivan was that there was no mention of the word Ant-Man's secret vault in it. If the people of the 3 major families knew about these things, he would definitely be faced with a thunderstorm, and he might even be declared a traitor. He looked around and raised his arms. Copper beads fell off one by one, turned into copper balls, and fell to various locations in the meditation room, and one fell to the center. After some adjustments, the meditation room had an additional invisible protective film. The Ant-Man barrier is not so easy to analyze. It takes a lot of hard work. When forming an alliance with Chris Donner, Ivan agreed to help crack the secret of the Academy's protective array, so as to find the Ant-Man altar that the other party had been thinking about, and also to find the Ant-Man secret library required for the 5-leaf spear assessment. In any case, he must go all out. In the following days, Ivan immersed himself in studying the Ant-King barrier array, either staying in the meditation room or going into the protection room, studying day and night. Giuseppe knew what her survival guarantee was, and she had no objection in her heart, but she was a little curious about what he was researching. Since he didn't want to talk about it, Giuseppe didn't ask much, and she also kept the Twin Towers in good order. This day, Giuseppe really had something important to do, so she had to disturb him. Ivan, didn't you say you wanted to take in a disciple? The information has been sent. Do you want to see it now? You pick it first. Pick the one you like. Pay attention to the attribute affinity. I take a look later. The one you like? Okay, I know what to do. Disciples don't need much effort to cultivate, but it is also a relatively important matter. If you pick out an ungrateful or a scumbag, you don't know how much trouble you will cause in the future, and you may even feel disgusted. Ivan had to treat this matter with caution. No matter how important and interesting the Ant-King barrier array is, he had to take time to deal with it. Just take a half-day break. After sealing up the things he had collected, he came to the living room of the Twin Towers. Giuseppe handed over the people she had chosen. Why do you always choose female apprentices? They look more pleasing to the eye. Look at them, they are so interesting, as if they came specially for you. They are the two of them. It was a little late. Ivan looked around casually, and made a decision quickly. He chose two people from the people recommended by Giuseppe, a rare pair of twins, with the same attribute affinity as him, wood, fire, and water affinity, and third-class talent. No wonder Giuseppe put them at the top. He set one of the shadow and servants to lead the people. Nora greets the master. Lona greets the master. After a while, the shadow and servant brought back two timid girls. The two looked at Giuseppe standing on the side with doubt, and hurried forward to greet Ivan. Are you from Ferrando Island? Yes. Who is the elder sister? Nora is the elder sister, 5 minutes older than Lona. The shadow and servant told you that my apprentice must become an insect controller. Raising insects consumes more resources. I will give you another chance. Are you willing to follow the previous decision? Disciple greets the master. Hearing the two's answer without hesitation, Ivan immediately presided over the enlightenment and admission ceremony for the two and accepted the twin sisters as his disciples. After introducing Giuseppe, he taught them a lot of knowledge, including the basics of Blackbeard music, basic alchemy knowledge, basic runes, basic enchantment knowledge, and the spell Blackbeard Crown. These are all free, and he has to take a look at the two's qualifications in all aspects first. The two only have 10 credits, which can be retained for the time being. Chapter 217. Time flies by. That day, Nora and Rona came to the Twin Towers with trepidation and knocked on the door. The door opened, and they were greeted by an emerald lizard with strange butterfly wings. Come in, Madame Giuseppe will be here soon. Okay. Facing this strange creature, the two of them felt nervous. Thinking that this was the Minner's residence, there should be no danger, and the two followed him into the living room. The two looked at each other, and Nora said with a stiff upper lip, We want to see the Minner. I'm afraid that won't work. Wizard Ivan is quite busy. You can talk to Giuseppe first if you have anything to say. By the way, my name is Xiangya, and I'm a member of the insect swarm under Wizard Ivan. There's another fellow named Fongmoth, but it's being kept in confinement by its mother. You definitely see it later. My mother is the leader of our Shuanmu Silkworm clan. Wizard Ivan calls her the Silkworm Queen. She usually stays with Wizard Ivan. Xiangya shook her head and declined the two's request. In order to prevent the two from feeling too embarrassed, Xiangya learned to greet people like humans and introduced the Swift with Silkworm clan. Can you all speak? The three of us can, but the other Swift with Silkworms haven't grown to that stage yet. So powerful, so magical, so beautiful, can we also find a group of insects that can speak? It's difficult. Our Swift with Silkworm clan couldn't speak originally. Under the careful cultivation of Wizard Ivan, they underwent many sharp changes and became intelligent creatures. Of the two twin sisters, the younger sister Rona is more lively. After breaking the deadlock, she showed some of her true nature, staring at Xiangya with a sharp gaze, and that fiery gaze showed her active heart. Ahem, Rona, don't be so rude. Nora looked at her sister with a headache. According to her understanding, if she hadn't just arrived, Rona would probably touch this adult. After a while, Jusidi came to the living room, and Xiangjie, who was a little overwhelmed, quickly stepped aside. Mrs. Jusidi? Well, Wizard Ivan has been busy recently, and has entrusted your affairs to me. I hope you don't mind. Having 2 more disciples is just a small episode for Ivan. Nora and the others have just embarked on the path of wizards, and what they have learned is very superficial. Jusidi is enough to provide correct guidance, so he chose to pass the blame without hesitation. No mind, no mind. The flash of pressure from Jusidi made the 2 of them feel like they were struck by lightning. Their bodies were stiff, and their hair stood up. They quickly said they didn't dare. The 2 realized that this woman who looked like a vase had a strength far beyond their own, which was terrifying. Very good, you can ask me any questions about cultivation. If I can't answer you, you can ask Wizard Ivan. Don't worry, you are Wizard Ivan's disciples, he won't ignore you. Juice's attitude became gentle. She was born in an aristocratic family, received aristocratic education since childhood, and was the wife of a lord for a period of time, so she naturally knew how to control people. Madame Jusidi, our mentor, taught us 3 subjects: insect breeding, medicine making, and enchantment. Do we have to master all of them? Nora thought for a while and asked. Apprentices have limited energy and resources, and they are somewhat unable to bear such kindness. No need to do so. The 2 of them breathed a sigh of relief, and Jushidi's subsequent words made their hearts rise again. These 3 subjects have their own merits. It depends on how you choose. I would like to hear more about it. Insect breeding is a tradition of our school. It contains the hard work of wizards Randall and Ivan. When you reach the limit of the 3rd level apprentice, you will know that it has a great relationship with the success rate of wizard promotion. What about alchemy? Alchemy is the best way to earn magic stones. I can give you more detailed guidance. As for enchantment, since we are a member of the enchantment group, according to the division of responsibilities, we can earn credits through enchantment, and credits are indispensable in the academy. After listening to Jusidi's detailed introduction, the 2 looked at each other and felt each other's embarrassment. Needless to say, raising insects is related to the issue of wizard promotion, so it can't be given up. As for alchemy and enchantment, there are people willing to give careful guidance for the former, and the latter is related to credits, which is really difficult to choose. You don't have to rush to make a decision. Some things depend on your own talents. What suits you is the most important. After all, not everyone can achieve amazing achievements in various subjects like your mentor. As a gift, Geoshur gave each of them a set of low-grade magic stone water and answered many questions about cultivation. After returning to the dormitory from the Twin Towers, Nora and Rona smiled at each other. Nora, what do you think of the mentor? We are lucky. Yeah, I think it's pretty good too, although I haven't met the instructor in person. The 2 have been in the academy for a while, and have learned a lot from their peers. Some people have to face unreasonable requests from the instructor from the beginning, and they can't refuse. On the contrary, I haven't heard of anyone receiving a gift of mental potion, and someone has been specially arranged to teach them. This treatment is definitely one of the best among all the newcomers, which makes the 2 sisters feel relieved. Twin Tower Meditation Room. Ivan was indeed quite busy. On the one hand, he had to study the Ant King Barrier Array, and on the other hand, he had to meditate and practice to improve his spiritual power. He held a low-grade element crystal in his hand. A trace of elemental energy was extracted from the element crystal, and after repeated tempering, it fell into the spiritual ocean and combined with a strand of spiritual power to become a part of it. After integrating this strand of elemental energy, the originally colorless spiritual power showed a subtle green. At this time, in the spiritual ocean, a large amount of gaseous spiritual power floated around the solidified model, constantly nourishing the flower, and would shield solidified model. It can be clearly seen that most of the gaseous spiritual power has been stained with green, and a small part is still in a colorless state. Elementalization is a process of dripping water and wearing away a stone. It cannot be too fast, otherwise the spiritual power will be difficult to adapt, and it cannot be too slow, otherwise the newly increased spiritual power will be easily affected by the elementalized spiritual power, which may cause unpredictable changes. After the spiritual power is elementalized, it will add to the power of spells. It is half useless for me. He activated the elementalization with the plant element crystal, which will only add to the plant spells. His current elementalization is equivalent to 60%, which will bring 60% of the power of plant spells, such as the spell Thorn Jungle. Unfortunately, His most commonly used spell is the Black Magic Hand, which has nothing to do with the plant system. Fortunately, this bonus will also work on the flower and wood shield. Now the defense of the flower and wood shield has reached 40 scales, and ordinary spells often cannot break the defense. Another half a month passed in a flash. Ivan felt that the research on the data of the Ant King barrier array was almost done, so he contacted Chris Donner, informed him of the situation, and asked him about the next arrangement. Wizard Chris Donner, this is the situation. If you can't directly touch the Ant King barrier array, all this is just talk on paper. It's hard to say how much you have mastered. I understand what you mean. Please wait for a few days. I will prepare it now. In the meditation room, half of Chris Donner's figure appeared on a crystal ball, as clear as if he was standing there. Wait, this matter is to provoke the 3 major families' reverse scales, and it is also against the rules of the Academy. Are you sure it won't be discovered? Ivan stopped Chris Donner, who wanted to leave, and asked worriedly. If their actions were discovered, the consequences would be unbearable. As the first executor, Ivan would definitely suffer the most severe blow, so he had to ask a few more questions. I guarantee in the name of Mother Earth that all arrangements will be made with your safety as the first priority, and we will try our best to keep others from noticing our actions. After all, this was inside the Academy, and they had to touch the Academy's protective magic array. Chris Donald could understand his concerns, and immediately gave him a guarantee to reassure him. Okay, I wait for good news. Ivan was just expressing his attitude. Things are never foolproof, and his words are enough. Time passed day by day. On this day, Walban came to the Twin Towers to visit Ivan. Not long after, Walban left and returned to his residence. 2 days later, Walban visited another wizard, but he also didn't stay too long, just like a normal exchange. Little did he know that through this seemingly ordinary action, the owners of multiple wizards' residences had changed. In a residence that was a combination of 3 towers and a castle, Ivan was looking at the surrounding arrangements. Wizard Ivan, are you satisfied with our arrangement? Andia's cold voice sounded. I didn't expect you to have planted someone in the cultivation group. You did a great job. Ivan nodded slightly. At this moment, the 2 people's appearance and aura changed greatly. They were going to pretend to be a pair of elderly wizards in the cultivation group, and then conduct research on the Ant King barrier array here. The cultivation group is the sphere of influence of the Waken family, one of the 3 major families. No one had ever thought that Chris Donner had already planted nails in it, and made a series of arrangements, and then used it as a base to secretly carry out various research. Ivan and Andia appeared here, and naturally there were other people living in their residence. Ivan's side was Walban, who stayed in the Twin Towers 2 days ago. Thank you for the compliment. Hearing his words, a small puppet jumped out of Andia's pocket. The puppet's mouth opened and closed, and the sound was indeed Chris Donner's. Wizard Ivan, I'm sorry I can't come here in person to discuss the magic array with you. Don't say that. The 3 major families' attention to you is not comparable to ours. You must be cautious in everything. Ivan found that he was not an ordinary puppet. All sensory reactions showed that the puppet was similar to Chris Donner's clone. Chris Donner has been a wizard for a long time, from an ordinary wizard to a deacon, and then from a deacon to the chief deacon. His power is deeply rooted, and he has mastered various secret methods. Strange objects are indeed common. Let's go to the observation point and take a look. I guarantee you will be satisfied. Wait and see. After a few pleasantries, the 2 people and the puppet walked towards the secret observation point deep in the residence. Chapter 218. The lifespan of a first-level wizard can reach 300 years. This elderly wizard couple is less than 20 years away from their lifespan. In the past countless years, they have made many renovations and adjustments to their residence, making the 3 towers stand in a triangle. The middle area of the triangle is also covered by buildings, and the whole looks like a huge castle. The secret observation point is set in the middle triangular area. After a series of seemingly weak protections, Ivan and others finally came to a place deep underground, an empty secret room, with a statue of Ant-Man in the center of the secret room, and modeled murals on the walls on both sides. A mural records a sacrificial scene. The ants seem to be worshipping something, but under the erosion of time, it is no longer clear what they are worshipping. This place was originally hidden in the soil. Later, someone discovered it during the expansion of the residence. After cleaning and reinforcement, it became what it is now. Chris Donner introduced. What's special about it? Ivan asked. The information given to you not only records that the Ant King barrier array originally had 28 rune bundles, but later it became 23. In fact, Before the wizard took over the Ant-Man camp, the power contained in the protective barrier was far more than 28 rune bundles. This was a barrier node that was abandoned long ago, and it was also a blind spot that the current protective array could not detect. You mean, this seems to be a node of the Ant King barrier array, but in fact there is only a weak connection. Otherwise, why is it called a blind spot? You can study here at will, and it is difficult for others to detect it. When you have a deeper understanding, we will go to other places. The arrangement is very thoughtful. I have no problem with it. Ivan could not find any fault with Chris Donner's arrangement and immediately agreed to study in the secret room for a while. Good luck to you. No good luck to us. After a while, Chris Donner's puppet clone fell silent. He needed to pay attention to the situation inside the academy to deal with possible emergencies, and could not focus too much on this. Andaya was his representative, coordinating from the side, while watching Ivan's actions. Ivan didn't care about this. He walked to the left, and observed the mural on the wall from a close distance. Only half of the mural was left, and only a corner of the most important part was exposed. It should be something like a platform. On the right is a hunting scene. Ant-Man is cheering for his successful hunting. On the mural, an old man uses local materials and paints symbols on the prey with blood. He should be preparing for the sacrifice. The mural has no special meaning. The only thing worth mentioning in the secret room is the Ant-Man statue. We'd better hurry up. Andaya saw him staring at the symbol on the prey, and after a long while, she couldn't help but remind him. Really? Then I have to study it carefully. Ivan followed his advice, and walked to the Ant-Man statue. The statue was 1 person tall. He had seen another one in Vice Dean Doris's office, which was exactly the same as this one. He carefully sensed it, and sensed a breath similar to the Ant-Man barrier. After a long period of accumulation, the breath here was quite strong. Previously, Chris Donner gave him similar resources, which were probably collected from the statue. There was no point in further studying these breaths. He waved his hand towards the ground, lightly sweeping the dust to one side, and squatted down to sit on the ground. The 1,000-change star cone popped out from his waist, fell to his knees, and laid horizontally on them, and then transparent thin lines emerged from the star cone and penetrated into the Ant-Man statue like insect tentacles. Andaya was stunned for a moment, and his eyes could not help but look at this strange magic item. Wizard Ivan, is this the breaking array cone? It seems different. The star cone and the breaking array cone are the same kind of items. Ivan answered casually, his mind focused more on the inside of the statue, and he was exploring deeper with the transparent whiskers. He needed to follow that weak connection until he connected to the Ant King barrier. Soon, the transparent whiskers broke off one by one, and nothing remained in the blink of an eye. How is it? It's okay. The power transmitted through this blind spot is too weak, and it is easy to break. It requires more patience and skills. Seeing that he was confident, Andaya said nothing more. Words are not enough. Only when she sees actual results will she really believe it, and let him explore the Ant-Man barrier here. After a pause, Ivan still borrowed the power of the 1,000-change star cone, and multiple transparent whiskers emerged from the palm holding the star cone. Just like before, they explored the dark place through the Ant-Man statue. Andaya, who was next to him, saw this scene. She could see that the faintly visible lines on the transparent whiskers had changed. She had also learned enchantments and runes, and her intuition told her that some of the lines were quite unusual. It's done. Before she could think clearly, she heard Ivan's voice. Ivan dispersed the extra transparent whiskers, leaving only one slightly thicker than before, tightly connected to a certain heavy position. The transparent whiskers kept twisting, and it looked as if it would break in the next second. Really? No wonder you call it an observation point. The field of view is really narrow. Seeing that she was suspicious, Ivan took out a crystal ball, which floated to the side of the transparent whiskers and swung closely, and the picture appeared clearly in the crystal ball. Chris Donner thinks highly of you. You continue to observe, and I will handle the outside matters. Andaya nodded with satisfaction, completely recognizing his enchantment attainments. After just 2 attempts, he was able to connect to the Ant King barrier array from here. She had never seen such enchantment attainments. After saying that, Andaya turned and left the secret room. It feels like an ant shaking a tree, but I can observe and study the Ant King barrier array to my heart's content. This is a rare opportunity. Ivan put the crystal ball back into his pocket, and his attention sank into the protective array along with the transparent whiskers. Limited by the weak connection between the observation point and the protective array, the position he can observe is extremely narrow, so the time required to explore the entire protective array will increase 100 times or 1,000 times. After thinking it over again and again, he felt that strengthening this connection was imperative. There is a saying that goes, if you want to do your work well, you must first sharpen your tools. The principle is the same. Twin Towers. In the past 2 months, Giuseppe knew that Ivan was very busy and that his research had reached a critical moment, so she would never disturb him unless it was something important. Evan, the wizard Ling wants to see you. Did she say anything? In the meditation room, Walben's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He was not an ordinary person, and he quickly calmed down his thoughts. The shadow and servant who came to convey the message never said anything. I see, I see. Walben didn't even turn his head, but simply responded. Giusti didn't pay much attention to his coldness. Evan was like that. No one wanted to get close to him when he was immersed in research. However, Evan seemed to be too cold recently, which made Juicy a little distressed. Chapter 219. In a workshop of the Enchanting Workshop, Walben came to meet the wizard Mo Ling in the identity of Ivan. Wizard Mo Ling, what can I do for you? I have a mission, I hope you can go. Yes. Sorry, I have a lot of things to do recently, you can find someone else. Walben came and left in a hurry. Without waiting for Mo Ling to say what the mission was, he chose to refuse without saying a word. In fact, Ivan's workload this year has been completed. First the investigation of the Night Forest, and then the recent recruitment of apprentices. He has no burden to refuse. Mo Ling watched him walk out of the room, her face full of anger, secretly cursing that this man was getting more and more presumptuous. Thinking of the opponent's actual combat power, she was a little timid, and thought about it angrily, but did not continue to pursue it. On the other side, in the underground secret room. Because the basement has multiple protections, direct contact will inevitably be disturbed. Walben contacted Andaya, who was guarding outside. Andaya received Walben's message and came deep underground to inform Ivan of the situation. According to what you said, Walben rejected Mo Ling with a tough attitude, and the other party should not cause trouble for you. I see. I remember that the wizard Mo Ling is not the deacon of the enchantment group. Wizard Ivan just let her give you orders. In my opinion, you should not pay attention to her. They are all from Lydia's family. What's the difference? You will encourage their arrogance. Ivan complained in his heart about Andaya's provocative words, saying that it was as if you, the deacon, did not let Wolfen convey the order. Such things are never clear. Ignoring Mo Ling's topic, Andaya asked about his research progress. After staying in the underground chamber for a while, she returned to the ground to take charge. Unknowingly, more than 10 days had passed since Ivan came to the underground chamber. According to his previous ideas, he had expanded the connection in the statue by more than 5 times, and the observation field of view had also expanded several times. My ability is limited. I can only expand it to this point. He sighed inexplicably, and then observed and studied the Ant King barrier array, and also looked for its flaws, loopholes, and places where it did not work smoothly. These special locations were where he focused his attention. A week later, Ivan made a request to Andaya. He needed some rare raw materials. Some of them are materials for hatching shadow and servants. What do you want them for? These materials are a bit sensitive. If you don't need them, there's no need to make trouble to avoid attracting other people's attention. Andaya couldn't help asking. I want to try to make a key. You can think of it as a special array breaking cone, which is specially used to break the Ant King barrier array of the Academy. Ivan explained casually. With his current enchantment attainments and his control over the 1,000 changes star symbol array, it is not difficult to develop a magic item that can pry open the Ant King barrier array. Wait. 3 days later, Andaya brought the materials he listed, but she made a request, hoping that Ivan could make 2 breaking array cones, one for Ivan himself and one for them. Ivan did not refuse this. After all, it was just an intermediate magic item with average quality and a slightly special function. The actual effect is still unknown. Days passed one by one. That night, an unusual movement sounded in the Mona ant hut, like the sound of ants. This was the alarm sounded after a well-protected place in the Academy was touched, reminding that someone had seriously violated the rules of the Academy. Not good. I didn't expect that the Mona ant hut would hide a trick from its own people. Now we have to fight for our lives. The dust steel is already in hand, so it's okay to play with them. What nonsense are you talking about? Quickly notify the people outside to meet us. We will implement the second plan and leave from the highest point. If we are late, we will die. In front of a secret vault, 3 outsiders have quietly sneaked into the Mona ant land hut and stole the dusk stone tablet sealed in the secret vault. They were also in trouble and accidentally triggered the hidden restrictions in the secret vault, revealing their tracks. This is in the heart of the Mona ant land hut. The three must hurry to evacuate, otherwise they will easily be surrounded and killed. The unusual alarm sounded, making the entire Mona Ant Land hut tense, but most people didn't know what happened and could only wait for notification. In the underground secret room. What's going on? Ivan was deep underground and also noticed the change, because the Ant King's barrier array was shaking violently, causing the sensory tendrils connected to it to break. Before he could take the next step, Andaya hurried to the secret room. Wizard Ivan, there is an invasion of foreign enemies in the academy. We can't stay here. Come with me quickly. Wait a moment. Ivan didn't doubt him, and simply packed up and followed Andaya out of the underground secret room and the three-tower castle. Not far from the Three Towers castle, the two found an opportunity to restore their original appearance, which was much easier than pretending to be someone else. Don't worry, Wizard Chris Donner has already arranged it. With the appearance of an external enemy in the academy, there will inevitably be a harsh inspection. They naturally have to return to their original identities to avoid becoming innocent victims. At this time, the gap in the dome of the Ant-Man barrier seemed to be baptized by a thunderstorm. The energy seemed particularly chaotic. The wind was spinning around the gap, and the lightning was dancing, causing the soil on the edge of the gap to fall off bit by bit and turn into dust and be swept into it. What a fierce move! It only took a short while to break the Ant King barrier. Andaya stared blankly at the gap in the dome, with shock and confusion in her eyes. What do you think? If I guess correctly, these enemies have a deep understanding of the Ant-Man barrier, so they can break a passage before others can react. Ivan had been studying the Ant King barrier before, and knew that this protective barrier seemed airtight, but in fact there were many tiny loopholes. The reason was that the Ant-Man barrier had been damaged many times. Things that have been repaired will inevitably leave traces, and naturally they cannot be the same as new ones. However, the Ant King barrier array is a protective array with 23 rune beams. It is not an easy task to break it. It requires sufficient research and understanding of this array. Are you talking about the traitor? That? No, the traitor should not be able to do this. Let's separate first, and remember to meet at the entrance of the academy later. The two had to hurry up, and Andaya gave him a few instructions and hurried away. Ivan chose another direction and went around half a circle. When he arrived at the entrance of the academy, a large number of wizards had already arrived, and many of them were angry. Most of the wizards who participated in the pursuit came from the hunting team, patrol team, and picket team. Even 2 deacons came, but there were not many people from the 3 major families. Wizard Ivan, we know that your speed in the sky is extraordinary. Please come with us to pursue the enemy. Chris Donner said to him. It is my duty. Ivan responded solemnly. A group of more than 20 wizards left the barrier and found that the octopus black spider tribe suffered heavy casualties. Even the leader Haroon was killed. Only 2 or 3 kittens were left in the tribe. Under the leadership of 2 chief deacons and several deacons, the group was divided into several teams and chased around the academy, vowing to strangle the crazy thief who dared to invade the academy. Chapter 220. Outside the jungle, flying beasts soared into the sky and began an overwhelming search. Ivan followed Deacon Andaya, and Walban was also in the team. The 3 of them kept silent, and no one mentioned the previous events. After half a day, those people didn't know where they had hidden. They used various means, but couldn't find any traces of the other party. The search continued, but they were not as active as before. Everyone knew that the territory controlled by the academy was not small, and the enemy was trying to hide. If they didn't find anyone at the beginning, it would be difficult to find clues later. Ivan, who do you think it could be? Who else could do such a thing except the Star Moon Alliance? Faced with Walban's question, Ivan immediately thought of the Star Moon Alliance. It is not difficult to understand that the people of the Star Moon Alliance have information about the Ant King barrier array. It should come from the 5-leaf spear. The 5-leaf spear even knows about the more secretive Ant-Man vault, and knows that there is a special ant beast hidden in it. You are right. Apart from the Star Moon Alliance, I really can't think of any other force that is so bold. Walban agreed. The two also thought of the Twilight Steel they brought back last time, wondering if it was related to this incident. Time passed by, and after searching for a day and a night, they almost searched the academy territory and nearby areas 2 or 3 times, but still found nothing. The enemy ran away, and the impact left on the Mona Ant Land hut is still fermenting. Investigate it hard. I want to know who betrayed the academy. No matter who is from that branch or which family, once the betrayer is found, he will not be tolerated. At the emergency high-level meeting, the 2 vice presidents were shrouded in anger, and their roars echoed in the conference hall. The Academy allowed people to come and go freely, stole very important things, and broke the protective barriers that the Academy relied on for survival. This was a slap in the face of everyone, especially the three major families. In terms of checks and balances, and suppression of other wizards, the three major families thought they did a good job. The occurrence of this incident showed that someone in their family leaked the news. The preliminary results of the accident investigation came out soon. A wizard and two third-class apprentices died in the potion group. Someone impersonated and sneaked into the Academy. If it hadn't triggered the secret alert, the Academy would not have known that someone had sneaked in. After being discovered, the enemy outside took decisive measures, giving the eight-clawed Black Spider clan a thundering blow, and then cooperated inside and outside to break the protective barrier and help the people inside escape from the Academy. The internal traitor was not found, and I don't know if it was really not found or concealed. The next step is to investigate the responsibility. These have nothing to do with Ivan, and it is not something that an ordinary wizard like him can participate in. He realized that he had neglected Jusidi recently, so he spent a week with Jusidi and gave some pointers to his eldest disciple Nora and second disciple Rona. At this time, the two disciples were already second-class apprentices. After Ivan's observation, Nora was better at enchanting, and Rona had a certain talent for alchemy. Due to their close relationship, Ivan simply let one of them learn enchantment and the other concentrate on alchemy. As for the others, wait until the two become third-class apprentices. Soon, the results of the accident responsibility came out. The Academy dismissed two deacons, one from the enchantment group and the other from the patrol team, both of whom were directly related to the protective barrier. Ivan guessed that the two were the scapegoats thrown out by the three major families to calm the incident. The two just lost their positions as deacons, and were said to have received no other punishment. Wizard Ivan, the Duskstone tablet was stolen, and the matter has not been completely settled. For the time being, we cannot continue the previous research. Chris Donner secretly contacted Ivan. I forgot to ask you, how is the exploration going? How long do you need to stay in the secret room? There is no need to go to that place anymore. Ivan replied. Oh, you said before that you wanted to make a key. Is it finished? Yes, I recently found some time to complete the last step. Look, it is the key I mentioned. Ivan waved his hand to the side, and an item floated over. The Ant King's key, a mid-level magic item with only 6 rune bundles, is much worse than the 1000 Changes Star Cone. It looks like a big file. He casually gave it a name that corresponds to the formation. Under Chris Donner's gaze, he simply demonstrated how to use the Ant King key. Okay, Ivan the Wizard's enchantment attainments are admired by us. I will ask Walban to come and get it. Chris Donner said impatiently. No problem, but there is one thing that must be explained first. After it is made, it should be adjusted continuously in application. The Academy obviously will not give us this opportunity, so we can only give up on this point. The Ant King key was derived by Ivan based on the 1000 Changes Star Symbol Array, and the power of the Ant King Barrier Array. Without specific production drawings, he dare not guarantee that there will be no problems during use. Seeing you are so serious, why should I worry? Chris Donald praised him generously, and then talked about another thing. After this incident, your enchantment team is short of a deacon. Are you interested? The enchantment team is the inherent territory of the Lydia family. The position of deacon will not fall on someone else. Ivan frowned slightly. The selection method has not been determined yet. If you can become a deacon of the enchantment team, you can legitimately contact the protective barrier. This is a good opportunity. If it's a bad thing, you will be under the close surveillance of the 3 major families, and you won't be able to move freely in the future. Chris Donner did not hide the fact that he had many concerns about whether to support Ivan to become a deacon. Both of them knew that this position had another disadvantage. Once it fell on Ivan, he would inevitably become a thorn in the eyes of the Lydia family, and the Lydia family would most likely use ruthless means to deal with him. Let's talk about it when the situation becomes clear. There is also an unpublished news. Those people took ruthless actions, causing the protective barrier to be polluted. It has not been cleaned up yet, and it has also triggered a chain reaction. If the people of the Lydia family cannot deal with it as soon as possible, the original 23 rune bundles may drop to 22. So serious? Ivan was a little surprised when he heard his words. In recent years, the situation in the Moon Clan Peninsula has been unstable. Under such circumstances, the protective barrier of the Academy has obviously become more important and is a safety guarantee for wizards. If the protective ability of the barrier decreases instead of increasing, not only ordinary wizards, but even people in the 3 major families will be dissatisfied with it. The lesson of the Night Forest has not been long gone. The Academy must repair the protective barrier. This matter is closely related to enchantment, and it is very likely to decide the position of Deacon based on this. I understand. I think about it. The sudden accident disrupted Chris Donner's plan to a certain extent. There are pros and cons, but the pros outweigh the cons. He can take advantage of the situation to fish in troubled waters. The same is true for Ivan. If the Academy had been safe and sound, how could he dare to make a big move on the protective barrier? If he didn't move the protective barrier, he wouldn't be able to find the Ant-Man vault and complete the assessment of the five-leaf spear. Chapter 221. On this day, Randall, Ivan, and Gina all received instructions to go to the enchanting workshop, and they were told that none of them could be absent. The three masters and apprentices met up early and rushed to the workshop together. Teacher, do you know what you want us to do? Ivan, what do you think? Repair the Ant-Man barrier, or select deacons? Hearing his words, Gina was thoughtful, and her eyes fell on her mentor Randall. She remembered that the mentor once wanted to become a deacon, so now was the opportunity. Don't be delusional. Lydia's family will never give up power, Randall said in a firm tone. Besides, with my half-baked enchantment attainments, I can't be a stable deacon. He knew that in terms of enchantment attainments, even his disciple Ivan couldn't compare to him, so he had given up the idea long ago. The three of them chatted while coming to the enchantment workshop. There were far more people invited this time, including other enchanters from the Academy, most of whom were from the enchantment group. The enchanters gathered in a larger workshop. Hey, Ivan. Not bad, you've become a formal wizard, and you've even become more handsome. Ivan unexpectedly saw Kame, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. From his somewhat frivolous aura, it was not difficult to tell that he had just become a wizard not long ago. It should be due to the influence of meditation that his hair turned into a light frost blue. That's right, I said I would definitely become a formal wizard. When did you return to the Academy? A few days ago. I didn't expect such a thing to happen in the Academy. Those evil thieves are really disgusting. The two of them talked about the past like old friends, seemingly enthusiastic, but actually more polite, and could never find the innocence of apprentices again. After becoming a wizard, an issue that cannot be ignored is the position, and their positions are not on the same side. Now the two have clearly realized this. Among the visitors, Ivan also saw Kane's sister Heidi, who also had frost blue hair. The wizards of Lydia's family have more or less frost blue hair, which is easy to identify. There are 9 people in total, mostly women, such as Vice Dean Doris and Deacon Madeline, and the whole is a state of more yin than yang. Everyone, the Ant-Man barrier is the guarantee for the survival of our huts in the Mona Ant Land. It has protected us from wild monsters for thousands of years. As an enchanter, it is our duty to protect the Ant-Man barrier. If the Ant-Man barrier is damaged, we will be uneasy. As the head of the enchantment team, Vice Dean Doris stepped forward and spoke a few polite words. In her words, she asked everyone to contribute their manpower and work together to repair the Ant-Man barrier. She only talked about the effort, without mentioning the reward, let alone the selection of deacons. However, Doris held the righteousness in her hands, and even if other wizards didn't like her, they had no reason to object. After the lecture, they left the enchanting workshop under the leadership of Doris, and came to a dark 3-story wizard tower. According to the geographical location, the Black Tower was located in the middle of the residences of the 3 major families, and the location was very clever. Doris, I'm not late, am I? Just right. The head deacon of the cultivation group, Alf Waken, walked slowly. The Black Tower was the control core of the entire Ant-Man barrier, and it required at least 2 head deacons or vice deans to open it. With the cooperation of Doris and Alfu, the heavy door of the Black Tower opened with a bang. Through the door, it was dim inside, and the vision was inexplicably suppressed, making it impossible to see what was inside the door. The wizards outside could sense the heavy atmosphere inside, which was clearly the same as the atmosphere on the protective barrier. Doris entered the door first, and the others followed in. Like everyone else, Ivan was also curiously looking at the interior of the Black Tower. It looked like a church inside. You could see the top of the tower when you looked up. In the middle of the tower stood a huge half-length Ant-Man statue with a crown on its head, and its height barely exceeded the 2 tower floors below. Around the statue, there are rune pillars connected to the tower, and the ground is also covered with rune patterns, which are filled with a frightening atmosphere. Everyone, I hope you can work together and give me a hand. Under the command of Doris, the enchanters stood beside the rune pillars, one for each pillar. Without introducing anything, just letting people follow orders and do things, this is treating people as coolies. Ivan was complaining in his heart. He figured out Doris's idea and wanted to gather everyone's strength to clean up the pollution on the Ant-Man barrier in a brutal way. It must be said that this method is indeed very feasible, but it seems very clumsy, and the consumption and noise it causes are not small. In any case, they have gained the opportunity to contact the Ant King barrier array. Ivan's eyes flickered as he thought of something. There are some things he can't make up his mind for the time being. Everyone get ready, start. With Doris's order, the enchanters poured their power into the rune pillars in front of them, making the complex rune lines on the pillars come alive and gradually spread to the surroundings. On the ground, rune lines wriggled like colorful pythons, which intertwined into a web. Various dim lights emerged from the ground, statues, pillars, and towers, submerging the figures of the enchanters in the light. The enchanters had no mind to pay attention to these. Their minds followed the rune pillars and came to the protective barrier with vast energy, and dispersed to various positions of the barrier in an orderly manner. What they had to do was actually very simple, which was to manipulate the protective power of the area in a small range, and either consume the energy that polluted the barrier or drive it to the specified area. The Mona Ant Farm Hut is equivalent to a small or medium-sized city. Except for the gap in the dome, the Ant-Man barrier covers every inch of the campus, and the area is not small. If you want to clean up the spreading pollution, you must search every inch of the barrier for protection, which is very complicated. This is also the reason why Ivan thinks this method is too clumsy. The three major families have always been strict with wizards outside the family. Although there is a reason for this incident, that kind of defense cannot be easily removed. I am afraid that they have set a bait to kill two birds with one stone. This kind of thing must be prevented. Ivan wanted to take this opportunity to plant 1 or 2 nails in the protective barrier to leave a back door for himself, but thinking of the three major families' defense against other wizards, he resisted the temptation and gave up the plan in his heart. Now that he was here, he could do something. He thought about it, and came up with a good idea. He decided to study the operation of the Ant King barrier while driving away the polluting power, and repair the barrier protection slightly. Coincidentally, in the area he was controlling, there was a place where he had observed sluggish operation before. He had thought about the solution, which did not require extra materials, and could save a little bit of things. Several hours passed, and like driving a school of fish, the enchanters gathered the polluted power to the dome of the barrier, close to the gap. Finally, under the control of a few people led by Doris, the polluted power leaked out from the gap, and the gap was filled with wind and thunder, which further expanded the gap in the dome and damaged the barrier. The matter came to an end. In the Black Tower, some things were just beginning. What's going on? Weisstein Doris, what do you mean by this? We came to help you, but instead of thanking you, you took the opportunity to trap us here. Don't think you can be so presumptuous just because you are from Lydia's family. It's no wonder someone shouted angrily. When everyone had just cleared the polluting power and felt a little exhausted, Doris and 2 deacons suddenly turned against each other. One of the deacons was dismissed. They used the power of the Black Tower to suppress everyone here. Be patient. I said before that the protective barrier is closely related to the safety of the academy. For everyone's safety, I have to be careful to prevent someone from doing something. Don't worry, please wait a moment. As long as you have no ill intentions, you can leave soon. On behalf of the college, I thank you for your efforts today. Facing the anger of the crowd, Doris explained calmly. As soon as she said this, a few people's faces changed slightly. Dalton, Beecher, you really have ulterior motives. Doris was obviously much more skilled in checking the protective barriers, and soon found the 2 people who had just made a move. Nonsense, I just want to study the protective barrier and find ways to repair and improve it. Dalton, who was named, retorted. He was a wizard on the patrol team. That's right, you Lydia family occupy the protective barrier. You can't stop the enemy from invading, and you can't repair and improve the barrier. You can only watch the protective array decay bit by bit. You are the ones who disregard the interests of many wizards in the academy. Beecher from the patrol team did not show any panic on his face when his trick was exposed. Instead, he stared at the Lydia family and argued, accusing the Lydia family of inaction. Well, you didn't repent after doing something wrong, and you even want to bite back. Everyone knows that the wizards of my Lydia family are dedicated to the public. This is the first time that Doris has been scolded in all these years. She was so angry that her face turned pale. Your words are disgusting. You are dedicated to the public? Beecher interrupted her directly. Let's not talk about the distant past. I just want to ask you one question. The wizard Barton has been dismissed from the position of deacon. After so many days, why is the sinner still allowed to control the barrier? Is it possible that among the many wizards in the academy, No one is as good as the center of your Lydia family? How ridiculous. Catch them, catch these two people who are talking nonsense. Under Doris's command, the people of Lydia's family rushed forward and arrested Beecher and Dalton. The next second, the pressure on the others was gone, and they regained their freedom. However, everyone's expression was not very good. They came to help and did their best. As a result, Doris, as the vice president, played tricks on everyone. She must want to find a few people to take the blame. As the wizard Beecher said, the Lydia family occupied the maintenance rights of the protective barrier. The protective barrier was getting worse day by day. Of course, the Lydia family had to take responsibility, but now they were looking for someone to share the responsibility in this way. This approach was really too despicable, and it disgusted many people present. Chapter 222. After coming out of the Black Tower, Randall and his two disciples returned to their residence. Do you think those two are traitors to the academy? Traitors shouldn't be that stupid. They just did something big not long ago, and they are eager to do something small not long after. Isn't this just courting death? Yes, those two just have some small thoughts, which is nothing compared to the mistakes of Lydia's family. Hearing the answers of the two disciples, Randall nodded slightly. He also thought so. After the Beecher wizard shouting, the Lydia family might have done something that backfired. Now even if Doris wants to put the blame on those two people, it depends on whether the other wizards in the academy agree. You can't just do something wrong and then just play some tricks and pull two scapegoats to fool people. This is too disrespectful of other wizards. Ivan, I'm afraid we really have to choose a deacon this time. Do you have any ideas? Randall changed the subject. Of course, but I'm worried that after becoming a deacon, the Lydia family will regard me as a thorn in their side and want to get rid of me as soon as possible. Ivan said truthfully. Whatever they do, they can't do it to you openly. Gina said indignantly. You can't say that. Those people's methods can't be underestimated. Randall shook his head. He knew that Gina had just become a wizard and didn't know the strength behind the three major families. Gina, don't you have a half-year vacation? Why are you still staying in the academy? I'm different from Ivan. I haven't been back to that family for a long time. I don't want to go back and disturb them for the time being. They have their own lives. Gina's face was slightly gloomy, and it was obvious that there was something she couldn't tell. The two didn't ask any more questions, and returned to their own residences. As time went by, the news of what happened in the Black Tower spread to other wizards in various ways, and almost no wizard didn't know what the Lydia family did. For a time, the enchantment team attracted a lot of attention, and everyone was waiting for the result of the Lydia family's handling. The next day, the chief deacon of the picket team and the patrol team couldn't sit still, and personally went to find Vice Dean Doris, hoping that she would show mercy and release the wizards of the two teams. Sorry, those two have bad intentions. We cannot release them until they are cleared of suspicion of being traitors. Faced with the two deacons who came together, Doris did not give them face. She was scolded by those two people, who openly and secretly slandered the Lydia family for their inaction. If they were easily spared, wouldn't the Lydia family lose face? We all know whether they are traitors or not. Don't treat other wizards as fools. The head deacon of the patrol team, Barbat, said in a deep voice. No one can leave before the investigation is clear, Doris said coldly. That's all. I don't want to see any frame-up, otherwise my patrol team will exercise the duty of patrol. Deacon Barbat's meaning is my meaning. Beecher is the wizard of my patrol team. It is not your turn to judge the enchantment team. Take care of yourself. The things involved are not that complicated. Under the current situation where everyone is paying attention, the two deacons must of course protect their own people. Otherwise, how can they explain it when they go back, and how can they have the face to lead the team in the future? When the two deacons walked out of the office, Doris's face suddenly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. After a while, Madeline and Barton walked into the vice president's office. Mother, the current situation is no longer convenient to treat those two as traitors. Why not give them some punishment and let them go? What do you mean by letting them go? If you let them go, will you also have to hand over the position of deacon? It's all your fault that you can't even repair a mere protective magic array. You look down on everyone on weekdays, but you are useless at the critical moment. You really make me angry. Madeline's words were interrupted by the furious Doris, who caught the two and scolded them, leaving them speechless. The barrier protection had no ability to be repaired, which was a fact that could not be evaded. In fact, the situation of Ant-Man's barrier was very complicated, and there was no way to repair it a long time ago. If it could be repaired, it would not have waited until now. What they did not expect was that the new damaged parts could not be repaired, and the whole body was affected. They could only watch the power of the barrier weaken little by little. In this way, Lydia's family would appear to be incompetent, as if they were all just sitting there doing nothing. Mother, do you want to secretly ask someone to help? After a pause, Madeline suggested again. Ask someone outside the school, you know what that means. Once someone finds out, how will our Lydia family cope with the future? Doris calmed down a little, but her tone was still a little aggressive. What if it's someone in the school? For example, Evan Marichatton, you know, his enchantment attainments must be quite high, and with his unpredictable understanding, he might be able to provide a repair method. Madeline said. I think it's good. He was originally a member of the enchantment team, and has the responsibility to repair the protective barrier. Barton on the side agreed. Someone who could research the black magic wind beam during his apprenticeship must have a higher understanding of enchantment than ordinary people. Do you think he would be willing to help? It's good enough if he doesn't add insult to injury, unless he can be offered a reward that he can't refuse, such as your previous position. Think about it. It's reasonable for an enchanter who can repair the protective barrier to become the deacon or even the head deacon of the enchantment team. Lydia's family established themselves in the Mona Ant cottage with enchantment. Doris and others certainly did not want to see anyone surpass them, and any possibility must be strangled in the cradle. The matter of repairing the protective barrier not only involves the position of deacon, but also the dignity and prestige of Lydia's family. In another underground secret room in the residence of a certain wizard. How is it? Is this Ant King key useful for your investigation? The one who spoke was a puppet, and it was indeed Chris Donner's voice. Of course it works. The person you found is really good at enchanting. I am not as good as him. On one side, a wizard with white hair and beard was holding the key of the Ant King in his hand, praising him repeatedly. In this way, can we find the Ant-Man altar? Are we in such a hurry? Time waits for no one. This is also a good opportunity. As long as the Lydia family does not find a way to repair the protective barrier will be in a state of decay and turbulence, and we can calmly explore and deal with it. Those people from Lydia's family will never be able to repair the protective barrier in this life. I understand what you mean. I will use this Ant King key to try to find the Ant-Man altar. Chris Donner certainly won't just pin his hopes on Ivan. No matter how much of an alliance is reached, the other party is definitely not as reliable as his own people. The Ant-Man altar involves the promotion of a second-level wizard, and it is hard to guarantee that the other party will not have evil intentions. That person has great enchantment skills. I suggest you take this opportunity to recommend him to be the deacon of the enchantment group. This will not only keep a backup plan, but also attract the attention of Lydia's family. The old wizard thought of something and continued. I thought so too, but he was a little reluctant, fearing persecution from Lydia's family. Alas, our academy has suffered from the three major families for a long time. After a long sigh, the underground secret room fell into silence, with only the slight sound of the Ant King key in operation. Chapter 223. Time passed day by day. Lydia's family did not release the people nor put them on trial. The pickets and patrols did not take any other actions, and the entire Mona Ant farm hut fell into a strange calm. Many people knew that this situation was only temporary, just like the prelude to a storm. Boom. That day, accompanied by a muffled sound, the Ant-Man barrier shook significantly, and the huge campus also shook. Hearing the noise, Ivan came to the outside of the Twin Towers as soon as possible, and his eyes fell on the dome in the middle of the campus. He saw that the gap there was falling off in large pieces, and disappeared in the chaotic energy phenomenon. The protective barrier will not drop to 22 rune bundles, right? It seems that the Lydia family has indeed been inactive in maintaining the barrier over the years, and this cannot be explained. He frowned, feeling that the protective barrier seemed to have triggered a chain reaction and was still being damaged. It is obvious that the people of the Lydia family must be trying their best to stop it at this time, but the effect is not obvious, and there is a tendency to accelerate the damage of the protective barrier. He then thought of what the mentor and Chris Donner said: the selection of deacons for the enchantment group should become a reality. With his enchantment attainments, this is probably an unavoidable problem. That afternoon, the vice president and the deacon of the academy held an emergency meeting. The next day, the two enchanters detained by Lydia's family were released. The reason announced to the public was that they were asked to help solve the problem of the protective barrier. Instead of detaining them, they would continue to ask for support. No matter what others think of this kind of thing, Lydia's family believed it anyway. In fact, it is not difficult to guess the real reason for releasing them. It is nothing more than that Lydia's family is facing a lot of trouble. In this case, they are unwilling to continue to offend the picket and patrol teams. On the third day, Ivan was invited to the enchantment workshop again and met Vice Dean Doris, Deacon Madeline, and 2 other old enchanters who were invited to come, all of whom were members of the enchantment group. Wizard Peller, Wizard Arian, Wizard Ivan, you are the most outstanding elites of the enchantment group, and we are all family members. I will say some things directly. The crisis of the Ant-Man barrier has reached an urgent point. I hope you can lend a hand, and do your best to help the enchantment group overcome the current difficulties. After the matter is accomplished, there will be rewards according to merit. The person with the greatest merit will become the new deacon of the enchantment group. After I retire, I will take over the position of the head deacon of the enchantment group. Facing the gazes of several people, Doris said with a solemn oath. After hearing her words, the expressions on the faces of the 3 people did not change, but their eyes were a little strange and teasing. It would have been better if Doris did not say this. She made such a promise. According to the previous style of the 3 major families, the underlying meaning is clearly that after you repair the Ant-Man barrier, you will be a deacon for a period of time, and you will never have the opportunity to live to become the head deacon. Why, are you unwilling to contribute to the academy, or are you unwilling to contribute to the enchantment group? Seeing the 3 people waiting in silence, Doris said in a deep voice. The 3 looked at each other, and formed a certain tacit understanding. Of course, there is no problem in helping the academy and the enchantment team, but we don't know much about the protective barrier, so I'm afraid we can't help much. The oldest wizard, Pate, said. That's right, we haven't had in-depth contact with the protective barrier before, and we want to help but we can't help. Arian agreed. What the 2 wizards said is right. This is exactly what I am worried about. I am afraid that I will disappoint the expectations of the vice president and delay the repair time of the protective barrier. Ivan also expressed his worries. Doris expected the 3 people to shirk their responsibilities. If the situation did not allow for delay, and it was impossible to find outsiders for help, she would definitely not have summoned the 3 people. You don't have to worry about this. The information about the protective barrier has been prepared long ago. As long as you agree, the information will be delivered to you. I am willing to try my best. No matter what the Lydia family had in mind, having the opportunity to study the protective barrier of the academy was definitely a matter of more benefits than disadvantages. The 3 of them agreed without any agreement. After signing a strict confidentiality agreement, Madeline took the 3 people deep into the workshop, to a secret vault filled with mechanisms, puppets, and protective equipment. There were 8 bookshelves in the vault, which were filled with various records and information about protective barriers. The information here can only be read in the database. Once taken out, the information will be destroyed by itself, even if it is stored in a resealed scroll. The ingenious design is amazing. When they came to the secret vault, they could smell a special smell, which should be the reason why the information could not be taken out, so as to prevent others from stealing the information as much as possible. You 3 only have half a month to read. I hope you can cherish the time. Madeline emphasized. The time is too short. Don't blame me if you can't come up with a repair plan by then. Pete said unhappily. He hated the fact that Lydia's family watched the barrier go wrong and kept a tight watch on others. Madeline ignored his complaints. Then, there were only 4 people reading the materials in the secret room, including Madeline. Ivan soon discovered that the materials here were much more comprehensive and in-depth than those provided by Chris Donner. With the original knowledge as a foundation, it was undoubtedly much easier to read these materials. The ant barrier originated from the camp left behind by the ants of Sheety. It was transformed on the basis of the camp, and became the current protective barrier. The ant camp itself is a complex nest. It was not completely transformed during the transformation, leaving many small problems. Under normal circumstances, it will not affect the operation of the Ant King barrier. But under abnormal circumstances, those hidden problems will be exposed, resulting in the inability to repair the protective array normally. The dilemma of Lydia's family is that they can't suppress those hidden problems, nor can they solve the hidden problems. After all, they are hidden dangers left at the beginning of the construction of the protective array. It's not a simple matter. As Ivan expected, there are many secrets in the Ant-Man barrier that have not yet been discovered. The Ant-Man altar that Chris Donner sought is one of them, and the Ant-Man secret library that he himself is looking for is also one of them. With his hard work day and night, he spent half a month to read all the information, and the time was just right. After half a month, Doris did not ask the 3 people about their learning progress, but directly took them to the core control area of the protective barrier, the Black Tower. I give you a week to get familiar with the protective barrier. After Doris finished speaking, she stood on the side of the Black Tower with Madeline and Alfu, and asked the 3 to hurry up and get familiar with the protective barrier. The 3 had no time to guess whether Doris had any plans. They activated the 3 rune pillars surrounding the Ant-Man bust, and their minds fell into the protective barrier. Compared with the last time, this time the perception could cover the entire protective array. The only problem was that the time was too short. Evan even suspected that the Lydia family was not prepared to let them repair it successfully. Giving them a chance was just to stop the gossips and prove that it was not that the Lydia family was incapable, but that the problem was too difficult and beyond human power. In any case, we can take this opportunity to look for the Ant-Man vault or the Ant-Man altar. He thought for a moment, and made a decision in his heart. He could use the light of wisdom, and the light of great wisdom, when necessary. He glanced at the academic master's panel. After studying the Ant King barrier array for so long, the 7th level experience points of enchantment and rune science have exceeded 2/3, and it is just around the corner to upgrade to the 8th level. When the three were busy exploring the Ant-Man barrier, Doris looked very supportive on the surface, but once she returned to Lydia's territory, her face became particularly gloomy. We agreed that the three families would advance and retreat together, but you are so ruthless. My Lydia family will remember this. Doris has always regarded the enchanting group as her own territory, and the maintenance of the Ant-Man barrier is the same. Naturally, she will not allow others to intervene. However, when the other 5 college leaders reached a consensus, Doris had to compromise, and agreed to other enchanters to participate in the repair of the protective barrier. After she argued with reason, the 5 people also agreed to some of her small requests, such as the candidates can only come from the enchanting group, and the specific process needs to be arranged by her. Therefore, under the recommendation of other deacons, 3 famous people in the enchantment group were selected, namely Ivan and his 2 companions. Madeline, do you think they can come up with a specific repair plan? Mother, the possibility is very small, don't worry. It was the first time that Madeline saw her mother look so tired, and her expression was a little complicated. She actually didn't agree with her mother's approach. She always believed that the most urgent task was to repair the protective barrier. The longer it was delayed, the more problems there would be, and the damage would still be to the prestige of the Lydia family. Unfortunately, her mother Doris didn't think so. I hope so, Doris said coldly. I also hope that those 3 people are not the nails specially arranged by others, otherwise this matter will not end. Seeing her mother's stubbornness, Madeline felt helpless. When will her mother really realize that repairing the protective barrier is the most important thing at present? In the Black Tower, Ivan and the other 2 are still exploring the protective barrier. This is the 5th day. The 3 people were selected by others, and their enchantment attainments are naturally strong. Now they can skillfully mobilize the power of the protective barrier, and have a certain degree of understanding of the protective barrier. There are only 2.5 days left. It's time to implement the next plan. Ivan's eyes flashed, and he used a level 5 wisdom light, and the whole person suddenly became more transparent, and became more sensitive in looking at the problem of Ant-Man's barrier. Before he started to search, he suddenly found that someone was taking advantage of the situation, and there was a familiar breath hidden in it, which was the power of the Ant King key he made. Amazing hiding method, I didn't even notice it before. Ivan knew that the reason why they didn't notice it was not only because of perception, but also because the Ant-Man barrier was too wide, and Doris didn't completely let them control the barrier, so it was normal for them to have some omissions. He didn't have much opinion about Chris Donner leaving him alone. In the final analysis, he just joined the other party's plan halfway, and the trust between the 2 sides needed to be strengthened. As an ally, Chris Donner shouldn't mind me watching. Ivan smiled secretly in his heart. Since he was discovered by himself, he must watch strongly and protect the other party. Chapter 224. Evan lacked the necessary knowledge about both the Ant-Man altar and the Ant-Man vault. He had decided to look for them before, just to try his luck by searching them bit by bit in a clumsy way. On the other hand, it was not difficult to see from Chris Donner's past words that he knew a lot about the Ant-Man altar. Evan was happy to assist, even though the other party might not need his assistance. He was doing 2 things at once, exploring and thinking about the Ant-Man barrier while keeping an eye on the sneaky movements. The other party's search was more targeted than his own. Having been wandering around this area, could it be that the Ant-Man altar is somewhere nearby? This place is indeed strange. Ivan suppressed the urge to intervene, and focused more on exploring the Ant-Man barrier. A few minutes later, the effect of the light of wisdom suddenly disappeared, but he did not lose his sense of that breath. The man was still searching tirelessly. Soon, the 3 of them ended a day of exploration and left the Black Tower. Wizard Peller, Wizard Ivan, there are only 2 days left. Do you have a plan in mind? Should we discuss it? Before the 2 of them left, Arian suggested. There is only 1 deacon position. There is nothing to discuss. Peller rejected it outright, and left in a hurry. It seems that Wizard Peller is well prepared and does not think we are qualified to communicate with him. Arian was not annoyed. Maybe, after all, he has more than 200 years of enchanting experience. This alone overshadows most enchanters. Ivan said casually. Haha, actually I have it too, so see you tomorrow. Looking at his figure approaching old age, Ivan recalled their personal information. Arian was indeed much younger than Peller. Ivan could even sense a rotten smell from Peller, which was a sign of his strength and body entering a period of decline, and he was not many years away from his lifespan limit. Facing two extremely experienced opponents, Ivan was not shaken at all. On the one hand, he did not think he could not come up with a repair plan, and on the other hand, he had not yet decided whether to further intervene in the repair of the barrier. On the 6th day, the three of them arrived at the Black Tower as promised, and began a new round of exploration. In the area of yesterday, Ivan once again found the familiar breath, and the other party also began his own exploration. He still did two things at the same time, leaving some energy to assist and silently contribute. Good guy, it seems we have found it. At a certain moment, Ivan noticed the movement over there, and hurriedly followed the other party to go deeper without leaving any trace. After more than 10 seconds, a new world appeared in his vision. It was a small gray space with only a round altar with golden patterns in it, and nothing else. This place should still be part of the Ant-Man barrier. It seems to be superior to the Ant King barrier. I didn't expect that there is such a large space hidden in the Ant-Man barrier. Ivan could also sense that there was a strong sealing force around the space. I wonder if it was used to seal this space. His eyes fell on the round altar, and found that there were clear rune lines engraved on it, which gave him a vaguely familiar feeling. Unfortunately, he did not really enter the small space, and could not perceive it clearly. This must be the Ant-Man altar. Chris Donald finally got what he wanted. If there is one, there must be two. The Ant-Man altar can be hidden in an unknown space, and the Ant-Man vault can also be hidden in another space. It will eventually be part of the Ant-Man barrier. If you look carefully, you will always find clues. In addition to being happy for Chris Donald, he also had more confidence in finding the Ant-Man vault. After noting the location in front of him, he returned to the protective array. On the 7th day, this was the last day Doris left for them. Ivan decisively used a level 7 Great Wisdom Light. He wanted to find the Ant-Man vault in one go. With the blessing of 10 times of comprehension and spirituality, his thinking has exceeded a limit, as if he has become an omniscient and omnipotent god. Facts have proved that he is not a god, and omniscience and omnipotence are just his illusion. From the perspective of a rune magic array, the protective barrier is too large. This kind of search without any clues, and relying on luck has nothing to do with comprehension and spirituality. Forget it, let's study other problems, and search a little bit later. After wasting 2 or 3 minutes, Ivan realized the problem, decisively changed his strategy, and began to think deeply about the repair of the protective barrier. He knew that if he wanted to find the Ant-Man vault bit by bit, he had to get involved in the repair of the barrier, and he had to come up with an excellent repair plan. That evening, the Black Tower slowly closed, isolating the protective core. A week has passed. I will give you another 3 days. After 3 days, whether you have a repair plan for the protective barrier or not, I hope you will come to the enchantment workshop and give everyone an explanation. Doris instructed the 3 people. Alas, the time is too short. Pate shook his head and sighed. I think so too. Arian agreed halfway, and was interrupted. This is not an excuse, you guys take care of yourself. Doris didn't want to say anything more, and turned to leave. Ivan glanced at the 2 old actors speechlessly. At this time, the 2 pretended in front of Doris, not afraid of angering the vice president in 3 days. The 3 were unfamiliar with each other, and were competitors, so there was nothing to say, so they returned to their own residences. Not long after returning to the Twin Towers, Ivan contacted Chris Donner, whose figure appeared on the crystal ball, and it could be seen that he was in a good mood. Wizard Ivan, have you finished your research? Just finished. Thank you for recommending me to participate in the repair of the barrier. Arian mentioned this, and Ivan guessed that it was Chris Donner who recommended him. After all, he had said something similar before. Not to mention that we are allies. With your enchantment attainments, you should contribute to the academy. Chris Donner did not deny it. This time the time is a bit rushed. How are your preparations? I may also attend at that time. You know, I have always been optimistic about you becoming the deacon of the enchantment group. Good luck to you. Haha, it seems that you are determined to fight for it. Then I will wait and see. Until the 2 ended the call, Chris Donald did not mention that he had found the Ant-Man altar, and Ivan did not mention that he knew that he had found the Ant-Man altar. Everything was self-evident. After a while, Randall's secret mark lit up, and Ivan activated it. Ivan, how are you going to deal with it? Doris has issued a notice that we have to go to the enchanting workshop in 3 days. I guess everyone in the enchanting group will have to go. Go all out and strive to become the deacon of the enchantment group. Ha ha ha, you are worthy of being my disciple, Randall. If you need any support, just let me know. I will bring Gina to do odd jobs for you. Randall agreed with his decision. Although he could not become the deacon of the enchantment group, if his disciple could, wouldn't it be a better demonstration of his ability? Chapter 225. In a hall of the enchanting workshop. On this day, 2 vice presidents and 4 chief deacons arrived one after another. Other wizards from the enchanting group were invited, and many others came after hearing the news. I heard that the ownership of the deacon of the enchanting group is to be decided. It's not that easy. The prerequisite is to solve the problem of the protective barrier, which is a problem that the entire Lydia family has not been able to solve. Which of the 3 wizards do you think is better? It's a pity that people can only be selected from the enchanting group, otherwise we could also join in the fun. The wizards stood in groups of 3 or 4, and they looked no different from ordinary people. In this situation, no apprentice dared to come up, and they all wanted to stay away from the enchanting workshop. Silence! Deputy Dean Victor's voice sounded, clearly reaching everyone's ears. When the wizard stopped talking, he turned to look at Doris with a stern face. Deputy Dean Doris, everyone is here, let's get started quickly, so as not to delay everyone's time. 3 wizards, how is the repair plan for the protective barrier that I asked you to prepare? At his urging, Doris stared at Ivan, and the other 2 with a sharp look. The Academy has entrusted me with such an important task, I will not disappoint everyone's expectations. The repair plan has been prepared, and the only thing missing is the required raw materials and verification. Wizard Pate replied without hesitation. He took out a crystal ball, and indicated that the repair plan was stored in the crystal ball. I think so too. I am willing to try my best. The answers of Arian and Ivan were almost the same. A crystal ball floated in each of their palms, and they were all well prepared. You guys are great. Hearing the 3 people's answers, Doris's face turned dark. She knew she was being tricked. Under normal circumstances, if it was only such a short contact, it would be impossible to deduce a proper repair plan. The current situation shows that the 3 people had previously come into contact with the information of the protective barrier. There is someone behind this. No one of these people did not object when I put forward several harsh conditions. Vice Dean Doris, the protective barrier is the top priority of our college. It is already imminent. Please put other issues aside. Ave reminded in a deep voice. Well, I want to see what tricks you have. At this point, Doris had no other choice. She waved her hand at the 3 people, and 3 crystal balls flew over. The other 5 senior executives looked at each other, and Ave and Barbat each took a crystal ball. Only Pete's crystal ball fell into Dora's hands. Ivan noticed that his crystal ball with information stored in it fell into the hands of Ave Waken, the head of the cultivation group. This woman is said to be the representative and mouthpiece of Dean Waken. Wizard Ivan, can this plan really be implemented? Ofa looked up the fastest, and her beautiful eyes flashed as she looked up and asked. Her words immediately attracted everyone's attention, and many people secretly wondered, could it be that the repair plan of this wizard Ivan was so amazing that he could impress a deacon with just a few glances? Of course, this lie will be exposed at a touch, and there is no point. Ivan said in a firm tone. Your talent in enchantment is as amazing as ever. Alfu nodded slightly, agreeing with his words. Deacon Alfu, can you let me take a look, and let me admire the masterpiece of Wizard Ivan? Chris Donner shouted first. He was really curious about the plan in the crystal ball. Alfu did not refuse, and handed the crystal ball to him. Great, you are worthy of being the one who can research the black magic wind array. I support the use of this repair plan. Chris Donner couldn't wait to probe his senses into the crystal ball. He saw a repair plan that could be seen at a glance, and couldn't help but admire it. Deacon Chris Donner, you can't say it so early. Haha, it's just one person's opinion. Of course, we have to listen to Vice Dean Doris's opinion on the specific choice. After all, you are the helmsman of the enchantment group. Chris Donner understood and smiled, as he handed the crystal ball to Doris. Seeing his smiling face, and Alfu's admiring eyes, Doris suddenly had a strong ominous premonition in her heart. Little Ant King 4 Pillars Formation. The next second, the repair plan in the crystal ball was imprinted in Doris's eyes. It mainly recorded a rune witch formation, a new formation created by innovating from the Ant King barrier formation. According to the description, this formation can use the Ant-Man barrier as a formation platform to build a formation on the same formation with the same origin, which is used to suppress and block areas on the Ant-Man barrier. What is the difficulty in repairing the Ant-Man barrier? Doris knows that it is the legacy problems on the barrier. Whenever the barrier is repaired, these hidden legacy problems will burst out in a concentrated manner, causing the repair to fail. The Little Ant King 4-pillar formation provides a targeted solution, first suppressing and blocking an area, isolating those legacy problems, or isolating most of them, so that the Ant-Man barrier can be repaired calmly. The materials used are also very simple, most of which can be found locally. There is no reason to reject such a plan. How can this guy have such high talent and understanding, and can easily research new rune magic arrays? Doris secretly regretted in her heart. If she had known this, she should have brought this guy to Lydia's house, even if he could become the husband of her granddaughter Heidi. Wizard Ivan, this plan seems incomplete? Doris took a deep breath and pointed out a problem. Sorry, I was in a hurry and didn't have time to finish recording. Ivan explained seriously. He was not stupid. How could he hand over the new formation he derived so quickly? What if he was abandoned? It's okay. Even someone like me with little knowledge of enchantment can see that your plan has a very high success rate. Failure will not cause much loss. It doesn't matter whether the records are complete or not. Before Doris could say anything, Chris Donald spoke up. Hearing his words, Doris's face turned from dark to blue, which was very interesting. Seeing that Doris could not find any other faults, Victor took the crystal ball into his own hands, and then the crystal ball fell into the hands of the other two deacons in turn. After the three of them looked at it, they did not raise any questions. After all, Ivan's plan was so targeted that unless you wanted to find faults, it was an excellent repair plan no matter how you looked at it. As the senior leaders of the academy, Victor and others could not do such shameless things in front of so many wizards. Deputy deans, head deacons, can you let us have a look? We also want to see the work of Wizard Ivan. The senior management of the academy have all seen it, and they seem to be impressed by Wizard Ivan's plan. This situation is beyond the expectations of other wizards, and they are even more curious about the repair plan. In front of the crowd, Pete and Arian looked at each other, and saw the unwillingness in each other's eyes. No, we can't let things develop like this. If this continues, the plan they worked hard to research will be completely wasted. Chapter 226. Pate was about to take action, but received a veiled instruction from Vice Dean Victor. He could only suppress his inner anxiety, and choose to wait and see. If he didn't take action, Arian wouldn't make any extra moves. He might see the other party's plans soon. He wanted to take a good look at why he could win the favor of the college's top management. What do you think? Ofu looked around. If Ivan the Wizard's plan can be viewed, then the other two can be viewed as well. We should treat them equally, right? Chris Donner asked a question in return. Just now, he glanced at the other two repair plans. It must be said that the two plans were extremely complicated and involved a lot of things. He didn't understand them for a while. He understood a truth. The more things involved, the more problems will occur. Secondly, the two plans recorded a lot of explanations about the protective barrier, which naturally should not be made public. Deacon Chris Donner, do you have any other opinions? Victor interrupted. No. Chris Donner simply shook his head. He didn't want to say anything that would offend people. Anyway, someone would say it even if he didn't say it. Deacon Doris, you are the leader of the enchantment team. What do you think? Victor turned around and asked. First, choose a plan that everyone agrees with, and put the other two plans on hold for the time being, and then discuss whether to make them public. Doris was very angry today, but fortunately, she was not an ordinary person, and she had adjusted herself now. I agree. Alfu agreed. I support Wizard Ivan's plan. I just said that I support Wizard Ivan's plan. Chris Donald said. The pros and cons of the three plans were obvious, and the voting situation was one-sided. Ivan's repair plan was unanimously recognized. The issue of public disclosure was also easy to handle. A few people made a decision in a few words. Doris erased some key information and then handed the crystal ball to Pete. I am ashamed of myself. Wizard Ivan, you are really good at hiding. After witnessing it with their own eyes, Peller and Arian had complicated expressions and admitted that their plans were not as good as Ivan's. The crystal ball was passed from one wizard to another. Whether it was an enchanter or a non-enchanter, they all felt that their horizons had been broadened, and they also felt the high level of enchantment attainments of this Wizard Ivan. However, a plan is just a plan. It will only count if it is put into practice. Wizards always act vigorously and decisively. After determining the repair plan and various details, the 6 senior executives of the Academy issued an order to all wizards to cooperate with the action. Then, they will start the next step of verification and repair. From the enchantment workshop to the core Black Tower, only a small number of people are left, and the top management only has 2 vice presidents and 2 deacons. At Ivan's request, Randall and Gina came. Pete and Arian also came. If Ivan's plan is not implemented smoothly, their plans may come in handy. Wizard Ivan, do you mind if I arrange some people to assist you? Of course, no problem. Repairing the protective barrier is not an easy task, but I have to wait until I have arranged the Little Ant King 4-pillar formation. Of course. After discussing some minor issues with Doris, Ivan once again stood beside the rune pillars surrounding the Ant-Man bust. After activating the rune pillars, his mind escaped into the Ant-Man barrier. Wilbin, start. Got it, I won't hold you back. Through the protective array on the Ant-Man barrier, Ivan easily spread his perception to Wilbin's residence, gave him an order, and also gave the same order to the 3 nearby wizards. In the Mona Antland hut, each wizard's residence has a protection room, which contains a formation platform and rune pillars, allowing wizards to borrow a small part of the power of the Ant-Man barrier. In fact, each protection room is equivalent to a small node of the Ant-Man barrier, but this node is strictly controlled and restricted by the Academy, and has limited effect on wizards. Once the Academy relaxes its control and restrictions, in Ivan's opinion, it will be much better than the blind spot of the underground secret room. When using the light of great wisdom to think about the repair plan, he considered all aspects of the Academy, including these protection rooms. The new formation he derived has 4 pillars, which is actually to borrow the power of 4 protection rooms. He was also inspired by the small space where the Ant-Man altar was hidden, and thought of conceiving a formation on formation, which led to the birth of the Little Ant King 4-pillar formation. Rise. The 4 nearby protective rooms were shining brightly. Under Ivan's traction, their forces rose up and spread in the opposite direction to the Ant-Man barrier. He immediately used this as a benchmark and combined it with the protective room below to start arranging a new formation. Thanks to the same source of power, when he condensed the energy into seemingly plausible rune lines, the Ant-Man barrier did not cause a large rebound, but it also caused layers of ripples on the protective formation. The Ant-Man barrier is located above the Academy, and everyone can see it. At this moment, the unusual fluctuations fell into the eyes of the wizards, and people couldn't help but sweat for him. The plan is indeed amazing, but it is difficult to implement. I hope it won't trigger a chain reaction, and cause the protective barrier to be damaged again. If he can succeed, he will be the first enchanter in the Academy from now on. Their master and apprentice are really interesting. One is the first insect controller, and the other is the first enchanter. The enchanter taught by the insect controller is really interesting. As it concerns the safety of the Academy, the wizards have no time to do research. It is better to invite a few friends to witness the current grand scene and express their opinions. A secret basement. Chris Donner came here quietly, and Dia also appeared, and there was a white-haired wizard holding the key of the Ant King. At this time, the expressions of the 3 were particularly heavy. It's time to start. Chris Donner noticed the movement outside, and he nodded solemnly to the white-haired wizard to show his determination. Forget it, I go crazy with you. I hope you can achieve your wish. The white-haired wizard sighed. What are you talking about? That's the Ant-Man altar. Chris Donner can certainly become a second-level wizard in one fell swoop. And Dia retorted unhappily. We don't have much time. Chris Donner emphasized. Understood. The white-haired wizard held the Ant King key and tapped it on the Ant-Man statue in front of him, activating the special rune array around the Ant-Man statue at the same time. The small rune array condensed a force, and the force was transmitted to the Ant-Man statue along the Ant King key. A few seconds later, gusts of wind blew around, and the Ant-Man statue began to deform. A crack appeared on it for no reason. The crack was dim and hazy, making it difficult to see clearly. I will come back safely. Looking at the unknown crack that was so close, Chris Donner did not retreat at all. He grabbed the Ant King key from the white-haired wizard and rushed into the crack. In the blink of an eye, the whole person was covered by the haze and disappeared. Chapter 227. On the Ant-Man barrier, Ivan noticed something and was stunned for a second or two, then continued to arrange his formation as if nothing had happened. Chris Donner really knows how to pick the time. He is sure that even if I find out, I will not tell the Academy. Besides, I may not find out when I am concentrating on arranging the formation. This Little Ant King's 4-pillar formation looks simple and clear. Arranging the formation often needs to be adapted to local conditions, and needs to be adjusted according to actual conditions. It is a very patient thing. Ivan had no time to pay attention to Chris Donner, but just paid a little attention to that area, so as not to be too late to respond if something unexpected happened. Under his control, The fluctuations in the Ant-Man barrier area were always within the controllable range, and did not cause large-scale turmoil. As time went on, a vague sealing force was born and began to try to seal off this area. The function of the Ant-King barrier array is actually not complicated. It has energy absorption and transformation, protection, force rebound, and some kind of nourishing power. The entire Ant-Man barrier is like the shell of an animal egg. However, the Ant-Man barrier hides a lot of things. The nourishing power is a bit strange. It should not only be the nourishing barrier and the shadow ant servants, but also related to the Ant-Man's secret vault. After all, Chief Nonnel said that there is a sealed king blood and beast hidden there. Before, Ivan specifically looked up the concept of king blood. If his analysis is correct, it should be a high-level bloodline that can grow to a level 4 creature. For any creature, level 4 is a huge qualitative change. Creatures with this bloodline potential are born noble and are rare. The Ant-Man barrier involves such profound things that he had to be extremely alert to ensure that there would be no problems with the formation he arranged. Only one last shutter left. After a while, the Ant-Man barrier suddenly rebounded violently. Under the accumulated sealing power, it did not cause much turmoil, and the little Ant King's 4 pillars formation took shape. The new rune witch formation uses the 4 pillars as the key nodes, combined with the rune lines like a net, to delineate an independent, but not completely independent area. He began to make further attempts, and tested it against the situation that had occurred in Lydia's house. Finally, he breathed a sigh of relief. The effect of this formation had undoubtedly reached the expected effect. With the existence of the little Ant King 4-pillar formation, the barriers can be repaired one area after another, turning big problems into small problems, and greatly reducing the adverse effects of the legacy factors, avoiding the difficulties that Lydia's family had encountered. Enchantment experience plus 350. Enchantment, LV8, 19/4000. On the academic panel, enchantment has been upgraded to a level 8 subject, and a small light of wisdom and a light of wisdom have been gained. You came just in time. After the baptism of the light of small wisdom, he had a clearer understanding of the 4 pillars formation of the small Ant King and the barrier formation of the Ant King, and his means of array formation were greatly improved, saving him a lot of time. So far, there are still light of wisdom on the Shueva panel, 1 copy each of level 6 and level 8, and 2 copies of light of great wisdom, level 7. He started with the details and readjusted the newly formed rune wizard formation, and then returned to the core black tower. Wizard Ivan, how is it going? Everything is going well. In the core black tower, seeing Ivan come back to his senses, Madeline asked impatiently. Hearing his answer, Madeline was delighted, as were most of the wizards waiting for news around her. The problem of the Ant-Man barrier finally ushered in a turnaround, which made people happy. Can I take a look? Madeline asked. Of course. Ivan did not refuse. Words are not enough. Only after personal verification can you be convinced. Madeline was not polite. Deacon Alfu also stepped forward and stood beside the remaining 2 rune pillars surrounding the Ant-Man bust, and then sensed the Ant-Man barrier. Under Ivan's guidance, the 2 entered the 4 pillars formation of the little Ant King and carefully inspected it again. After returning to the Black Tower, Alfu and Madeline nodded at the same time, indicating that the matter was 100% true. Haha, good job, Ivan. Randall laughed unabashedly. If nothing unexpected happened, the post of deacon of the enchanting group would fall on his disciple, and even the Vice Dean Doris could not refute it. At this time, Doris had a complicated expression, and no one knew what she was thinking. Not far away, Pete and Arian were quietly leaving. There was nothing for them to do here anymore. Staying here would only bring shame. Wizard Ivan, Wizard Madeline, the task of repairing the protective barrier is handed over to you. The Academy will take full responsibility for the materials needed for the repair. I hope you can complete the task as soon as possible. Deacon Alf, please rest assured. We will definitely do our best. Ivan was not prepared to repair such a large protective barrier by himself. He had no objection to the arrangement of the top management. Anyway, his own credit would not be escaped. Very good, if you have any other questions, you can come to us directly. Ofu and others left one after another, leaving only those who were directly involved in the restoration work, including Ivan, Madeline, Mo Ling, and Heidi who helped. It is worth mentioning that Mo Ling was actually a subordinate of the original Deacon Barton, or someone who usurped part of Barton's deacon power. After all, Lydia is a family ruled by a female wizard. You too, time is tight, and the task is heavy. Let's start the restoration work now. After the others left, Ivan gave direct orders. Wizard Ivan, with Deacon Madeline here, It's not your turn to make decisions. Seeing him looking like a smug person, Mo Ling couldn't help but retort. How about I leave, and let Deacon Madeline lead you to start the work? I just want to rest for a few days. You? Okay, the first to succeed, follow Wizard Ivan's arrangements. Madeline stopped Mo Ling, who was a little speechless. At present, the priority should be to repair the protective barrier. She knew the priorities, and immediately expressed her willingness to follow Ivan's instructions. In this way, Ivan, along with the smart and capable Madeline, the indignant Mo Ling, and Heidi, who could only do odd jobs, began to repair the protective barrier. They needed to repair one area after another until the entire Ant-Man barrier was restored to its pre-destruction appearance, or even more complete. This was a very complicated project. In a secret little space, the surroundings were gray. Chris Donald had quietly arrived here and observed the circular array altar in front of him for a long time, trying to identify the dark golden rune lines on the circular altar. He soon discovered that these rune lines were different from what he knew. His information came from his great-grandfather Darwin, who was once the vice dean. Unfortunately, my talent is mediocre, and I don't have the enchantment attainments of Ivan the Wizard. Both alchemy and enchantment require talent, and those with excellent talent can often achieve twice the result with half the effort. Those with poor talent will not only achieve half the result with twice the effort, but what is even more maddening is that when their enchantment attainments reach a certain level, no matter how hard they try, they will never be able to make any progress due to their talent. Chris Donner thought that he had made great efforts, but his enchantment level had reached the upper limit of his talent. He could be considered a qualified senior enchanter, but he was still at the qualified level. With his enchantment attainments, he felt constrained when facing the Ant-Man altar. Time is running out, so I can only try my best. Then, Chris Donner placed various materials and tried to activate the Ant-Man altar. The process was very smooth. From the slowly running Ant-Man altar, he sensed a special breath that seemed to help him complete a transformation and advance to a higher level of life, that is, a second-level wizard. This is exactly the same as what was recorded. Out of caution, Chris Donner was not in a hurry to officially activate the Ant-Man altar. He still needed to verify it through various means to ensure the feasibility of the altar. He didn't know that occasionally a pair of eyes would stay on the outer layer of the small space, watching his every move. The owner of these eyes was of course Ivan. He guessed from Chris Donner's behavior that the thing in front of him was the Ant-Man altar. Seeing Chris Donner studying the Ant-Man altar with great interest, he was just a pure spectator and had no intention of disturbing him. In fact, after the other party tried to activate the Ant-Man altar, part of the power of the protective barrier flowed into the small space, and the traces were more obvious than before. He also covered up for the other party. Wizard Ivan, there is no problem here. What do we need to do next? On the Ant-Man barrier, since Ivan chose a relatively easy place for the first time to set up the formation, several people quickly completed the regional repair. Madeline wanted to change positions and continue working, but she had to follow Ivan's arrangements. Let me think about it. Do you think the little Ant King 4 pillars should be released? Ivan thought of something and asked. No, it will trigger a chain reaction. The place we just repaired is likely to be damaged again. It's not worth the loss. Madeline objected. If it is not released, there will be as many as 52 little Ant King 4 pillars on the Ant-Man barrier. Not to mention the consumption of materials and energy, the pressure on the Ant-Man barrier will be unprecedentedly heavy. Once something unexpected happens, the situation will be even more uncontrollable. Ivan said. In that case, why are you asking us? Mo Ling said coldly. Ha. This is not because of your hard work in the repair work. I have to let you know that I am not deliberately torturing you, but the situation is like this, and you need to worry more. Ivan is a man who knows how to order people around. He knows how to use men as animals, and he also knows how to use women as animals. He used the excuse that he had to maintain the 4-pillar formation of the Little Ant King, and threw most of the repair work to the two of them. The two of them were very dedicated, and did not shirk their responsibilities, which changed his opinion. He emphasized this sentence specifically to avoid dampening their enthusiasm. You have the final say. Madeline and Mo Ling could not find any reason to refute. Let the two of them step aside, and Ivan began to weaken the power of the Little Ant King's 4 pillars formation. The surroundings really became restless. Fortunately, he kept suppressing the weakening speed of the formation until it was completely eliminated, and it did not cause too much trouble. However, the newly repaired place was affected by the surrounding forces, and had a tendency to be damaged again. Ivan ignored these. With the cooperation of other wizards below, another Little Ant King's 4 pillars formation was successfully formed soon. This time, he chose an area with medium to high difficulty. Chapter 228. Time went by day. Ivan led people to repair the protective barrier while paying attention to Chris Donner's actions and watching him study the Ant-Man altar. That night, the Twin Towers welcomed an unexpected visitor. Wizard Ivan, I apologize for coming to visit you without permission. What so presumptuous? I welcome Wizard Andaya to come. Ivan has always followed the principle of respecting others 1 foot, and I respect others 1 foot. He welcomed Andaya to the living room, and they sat down separately. He was trying to figure out the other party's intentions. Was he discovered while stalking? Wizard Ivan, how is your restoration work going? No major problems have been encountered so far. It will probably take no time to restore the 23 rune bundles. I heard that you asked Wizard Randall to join the restoration work. Yes, Randall is my mentor. He has a very good enchanting level. I need someone I can trust more to help. I thought of Randall first. After the cooperation between the several people became more and more skilled, Heidi, who was originally only able to do odd jobs, also began to participate in the restoration work. Ivan took the opportunity to pull Randall in to earn credits. This happened 2 days ago. When Ivan thought Andaya wanted to insert someone, she changed the topic. Andaya was a woman with a cold personality. Today, she chatted about all sorts of things, which really confused Ivan. However, Ivan had enough patience. If the other party did not say the purpose of the visit, he did not ask. Wizard Ivan, we are allies who help each other, right? Of course, before we found the Ant-Man altar, Chris Donner and I were the closest allies. Hearing his answer, Andaya's face flashed a little unnatural. According to the situation of the Mona Ant Hut, we will always be people in the same camp and natural allies, right? After a 2-second pause, she continued. That's true. Ivan nodded slightly. As allies, we need to watch over each other. If one side has a problem, the other side must not stand idly by. It's not appropriate to stand aside and watch. Andaya didn't want this answer, but she had no way to force Ivan to agree to something. Finally, she hinted that if Ivan did something that was beneficial to his allies, he would definitely be rewarded afterwards, and she would never be vague about it. Ivan knew that she wanted to talk about Chris Donner. She didn't say it, and Ivan didn't say it either. He just expressed his attitude and said that he would definitely help when he could. In fact, there was another Chris Donner wizard in Chris Donner's residence. Anyway, no one noticed that he had gone to the small space. This is why Ivan was not in a position to expose him. Seeing that he agreed, Andaya stood up and left the Twin Towers. She was able to do this for Chris Donner. It seems that their relationship needs to be reevaluated. Ivan muttered. He could see that Andaya seemed a little anxious today. It was really hard for her to find something to say to him. Andaya's visit was just a small episode. The repair work of the Ant-Man barrier continued. On this day, Ivan noticed some unusual movements through the Ant-Man barrier. His mind moved, and part of his perception fell outside the gray little space. What is Chris Donner going to do? Shouldn't that be the rune on the mural in the underground secret room, similar to the rune carved on the prey? That is something that is applied in preparation for sacrifice. To activate the Ant-Man altar in this way, it is most likely to be a sacrifice to other creatures. Is this okay? Ivan looked at the person in the small space, who was about to take further action in confusion. Could it be that the protective film of this small space has an interference effect, and what he and Chris Donner see are different? The runes on the altar were more about meaning than form, but he didn't know that what he could easily see, Chris Donner was limited by his enchantment attainments and didn't understand the same feeling. After studying for a few days, Chris Donner came to a conclusion that the Ant-Man altar could indeed help him complete a transformation. Therefore, he decided to officially activate the Ant-Man altar to pursue the path to becoming a second-level wizard. After arranging all the items, he sat directly in the center of the Ant-Man altar. Under Ivan's puzzled eyes, Chris Donner activated the Ant-Man altar and made it run at high speed. This guy is so reckless, he chose to go all out. The Ant-Man altar and the protective barrier have some kind of connection, which will implicitly draw the power of the protective barrier to nourish itself. He activated the Ant-Man altar in this way, and the original slow traction began to increase rapidly. Ivan didn't know what to say, so he had to make up for Chris Donner and try to cover it up. With the increasing movement at the moment, he didn't know how long he could cover it up, and it was estimated that it would not last long. In the small space, Chris Donner was no longer concerned. After the Ant-Man altar was officially put into operation, he could feel a strange power being generated, constantly drilling into his body, causing some changes in his body. It started. Chris Tang suppressed his surging emotions, and drank 2 pre-prepared potions in a row to make the final preparations for his promotion to the second-level wizard. After a while, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. As if the power in his body began to overflow, it was swallowed up by the Ant-Man altar. No, could it be that the Ant-Man altar is fake? This thought popped up in his mind. After realizing that he couldn't stop the power from leaking out, he stood up and ran out, trying to shut down the altar. The Ant-Man altar couldn't be shut down. His body was locked by the strange power just now. His mental power and vitality were leaking out, unable to cast spells. Chris Donner's face changed drastically. He could only frantically mobilize the power in his body to disrupt the energy that bound him, and walked out step by step with difficulty. Doing so also exacerbates the loss of his own power. Wizard Ivan, this is a long-planned scam. At the critical moment, Chris Donner noticed someone appearing, just a shadow condensed by energy particles, clearly his ally Ivan. I help you out first. Ivan's previous view was correct. Not long after, he witnessed the other party falling into trouble. Thinking of the previous pleasant cooperation between the two sides, he decisively showed up. Okay, please. Sorry. From Ivan's perspective, Chris Donner was like a person who was electrocuted. If he could be knocked away, and the contact was broken, he could be helped out of the predicament. With a muffled sound, Chris Donner, who had just struggled to take a few steps, was bombarded by a heavy energy. He flew to one side, and got rid of the restraint of the round altar. How is it? Not bad. Chris Donner fell to the ground. His face was extremely pale, and he looked several years older than before, which showed how much he had suffered this time. He looked at Ivan with a complicated expression, a little ashamed, but also grateful. If the other party hadn't appeared in time, he would have lost half his life this time, and his essence would have been severely damaged. I will cover up the movement for you, and we will talk about the rest when you go back. Ivan waved his hand to stop him from saying anything. This is not the place to talk. Chris Donner left in a mess. What made Ivan feel relieved was that after there was no power supply, the Ant-Man altar automatically stopped running. Chapter 229. Under Ivan's repeated cover-ups, Chris Donner's incident was not noticed by anyone. Everything was normal in the academy, and many wizards were looking forward to them repairing the Ant-Man barrier. Of course, there were also those who couldn't bear to see Ivan do well, and were trying to analyze his method of arranging the 4 pillars formation of the Little Ant King. Ivan noticed this, but had no intention of exposing it. The night after being rescued, Chris Donner came to visit in person. Except for a few more white hairs on his head, his complexion had returned to normal, at least on the surface. Wizard Ivan, I really don't know how to start this. In short, thank you for not caring about my inappropriateness, lending a hand to save me from danger, and helping me cover up the traces. Chris Donner said solemnly. Didn't you also help me deal with those villains in the Night Forest? We just help each other. Ivan said generously. Everyone hides something, which is human nature. It's different. If it weren't for your help, I'm afraid my way forward would be cut off this time, and there would be no hope of being promoted to the second level from now on. Chris Donner spoke sincerely, and he was still frightened by what happened before. If the other party had not acted in time, he would have been seriously damaged, and would have lost the potential to be promoted to a second-level wizard. This was something he could not allow. Recalling the scene at that time, he was full of gratitude to Ivan, and also hated the people who set up this scam. It seemed that his great-grandfather was also deceived by those people. How do you feel now? My strength has been damaged twice. It will take at least a year to fully recover. What are you going to do with the Ant-Man altar? I think it's very likely a fake Ant-Man altar. It's a scam. Those people are so hateful. Chris Donner gritted his teeth and said he didn't expect to fall so hard this time. Fake? All the information about the Ant-Man altar that Ivan knew came from Chris Donner. I haven't sneaked into the small space, so I can't judge whether his words are accurate. I really don't know where it is hidden. Chris Donner continued, Wizard Ivan, I really can't accept it. Can you please pay attention to the real Ant-Man altar when you repair the protective barrier? It's a small matter, but I don't know how to find the Ant-Man altar. I can't tell whether it's real or fake. I have a lot of information here. I'm ashamed to say that I shouldn't have kept it from you before. Otherwise, with your enchantment attainments, you should be able to find the problem with that thing. This time, Chris Donner came to thank him, and hoped that he could use this to find the real Ant-Man altar. With the previous lesson, he didn't dare to act rashly. He left a wooden box, and turned to leave the Twin Towers. After he left, Ivan opened the wooden box, and found a scroll and a set of potions. The scroll was a resealed scroll, and the potion was a spiritual potion. This is too particular. Chris Donner was a grateful person. In order to thank him for his help, He specially sent a set of spiritual potions. Ivan happened to know the name of the potion, which was called Alvanite Spring. Alvanite Spring was only produced in one place, that is, in the ruins of the ruins after the destruction of Alva College. The quality of Alvanite Spring was one of the best among the first-level spiritual potions, and was suitable for the entire first-level wizard stage. For a first-level wizard, Alvanite Spring is a rare good thing, and its value is inestimable. Ivan's strength is at the elemental stage, and he can also use this set of Alvanite Spring potions. Some time ago, he continued to fuse elemental crystals, and completely elementalized the mental power he improved in the solo magic stone mine. These Alvanite Springs can be used. As for the resealed scroll in the wooden box, it contains relevant information about the Ant-Man altar, including the method of finding the Ant-Man altar. On the Ant-Man barrier, the repair work of several people was in full swing. Everyone, please step back a distance, we should change positions. Wizard Ivan, thank you for your hard work. The others stepped back a distance, then stood aside and watched Ivan remove the formation, and then move to another place to build a new 4-pillar formation of the Little Ant King. In fact, in addition to the few people who participated in the repair, he could also sense that someone was peeping, watching his actions of removing and setting up the formation, trying to crack the mystery. Those people were hiding in the protective room of the residence below. Ivan ignored all these covert actions. If he could learn them easily by watching them, then his rune concealment skills would be in vain. Any high-level enchanter would have a good encryption method, and he was no exception. Moreover, his advanced enchantment knowledge came from Chief Nonal of the Five-Leaf Spear, which was deeper and more unique than the advanced enchantment of the Academy. Soon, a wave of fluctuations arose on the Ant-Man barrier, which soon became flat, and another small Ant King barrier was formed. In a certain Witch Tower's protective room, Barton, who had come back from his contemplation, had a grim look on his face. He then said goodbye to the owner of the Witch Tower, and came to the Vice President's office to report the situation. Barton, still nothing? There is no way. His thread-covering methods are as profound as his enchantment attainments. They are far beyond my reach. This method is totally unworkable. Hearing Doris's question, Barton shook his head dejectedly. He was more eager than anyone else to get the construction method of the Little Ant King's 4 pillars formation, and he was willing to lose face and be a sneaky villain. But he continued to track the other party's formation, but he was still confused, which made him feel frustrated. Wizard Barton, do you mean that my Lydia family's position can only be given to a person from a remote tidal island? Doris stared at him gloomily. At this point, our Lydia family has no room for regret. It is better to let him become the deacon of the enchantment group first, and wait a few years to deal with the rest. Barton said in a low voice. Waste, you are all waste. Doris couldn't help but curse. Lydia's family has so many enchanters, but they are not as good as one person. They are nothing but trash. After cursing, she had to face the fact that she could only do what Barton said, and watch that man share the power of Lydia's family. Ivan didn't know about Vice Dean Doris's incompetent rage. A few days after obtaining the information about the Ant-Man altar, he repaired the Ant-Man barrier and quietly searched for other possible Ant-Man altars. Soon, he made a new discovery. A second gray space appeared, and there was also an Ant-Man altar inside, which was no different from the one Chris Donner found, like a replica. This made him guess that there might be a third or even a fourth Ant-Man altar. In order to find the answer as soon as possible, Ivan did not hesitate to change the repair plan. Wizard Ivan, why did you change to this area? It's a distance away from where you were just now. Didn't you find any signs of damage in the area that was repaired before? This means that we may need to face more complicated situations. I need to observe and try more. You can't go wrong if you listen to me. I understand. In the field of enchantment, Ivan has established his authority. His words can't help but convince people. Even Madeline, the deacon, can only obey. For days later, Ivan found the third Ant-Man altar. The 3 altars are distributed in a triangle, and seem to be guarding some higher-level existence. From Chris Donner's previous experience, it can be seen that the Ant-Man altar has a sacrificial function, sacrificing energy to an unknown creature in an unknown location. He has to suspect that it is the King Blood and Beast in the Ant-Man's secret library, which is the target he is looking for. In the following days, he began to search more carefully according to the location of the small space, but he found nothing, nor did he find the 4th Ant-Man altar. Ivan did not hide anything, and told Chris Donner about his results. 3? Yes, the shapes and runes are basically the same. Are they all fake, or are there other tricks? Hearing his words, Chris Donner frowned, because his information never mentioned that there were multiple Ant-Man altars. If you don't know, Then I don't know either. It seems that there is no way to get additional information from him. Ivan is a little disappointed. I am being watched closely now, and there is no way to go to the small space to explore. Why not? Wizard Ivan, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. I really don't have the ability to find anything from that thing, and the enchanter next to me is the same. Chris Donner waved his hands quickly. He didn't want to repeat his previous experience. Well, I talk about it after I become a deacon. Ivan was helpless. This kind of thing cannot be forced. He only hoped that after becoming the deacon of the enchantment group, he would have the opportunity to enter the small space to study the Ant-Man altar. Then, he would see where the energy after the sacrifice went, and whether he could find the Ant-Man's secret vault. In the meditation room, Chris Donner's half-body shadow disappeared, leaving only a crystal ball floating there. According to the collected information, Alvanite Spring is a very romantic potion. I wonder what kind of romantic method it is. Ivan put away the crystal ball, and took out a potion with a bright color contrast. The gray potion seemed to be mixed with bright moonlight. After many days of testing, these Alvanite Spring potions have not deteriorated, nor have they been mixed with things that should not be mixed in, and can be used to improve his strength. He poured the potion into his mouth, and swallowed it into his stomach. After a trance, the night suddenly appeared and covered the lights, changing the appearance of the meditation room. A pool of clear spring appeared above his head for no reason, and a crescent moon was reflected in the clear spring. The crescent moon emitted a soft light, and the light shone on him. When the moonlight shone on his body, he only felt a special clear air in his body, which rose to the spiritual ocean, causing his spiritual power to continue to increase. It moistens things silently. What a good Alvanite spring. I wonder what material it is made of. After a while, all the strange phenomena around Ivan disappeared. This potion was different from the spiritual potions he had taken before. It was unique. The process of taking the potion was like appreciating the bright moon in the spring, which made people admire it. After taking a bottle of Alvanite Spring Potion, his spiritual power increased from 69.8 to 74.6, which was rare for someone of his strength. Chapter 230. Destruction can be done in one go, but repair requires careful work and slow progress. After nearly 2 months of repair work by Ivan and others, the Ant-Man barrier finally achieved some interim results. The Ant-Man barrier suddenly shook, scaring several people's faces. Wizard Ivan, what is this? Thanks to everyone, the Ant King barrier has been restored to its original state. 23 rune bundles? Yes, it has been restored to 23 rune bundles, which is almost the same as before the destruction by the bandits. With Ivan's prompt, Madeline and the others carefully sensed the changes in the Ant-Man barrier. As he said, the 23rd rune beam that had been missing from the Ant King barrier array reappeared. After the 23rd rune beam appeared, the chain reaction caused by the bandits completely disappeared, making Madeline and the others smile. That's not right. Don't we still have a quarter of the barrier that hasn't been repaired? Moreover, the most difficult area to repair has not been touched. Mo Ling asked doubtfully. What's wrong with this? The Ant-Man barrier originally had 28 rune bundles, and this is where it goes. Ivan laughed. He and Mo Ling didn't get along very well, so he was too lazy to explain in depth. I guess you don't know either. Whatever you say, since the Ant-Man barrier has restored its original power, I have to report the good news to the vice president and the head deacon. You are in a hurry to become a deacon of the enchantment group. Why not? This is something everyone agreed to do. I did what I promised, so I naturally have to get what I deserve. After dealing with the aftermath of this area, Ivan simply removed the little Ant King 4 pillars formation, stopped building a new formation, and went directly to the office of Vice Dean Doris. In the past period of time, several senior college officials must have received the news. As expected, when Ivan arrived at the Vice Dean's office, there was not only Doris in the office, but also Deacon Avenue and Chris Donner. Seeing that things could not be done, under the witness of the two deacons, Doris announced on the spot that Ivan became the deacon of the enchanting group and notified all the wizards in the enchanting group. Deacon Ivan, the treatment of deacons will be implemented one by one in the near future. Your current task is still to lead them to repair the Ant-Man barrier, until it can no longer be repaired. What do you think? No problem, as a deacon of the enchanting group, I have no choice but to do it. This time, Ivan really snatched food from the mouth of Lydia's family, and became the only deacon of the enchanting group, with the same status as Madeline. Ivan did not refuse Doris's arrangement. He was not in a hurry to take power, and was willing to study the Ant-Man barrier more. Maybe he could make other discoveries. After becoming a deacon, Ivan's daily routine remained largely unchanged, with only some minor changes. Although wizards respect strength, When the difference in strength between people seems not so big, the effect of the position is reflected, and it is more justified to order others. Mo Ling used to be unable to help but refute Ivan's words, but after he became a deacon, this situation rarely occurred, which made him laugh secretly. Several people selectively repaired the Ant-Man barrier. In the remaining 1/5 of the area, there were many hard stubbles that were difficult to start, and their repair speed could not help but slow down a lot. On this day, Ivan was sitting in the four-pillar formation of the Little Ant King, and suddenly he noticed an unusual movement, which immediately attracted his attention. This is Gina's residence. What is Gina doing? He was concerned because he noticed that there were abnormalities in the 3 small spaces. 3 strands of inexplicable energy appeared out of thin air, and in the blink of an eye they came to the Ant-Man barrier and fell into the protective room of a wizard's residence. Through the Ant-Man barrier, he distinguished that it was the residence of his junior sister Gina. If he had not left monitoring means in the 3 small spaces, he would probably have missed this subtle change. In a moment, the 3 small spaces fell silent again, as if nothing had happened. The energy just now appeared strangely, and there was no sign of the Ant-Man altar being activated. Could it be that it came from a more secret place than the small space? A formation on a formation on a formation? Ivan concentrated on thinking for a moment, and he had a strong premonition that he seemed to have discovered something extraordinary this time, and was getting closer and closer to finding the deepest secret. Teacher, what is Gina busy with recently? She hasn't gotten over the mental slack period yet. She's been very idle recently. A few days ago, she said her house was empty, and there was no one to clean it, so she wanted to summon a shadow and servant first. She's really quite idle. After hearing Randall's answer, Ivan realized that the protection room of a new wizard is really not very useful except for summoning shadow and servants. But he never thought that the seemingly simple summoning of shadow and servants actually involves such profound things. Come to think of it, the shadow and servant is an intelligent creature with active thinking after being summoned, which is indeed worth pondering. Inertial thinking hurts people. Ivan muttered secretly. Since he came to the Mona Ant Farm hut, he has seen the shadow and servant shoveling around the campus. As a servant, he was ordered around by the wizard. He was familiar with it. It was this familiarity that made him never think deeply about the problem of shadow and servant. You know, the Silkworm Queen has undergone many metamorphoses and consumed a lot of resources before it transformed step by step into an intelligent creature, but the shadow and servant can do it in one step without any difficulty. There must be some great mystery in it. He is a patient person. After making a new discovery, he did not rush to do anything. He needed to plan for the long term. The process he saw before was too short, and it was not easy to study new things. The next day, before Ivan could think of a proper plan, the academic master panel gave him a surprise. Rune experience plus 50. Rune, LV8, March 4000, Rune and enchanting complement each other and can also enhance each other. After enchanting was upgraded to level 8, Rune experience has been increasing rapidly. It wasn't long before runiology became an 8th level subject, following enchanting. The light of wisdom came to him, making him intoxicated in the ocean of runes and unable to extricate himself, and he had a further control over the runes he was involved in. The 8th level light of wisdom appeared on the Shueba panel. His eyes flickered, and the attribute panel emerged. Strength, 13.6, Agility, 13.8, Constitution, 14.3, Spirit, 77.7. The day before yesterday, he took the second Alba Night Spring Potion, and his mental power was once again improved a lot, only one step away from the limit of the first level wizard. When his strength reaches 80 scales, and the elementalization of the newly added mental power is completed, he can start to consider the promotion to the second level wizard, which is undoubtedly a very difficult and exciting thing. Chapter 231. Time flies, and it's a month later in the blink of an eye. Alas, my enchanting skills are limited, and I didn't do my best in the end. In the core Black Tower, Ivan said with regret. Ivan, don't be sad, you've done well enough, just have this intention. Randall on the side comforted him. Hearing the conversation between the two, Madeline couldn't help rolling her eyes. According to her observation, this wizard Ivan didn't even think about going all out, otherwise the Ant-Man barrier would definitely be a different situation. So far, they have repaired all areas of the Ant-Man barrier, and some places have been repaired more than once. The barrier's protective power has been greatly enhanced compared to before it was destroyed, but it has not risen to 24 rune bundles, and the key change has not been completed. You know, once it rises to 24 rune bundles, the Ant King barrier array will become an intermediate rune magic array, which is incomparable to the primary array. Deacon Ivan, Thank you for your hard work. Doris rushed over after hearing the news. No, it's mainly because of the hard work of Deacon Madeline, Wizard Mo Ling, Wizard Heidi and Wizard Randall. To be honest, this repair did not meet the expectations of the Academy. Ivan said modestly. No problem, there will be plenty of time in the future. Why don't we go to the enchanting workshop to talk about it? Deacon Madeline is here too. We can discuss the future development of the enchanting group. After leaving the Black Tower, facing Doris's invitation, Ivan gave his mentor a reassuring look and followed him to the enchanting workshop. Last time, Doris said that she would implement all the benefits for the deacon, but she forgot about it and kept dragging it out without arranging it for him. Ivan knew that the other party was reluctant to give up the power and resources in her hands. Now that the barrier repair has come to an end, the other party will have no excuse to delay. The three of them wandered around and came to the enchanting workshop, and came to a spacious workshop located in the center of the workshop. It is called a workshop, but it can actually be called a high-energy research room, or a suite-style research room. Deacon Ivan, this is the workshop I arranged for you. It belongs to you alone. Outsiders are not allowed to set foot in it without your permission. What do you think? Not bad, thank you for your trouble. Ivan is now one of the three giants of the enchantment group. It is normal for him to have a dedicated research room. This is just one of the basic benefits. As long as you are satisfied, do you have any ideas about the arrangements after you take office? Doris asked. Just follow the usual practice. I don't know if the previous deacon, Wizard Barton, will do it. Ivan answered slowly. You are you, Wizard Barton is Wizard Barton. He doesn't have as profound enchantment attainments as you, and can't take on too many responsibilities. Doris's heart sank. This was obviously something she didn't want to see. I don't know what the important task you are talking about is. For the safety of the Academy, and the safety of the majority of wizards, I hope you can continue to take on the important task of repairing the Ant-Man barrier, and at least upgrade it to an intermediate rune magic array. Deputy Dean Doris, what's the difference between this and before I became a deacon? Could it be that I have been a deacon for nothing? Hearing this, Ivan's face looked a little unhappy, but he was secretly happy in his heart. He didn't try his best to repair the Ant-Man barrier before. Wasn't it because he had some ulterior motives in his mind? Doris's move was actually what he wanted, but he couldn't agree too readily, lest people suspect him. Of course not. During the period when you repair the Ant-Man barrier, you can get 5,000 credits per month, apply for some materials for research, have the right to purchase precious materials and knowledge, etc. You can also recruit 2 wizards as assistants, and the treatment will be equally favorable. Of course, you can also raise other conditions, and I will try my best to meet them. Doris stared at him closely while speaking, and the pressure on her body could not help but spread out, as if she wanted to show her determination. In order to prevent Ivan from interfering with other powers of the enchantment group, she offered quite generous conditions. In a word, she wanted to tie Ivan to the task of repairing the Ant-Man barrier. Ivan did not speak, staring at her without giving in. For a moment, the atmosphere in the laboratory became a little stiff. If I upgrade the Ant-Man barrier to an intermediate rune magic array, I wonder what arrangements Vice President Doris will make. After a while, Ivan said coldly, you will get the same treatment as Madeline. Doris paused for a moment and said firmly, okay, I hope you won't regret it when the time comes. Ivan continued, however, I have a few small requests. You can ask for it. The core Black Tower needs the joint efforts of 2 deacons to open it. I can't always ask you for help when I need to repair the protective barrier like I have these days. I can decide to relax the control and restrictions of your protective room. Not enough, I hope to expand it. No problem, I will discuss with others and convince them. I hope to increase the number of shadow ant servants. At least 5 teams are needed, and the materials will be paid by the enchanting team. Impossible, 1 wizard has 1 team of shadow ant servants, this is customary. It is also customary for deacons to participate in department management. 3 teams, including your original team, you buy the materials yourself. The Academy will not have any restrictions, and will not ask you what you need so many shadow ant servants for. After a while, the 2 reached a consensus. In order to let him be a person with the title of deacon, but no power of deacon, Doris had to agree to some conditions. In the end, neither of them seemed very satisfied, and it can be said that they parted unhappily. After returning to the Twin Towers, Ivan smiled, so that he could openly study the Ant-Man altar, study the Shadow Ant Servant, and find the more secret Ant-Man vault. First find the Ant-Man vault, then consider the promotion to the 2nd level wizard. Strength 13.9, Agility 14.0, Constitution 14.5, Spirit 80.0. After taking the third Alvinite Spring Potion, his strength has improved a lot, and his mental power has reached the 80 scale, but there is still a part of the newly added mental power that has not yet been elementalized, and it is estimated that it will not take long. It is never an easy task to be promoted to a second-level wizard. There is no detailed information to refer to, and you have to explore it all by yourself. Considering that Chris Donner said that the Ant-Man altar can help with promotion, this cannot be groundless, so he decided to study the Ant-Man altar in the near future. Since the incident in the Academy has strengthened its defenses and invited a new Guardian clan, which is also a group of spiders. The clan name is Hundred-Eyed Scarlet Spider. This clan has a large number of red eyes, and is outstanding in identifying breath and camouflage. The leader is a second-level intelligent creature, no worse than the previous 8-clawed Black Spider clan. After strengthening the defense, the Academy has been in peace. This time, Doris did not break her promise, and quickly implemented the conditions she promised. In order to appease Ivan, she did not send anyone to keep an eye on him. Sure enough, even as the Academy's top enchanter, he has to bow his head in front of the 3 major families. It's human nature. I heard that his treatment is good, no worse than other deacons, and he doesn't need to run around like us to complete various tasks. Oh, it's useless for such a person to be a deacon. At some point, bad comments about Ivan began to spread among many wizards. Originally, some people wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to watch the fun, but Ivan succumbed to the coercion of Lydia's family. This undoubtedly disappointed many people, who privately said that he was a spineless person who didn't even know how to fight for the power he deserved. Ivan ignored the words that secretly slandered him. He wouldn't lose anything if others said a few words. Great, really great, Doris, that woman only stared at the power in her hands, but didn't know that her actions helped us. It just happened. Lydia's family is powerful, and I don't want to have a direct conflict with them. Chris Donner is an insider. He guessed that Ivan was retreating to advance, so he contacted him to express his congratulations and hoped that everyone would continue to cooperate. Wizard Ivan, please let me know if you need help. I will do my best. Chris Donner emphasized. I won't be polite. If there is any new progress in the Ant-Man altar, I will inform you as soon as possible. Ivan said at the right time. Chris Donner was waiting for this sentence. Of course, he would not give up the Ant-Man altar that could help him advance to the second level easily, but his enchantment attainments were limited, so he could only hope that Ivan would gain something. Little did he know that Ivan had another purpose, and studying the Ant-Man altar was just a side job. In the small gray space, Ivan came here quietly, and stood in front of the Ant-Man altar. After the control and restrictions of the protection room were relaxed and expanded, he could come here at any time through the Ant-Man barrier. Even if he was discovered, he had an excuse to say that he was repairing the Ant-Man barrier. It's just a one-way sacrificial formation. Chris Donner's information must be wrong. It seems that we can't put our hopes on this so-called Ant-Man altar. It's safer to study the Shadow Ant Servant. Ivan's enchantment attainments are much higher than Chris Donner's. After several days of research, he found that what he saw was a sacrificial formation, which had nothing to do with promotion. Chris Donner's information must be wrong. It's not easy to activate the sacrificial formation. Just think about Chris Donner's experience. It's simply going to kill people. After the exploration was fruitless, he shifted his focus to summoning the Shadow Ant Servants. The summoning form of the Shadow Ant Servants is fixed. Each summoning will pass through a small space, inexplicably generating 3 strands of wonderful energy, which will then combine with the raw materials to shape a wise creature. The 3 strands of wonderful energy are worth exploring, but the energy is weird and unpredictable when it emerges, which makes people confused. He had to follow the method of exploring the secret realm and follow the traces to find the possible array on array on array. Many traces indicate that the Ant-Man's secret vault is hidden there, in a more secret place. After some research, although the progress is slow, Ivan is more convinced that he is on the right path, and it is only a matter of time to find the Ant-Man's secret vault. Chapter 232. After raising both enchantment and Runiology to level 8, Ivan's enchantment attainments have been greatly enhanced, and he has a deeper understanding of the 1,000 Changes Star Rune Array. Not long ago, he also exchanged the college's advanced enchantment knowledge with Doris. This time, no one mentioned the 30-year period to him, and he successfully obtained the second advanced enchantment knowledge. Comparing the two, the college's advanced enchantment knowledge is clearly inferior, but it also has some unique features, especially in the exploration of the Ant-Man barrier. In this way, relying on his extraordinary enchantment attainments and tireless pursuit, he finally connected to a more secret space, which should be the source of the 3 strange energies that created the Shadow Ant Servants. No matter what, I have to go there. At most, when I encounter an invincible danger, I can directly call on the power of the Ant-Man barrier. I don't believe that I can't evacuate in time. In one of the gray small spaces, the 1,000 changes star cone in Ivan's hand was aimed at the void. He took a deep breath and increased the power transmission, causing ripples to appear in the void in front. "Open!" he shouted with a tense face. Along with the sound, a crack slowly opened from the void. The trembling appearance showed that the crack was under great pressure, as if it would close in the next second. After sensing it for a second, Ivan stepped into it quickly with his body crouched. After a moment of flow, the scenery in front of him changed, and he had arrived at an unfamiliar square. The surroundings of the square were also gray, and there were animal eggs on the square, some big and some small. The small ones were like eggs, and the big ones were 7 or 8 meters long. The square is about 7 or 8 acres in size. At first glance, he thought he had returned to the Crimson Cloud realm. Is this the Ant-Man's secret vault? Ivan frowned and looked around. He could clearly sense that most of the beast eggs were only left with the shells, and the inside was actually empty. The flesh and blood had dried into a small ball, like old dried meat exposed to the sun. Then, with full of doubts, he walked around the square and found that the beast eggs did come from ants, and had some similarities with the breath of the shadow ant servants, but only a small part of the beast eggs remained alive, and they were not very vigorous. It is hard to believe that the assessment target given by the 5-leaf spear, the ant beast with king blood, is one of them. There are not so many coincidences in the world. If there is no fake secret vault, this should be the Ant-Man secret vault, but I don't know which one is the king blood ant beast. Gina's side is about to start. I want to see how the shadow and servants are born and what is the connection with this place. Ivan did not act rashly. He stared at the beast eggs in the square, trying to find the one that was different, while waiting for Gina's action. This was what he had explained before. After the agreed time, Gina, who was far away in her own residence, came to the protection room and summoned a shadow and servant again. Master, King, Guard King. Unlike the previous times, this shadow and servant looked a little excited after being summoned, and spoke vague words. What did you say just now? Gina was stunned for a moment, staring at the newly born shadow and servant vigilantly. Hello, Master. After hearing her words, the shadow and servant was also stunned for a moment, then blinked blankly, and after coming to his senses, he hurriedly greeted Gina. What did you see just now? Gina repeated. It seems, I can't remember clearly. The shadow and servant looked at her blankly, and couldn't remember any scene. Forget it, your name will be Black 5 from now on, remember to behave yourself. Gina thought of someone's instructions, waved her hand, and didn't pursue it further. Also, just call me Wizard Gina. Understood, Wizard Gina. For the shadow and servants, their lives belong to the wizard who summoned them, and the wizard's instructions are their mission, and the meaning of their existence. On the other side, on the secret square, Ivan had locked onto one of the beast eggs by sensing the transformation and flow of energy. This beast egg was different. He also figured out the secret of summoning the shadow and servants. It was clear that the essence of the beast egg needed to be absorbed, and then transformed into a strange power through the different beast egg, and then sent to the small space, through the Ant-Man barrier, to a certain protection room. No wonder the beast eggs here look half dead. No, most of them have died quietly. Good fellow, you are generous to others, but you hide it so deeply. You are indeed a creature with the blood of the king. You have the ability before you hatch. Although he said this, he was thinking about how to verify the so-called blood of the king. Things are unpredictable. When he was in the Crimson Cloud realm, he should not have let the Queen Silkworm swallow the golden bead representing the power of the king directly. He should have studied it first. Queen Silkworm, please identify it carefully. Does this thing give you a strange feeling? He turned to look at the Silkworm Queen, who was standing by, and could only try his luck. To verify the royal blood, right? I understand. The Silkworm Queen knew that the matter was of great importance, and immediately nodded her head solemnly, with the golden crown on her head shaking. Under Ivan's gaze, the Silkworm Queen took a step in the air, crawled forward for a distance, and the golden crown on her head emitted a faint light, a pale golden light, which flew towards the beast egg he had identified. Puff. Seeing that it could no longer be hidden, the breath of the beast egg became surging and fierce. When the light of pale golden light approached, a circle of golden light also appeared in the beast egg, which was clearly more intense than that of the Silkworm Queen, and crushed the approaching light of pale golden light in one go. This light blow brought a painful lesson to the Silkworm Queen. It vomited blood, suddenly lost the ability to walk in the air, and fell to the ground quickly. Ivan took a step forward, and made the Silkworm Queen fall into his palm. The king power in its body is dozens of times greater than mine. It should be the king blood and beast you are looking for, Ivan. The Silkworm Queen transferred the damage in time, but her state was still a little sluggish. Thank you for your hard work. Ivan put the Silkworm Queen on his shoulder, and a small box appeared. He took out a red heart-shaped object from it. He threw this strange object between half virtual and half real towards the beast egg. This was the advanced puppet heart that Chief Nal had given him. He lightly dropped it onto the cracked beast egg, ignoring the powerful force that permeated the beast egg. The advanced puppet heart is not so easy to resist. I advise you not to struggle fearlessly, lest you suffer more. Ivan had clearly sensed that the beast egg in front of him was not very strong. At best, it was at the level of a second-level creature, not much stronger than the Queen Silkworm. What he didn't expect was that, perhaps due to the special nature of the bloodline, the creature in the beast egg had an extremely strong will to resist. However, under his strong suppression and the erosion of the puppet heart, the creature in the beast egg could only sink little by little. Not long after, a feeling of admiration came from the beast egg, and the creature was obviously controlled by the puppet heart. Chapter 233. Accompanied by the sound of crackling, the cracks on it became more and more, and in the blink of an eye, they spread to the entire egg. The eggshell broke into small pieces and fell off, revealing a creature like a foal inside. Master. The creature crawled on the ground and greeted Ivan, just like an intelligent creature. Ivan could sense that this creature was completely submissive to him, and he could deprive the other party of his life at any time. It was worthy of being the advanced puppet heart given by the five-leaf spear. He carefully looked at the creature in front of him. It was indeed an ant beast. It had a pair of golden antennae on its head. Its body was mostly black with circles of light yellowish-brown lines all over it. It also had two pairs of black and transparent wings on its back. It looked very thin and skinny, giving people a feeling of malnutrition. On the side, the Queen Silkworm became more alert and stared at the flying ant in front of her with unfriendly eyes. Get up. From now on, call me Wizard Ivan. As for you, tell me your origins first. Ivan stepped forward and said gently, I will obey your will, Wizard Ivan. Hearing his words, the four-winged flying ant did not hide anything and told all the information he knew. In fact, it did not have many memories, and only knew that its clan name should be the four-winged swamp king ant. It was placed here to receive nourishment and wait for revival, but it did not know what happened. The power supply was interrupted, and something was constantly reducing its power, causing it to be unable to hatch. It has been secretly accumulating strength. Not long ago, it received a lot of power. It was supposed to hatch in the near future, but now it has waited for the Supreme Master. Since you don't have a name, I call you Zai. Ivan guessed that the arrangement here should be the work of the Sheedy ants. I don't know what happened, but the Sheedy ants suddenly became extinct. Later, the ant camp was occupied by a wizard. The wizard may have found some secret information and turned it into a shadow and servant to summon it. As a result, the Zai ant in the king's blood could not hatch for a long time. It's fate. I have to say that this guy is bad luck. There is nothing valuable in the Ant-Man vault except a few half-dead beast eggs, and it is not a place to stay for a long time. Then Ivan brought the swamp ant back to the Twin Towers. The whole process went smoothly. Ivan called two shadow ant servants and prepared to let them clean up the protection room. As soon as the shadow ant servant came to the protection room, he suddenly knelt down to the swamp ant, which was shorter than him. He looked even more pious than when he saw Ivan. Zai, why is this? Ivan immediately thought that the birth of the shadow ant servants had a great relationship with the Zai ant. They should be my ant guards who are always loyal to the king. Zai thought for a while and said, Tell me more. Ivan's face became a little strange after hearing this answer. It turned out that the birth of the shadow ant servants was related to a natural ability of the Zai ant. It can use its ability to continuously create ant guards, realizing the idea of one ant being one clan. What's more surprising is that although the ant guard has independent thoughts, it is also equivalent to the clone of the Zai ant. It can send its mind to the ant guard at any time and control the body of the ant guard. Ivan couldn't help but sigh. This was even more domineering than the Queen Silkworm's power of controlling the crowd, which just matched the way the swarm continued. But in this case, would the wizards of the academy no longer be able to summon shadow ant servants, or would they let the marsh ants continue to play their original roles and assist in the birth of shadow ant servants? Can these shadow ant servants become your ant guards again? Of course, they were originally my guards. It only takes a little time. The marsh ant answered confidently. After obtaining his permission, It took half a minute for the marsh ant to turn one of the shadow ant servants into his own guard, and demonstrated what a clone is. It's outrageous. Ivan didn't know what to say, if he didn't know that in the Mona Ant-land hut, shadow ant servants were the wizard's personal servants, and every wizard had them under his command. He ended up burying a hidden mine for himself. He became more active in his thinking. Once the marsh ants recruited most of the shadow ant servants as ant guards, it would mean that his spies would be all over the wizard's residences, including the 3 major families. Just thinking about it made him a little excited. Secondly, with the Ant-Man's secret library, he seemed to have an extremely secret research site, which could at least serve as a warehouse. Queen Silkworm, Marsh Ant, you must get along well in the future and not fight. Ivan thought for a moment, and noticed that the Queen Silkworm was staring at Marsh Ant with a righteous look, as if she was going to fight with Marsh Ant, which made him a little amused. Okay. The Queen Silkworm listened to him very much. Your order is my mission. Marsh Ant immediately responded in a serious manner. After being controlled by the advanced puppet heart, as it said, Ivan's order is its mission. The Queen Silkworm did not realize this, and kept cursing the flatterer in her heart. She was more alert to this stupid guy. Ivan didn't know what the Queen Silkworm was thinking. He examined the Queen Silkworm's previous injuries more carefully, and asked her to take healing potions and mental recovery potions. She thought she would recover after a few days of rest. Then, he brought the 2 insects to the test site, and began to test the marsh ant. It turned out that the marsh ant was a 3rd-level creature. Due to its severe lack of nutrition, it looked like a 2nd-level creature, and it felt only half a level stronger than the Queen Silkworm. The marsh ant has 3 abilities: Ant Guard, Rock Manipulation, and Gravity Control. Compared with the Silkworm Queen, the fighting power of the marsh ant is obviously much higher. It can be classified as a vicious insect, born with a certain fighting and killing consciousness. Ivan, I want to compete with it to see who is the first warrior under your seat. Hearing Ivan's unintentional words of emotion, the Silkworm Queen immediately quit, and shouted that she wanted to compete with the marsh ant. You are still injured. It's a minor injury, it's not a problem. I position you as a logistics butler. Fighting power is not that important. It's just icing on the cake. Ivan, please let me compete with it, and teach this newcomer the rules. The Queen Silkworm was determined to compete with the marsh ant this time, and she kept acting like a spoiled child with Ivan. Helplessly, Ivan had to fulfill its wish and allow the 2 insects to stop fighting. The next moment, the sound of a rumbling battle rang out in the test field. The battle almost tore the test field apart. Even though the Queen Silkworm had the support of the entire clan, it was still at a disadvantage. After the expansion of the protection room, it could draw more power from the Ant-Man barrier. The defense of the Twin Towers has been improved to a higher level, which prevented the 2 insects from really tearing down the test field. Finally, under Ivan's suppression, the Queen Silkworm and the marsh ant, who were about to fight, stopped fighting and made peace, ending this battle between the old and the new. Chapter 234. Outside the hut in the Mona Ant Farm. On this day, Ivan left the academy and headed towards the direction of the Leah Singer shelter. The mount that carried him on the road was replaced with a 4-winged king ant. Your body has recovered, but according to the previous situation, it should have some adverse effects. Do you have any other bad feelings? It has been a week since he found the Ant-Man's secret vault. The recovery of the Silkworm Queen this time is slower than expected, and it is estimated that some potential will be reduced. After all, the Silkworm Queen used the crucial king's power at that time. No bad feeling. The Queen of Silkworms shook her little head and glared at the 4-winged king ant. It's the big black guy who's to blame. The ant can also shrink and enlarge its body, which seems to be a common feature of insects and beasts with certain potential. After it enlarges, its true body is nearly 30 meters long, far exceeding the state of the Queen of Silkworms without the power of the tribe, which makes the Queen of Silkworms a little bit upset. So, the Queen of Silkworms gave the nickname Big Black Guy to the ant of. We were enemies before, not friends. The situation is different. I remember your contribution. Hee, then don't blame the Big Black Guy. As a creature that can control gravity within a certain range, the flying speed of the swamp ant is of course extraordinary. This is when it is in the recovery period. When it is in its prime, it will definitely be even higher, and the characteristics of the 3rd-level creature will be fully displayed. In addition to flying, the swamp ant can also burrow underground with its rock manipulation ability, which is somewhat similar to Randall's golden beetle. For Ivan, this is already an important fighting force. However, Ivan didn't know whether the 4-winged Swamp King ant needed to be handed over. Based on his impression of the 5-leaf spear's wealth, it is very likely that it does not need to be handed over. He was afraid of the possibility of this. After finding the Ant-Man's secret vault, he contacted Chief Nonnel and Wizard Solomon and made an appointment to meet soon. Before that, he needed to meet another person. A few hours later, Ivan had arrived at the territory under the command of the Leah Singer Shelter, a small town on the edge of the territory, Bella Town. After recognizing the direction, Zayi brought him to a noble castle with a Hobson family crest on it. Wizard Ivan. Lord Marikaden. Ivan's arrival alarmed the people in the castle, and Penny hurriedly led a group of people to greet him. Who is this? Ivan looked at the man in noble clothes in front of him. The man's face was about 60% similar to Earl Hobson of Tidal Island. My cousin, Yul Hobson, the second son of my uncle, has been here for more than a year, and is now a little baron here, Perny introduced. Ivan nodded. He knew that Perny had a deep affection for Earl Hobson, so it was not surprising that she was willing to help her cousin. This is not a place to talk. Let's go in and talk. Okay. No one dared to object to Ivan's behavior of taking the initiative. Under Perny's lead, the two came to a room at the back of the castle, which should be Perny's study. Looking at the person in front of her with an increasingly unique temperament, Perny opened her mouth, but she didn't know how to say it when the words came to her lips. Why, are you blaming me for not listening to you and coming here? Ivan said calmly. No, it's just that I've heard of your current reputation. A powerful and knowledgeable wizard like you shouldn't bother with a junior apprentice like me. Perny's tone was filled with melancholy. The failure of the last wizard promotion undoubtedly brought her a strong sense of frustration, so that her spirit and elegance disappeared, and there was a bit more gloom between her eyebrows. I said that I would help you become a formal wizard. I always keep my words. Ivan frowned slightly, then emphasized, Do you think I'm going to brag? No, I just don't want to trouble you too much. Whether it's troublesome or not is up to me. I see that you don't know me well enough now. Let's get in touch first. How? You decide. Amid Penny's exclamation, Ivan easily removed her layers of defense with his strong strength, and the two had a deeper contact, hoping to regain the original feeling. 3 days later, Penny's melancholy and gloom had mostly dissipated, but she looked at someone with a little anger. How could someone not let someone go out day and night? How could she save face in front of her cousin in the future? At Perny's strong request, the two of them sat down quietly and had a normal conversation. If I had known this, I should have gone to the Mona Ant farm like you. Perny looked at him charmingly and said with emotion, It's not too late now. There will be opportunities in the future. Ivan smiled. Through previous exchanges, Perny knew that he became the deacon of the college's enchantment group with his extraordinary enchantment level, but it was not enough to help a third-class apprentice transfer, which was not allowed by both colleges. Then I wait. For some reason, Perny had an inexplicable sense of trust in him, always feeling that he could do it. Perny didn't realize that she didn't want to rely on Ivan to become a wizard, so as not to become his vassal. As time went by, that arrogance had dissipated unconsciously. Ivan came here because he heard that Perny was going to be promoted to a wizard for the second time, so he hurried over. After Perny's knot was removed, the promotion of wizards must of course proceed according to plan. After Ivan figured out her preparations, he took over her promotion plan and made appropriate adjustments. First, he would help her become a great knight, and give her a scroll of higher quality than Rose's chain. Secondly, he would tailor a black magic wind and fire beam array for her. These would take some time. Under Ivan's persuasion, Perny was willing to listen to his advice, and wait for a while, until she was more properly prepared before starting the promotion. Another week passed, and Ivan said goodbye to Perny and left Bella Town to keep another appointment. Near the Half Moon Alliance, Lian Fangji. Dear sir, do you need someone to lead the way? I give you a reward, no need for a guide. When he arrived at Lian Fangji, Ivan once again met the young man who led him the first time he came. He casually rewarded him with a low-grade magic stone, and received endless thanks from him. Wizard Solomon, I haven't seen you for a long time. I didn't expect you to be in Yuequan Peninsula. In a small courtyard on the street, Ivan met Solomon. This small courtyard was rented by Solomon. He had contacted Solomon before, and Solomon told him to come here, and then Chief Naniel would also come. Haha, you are the person I recommended to the organization. You haven't become one of us yet, so how can you leave so easily? Solomon looked at the four-winged king ant he brought. Ivan would not believe this. As a wizard, the other party would definitely not be so leisurely. There must be other reasons for coming to the Moon Clamp Peninsula. How is it? Is the assessment completed? Not bad, not bad. You are faster than I expected. Solomon nodded slightly. With his knowledge, He could of course identify the authenticity of this ant beast. The king blood creature is not so easy to impersonate. To be honest, the people from the Star Moon Alliance helped me by accident. Otherwise, with the style of the families in our academy, this matter would be difficult to handle. Ivan simply described the process. If it weren't for the Star Moon Alliance's interference, even with the help of Chris Donner, they could only search for the Ant-Man altar and the Ant-Man vault in secret, and the time required would definitely increase several times. Haha, I introduce Wizard Doug to you if there's a chance. Ivan was about to say something when he suddenly noticed someone approaching. It turned out to be Chief Naniel. Naniel still looked like an elegant old scholar, with a deep aura that made it hard to tell whether he was the real person or an incarnation. Chairman Naniel. The two hurried forward to greet him. Naniel nodded to the two and stepped to the side of the ant. His aura made the ant dare not move and let him put his palm on him. Ivan couldn't help holding his breath. He knew that the success of the test depended on passing this level. The four-winged ant king can turn the earth into a swamp and manipulate the gravity of the earth. It is a direct descendant of the ancient rock king lord. It is rarely seen nowadays. Poor little guy, he's been hungry for hundreds of years and has become skinny. Hearing Naniel's words, Ivan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This time he should pass the test. Ivan, tell me about the test process. Naniel casually ordered, while taking out a test tube and pouring the potion in the test tube into the mouth of the ant. A rich breath of life filled the air. The ant resisted the temptation and looked at the owner standing on the side. After getting permission, he opened his mouth and swallowed the potion. It became plump at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ivan once again described the process of finding the Ant-Man's secret vault in simple language, not even hiding the fact that Chris Donner was almost sacrificed. Welcome to join the Five-Leaf Spear and become a formal member of the Three-Leaf. After listening to him, Naniel directly recognized his identity. Haha, Wizard Ivan, congratulations, I said I always have a good eye. Solomon laughed, and he felt a sense of accomplishment that he could bring a great talent to the organization. Ivan received a token representing the Three-Leaf member of the Five-Leaf Spear, a half-palm-sized booklet that recorded his relevant information, and several badges with unknown meanings. He didn't know what the booklet was made of, but it gave him a familiar feeling, like the state of a little wisdom light coming to him, but the effect was much shallower. Chapter 235. It's amazing, isn't it? Haha. Seeing him stunned for a moment, Solomon smiled and explained, this is the Book of Enlightenment made of the Enlightenment leaf. It is the unique symbol of our Five-Leaf Spear, and no one can pretend to be it. Remember what I said, the 5 leaves of the Five-Leaf Spear represent the power of the Prophet, and the Enlightenment leaf contains a part of this power. The power of the Prophet, that's it. Ivan thought, could it be that his light of wisdom is also related to it? He must pay attention to this information in the future. Evan, the prophetic power contained in the Book of Enlightenment is too weak to support any research you do. Remember, don't use it as experimental material. Chief Naniel reminded. A wizard is a profession that is good at research and has a strong curiosity about special items around him, including the Book of Enlightenment. Yes, each member has only one copy of the Book of Enlightenment, and it cannot be reissued. Don't learn from some unlucky people who forced themselves from a 3-leaf member to a 2-leaf member, ha ha ha. Solomon added hurriedly, thinking of something while speaking, and couldn't help laughing. He looked handsome, but he looked a little silly when he laughed, especially when he showed his big white teeth. Ivan couldn't bear to look at it, and he nodded solemnly to the two of them, indicating that he remembered it. At this time, the ant made a slight sound, which seemed to be a sound from the resonance of flesh and blood, attracting the attention of the 3 people present. Okay, it has recovered to a 3rd-level creature, and can barely serve as your guard. The king blood creature is hard to come by, so you should cultivate it well in the future. Naniel took back the potion for feeding the marsh ants and said lightly, Thank you, Chief Naniel. Ivan hurriedly thanked him. The biological realm level was 1 level at a time. Now that the marsh ants have recovered to the 3rd level, he estimated that he would most likely not be able to defeat them. Do you have any other requests? I heard that the organization has something called the Feather of Fall, Ivan said and glanced at Solomon. At the beginning, the other party used this to lure him into the trap, which led to his joining the 5-leaf spear. Solomon smiled, feeling somewhat guilty for some reason. When he said that joining the organization would easily get the Feather of Fallen, it was of course a rhetorical statement. You want to use the Feather of Fallen to cancel the contract of your academy? Naniel asked. Yes, the contract stipulates a time limit of 100 years. During the 100 years, you can only stay in the Moon Clamp Peninsula to serve the academy. It is really a bit embarrassing. Are you willing to listen to my advice? I would like to hear the details. It is actually very simple for you to reverse the constraints brought by the contract. You just need to find a way to become a second-level wizard. At that time, the situation will be reversed, and no one can trap you anymore. If you are willing, the entire Mona and farmhouse may be of use to you. But becoming a second-level wizard is not an easy thing. Of course, Ivan knew this. The wizarding world is essentially like this. Strength represents everything. If he becomes a second-level wizard, he will be at the same level as the dean and have equal status. At that time, the dean will either terminate the contract with him or modify the contract. There is no third possibility. Otherwise, the dean with a large family and a large business cannot withstand the attention of a second-level wizard. Your current strength is at the limit of the first level. There is just a suitable opportunity. It depends on whether you can grasp it. Naniel took out a diamond crystal, which should have been prepared long ago, and handed it to him. The diamond crystal is of excellent quality, and is usually used to record important knowledge and enchantment drawings. Ant King Nirvana Cocoon Array. Ivan probed into it, and a strange rune wizard array drawing emerged. He was shocked. It turned out that this was the true face of the Ant King barrier array. It turned out that the information Chris Donner knew was not completely false. The Ant-Man barrier really helped to promote to the second-level wizard. This was the opportunity, Naniel said. I understand. Ivan bowed and thanked him again. When you have dealt with the matter in the Mu-Clamp Peninsula, come to the Five-Leaf Spear China branch and report. I will be waiting for you there. Nonal gestured to the two of them, and turned into a majestic purple crow, soaring into the sky. He simply ignored the protective membrane of Lian Fangji, and disappeared in the sky in an instant. The chairman is only one step away from becoming a fourth-level arcane wizard. Fangji's protective magic array is nothing. It is not worth mentioning in front of him. A trace of admiration flashed in Solomon's eyes. Wizard Solomon, excuse me, are you a first-level wizard or a second-level wizard? What do you think? I'm already at the limit of the first level, but I still feel inferior to you. You should be a second-level wizard. Haha, if you think so, then so be it. Solomon did not answer directly. Don't forget, you owe me a favor, and I can't refuse your help in the future. Of course, we still need to make an ally. Indeed. E1, with his extraordinary enchantment attainments, became a formal member of the Five-Leaf Spear, but his own strength and the forces under him needed time to develop, and he had not yet reached the level of an alliance with Solomon, so the alliance could only remain verbal for the time being. Bella Town. Most people in the castle did not know that something was happening deep in the castle that was closely related to them and concerned their fate. Baron Hobson looked back from time to time, and his anxious heart made him unable to calm down. He knew that his cousin was going to be promoted to a formal wizard. If she succeeded, they would all prosper. If she failed, she would be in a precarious situation. He prayed secretly that his cousin would become a formal wizard. Ivan, I will never let you down. It should be to not let yourself down. Remember, you are a fourth-class talent. Whether it is the first promotion or the second promotion, there is a high probability of success. Moreover, you have my help. Well, see you later. In the back of the castle, various runes have been carved in the room, including the functions of gathering energy and concealing. Perny took a last look at him, walked into the room, and the door was closed. With the help of Ivan, after 3 months of preparation, Perny was finally ready to take the last step of her apprenticeship. I will keep it a secret for you and not tell Jushidi. After a pause, the Queen Silkworm suddenly said something. Big Black, you are not allowed to tell either. Beside her, the marsh ant squatting on the ground nodded slightly. You are learning more and more. Ivan looked at the Queen Silkworm speechlessly. That's right, I have been studying hard. The Queen Silkworm said with a little pride. After the marsh ant recovered to become a third-level creature, it completely gave up the idea of competing with the other party for the first general and became eager to learn. The more knowledge you learn, the more you understand. But the Queen of Silkworms didn't know that Jushidi actually knew about Perny, and knew that Perny would be promoted to a wizard before her. Ivan didn't hide anything about this. Jushidi's request has always been only one, that is, she must become Ivan's legitimate wife, even if someone else becomes a formal wizard before her. Ivan agreed. These days, Ivan's life is very comfortable. After becoming a deacon, no one cares about him, so he can travel between the academy and Bella Town at ease, playing his own affairs while sharing the rain and dew. Under his instruction, the Zay Ant has taken some of the shadow and servants in the academy as his ant guards. In this way, he has a lot of spies in the academy, and various news will be reported to him through the Zay Ant, but no important news has been found out for the time being. Time passed by minute, and the simple formation arranged by Ivan failed to cover up the promotion phenomenon. A large number of earth elements gathered over the castle, and turned into a layer of yellow clouds, attracting the attention of the entire castle and the town. Silence. This Baron knows what is going on. Everything is normal. Baron Hobson was inside the castle, and he suppressed the riot as soon as it started. Baron Hobson stared at the sky, and his heart was in turmoil. At this moment, he secretly vowed in his heart that he would train his children to become wizards in the future and carry forward the Hobson family he belonged to. Outside the castle, some people gathered outside to watch the excitement and talked in groups of 3 or 2, while others closed the doors and windows, not wanting to get involved in such unknown things. The yellow clouds are connecting the sky. I'm afraid some treasures have appeared. Old Gel, tell me why there are treasures and not other reasons. Reason? You are not very knowledgeable. There is no need for a reason for this kind of thing. My 40 years of adventure experience is enough. I tell you. The most people gathered in front of the Adventurers' Tavern, and their voices were the most loud. They were not afraid of being heard by the Hobson family, who had just settled there. Before Old Gel finished speaking, a soft and sweet laugh sounded in the ears of the group. The sound made their ears itchy, and made people look over unconsciously. They saw a pretty figure in a red dress walking towards them. The gorgeous face and the hot body made everyone reluctant to look away, revealing greedy and wanton expressions. Humph! Seeing these people's ugly behavior, the woman in the red dress suddenly felt disgusted and snorted heavily. Everyone woke up from their dream and stared at the woman in the red dress, who walked past the tavern in horror. Their ears were buzzing and stinging, unable to tolerate other sounds. This is definitely a powerful wizard, and she is moody. Don't provoke her again. After realizing this, Loud Gear and others didn't dare to say anything, and watched the woman in the red dress leave, heading towards the castle of the new Baron's family. Chapter 236. While Baron Hobson was worried about the promotion inside, a beautiful figure in a red dress came into the castle lightly, and appeared not far away. Sir, I wonder what you are doing here. Baron Hobson saw this sudden figure, and his heart couldn't help but tremble, and he hurriedly stepped forward and asked, I'm here to find a wizard. He must be inside. The woman in the red dress glanced at him, and asked in a firm tone, Which wizard are you looking for? Our castle has something important today. Please forgive me. Baron Hobson knew that his cousin was the support of the entire family, and could not afford to lose her. He was trembling and ready to refuse the visitor entry. Let her come over. Ivan's voice sounded, and happened to reach the ears of the two. You don't seem to be able to make the decision. The woman in the red dress chuckled, and walked towards the back of the castle. Her steps seemed slow, but in fact, she took 12 meters at a time. Seeing this, the young Baron Hobson gritted his teeth and secretly followed, but he fainted on the ground after a few steps. On the other side, the woman in the red dress came close to Ivan, and their eyes met. Ivan saw inexplicable jealousy in her eyes, and other more complicated things. But Ivan was sure that he had never seen the female wizard in front of him. The other party looked like a ripe sweet fruit, and he would never forget it if he saw it. Sir, if you want to take advantage of it, I advise you to go back to where you came from. We are sorry that we will not entertain outsiders today, he said calmly. Wizard Ivan, you are so heartless. I came all the way to find you, but you had the heart to drive me away. The red-dressed woman's eyes turned, full of tenderness and charm, and her voice was also ticklish. Ivan concluded that this woman was definitely not from a regular wizard academy, and the academy could not cultivate such a ticklish female fairy. From the Star Moon Alliance? From outside, or a wandering wizard? After listening to her words, it seemed a little familiar, but I couldn't remember where she came from. Have we met? Of course, I have met her several times, and you always ignored her, the woman in the red dress said in a faint voice. Ivan's head turned quickly, and a series of figures passed by, and finally stopped at a special figure. His face became a little strange. Wizard Ivan, it seems that you remember it. I know you know it. Wizard Wayne? You are the one who manipulates Wizard Wayne. To be precise, it is Tess Belb. Tess said that she was very interested in you, but you rejected me repeatedly. What a pity. If I had known that your talent was so outstanding, I should have come to see you earlier. Tess Belb revealed her identity, and she was full of regrets in her words, regretting that she had not been able to find time to meet him in person. Ivan's mouth twitched. It was indeed this guy. The person behind him was actually a mature woman. No wonder he acted so effeminate. It might also be a disguise that went with the flow. Wizard Belb is from the Star Moon Alliance? We are all acquaintances. Just call me Tess. Wizard Tess, I wonder what you are here for. I came to see the new 3-leaf member of the 5-leaf spear, and see what is so special about him up close. It is really enviable. Hearing this, Ivan's heart trembled. Only a few people knew that he had joined the 5-leaf spear. Chief Nonnel would definitely not say anything. Could it be that Solomon had told him? After the ant noticed his change of mind, it flashed between the two of them, and stared at Tess not far away. As long as the master gave an order, it would pounce and tear the person in front of it to pieces. Wizard Ivan, I'm not here to make trouble. Please listen to me carefully. From the ant beast in front of her, Tess felt great pressure. With Ivan standing behind her, she dared not be presumptuous again. In fact, I was originally a 3-leaf reserve member, but I didn't pass the assessment, so I had to be demoted to a 2-leaf member of the organization. In the end, I joined Boss Doug, who is the leader of the Star Moon Alliance. Are you here on behalf of Doug Boyden? Evan suddenly realized that Solomon had mentioned this person to him. He was a 2nd-level wizard, and a member of the organization's 3 leaves. Everyone had the same status in the 5-leaf spear. That's right. Leader Doug asked me to say hello to you. Tess's expression became a little more serious, and there was still an unconcealed charm in her eyes, which seemed to be caused by training. I see. What else? In addition, we will borrow the power of the flash vortex of the Mona Ant Hut in the near future. I hope you don't mind. The power of the vortex? Ivan knew very little about the power of the vortex, only that it was a very powerful force, and the Academy's trump card, but it took a certain amount of time to accumulate energy. The Star Moon Alliance took great pains to plant people in the Academy, and the plan turned out to be this thing. So, the 4 academies of the Vortex Alliance should have planted insiders, and the final plot is probably not small. That's right, I wonder what Wizard Ivan thinks. Tess continued. I can't stop it. I just hope you don't ruin my place of survival. Ivan said that a 2nd-level wizard facing a 1st-level wizard would be a crushing defeat, and he had no reason to feel uncomfortable. It's a deal. I pass your words on to Chief Doug. Tess smiled, and was about to turn around and leave, but she remembered something. In addition, we will make some noise on the sea, and I hope you don't pay attention to it. I pay attention. See you next time, Wizard Ivan. Tess glanced at him charmingly, then looked at the elemental anomaly behind him, and left. Your strength is not much better than mine. I don't know why you failed the assessment. Ivan watched her leave, and turned his attention back to the elemental vision. At this moment, the elemental vision had reached its most intense moment, which was also the critical moment for Penny's promotion. Success or failure depended on these few minutes. Ivan had been paying attention to the movements around him. So far, there should not be much trouble in the promotion. Not long after, a large number of elemental particles suddenly shrank and gathered towards the place of promotion. Even the elemental vision could not avoid it, and flooded the room in an instant. It should be done. Ivan waited quietly, muttering something. The door opened automatically, and a slender figure rushed towards him impatiently. Zayi was about to come up to stop her, but was stopped by Ivan. The next second, Ivan felt the warmth and softness of the jade in his arms, tightly pressed against him. He whispered, Congratulations, Wizard Hobson. Please call me Perny Marichatton from now on. The beauty rubbed against him, and murmured emotionally, Without you, I would definitely not be a wizard. As a thank you, I want to give myself to you without reservation. Hearing what Perny said, Ivan's face was slightly stiff. What? You don't want to? Perny noticed something was wrong, looked up at him with resentment, and her pouting lips could hang a teapot. You know, I always keep my word. So what? I promised Jacidi before that she would be my legal wife, and this was her only request. Ivan said truthfully. According to the rules of the nobility, only the legal wife would be given the husband's surname. Anyway, I've chosen you. Perny was stunned for a moment, and said vaguely, We are all wizards, so we don't have to follow the rules of the nobility. You will be Perny Marichatton in the future, and she will be just I Marichatton. Ivan said softly. Perny didn't respond to this, and Ivan didn't force it. At Perny's request, the two stayed in Bellow Town for another week before parting ways. After Perny became a wizard, she needed to return to the Leah Singer shelter. There were many things waiting for her to deal with when she returned. Ivan also had things to do. He had to continue studying the Ant-Man barrier. It was not a simple matter to transform the Ant King barrier array into the Ant King Nirvana cocoon array. Chapter 237. After the ants recovered to the 3rd level, their flying speed was much faster than before. It only took more than 3 hours to travel between Bella Town and the Academy, saving Ivan most of the time. Ants, slow down, I'm waiting for someone. The hut of the Mona Ant Land was in sight, but Ivan asked the ants to slow down. It turned out that his mentor Randall also happened to return to the academy. In a few seconds, he would arrive on a golden beetle. Randall's eyes were attracted by the ants. "Teacher, are you visiting a friend or carrying out a mission?" "Neither. Remember what I said? Someone sent me a message about the person who also practiced the meditation method Blackbeard music. That guy appeared again, so I went to see him specially." With Randall's knowledge, he could certainly see the extraordinariness of the four-winged Swamp King ant. He estimated that he should be above the Golden Beetle General and the Silkworm Queen. He secretly smacked his lips. His disciples were becoming more and more difficult to figure out. "Then why didn't you notify me so that we could go and block him together?" Ivan said. "Hey Ivan, don't think that you can look down on your mentor just because you are getting stronger and stronger. I'm not to the point where I need your protection yet." Randall pretended to be unhappy. "How could that be? Everyone knows that you are the #1 insect controller in the Mona Ant Land hut. With you here, it's hard to say for sure. It's different. I'm not a pure insect controller. Enchanting is my main job, and being the #1 enchanter is my vision. Then the #1 insect controller in the Mona Ant Land hut is still me, Randall. Haha, I am shameless to take the first place." After the master and apprentice joked for a few words, Randall talked about his gains. After some exploration, he became friends with that person, who was also a pure insect controller, and they shared similar interests. Ivan was not surprised to hear his words. The mentor had a bold and delicate character, and it was easy for people to feel good about him and make friends with him. He wanted to invite me to join his organization. Randall hesitated and continued. Ivan was stunned for a moment, feeling so familiar. Wasn't he also invited by Solomon and joined the Five-Leaf Spear not long ago? The experiences of the master and apprentice were so similar. That is a pure insect controller organization, with a very complete Blackbeard meditation method and a vast amount of corresponding training resources. It can be seen that Randall was tempted, with a little regret on his face. Ivan knew the crux of the problem. "But it's not in the Moon Clamp Peninsula?" "That's right, so I can only express my regret." "You don't have to be too sorry. The 100 years contract will eventually be resolved." Randall just nodded symbolically to his relief, but didn't take it seriously in his heart. After all, in all these years, there are almost no wizards who can cancel the contract in advance. After entering the hut in the Mona Ant Land, Ivan and Randall parted ways and went back to the Twin Towers. "Ivan, what's going on? Has she become a formal wizard?" When Juzatai heard the noise, she came up to him immediately. "Yes." Ivan nodded slightly. "I knew there would be no problem with you taking action." Hearing this answer, Juzatai didn't know whether she was happy or disappointed, but just stared at him with eyes that seemed to be able to speak. "It's good that you know." Ivan reached out and rubbed her slippery hair, "but you still need to wait a little longer." "Okay, don't make me wait too long, otherwise that woman will definitely come to bully me. I won't be able to beat her, and I will definitely be bullied badly." Juicy looked up at him with a tearful look. "No, I stand by you. It's a deal." Hearing this, Juicy smiled and threw herself into his arms. Compared to Perny, Juicy is much worse in both talent and spirit. It is naturally more difficult to become a formal wizard. Ivan needs more preparation to ensure that everything is foolproof. Juicy followed him all the way to the academy, so Ivan would definitely protect her as much as possible. Being tightly held by Juicy, Ivan could feel her strong attachment and dependence, and he couldn't help but feel excited. He comforted her with practical actions, making the bedroom full of sweet sounds. The next day, Ivan gathered all the other miscellaneous thoughts and returned to the main business. Night breathing, LV8, 11/4000. Pharmacy, LV7, 68/3000. In the past period of time, 2 more subjects on the academic master panel have been promoted. First, pharmacy crossed the level 7 threshold, and then night breathing crossed the level 8 threshold. Correspondingly, he obtained 2 small wisdom lights, 1 level 7 great wisdom light, and 1 level 8 wisdom light. Now, the top student panel also has wisdom light, 1 level 6 and 3 level 8, great wisdom light, 3 level 7. These are undoubtedly a great help. In repairing the Ant King barrier array to the Ant King Nirvana cocoon array, he will have a unique advantage. However, in order to achieve the goal, in addition to the cognition and understanding of the formation, the corresponding repair materials are also needed, otherwise it is just empty talk. Chris Donner? Lydia's family? Star Moon Alliance? Lilian Fangji? Talk to Vice President Doris first. Repairing the protective barrier is the Academy's business. You can't let me, an enchanter, do both the work and the money. It's not like that. In a place like the Moon Clamp Peninsula, it is difficult to obtain materials to repair the protective magic array. Ivan thought about the possible ways to obtain materials, and after comparing them one by one, he decided to take advantage of the Academy. Before that, he must have a more thorough understanding of the Ant King Nirvana Cocoon Array recorded in the Diamond Crystal. This is related to his promotion to the second-level wizard, and there is no room for negligence. In the following days, he used a level 6 Wisdom Light and a level 8 Wisdom Light, which enabled him to understand the Ant King's Nirvana Cocoon formation to an unfathomable level. A month later, Ivan came to the Vice President's office. "Deacon Ivan, you came at an inopportune time. Vice President Doris is discussing important matters with Chief Deacon Alfu." "It doesn't matter. I also have something important to report." Ivan knew that Alfu was there. He knew this through Zay Ant. It was better for Chief Deacon Alfu to be there, so that the old woman Doris wouldn't make trouble. Seeing his tough attitude, the maid just went to report. "Deacon Ivan, I heard that Vice Dean Doris has appointed you to repair the Ant King barrier. How is the progress?" Among the representatives of the three major families, Alfu is the kind who sits on the Diaoyu Island and has her own pride. She has a relatively better overall view. Alfu has some admiration for Ivan, who has superb enchantment attainments. "I was just about to report this matter." Hearing her words, Ivan said, "After this period of exploration, I have a plan to repair the Ant King barrier array into an intermediate rune witch array. I hope to get the full support of the Academy." "Deacon Ivan, stop talking nonsense. It's not easy to repair the protective magic array to the intermediate level," Doris said in a low voice with an unhappy look. In her opinion, Ivan just wanted more resources and was simply greedy. Difficulty does not mean it can't be done. "May I ask, Vice Dean Doris, are you questioning my enchantment level or your own decision? If I remember correctly, you gave me the task of repairing the Ant-Man barrier? I worked hard for several months and came up with a suitable repair plan, but you didn't even want to listen and rejected it. Isn't it inappropriate?" Ivan knew that Doris would shirk responsibility, so he immediately questioned her without any hesitation. "You are so presumptuous." Doris didn't expect him to contradict her like this, and her face suddenly became long. "I am just talking about the facts. The situation on the Moon Clamp Peninsula is unpredictable now. The sooner the protective barrier is fully repaired, the more security the Academy will have. The last time someone sneaked into the Academy, we lost a lot of face. No one wants it to happen again. Do you agree with this, Deacon Alf?" Ivan said confidently. "Indeed, the last incident must not happen again, otherwise our Mona Ant Land hut will lose face, and we will not be able to stand on the Moon Clamp Peninsula." Ofen nodded slightly. She was laughed at a lot for the last incident. A wizard academy with so many wizards in it actually allowed a group of thieves to come in and out as they please. What's the difference between this and a wandering wizard organization? It was because of this that I raced against time to think about the repair method, and finally it was perfected yesterday. I just hope to pick up the face of the Academy as soon as possible," Ivan said sincerely. "Deacon Ivan, thank you for your hard work. What materials do you need? I have made a list. Please take a look." After Alfu asked, Ivan took out a list of materials and filled a whole piece of animal skin. Looking at the dense material names on the animal skin, Doris's face darkened. "This matter needs to be discussed more deeply." Alfu glanced at it and frowned slightly. She said in a deep voice, "In addition, we need to know your specific repair plan and the changes of the Ant King barrier after the repair. Are you willing to present it?" "Of course." Ivan agreed immediately, took out the crystal ball he had prepared and handed it over, and did not stay in the office for long. Seeing that he agreed so readily, which was very different from his previous style, Doris felt that there was something fishy going on. "Oh, this wizard Ivan is not trustworthy. Is it his enchantment attainment that is not trustworthy, or his position that is not trustworthy?" Doris was speechless. This was an obvious question. The previous repair had proved that the other party's enchantment attainment ranked first in the Academy, and she could not deny this. As long as his enchanting skills are not unreliable, we should let him repair it. When the protective magic array is upgraded to the intermediate level, we will benefit from it. Alpha looked confident, as if she didn't take Ivan seriously. As for his position, he will definitely not make any waves. But? Doris was about to say something, but Alfu said something more obscure, which made Doris' eyes light up, and then she smiled. Soon, Deacon Alpha convened the senior management of the Academy. After a brief discussion among the 6 people, they passed the repair plan and unanimously agreed to let Ivan upgrade the protective magic array to 24 rune bundles, and transform it into an intermediate Ant King barrier array. Chapter 238. Confused. In the Twin Towers, after attending the meeting, Chris Donner hurriedly contacted Ivan and asked about the repair plan. After finding out the situation, he cried out in pain, "Wizard Ivan, this will definitely affect our subsequent research on the Ant-Man altar. You should have discussed it with him first. Now it's hard to save the situation. I have already studied the Ant-Man altar. It's just 3 one-way sacrificial arrays. There is no point in continuing to study it," Ivan said slowly. Hearing his words, Chris Donner felt a little uncomfortable. He spent so much effort to find the Ant-Man altar, but not only was he cheated, but he was also told that it was meaningless. "I have a guess," Ivan continued. "Please speak. Perhaps your data was left when the protective barrier was intact. After the barrier was reduced to the primary level, many places have changed." "You mean, the Ant-Man altar has changed? Once it is repaired to the intermediate level, it may be able to restore its original power." Chris Donner's expression brightened. "This is just a guess," Ivan reminded. "Your guess makes sense. The original Ant King barrier array is indeed an intermediate rune wizard array." Chris Donner thought silently for a while, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was possible. Looking at the dispersing figure, Ivan shook his head slightly. He knew that the other party behaved like this for 2 reasons. One was that he had paid too much at the Ant-Man altar, and his unwillingness turned into a knot in his heart, and the other was that the opportunity to be promoted to a second-level wizard was hard to find, especially in a place like the Moon Clamp Peninsula. For various reasons, Chris Donner attached too much importance to the Ant-Man altar. Something is wrong. Doris and Victor should not agree so easily. Ivan thought of another question, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. Based on his understanding of the 2 vice presidents, they would definitely express opposition. The result was the opposite, so the repair plan was passed without any waves, so he didn't have time to tell Chris Donner. He also thought of a plan to persuade Chris Donner, but it didn't work. "Zayi, didn't your people hear any special news?" "No, Wizard Ivan, how about I try to find out?" "No need. Today, the number of Ant guards transformed from Zayi has become more and more numerous, and only a few shadow Ant servants have not found the opportunity to transform. Even so, his ears and eyes are still all over the academy. However, the identity of the shadow Ant servants is just a servant, and they cannot enter many important places and occasions. Naturally, there is a lot of information that they cannot hear. It is worth mentioning that, unlike the original shadow Ant servants, the Ant guards of the marsh ants can grow quickly, and different materials can be given to derive different Ant guards, and then develop a guard corps. This is the ability of the marsh ants as the king. However, under Ivan's instructions, the marsh ants did not act rashly, and only let the Ant guards temporarily maintain the status quo. The ability of an academy is extraordinary, especially with the support of the 3 major families, and the hunting team not making any trouble. "Deacon Ivan, this is the first batch of materials. The rest will be delivered in due course. Hopefully, in the near future, we will be able to see a 24 rune bundle intermediate protective magic array," Alfu said. "Since the academy trusts me so much, I will definitely do my best." Ivan nodded heavily. He added in his mind that what he would see soon was indeed an intermediate protective magic array, but it had 26 rune bundles. 1 rune bundle would be split into 3 and hidden in a small secret space, and another rune bundle would fall into the Ant-Man's secret vault. The materials needed for the 2 hidden rune bundles were also blatantly listed on his list. "Deacon Ivan, I am very happy to be able to carry out a more comprehensive repair of the protective barrier under your leadership again. This time the task is heavier and more difficult, Deacon Madeline. This is our honor. I don't think anyone here will complain about the hard work." After Deacon Alf left, Ivan and Madeline exchanged a few words. Just like last time, Doris sent him some helpers, and also played a supervisory role. Seeing that the deputy dean was not so shy, he sent his daughter Madeline, niece Mo Ling, granddaughter Heidi and grandson Came. Ivan simply followed suit, and pulled his mentor Randall and junior sister Gina into the repair team. Came and Gina will play the role of Heidi last time, and help with odd jobs first. The wizards acted with thunder and lightning. Under Ivan's leadership, several people were busy on the Ant-Man barrier. From 23 to 24, although there is only 1 rune bundle, there is a whole level between them. The difficulty in between is naturally extraordinary, but for Ivan, it is not a big deal, it just takes some time to complete. 5 days later, all the materials listed on the list were ready. Seeing this, Ivan and others became more motivated. As they were immersed in repairing the Ant-Man barrier, time passed quietly, until one day a heavy news came, disturbing the peace of the Mona Ant Land hut, and the mood of several people. An island appeared on the sea, located outside the Flash Vortex Bay. It is said that there are rich magic stone mines on it, and there seems to be the presence of sea people. After the news reached the Academy, Ivan, as the deacon of the enchantment group, was also called to attend the meeting. In the conference hall, the middle and high-level members of the Academy gathered together. Is the news credible? The Torrent Twin Towers sent people there immediately, and the news is confirmed. What did the Black Reef Shelter say? How far is the island from the Flash Vortex Bay? It is at the edge of the limit of the Flash Vortex power, and it is no problem to bombard the entire island into pieces. Hearing this, many people were obviously relieved. The island was within the range of the Flash Vortex power, which meant that the thing was on the territory of the Flash Vortex Academy Alliance, and they could do whatever they wanted. Next, of course, they arranged for people to go there and divide up the benefits on the island. The conference room suddenly became lively. Ivan suddenly remembered what Tespel said. He didn't expect the Star Moon Alliance to act so quickly and make such a big fuss. Deacon Ivan, how are you doing? Doris suddenly called his name. I can't leave for now. Once the repair stops, the previous work will be in vain. Ivan replied without hesitation. The repair of the Ant-Man barrier is the most important thing. Our enchantment team will not participate in this mission, Doris said to the hall, and no one else had any objection. After some negotiation, the team led by Chief Deacon Barbat of the Picket team and Chief Deacon John Zins of the patrol team will go to the island to join the wizards of other academies to fight against the Sea People. A few days later, a bad news came back to the Mona Ant Land hut. The joint team of the Flash Vortex Academy Alliance was attacked by the Sea People and the super-large sea beasts, resulting in countless deaths in the team. 3 wizards died in the Mona Ant Land hut, and more than half were injured. The loss was heavy. When the news came back, it immediately caused an uproar in the Academy. Chapter 239. According to the wizard's understanding, the Sea Tribe has been driven to the depths of the ocean, and they dare not even come out of the water. What happened on the island undoubtedly broke their cognition, and slapped the faces of all the wizards of the Flash Vortex Alliance. We must teach the Sea Tribe a profound lesson, and let them recall the past that their tribe cannot bear to look back on. This is the voice of most wizards in the Mona Ant Land hut. Everyone's idea is simple. They must fight back, and it is best to use the Academy's killer weapon, the power of the Flash Vortex. In terms of fighting against the Sea Clan, the power of the Flash Vortex is the simplest and most effective means. What makes people feel strange is that the top management of the Academy did not make a decisive decision. Ivan felt the most deeply about this. He received a lot of information through the Ant Guards, and he felt that something strange had happened in the 3 major families recently. Soon, the Ant Guards brought a new message. The Dean has returned. Dean Waken? From what those people called him, it should be Dean Waken. Hearing the words of the Ant, Ivan suddenly realized why the people of the 3 major families were not in a hurry, and why Doris and Victor suddenly changed their attitudes. With the return of the Dean as a second-level wizard, there was no need to play other tricks. In the Twin Towers, under the flickering lights, Ivan's face became a little gloomy, and he kept thinking about the possible impact. Dean Waken came back at a bad time. After a while he sighed. The repair of the Ant King barrier array has not been completed yet. There is a big hidden danger in his request for too many materials. With Dean Waken's vision, he might see through it, and then he would be exposed. He thought about it carefully, and felt that the matter was not so bad. As a high-level enchanter, it is not out of line to take the opportunity to ask for more materials. At most, he will be scolded for greed, but it will not rise to the level of betrayal. Wizard Ivan, do we need to take action? Zai said, as if he was eager to try. We can't do anything. If the Academy doesn't use the power of the Flash Vortex, someone will be more anxious than us. Let's wait and see. Ivan laughed and scolded. He just hoped that the Dean would not see through his real purpose of repairing the barrier. As for the rest, he would take it one step at a time. A new day. In the hut of Mona Ant Land, the matter about the Sea People was still fermenting. Most wizards didn't know about the return of the Dean of the Academy. In the core Black Tower, accompanied by Alfu and Doris, a familiar figure walked in. Overall, this person looked like a spirited old man, with black hair and a mustache, and a thin body. Wizard Ivan, I introduce you to an important person. Wait a minute, I deal with the materials at hand. Seeing that Ivan didn't take it seriously, Doris wanted to say something, but was stopped by the wizard next to him, who looked at Ivan with interest. Sorry, I'm delayed for a while due to my duties. After a while, Ivan came back to his senses from the rune pillar, walked up to the 3 people, and his eyes fell on the wizard he had never met, with a hint of doubt. You seem to be. This is Dean Wakin. Please don't greet me, Doris said with a little arrogance. Dean Wanin, Ivan Marichattan, the deacon of the enchantment group, extends his sincere greetings to you. Ivan's eyes lit up when he heard it, and he hurriedly saluted and greeted him. His movements were as smooth as water, and no one could find fault with them. No need to be polite. As soon as I came back, I heard that there was an enchanting master in charge of repairing the Ant-Man barrier. He is from our academy. I came here to see what kind of young talent he is. Dean Wakin waved his hand. Dean, you are too kind. How dare I call myself a master? As the dean of the Mona Antland Hut, I know the Ant-Man barrier very well. You can repair it again and again. This enchanting level is difficult for most second-level wizards to achieve. Listening to the other party's praise, Ivan was very sober and alert. I heard from Doris that you had already become a high-level enchanter before you obtained the advanced enchantment knowledge of the academy. May I ask you where you got the advanced enchantment inheritance? Dean Wakin asked casually. Ivan's heart trembled. He knew that this dean was not easy to fool. If Doris or Alfu asked this question, he would definitely say that it involved his privacy. Dean Wakin was a second-level wizard. He had a natural suppression against them, the first-level wizards. He could not turn against them unless it was absolutely necessary. To be honest with you, Dean, I am actually a little confused about this matter. But you can tell me. At the beginning, I went to the Crimson Cloud realm with my mentor and met a masked wizard there. Later, the wizard found my trace with a secret method, and I knew that he was an outsider wizard. The man was very knowledgeable and realized that I had a certain level of enchantment attainment. He hoped that I could help him refine a high-level magic item and promised to reward me with high-level enchantment knowledge. Ivan explained half-truthfully. You agreed? Doris looked at him unkindly. He is a man of unknown origin, and he might have bad intentions towards our college. I was indeed tempted, but I didn't agree. Ivan said with a sigh. In the end, he used a puppet similar to a second-level wizard to block me in the valley. I had no choice but to accept his commission and work day and night for several months. Fortunately, I survived. A puppet similar to a second-level wizard? Dean Wakin's face turned a little ugly. Yes, you can send someone to inquire around Cloudfall City. There was a little trouble at that time, and several wizards died. There should be many people who know about the powerful puppet. Dean Wakin couldn't help but look at Alfu when he heard this. Alfu told him something obscurely. The news of the second-level wizard puppet had indeed been circulating for a while, but it was hard to tell whether it was true or not. After hearing what he said, could it be that the news was true? Doris wanted to refute a few words, but she knew that the other party would not tell such an obvious lie. In such a life-threatening situation, she could not continue to accuse him. Deacon Ivan, thank you for your hard work. Dean Wakin nodded slightly and stopped harping on the matter. He looked around the core black tower for a while, then walked out of the door with the two. Ivan returned to the ruined pillar and continued to immerse himself in the protective barrier. The Dean is back. Now everyone can relax. Whether it is the Star Moon Alliance or the Sea Clan, they can only stand aside. Yes, yes. When we completely repair the protective barrier, no villains will invade our Mona Antland Hut in the future. After the Dean left, the people who were repairing the barrier with Ivan started talking. The excitement in their words could not be concealed, which showed the influence of the return of a second-level wizard. Randall looked at his apprentice with some worry, and Ivan gave him a reassuring look. Ivan didn't know if the Dean had noticed anything. In this situation, he couldn't just give up. As long as everyone didn't break the window and tear their faces apart, there was room for maneuver, so he might as well wait and see. Chapter 240. Dean Wakin was not in a hurry to announce his return. The next day, he left the Mona Antland Hut and prepared to go to deal with the matters of the islands on the sea and inform the land of his return. A flying beast flew steadily towards the south of the Flash Vortex Academy Alliance. Instantly, another flying beast came down from the clouds and suddenly blocked the way of Dean Wakin. A wizard in a black robe stood on the back of the flying beast, and it was obvious that he was coming with bad intentions. Mund Wakin from the Mona Ant Farm, right? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Who are you? Why are you blocking my way? Mund Wakin felt cold in his heart. Not many people knew his whereabouts, and he didn't expect that it would be revealed so quickly. It seemed that the situation inside the academy had reached the point where it had to be investigated. I just want to borrow your head, the man said indifferently. Arrogant! Mund shouted angrily. The enemy on the other side wanted to kill him, so of course he knew what to do. He was a senior second-level wizard, and he had never been afraid of anyone in the Moon Clamp Peninsula. The two murderous intentions collided, and the battle broke out in an instant. Both sides had their own tricks, spells, secret methods, magic items, puppets, etc., which made the air constantly produce explosions and almost change the color of the area. At a certain moment, Mond Waken was hit hard and his figure could not stop falling from the sky. The flying beast under him had turned into a ball of blood foam. I know, you are from Archibald's Spear. You scum among wizards actually set your sights on the Moonclamp Peninsula. Aren't you afraid of being sanctioned by the Supreme Council? From the battle just now, Mond Waken noticed something. His face changed drastically, and he shouted out the identity of the enemy. As far as he knew, Archibald's Spear was a group of lunatics, notorious, but powerful, which was why his face changed color. So what if it is? So what if it is not? After being called out for his identity, the man's face did not change at all, as if it was an insignificant matter. Remember this name, Doug Boyton. I will pull out this rotten nail of yours, and clear a handful of pure land for our wizarding world. You are full of foul language. You will never succeed. Doug responded with a burst of high-temperature fireworks, which instantly covered a large area of the forest. The rumbling sound was loud and blocked his sight. When the ground calmed down a little, the person who fell to the ground had disappeared. He escaped with a secret method. Even if he didn't die, he was seriously injured. Doug looked around, and the enemy covered his traces with scorched earth, making it impossible for him to track him. However, the other party must be in a state of serious injury, or even dying, which should not affect his next plan. After thinking for a while, he decided to ignore it for the time being. Some people still need to be given face. In the Mona Antland hut, the news about Dean Waken's return to the academy has been circulating in a small circle. That morning, Ivan received an order from Vice Dean Doris to go to the office. He arrived as instructed, and only Doris was there. Deacon Ivan, from what you have seen, are you still attentive in repairing the Ant-Man barrier? Of course, I ask myself that I have done my best and dare not slack off. Ivan's heart skipped a beat, but his face remained unchanged, and he was just saying polite words. Very good. Doris nodded with an unclear expression, and seemed to agree with him. Based on your contribution in repairing the Ant-Man barrier, we have discussed and decided to give you a pass to enter and exit the core Black Tower, so that you can enter and exit it freely. Is this a pie in the sky? Hearing her words, Ivan was really confused. You know, it usually takes 2 senior college leaders to open the core Black Tower, which is cumbersome but safe. This is also what Dean Waken meant. I hope you can use it with caution, Doris added. Thank you for the college's appreciation. I will live up to your expectations. Ivan could only agree first, but his mind was turning quickly, thinking about the intentions of these people. Could it be that Dean Waken saw through his true intentions? There is one more thing. Deacon Madeline and the other 2 have other important matters. They will not be able to assist you in repairing the Ant-Man barrier in the future. If you feel that you don't have enough manpower, you can recruit people from the enchantment group on your own. I understand. After walking out of the office, Ivan was still thinking about Doris's new instructions. He always felt that something happened behind the scenes, which led to the current changes. Ivan went back to his twin towers first. From the ants, he analyzed the new situation. It seemed that many people from the 3 major families were packing their things, and seemed to be preparing to leave the Mona Antland hut. Could it be that the Star Moon Alliance took action against Dean Waken? Then they acted really quickly. Ivan pondered for a moment, and finally came to a bold conclusion. If things were really as he analyzed, Dean Waken's current situation would definitely not be much better, otherwise the 3 major families would not have to shrink their forces to avoid risks. After thinking it through, he once again came to the core Black Tower, and led his men to repair the Ant-Man barrier. Now there were only 4 of them left. Emoling changed her previous excited look and became worried. It was obvious that she was hiding something in her heart. This made Randall and Gina look at each other, and kept asking Ivan questions. Ivan didn't say much, just asked the 2 to stay calm. After the shift, the master and his disciples returned to the twin towers together. Ivan, what happened? Randall asked impatiently. Doris said that I performed well, and under the instruction of Dean Waken, she gave me a pass to enter and exit the Black Tower. Deacon Madeline and the other 2 had other important matters, so they probably had to leave the academy for a while. Ivan gave a brief explanation. This is a big thing, Gina exclaimed. She has been a wizard for some time, and has a deep understanding of the academy. Our academy won't fall into the situation of Night Forest, otherwise the 3 major families. She didn't finish her words, and both of them understood what she meant. Ivan was stunned for a moment. He wanted to say that it shouldn't happen, after all, he had an agreement with the leader of the Star Moon Alliance, but it was really hard to say it out loud, and it would easily be misunderstood. Ivan, what do you think? Randall frowned. As Gina said, there may be changes in the three major families. Ivan thought for a moment and said, we are weak and can do little. We can only repair the Ant-Man barrier as quickly as possible. As for the rest, we will take it one step at a time. If it really comes to a point where it is impossible, we will leave together. Randall followed his words. Brother Ivan, how long will it take to repair the Ant-Man barrier? Gina couldn't help asking. Recruit more enchanters. If it's fast, it will take about 20 days. It will take that long. The Ant-Man barrier covers a small or medium-sized city. No matter how fast it is, it won't be much faster. The three masters and apprentices discussed for a long time and initially decided on a strategy that if a major incident occurred, they would fight if they could and run if they couldn't. Several days passed, and there were many smart people in the academy who saw that the three major families were moving and shrinking their power. In addition, Dean Waken disappeared after returning, which made people think more. Some people said that the Star Moon Alliance had set its sights on the Mona Antland hut and would attack it soon. With the help of some people, the news soon became known to everyone, causing rumors to spread all over the academy and panic among the people. When his disciples Nora and Rona asked him in a roundabout way, Ivan realized that the news had spread to the apprentices, making them uneasy. Ivan was even less likely to tell the inside story, but just asked them to practice with peace of mind and go out less recently. After all, the Star Moon Alliance's pursuit of the power of the Flash Vortex has not yet ended, and it is probably not a trivial matter. The next day, the Academy held a high-level meeting. Not many people attended this time. Deacon Alfu was not there, and the two deacons who were out were still watching the island. Several people from the three major families were absent. The Black Reef Shelter and other academies are constantly urging us to use the power of the Flash Vortex together to teach those increasingly rampant sea creatures a lesson. What do you think of this? Vice Dean Victor stated the purpose of the meeting. The Star Moon Alliance is coming to attack us. How can we spare the energy to care about those sea creatures? It is better to call back the two deacons first. A deacon of the hunting team said. Who said the Star Moon Alliance is going to attack us? Don't try to hide it. This is something everyone knows. Hearing this, the two vice presidents looked a little ugly, staring at the silent Chris Donner with unfriendly eyes, thinking that he was the one who instigated the hunting team to make trouble. Since everyone wants to know, why don't you tell us why you must use the power of the Flash Vortex? Is there any other treasure on the sea? Chris Donner said slowly. Among the people attending the meeting, Ivan fell into deep thought. Why is the situation developing in a strange direction? Hearing that the two vice presidents agreed to use the power of the Flash Vortex, this might be a hidden intention, but it turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Don't make a fuss. When the power of the vortex was constructed, it was clearly stated that it was used to destroy the sea people. The Academy has no reason to refuse this. Dora said in a low voice. Are you going to disregard the safety of the Academy? You don't have any dirty ideas, do you? Chris Donald said sarcastically. The sea has been peaceful for a long time, and the power of the vortex is abundant. We can keep a small part of it. This is ignoring the safety of all wizards. You are really unreasonable. Under the strong opposition of Chris Donner, the middle and high-level council finally came to an end. After the others left, only Victor and Doris were left in the council room. It doesn't make sense to talk about it. In that case, we can only use the Dean's order and force the use of the power of the Flash Vortex. Hey, I hope those people will take the bait. The two of them certainly had their own ideas. After using the power of the Flash Vortex, they would make people outside think that the Academy was in a weak state, so that they could use the Academy as bait to test the attitude and strength of the Star Moon Alliance. If the other party dares to come, they will break their teeth first. Compared with the Mona Antland hut, they naturally value the other side's residents more. As for the meeting, they naturally wanted to appease people's hearts, so that some people would not be too excited and desperate, but it seemed that it would not work. Chapter 241. Time is like water. A few days later, the two vice presidents gathered the middle and senior management of the Academy again, activated a crystal ball in front of everyone, and a figure that was both unfamiliar and familiar to the people present emerged. President Wanen. Many people have seen President Waken. After they reminded him, everyone stood up and greeted him. Good day, wizards. President Waken smiled and nodded to everyone, then went straight to the point. Regarding the power of the Flash Vortex, I have heard Victor and Doris report that everyone has different opinions, and this president can understand this very well. However, according to the regulations signed when the Flash Vortex Alliance was established, when the sea creatures are rampant on the sea surface and other colleges agree to use the power of the flash vortex, our Mona Antland hut has no right to refuse, otherwise it would be equivalent to violating the regulations, which is a very undesirable choice. No one expected that the two vice presidents would invite Dean Waken to show up. Many people were surprised and doubtful, including Ivan. He secretly looked at the dean, who had not seen him for many days, but he could not tell from the mysterious shadow whether the other party was injured. The fact that the dean personally came out and persuaded everyone to use the power of the flash vortex in this way is itself questionable. I will obey your will. Dean Waken has expressed his opinion, so others will naturally not object, including Chris Donner, who strongly opposed it before. Wizard Ivan, it's not very peaceful outside recently. I wonder how the Ant-Man barrier is being repaired. Dean Waken's eyes fell on Ivan, who was standing aside. It will take about half a month. Ivan answered truthfully. Thank you for your hard work. Dean Waken nodded slightly, turned around and said, Doris, Victor, the restoration of the Ant-Man barrier is the top priority, and you must fully support Wizard Ivan. Understood. The two vice deans agreed. Hearing this, Ivan's mind became active, and he guessed what the dean should know. Come to think of it, it makes sense. Even Chris Donner knows part of the information. Mon has been the dean for such a long time, it is abnormal that he doesn't know anything. The other party should know about assisting the promotion of the second-level wizard, and may also know the information of the Ant-Man's secret library, but he may not know the king-level bloodline of the swamp ant, otherwise, he would not let the swamp ant develop secretly. Deacon Chris Donner, since we have reached an agreement, I hope you can cooperate with us. After Dean Waken left, Victor emphasized in a deep voice. No need for you to remind me. Chris Donner was furious. Hearing his words, he walked out of the conference room without looking back. A quarter of an hour later, the Twin Towers. Ivan looked at the two groups of people standing outside the door in surprise. We just met Wizard Chris Donner and his group at the door. Randall explained that he and Gina had heard that the Academy was going to use the power of the Flash Vortex, so they hurried over. As a result, I ran into Chris Donner and Andia not far away. They all came for the same purpose. Ivan welcomed them into the living room. It seemed that Chris Donner was very angry just now. He came to discuss things with him without any concealment. According to their behavior, the Mona and farmhouse is probably doomed this time. Without waiting for others to say anything, Chris Donner spoke angrily. It's not that serious, right? Randall said in astonishment. You probably don't know that in the Mita Forest, which is only half an hour away from the college, an unprecedented fierce battle broke out not long ago. Combined with the various signs around, I suspect that the Dean is fighting with others. As for the result, it is definitely not optimistic. Chris Donald casually revealed something important, causing the eyes of several people present to widen. He continued, the Dean did not return to the Academy. He probably went to the base of the three major families to recuperate. He also transferred some of the elite forces of the three major families back. At this time, he advocated the use of the power of the Flash Vortex, which was nothing more than an attempt to further weaken the power of the Academy and make the Mona Antland hut a more obvious target. That's not right. Why doesn't the Dean return to the Academy? With the Dean's strength and the defense strength of the Mona Antland hut, wouldn't it be easier to resist foreign enemies? Randall pointed out the contradiction. Don't forget what happened in Nightwood. It must be said that Chris Donner is a thoughtful person. He has been in the Academy for so long that he can easily understand the thoughts of the three major families, and see the huge crisis hidden behind them. After hearing his explanation, and thinking of the many betrayers who appeared in Nightwood, several people were silent for a while. Wizard Ivan, why don't you say anything? I think your analysis makes sense, Wizard Chris Donner. Ivan then asked back, this is the situation, so what are you going to do? The power of the Flash Vortex is our most important resistance force, and it cannot be used under any circumstances. Chris Donald paused and said firmly. Randall and others looked at him with a tingling scalp. He actually wanted to disobey Dean Waken's order. There is no doubt that this is a crazy move. Dean Waken is a second-level wizard. If the guess is wrong, the consequences are unpredictable. Ivan was also a little confused. At this time, Chris Donald still wanted to keep the power of the Flash Vortex. If this continues, the desperate Star Moon Alliance will probably come to the door. Wizard Ivan, I need your support. Chris Donner looked at him steadily. We talk about whether to support or not later. Have you ever thought about another question? Ivan pondered for a few seconds and felt that he couldn't let Chris Donner go on like this. The Ant King's Nirvana cocoon formation hadn't been repaired yet, and he absolutely couldn't allow anyone to come and mess with it. Please go ahead. Don't you think the appearance of that island is a little strange? The sea tribe has been silent for hundreds of years, and now they suddenly appeared, and they are guarding the island tightly, doing nothing else. Why don't you make a bold guess? What are they doing? After hearing Ivan's words, several people fell into thought. In fact, magic stone mines are usually only useful to wizards. For the sea people or other races, they are far less valuable than elemental stone mines. It is indeed strange that the sea people guard an island with magic stone mines. It's like they are waiting for us to attack with the power of the flash vortex. Gina said a very bold idea, although she herself was a little reluctant to believe it. After hearing Gina's words, except for Ivan, the faces of others changed a little. This angle was something they had never thought of, because it involved the sea tribe and a magic stone mine, and basically no one would use these two things as bait, or hooks. Wizard Ivan, is this what you think? Chris Donner wanted to hear his truest thoughts. Yes, I suspect that the purpose of the Star Moon Alliance is to break open a secret place. The Twilight Stone tablet in the Night Forest is used to find the lead to the secret place, and the power of the Flash Vortex is used to unlock it. Think about why Dean Waken was attacked. It is very likely that he came back at the wrong time. Ivan nodded solemnly. The living room fell silent again, and the more they thought about it, the closer they got to the truth. You mean, if we don't use the power of the Flash Vortex to attack the island, the Star Moon Alliance will most likely come to attack the Academy? That's right. Okay, I believe in your judgment, Wizard Ivan. After getting his answer, Chris Donald and Andia didn't stay for long, and they left with complicated expressions. Ivan knew that his words must have aroused the suspicion of several people. He didn't explain too much. He couldn't say that he had an agreement with the leader of the Star Moon Alliance. Such a bizarre thing also needed people to believe it. Chapter 242. Like the Ant-Man barrier, the power of the vortex has a dedicated control center, which is closely connected to the secret realm of the Purple Dew Garden. When the power of the vortex is not used, it is difficult to detect this majestic power in the Academy. So many wizards have only heard of the name of the power of the vortex, but have never seen it. This day is definitely an extraordinary day for the Mona Ant Land Hut. Many wizards simply chose to take a vacation, stay at home or visit friends, and wait for the Academy to cooperate with the Vortex Alliance to use the power of the vortex. Ivan also stopped repairing the Ant-Man barrier to prevent any unknown situation. Randall brought Gina and Mean to the Twin Towers early. Nora and Rona also came. Now, all the disciples of their school are here, with a total of 3 wizards and 4 third-level apprentices. The talent is so abundant that Randall is refreshed. Don't worry, my Twin Towers defense room is connected to the Ant-Man barrier. The defense force is one of the best among the wizards' residences. We can deal with any problems calmly. Seeing that the people looked a little uneasy, Ivan introduced them with a smile. This is not to abuse public power for personal gain, but just to facilitate the study of the power of the Ant-Man barrier at any time. No matter what others think, he thinks so anyway. Teacher, is this the benefit of being a deacon? Lorna asked curiously. Half and half, to be precise, it is to facilitate the repair of the Ant-Man barrier. I specifically asked Vice Dean Doris for it. Ivan replied. Teacher, you are really amazing, but it's a pity that I don't have much talent for enchanting, unlike my sister, who can inherit your enchanting knowledge. Rona said regretfully that she had chosen a more suitable medicine according to her talent. Nora took enchantment as an elective. Of course, both of them also took insect control. I can't do it. Everyone in the Academy knows that the instructor's enchantment talent is unique. I am far from the instructor. Seeing her sister say this, Nora waved her hand quickly. The instructor presided over the repair of the Ant-Man barrier. This was an unprecedented event and attracted special attention in the Academy. In addition, he had only trained to become a formal wizard in a short time. His legendary stories had been circulating among the apprentices, and they also knew that his enchantment talent was rare in the world. Nora and Rona were always very grateful and proud of such a great mentor. Looking at the twins who seemed to be flattering him, Ivan smiled. Mean, you should also learn from Rona and the others and not keep silent all day long. There was harmony over there. While Randall was satisfied, he looked at his disciple Mean, who had become silent beside him with a headache. Speaking of which, Mean's luck was a bit bad. He failed in the wizard promotion not long ago, and has not yet come out of the haze. Hearing his mentor's words, Mean just symbolically squeezed out a very reluctant smile. Randall wanted to say a few more words of comfort, but his feet moved suddenly. It wasn't his feet that moved, but the ground of the Twin Towers began to shake, as if an earthquake had come. It started. You should know that the area where our academy is located was originally a swamp, and there were water veins all over the ground. When the academy was established, the predecessors of the wizards used these deep underground water veins to connect the various areas of the Ant-Man Tideland. After many transformation steps, they created the famous Flash Vortex power. Others understood what Randall meant. The academy was connected to various places through water veins. When the power of the Flash Vortex was activated, it was natural to use the underground water veins, so that the power could be smoothly projected to various places in the Ant-Man Tideland, including the ocean. In fact, the ocean is where the power of the Flash Vortex mainly exerts its power. When the Mona Ant-Land Hut activated the power of the Flash Vortex, other academies of the Flash Vortex Alliance, Leah Singer Shelter, Torrent Twin Towers, and Black Reef Shelter, activated the power of their own academies one after another according to the distance. The power of the four major colleges' Flash Vortexes is surprisingly based on the Flash Vortex secret realm in the ocean as the intermediate node. After a while, all four Flash Vortex powers were transmitted to the isolated tower on the sea through the ocean current, and then transmitted into the Flash Vortex secret realm connected to the isolated tower. In just a few seconds, the Flash Vortex secret realm, like a big bubble on the sea, was filled with energy. Like kneading bubbles, the four powers from different colleges gradually turned into one, a heavier and deeper power. At the same time, at the edge of the range covered by the Flash Vortex Bay, there is an island, and the island is surrounded by ships that come to attack. The attacking team of the Mona Ant Hut is one of them. There are two giant sea beasts around the island, which are 10 times larger than the ships that came to attack. Once the ships get close, they will sneak out of the sea to attack, which makes people change color. In the team of the Mona Ant-Land Hut, the Chief Deacon Babat stared at the giant sea beasts under the sea, not daring to relax for a moment. Suddenly, he noticed an unusual movement in the ocean behind him, which made people feel that their skin was trembling and their ears were beginning to lose hearing. At first glance, it was obvious that a huge crisis was approaching. "It's coming." Seeing this scene, Babat was not afraid, but relieved, feeling relieved. This was obviously the power of the Academy's Flash Vortex. Their reinforcements had arrived. The next moment, the entire sea surface shook heavily, and a heavy force, like a mountain, flowed from below, aiming at the island accurately. What is this? Before the people of the Flash Vortex Alliance could be happy, they found that the island in front of them suddenly underwent strange changes, which made people have a bad premonition. The scenery of the island changed drastically, as if some kind of disguise had been removed. On the island, a number of stone tablets of different sizes appeared. The stone tablets were particularly conspicuous. Babat recognized them at a glance. They were the Twilight Stone tablets that had been stolen from the Academy. In addition to the stone tablets, many wizards appeared on the island. These wizards activated some kind of formation, causing the island to be covered by a special dim light. The dim light turned into an energy column that rushed straight into the sky along the stone tablets, faintly connecting to a wonderful place in the air. The power of the Flash Vortex drilled out of the sea water one step ahead and kept approaching. The direction of the power was obviously wrong. It seemed to deviate a few meters upwards, causing the power of the Flash Vortex to make a big turn along the formation light and be guided by the light column to hit the air. In an instant, a dark and lightless hole was hit, and there seemed to be a dark shadow moving in the depths of the hole. From the perspective of Babat and others, the hole seemed to have a breathtaking aura, and it was clearly a terrifying abyss well. Not good, it's the people of the Star Moon Alliance, they have a conspiracy, let's retreat. Seeing that the situation was not good, Babat and others immediately ordered to move away for a distance. Their decision was undoubtedly wise. When the ship had just evacuated a distance, a large amount of strange black light began to splash out from the black hole. A trace of black light fell on the sea surface, and the sea water was immediately petrified in a large area. The large patches of pale light appeared, and the wizards on the ship were stunned. If this fell on the ship, it would be a disaster. The next second, the ships of the four major academies evacuated even faster. Chapter 243. Under the influence of the indiscriminate splashing of the strange black light, the sea surface suffered, and the closer islands were not spared. Once the strange black light was contaminated, the vegetation on the island immediately turned into a white mass. The area near the Twilight Steel was not affected by the strange black light, but absorbed the falling alien power all at once and turned it into the power of the Twilight Steel itself. Roar! Angry beast roars came from the mouth of the black cave, and the roars were full of majesty and tyranny. There was an unknown beast hidden inside. Listening carefully, Doug could hear a hint of immaturity. What a son of Shadow, young but still a tyrant. Doug looked up with appreciation, gave a few instructions to his men beside him, and then he jumped up, and immediately a flying beast flew to his feet. The flying beast carried him towards the black cave entrance. A few seconds later, Doug stepped decisively into this place filled with horror. A lake that looked like black water appeared in front of him. He could see a small bronze square floating on the lake, with 10 bronze pillars standing around the square. Rune chains spread from the bronze pillars, and the rune chains bound a trap beast. At first glance, the trap beast looked like a 2-headed tiger lion carved from white stone, 1 tiger head and 1 lion head, both roaring at the uninvited guest, with wisps of black smoke emanating from it. Looking at the black and white scene in front of him, Doug frowned. It turns out to be a mixed blood, probably a product of the laboratory, with a portion of the blood essence of the Son of Shadow taken. Roar, you are a bastard wizard. Hearing his words, the shadow tiger lion was unhappy, and with its violent roar, the things in the entire space changed, and the waves in the black water lake surged, and a lot of black smoke came out from it. In the small square, both the bronze pillars and the rune chains showed pale mottled marks, which were obviously seriously damaged, and it was only now that it was truly revealed. Just a roar could cause such a commotion, and make the shadow energy unconsciously obey the command. This made Doug look at him with new eyes, and his eyes staring at the shadow tiger lion became pleasing to the eye. Miscellaneous wizard, what do you want to do? Facing the wizard's cold eyes, the shadow tiger lion instinctively shuddered. Let me think about it. Should I turn you into my puppet or my clone? Doug looked the shadow tiger lion up and down, muttering in a low voice. Don't even think about it, you bastard wizard. The shadow tiger lion suddenly felt a chill and struggled in the small square, making the rune chains that bound it jingle. Inspired by the call, the lake water rose and fell, black smoke rose, and suddenly turned into a violent storm, rushing towards Doug, who was lost in thought. Doug may not have noticed it for a moment, and only had time to show the protective shield formed by the solidified witchcraft, and was hit by this violent storm, knocking him and the flying beast back a distance. Roar or die, you bastard wizard. It's powerful, quite interesting. Faced with the continuous attacks, Doug was very calm, casting wind spells at will, blocking the approaching attacks one by one, and looking at the shadow tiger lion with more appreciation. As expected of a creature with the blood of the Son of Shadow, it is not easy to achieve this step in the early stage. When some creatures are born, they inherit the ancient and pure mythological bloodline, and they are born to be favored by the world's power, and are called Son of the World. The so-called children of shadows are creatures that are born with the favor of the power of the shadow world. Doug knew very well that the shadow tiger lion in front of him was not a real child of shadows, but it also inherited some of the abilities of the children of shadows. After proper training, it may eventually become a pure child of shadows. This kind of creature is rare. Thinking of this, he gradually became clear in his mind that a clone is better than a puppet. However, it is not an easy task to subdue this kind of creature that is born with the favor of heaven. Doug knew that he had to be prepared for a long stalemate, and also be prepared for someone with no eyes to find trouble. Mona Ant Farm Hut. When the Academy used the power of the Flash Vortex, everyone was paying attention to the progress of the matter. If there was any new information, it would be sent back to the Academy as soon as possible and reported to the top management. When the latest information came back, Doris and the others were a little dumbfounded. Only Chris Donald was different. He thought of what Ivan said not long ago, and he never thought that all of it was verified. Is this a guess or something else? It is really worth thinking about. What do you think? After a pause, Victor asked his attendants. There were only 6 people who came to activate the power of the Flash Vortex, 2 vice presidents and a deacon, plus their trusted people. Victor brought his junior Wayne. Just wait and see. The speaker was Chris Donner, who didn't want to argue with these people. Based on the current situation, the purpose of those people is very clear, which is to use our Flash Vortex power to unlock that unknown place. The purpose has been achieved. I don't think those people will target the college anymore. Many people stared at him blankly, especially Wayne. Thinking of the fact that the head deacon was on good terms with someone, he was thoughtful. That island is a bait? According to you, it's a good thing. Victor and Doris looked at each other. They couldn't believe that the other party's goal was just the power of the Flash Vortex. In this case, Dean Waken's injury would have no value. Thinking that they had been encouraging Dean Waken before, and due to some mistakes, the Dean was attacked and seriously injured, the two felt very uncomfortable. It sounds a bit unbelievable, but that's exactly what happened. Chris Donner said confidently, they want the power of the Flash Vortex, and now, with your persistence, those people have obtained the power of the Flash Vortex. As long as the college doesn't take the initiative to find trouble, they shouldn't do other meaningless things, and everyone can keep peace from now on. Deacon Chris Donner, please be careful. This is the decision of Dean Waken. Victor reminded in a deep voice. Chris Donner glanced at him coldly, and didn't refute this. As for who made the decision, he knew it very well in his heart, and it must have been the two vice deans. Doris, what do you think? As we all know, the Flash Vortex Bay is our territory, and the power of the Flash Vortex is also ours. That's right. Why don't we contact Barbat and Jansen first, and let them cooperate to use the Great Mirror spell to see what happened over there first? The two vice presidents have always cooperated tacitly. With the two of them agreeing, they decided to cast a special remote sensing spell and call other deacons to discuss the changes on the sea. After all, this area is their territory. A strange place has emerged on their territory. There must be something profitable in it, otherwise it would not attract the Star Moon Alliance to make all kinds of plans. How could the two not covet it? Chapter 244. Soon after being informed by the Shadow and servants, Ivan and other deacons hurried over. Everyone, the situation has changed. This is what happened. Doris briefly recounted the situation, and also explained the reason why she called a few people over. While she was talking, a large crystal ball was set up. Large mirror spell. With the joint efforts of the three wizards, a particle-like film condensed on the crystal ball. The length and width of the light film exceeded 3 meters, clearly showing the scenery on the other side. This is actually a battlefield spell that can show the battlefield situation in a live broadcast, but there is only a picture without sound, and it is a single picture. There are figures in the picture, which are Barbat and Jansen and his group. After a brief signal to the people here, the picture turned to the sea and the sky. The hole that looks like a well in the abyss appeared. Affected by the power escaping from it, the nearby sky became dark, giving people an ominous feeling. It can be expected that if it is under the influence of this alien power for a long time, many polluted creatures will definitely be born, bringing certain harm to the surrounding area. Of course, the focus is on the island and the unknown land. Unfortunately, there are people from the Star Moon Alliance guarding below, and the power of the strange black light makes people dare not approach easily. It is not difficult to see the thoughts of the two vice presidents, who just want to get involved and see if they can get something for free. Anyway, the college cannot ignore it. Deacon Chris Donner's words make sense. The situation is dangerous, and the Star Moon Alliance is powerful. We have the opportunity to stay out of it. Shouldn't we get involved in this matter again? This is our territory. How can we turn a blind eye to someone making trouble in our territory? If the two vice presidents don't like it, you might as well lead the team yourself. With your strength, you will definitely return with a full load. Are you rebelling? Don't think we don't know where some people in your family have gone. Those people are really rebellious. They actually left when the academy was most likely to be attacked. If not rebellion, then what is it? The words of the two vice presidents did not get many responses. The transfer of personnel by the three major families, and the use of the power of the Flash Vortex had already caused people to complain, and now people have even more opinions. Before Chris Donner made any move, someone else could not help but jump out. In this case, Chris Donner looked at the two men as if he were looking at two clowns, with a teasing expression, and basically no concealment. This made the two vice presidents very angry. Everyone, the matter has calmed down for the time being. I have to go back to repair the Ant-Man barrier. You can discuss it slowly. Deacon Ivan, the Ant-Man barrier is the most important. Just focus on the repair. We will notify you as soon as there is other news. Ivan was not interested in getting involved in this verbal confrontation. He had to continue repairing the Ant-Man barrier, and strive to build the Ant King Nirvana cocoon array as soon as possible. The two parties in the dispute had no objection to his decision. In this situation, no matter who was sent to explore, he would not be sent. The void manifestation was probably a place where treasures were hidden. Therefore, there were many wizards who were greedy. After hearing the roar of beasts coming from the mouth of the black hole from time to time, the sound of fighting, and the strange phenomena spreading outward from all around, after watching for a few days, someone finally couldn't hold back and began to take action against the island and the alien world. The battle broke out. The result was clear at a glance. 3 white human-shaped statues were added to the island. The lifelike fear on the statues' faces really frightened many people, and made them feel cold. This made many people restrain their inner greed, especially the other people in the Flash Vortex Academy, who were ready to make a move. In addition to the people in the Flash Vortex Alliance, with the promotion of some people with ulterior motives, the news about the strange land had spread from the Flash Vortex Alliance to the Half Moon Alliance, and then to the Highland Alliance, attracting some ambitious wizards to come. Some people also contacted the dean of their own academy, hoping that the powerful dean would come down from the sky and thwart the plan of the Star-Moon Alliance. During this period, the Mona Ant Land hut fell into a strange calm because it was not close to the scene of the incident. The dean came back secretly. Who? That night, Ivan, who had been busy all day, returned to the Twin Towers and suddenly heard the news reported by Zayi. He was stunned. Dean Waken, he quietly returned to the academy in the afternoon. Zayi repeated his words. Since the shadow and servants have a fixed image in the eyes of wizards, wizards are used to it and never think that they will leak secrets. Wizards rarely avoid them deliberately. Dean Waken is also such a wizard, and he leaked his whereabouts unknowingly. What is this guy doing back now? I don't know. I'm not asking you. Ivan looked a little gloomy and uncertain. He felt that the other party was coming for him, or more accurately, for the Ant King Nirvana cocoon that was about to take shape. Come to think of it, this is an opportunity to be promoted to a second-level wizard. How could the Waken family remain indifferent? How is Dean Waken? Is there any sign of injury? Yes. How did you know? Ivan looked at Zayi in surprise. He didn't expect Zayi to give a positive answer. After all, he was a second-level wizard. He looks very tired and gives people a very obvious sense of weakness. Zayi said truthfully, and then he told the situation seen by the ant guards. Without disguising himself, Mond Waken changed from his previous spirited appearance to a frail old man. Dean Waken is indeed quite old. It seems that Wizard Doug has been very ruthless this time and hurt his essence. Ivan thought about the dean's age and had a guess in his mind. But such a wizard is still a second-level wizard, and it is not something a first-level wizard can contend with, not to mention that the other party has so many people, and he is the dean of the Mona Ant Land hut. Leave it to me. Zayi volunteered. Let's talk about it later. Ivan waved his hand. A direct confrontation was unwise. This matter needed to be carefully considered. Fortunately, he had taken precautions from the beginning. He was not completely unprepared. Time passed like water. As the entire Flash Vortex Alliance became more and more precarious, the protective barriers of the Mona Ant Land hut were gradually improved, and finally a qualitative change occurred one day. Boom boom. On this day, the wizards only felt that the entire academy was moving. In fact, it was the Ant-Man barrier covering the sky above the campus that was creeping, and the old items on it also moved unprecedentedly, including bones, stumps, scales, feathers, stones, etc. Under the eyes of the wizards, the camp left by the Ant-Man began to renovate itself, which dazzled the people below. Deacon Ivan is amazing. Yes, what those families failed to do, Deacon Ivan did with one move, which is admirable. Amid the discussion and expectations of the crowd, the gap in the dome of the barrier shrank little by little, with the creeping of the soil, until the gap was filled again. The Ant-Man barrier shook, and a certain breath from ancient times flashed by. After a while, the breath on the entire barrier obviously rose to a higher level. It is not difficult to see that the Ant-Man barrier has been repaired and turned into a rare intermediate rune magic array, which made the people in the Mona Ant Land hut celebrate. Chapter 245. As one of the three major families that control the power of the Academy, the Waken family also occupies a large area. Unlike the castle of Lydia's family, the style of the Waken family's residence is more like an ancient garden tower. In the dense jungle full of mutated demonic plants, tower-shaped buildings quietly stand. Mond Waken is the dean, and lives in one of the three-story three towers, which is in a unique location. At this moment, in the simple and quaint reception room, Mond is lying on a recliner for a nap, with two shadow and servants serving on his left and right. After he noticed the movement of the Ant-Man barrier, and the reshaping of the defense force of the three towers, he stood up and walked to the window, looking out through the window. What a stunning and resolute junior, worthy of praise. Mond sighed, with a complex expression, with both admiration and indifference in his eyes. Only when talents are used for their own benefit can they be admired. And those who are ignorant are often buried in the dust of history. I wonder which kind of wizard Ivan is. Suddenly, the protective power in the living room became extremely heavy, which attracted Mond's attention. In his sight, a door opened out of thin air. Wizard Ivan, what are you trying to do? For the sudden change, Mond's expression remained calm. He walked closer with a cold face, and shouted into the door. Two shadow and servants followed him unconsciously. Dean Waken, please come in and have a chat. Ivan's voice sounded from inside the door. Hearing his words, Mond showed a playful smile on his face. As an old wizard, when he was wandering in the Moon Clamp Peninsula 300 years ago, He didn't even know where the other party was. This little trick, actually showing off in front of me, really ignorant. Mon stood there motionless, just wanting to taunt a few words, but there was an extremely unusual movement behind him, and danger had quietly arrived. Bang! A dark figure blatantly crashed into Mon standing in front of him, and both the speed and strength made Mon feel fierce. In a hurry, Mon had no way to avoid it, and could only cast the instant plant-based talent spell for defense. One side was a blatant sneak attack, and the other side was a hasty defense. The collision of the two sides knocked Mon headfirst into the door. The figure who launched the sneak attack also fled into it. In the blink of an eye, Mon came to a small space surrounded by gray. He looked back and saw that the door had closed. It was clearly a two-winged ant beast that attacked him. Wizard Ivan, what a good trick. You can even use the shadow and servants of the academy. Mon's face was livid. He remembered clearly that the position where the sneak attacker launched the attack was exactly where one of the shadow and servants stood. This shows that the shadow and servant has been replaced. The person who can do this must not only know about the shadow and servant, but there must be a deeper reason. Secondly, this two-winged ant beast has a breath similar to that of the shadow and servant, which he cannot ignore. A few tricks, not worth mentioning. Ivan's figure emerged, just a phantom transformed by energy particles. It is your reliance, a third-level creature? Do you know what you are doing? Mon's eyes were filled with anger, almost to the point of being unable to contain it. As the dean of the academy, a senior second-level wizard, he was actually attacked by a first-level wizard under his command. It was a great shame. I just want to use this to convince you. Has anyone ever told you that your way of convincing others is not correct? With my hard work, the Ant King Barrier Array has now been transformed into the Ant King Nirvana Cocoon Array, which has the effect of assisting the promotion of second-level wizards. I hope the Academy can fully support my promotion to a second-level wizard to reward me for my contribution in repairing the barrier. Ivan ignored the Dean's dissatisfaction and directly stated what he hoped to achieve. Earlier, when he realized that Dean Waken had returned to the Academy quietly, it was very likely that he was targeting him. Naturally, he would not wait for something to happen. After thinking about it, he decided to turn the passive situation into the active one. The first move is the strongest. As long as he can deal with Dean Waken, he will not care about others. After some careful arrangements, he got Dean Waken into this small space without anyone noticing. Wizard Ivan, don't you see that there are so many first-level wizards in the Academy? How long have you joined the Academy? How much have you done for the Academy? Why do you want such a precious opportunity? Zei, teach this guy a lesson and let him understand his situation. Seeing that Mon began to act like the Dean and tried to make excuses to cover up his own merits, Ivan was also a little annoyed and directly ordered Zei to take action to make someone sober up. Yes, sir. You are so presumptuous. Zei had been waiting for Ivan to say this. A layer of close-fitting rock armor was added to his dark body, protecting his body tightly. This was his special application of the ability Rock Manipulation. It immediately pounced on the enemy, and its speed was amazing. Thunder Fireball. Facing the attacking third-level creature, Mon calmly cast a fireball full of thunder, aiming at the two-winged ant beast and launching an attack. The marsh ant had its own countermeasures. The original light yellowish-brown lines on its body became vivid, emitting a wonderful light, which spread all around. This is its ability, Gravity Manipulation, which can increase or reduce gravity within a certain range at will. The speed of the marsh ant suddenly increased, but the fireball dropped half a gear. The speed increased and decreased, allowing the marsh ant to cleverly avoid the fireball. After the magic attack that was sure to win failed, Mon felt his body sink, and he had to face the approaching two-winged ant beast. Old man, let me loosen your bones for you. The ant probably didn't realize that it actually had a deep resentment towards the Mona ant hut, resenting that it had trapped it for so long. Due to the effect of the puppet heart, it could not show any disrespect to Ivan, and could only vent its resentment on others, such as Dean Waken in front of it. Bang bang. After the wizard was approached, the spells were not cast smoothly. Most wizards have good close combat ability, and Mond is the same, but compared with the third-level royal blood creature, the marsh ant has a big disadvantage. There are also inconveniences caused by the geographical environment. This caused Mond, a second-level wizard, to be at a disadvantage in the battle. Sure enough, the injury is serious, and the movements have become sluggish. Outside the small space, Ivan was originally ready to help, but after seeing the slightly crazy marsh ant suppressing Mond's attack, he gave up the idea of personally taking action. He just manipulated the power of the Ant-Man barrier to make the small space constantly transform into another form. In the small space, although Mond was furious, he did not lose his composure and kept looking for a chance to break out. After being at a disadvantage for a while, he finally found an opportunity, shook off the marsh ants and ran out of the small space. His momentum suddenly surpassed that of before, and he launched a more powerful attack. To his disappointment, the attack was like a drop in the ocean, with no effect at all. Not only that, after receiving the energy he brought, a strange force was fed back from the small space, drilling into his body uncontrollably, nourishing every inch of his flesh and blood. However, Mond was acutely aware of some changes in his body. "You can't run away, let's practice again. Asshole, when I get out of this, I will grind you to dust." The ants kept pestering him, so Mond had no time to sense the changes in his body, and could only avoid them. A minute or two later, Mond's face changed drastically. He felt that a small part of his strength was leaking out, including his mental strength and vitality, and he was being locked by something. For a person who was seriously injured and had not yet recovered, this was definitely adding insult to injury. Ant-Man altar? Mond looked to one side, and sure enough, the round altar that had remained silent was activated, and the golden lines on it were filled with light golden light. Different from what he remembered, there seemed to be an extra disc on the Ant-Man altar, and the disc was also engraved with magnificent rune lines. Something was wrong. The Ant-Man altar here was clearly just activated, so where did the power just now come from? Mond's face was so gloomy that it was about to drip with water. He found himself trapped in a cage, like a trapped prey, and there was a constant overflow of power, which forced him to think of the worst. "This time, I'm afraid I have to be a sacrifice. Dean Waken, we can talk peacefully now, right?" Ivan's voice sounded at the right time. Accompanying his voice, the ants stopped attacking and retreated to the side, and the power in Mond's body stopped flowing. "What do you want to do? Didn't I just say that I just want to borrow the Academy's protective formation to complete the promotion to the second-level wizard? I hope you can understand. I can promise you a second use." "Don't say that. That special power that assists in promotion needs to be accumulated slowly. After I use it once, I don't know when I can use it again." Ivan directly exposed his trick. In terms of understanding the Ant King's Nirvana cocoon formation, he believed that no one in the Academy could compare with him. Mond was completely helpless now. He didn't expect that the other party knew everything. What was even more difficult was that the power controlled by the other party was indeed qualified to have an equal dialogue with him. No, there was no reason for this wizard Ivan to know, unless he joined other organizations outside the Moon Clamp Peninsula without the knowledge of the Mona Ant Hut. "Wizard Ivan, I only have one question for you, and I hope you can answer it truthfully. Have you joined the Star Moon Alliance?" After a pause, Mond asked in a deep voice. "No." "Did you betray my whereabouts to the Star Moon Alliance last time?" "No." "Impossible. Then how do you know the name of the Ant King Nirvana Cocoon Array, and where did you get the Rune Wizard Array drawings? You clearly betrayed the Mona Ant Land Hut, right or not?" Mond has been the dean of the Academy for so many years, and even though he was imprisoned, he did not become timid, but instead questioned without hesitation. "Dean Waken, do you really need to know?" Ivan stared at him fiercely. "Even if I risk my life, I will not let a traitor succeed, so as not to tarnish the reputation of the Academy for thousands of years." Mond straightened his body and argued. "Wizard Ivan, why don't you let me teach this old guy a lesson again, so that he can understand his current situation more deeply?" Zayi suggested maliciously. Inside and outside the small space, the atmosphere became anxious for a while, as if it was the prelude to a storm. Chapter 246. Any wizard should not be underestimated, let alone a senior second-level wizard, and the dean of the Mona Ant Farm. If such a person fights to the death, it is very exciting. Ivan thought again, and felt that he should not let this happen, lest the other party really fight to the death. Don't mention the 1,000-year reputation. The Academy doesn't have such a thing. As for the origin of the blueprint, it doesn't matter if I tell you. I want to see how you can quibble. Mond sneered. "Doug Boyden, do you know?" Ivan asked. "You said you didn't join the Star Moon Alliance, and you said you didn't betray me. It was this bastard who attacked me and caused me to be in such a bad situation now." Hearing this name, Mond's face could no longer hold back. "Doug Boyden and I have never met or contacted each other, and it is even more impossible for me to reveal your whereabouts to him, whether you believe it or not." "Then why do you mention this person?" "It's simple. We should be members of the same organization, but our status is equal. There is no one higher or lower. Therefore, I don't need to bother to curry favor with him, and it is even more impossible for me to lower my status and join the Star Moon Alliance he created," Ivan said calmly. This undoubtedly made Mond freeze. He never thought that he would see another madman from Archibald's spear. How could this man be a madman? Yes, he dared to plot against a second-level wizard as a first-level wizard, and the person imprisoned was the dean of the academy, a person who could command the support of hundreds of people. This man had no awe at all, so what else could he be but a madman? I remember that you came from Tidal Island, and then joined the Mona Ant Hut, and became a formal wizard in the Mona Ant Hut. How did you join that organization? It's very simple. Someone recommended me to join, because I have good enchantment skills. The masked wizard you mentioned? After the mental struggle just now, Mond had lost his momentum just now. Thinking of the other party's extraordinary enchantment level, he couldn't help but believe the other party's words. It's normal for wizards with outstanding talents to be favored by others. Sure enough, Ivan also answered truthfully. Forget it. Mond smiled bitterly, and then said resignedly, do whatever you want. I promise in the name of the Mother of the Earth that I will never trip you up. I just hope that after you become a second-level wizard, you can leave a way out for the Waken family. Nowadays, the situation in the Mu Clamp Peninsula is becoming more and more chaotic. Having someone from Archibald's spear in the academy may be a way out. Please rest assured, Dean. As long as you stay here for a while, I promise not to do anything extra until you become a second-level wizard. Ivan was happy with this, and said solemnly. The relationship between the two was not good. After reaching a preliminary agreement, Ivan took away the ants and a letter from Dean Waken. He has mobilized the power of 3 Ant-Man altars to seal the small space. It is a foolish dream for Mond to escape without disturbing him. If the other party dares to break his promise, he will definitely not be polite next time, even if it means a fight to the death. Ah! In the small space, only Mond's Sai remained. The reason why he compromised was that the spear of Archibald really made people hate and fear him. However, how could such a powerful organization always make things difficult for a small second-level wizard like him? Inside the academy, after Ivan walked out of the core Black Tower, he was surrounded by many wizards, and voices of praise and congratulations rang out one after another. The Ant King barrier array is already an intermediate rune wizard array, but the operation of the array cannot reach the smooth and satisfactory level for the time being. It takes some time to fine-tune it, and there may be some aftereffects. These aftereffects will not affect everyone's normal life, so please be sure to relax. Ivan raised his hand, and when everyone quieted down, he emphasized. Deacon Ivan, you are too polite. You are doing your best for the academy. No one will care if it really causes any impact. That's right. We can't help much, but we will definitely not be a drag. He made great contributions to the academy, and was recognized by many wizards. His words were immediately echoed by the wizards present, and they gave strong assurances one by one. Seeing this, Ivan was relieved. If there were any unusual movements in the future, everyone would think that the formation was being fine-tuned. After chatting with everyone for a while, he returned to the Twin Towers. On the other side, Deacon Alfu saw the letter left by Dean Waken. Although she was a little surprised by his sudden departure, she didn't think much about it because the aura and handwriting were the same. Twin Towers. Ivan rested well for 3 days, and while recuperating, he constantly examined himself to see if there were any omissions. Unlike the promotion to the first-level wizard, there is no specific comparison standard for the success rate of the second level this time. This actually comes down to the wizard's practice. The higher the wizard's strength, the more different they are in terms of talent, meditation, spells, and ways to improve their strength. Wizards have gradually become unique individuals, and there are obvious differences between wizards. This leads to the fact that the promotion methods used by others can often only be used as a reference, and more often the wizards need to explore on their own. Chief Naniel is far-sighted, and the method he recommends is naturally not ordinary. The Academy has not used the ant barrier for promotion for a long time, and has accumulated a lot of special energy, so there is no need to worry about this. This solidified spell, Candle Flame, is a spell inherited from the Blackbeard music. I started to comprehend it when my mental power reached 80. I have already mastered it, and there will be no problem. The Black Magic Wind and Fire Array is a backup. When the time comes, you can directly activate the Black Magic Wind and Fire beads to ensure that support can be provided at any time. There is no shortage of auxiliary potions that may be used, and there are also Light of Wisdom and Light of Great Wisdom as backups. All kinds of preparations have surpassed many people. Ivan sorted it out again, and his heart gradually became calmer and calmer. He asked himself that he had made all the preparations, and was just waiting for the moment of promotion. After thinking for a while, he asked Randall and Gina to come. Soon, the two came to the Twin Towers as asked. "You are here, Mentor, junior sister Gina. Ivan, Is there anything urgent to tell you? Seeing his solemn expression, Randall knew that something must be happening, and asked immediately. Yes, I want to announce something to you. I will start to be promoted to the second-level wizard soon, and it will last for a week at most. Ivan nodded heavily, and told him about his promotion to the second level. Randall and Gina were stunned after hearing this. They both suspected that they had heard wrongly. They looked at each other, and confirmed that there was nothing wrong with their ears. Brother Ivan, are you serious? Gina's throat moved unconsciously, and she swallowed a mouthful of saliva without knowing it. What nonsense are you talking about? How could Ivan joke about such a thing? Randall quickly regained his composure and said to his disciple, Ivan, if you have any instructions, just tell me. Gina, and I will do our best to do it. Yes, you say it. Gina nodded. Seeing that the two did not ask questions but acted as if they were letting him do whatever he wanted, Ivan smiled brightly and gave a few instructions immediately. Chapter 247. Mona Ant Hut, Protective Barrier was promoted to Intermediate Rune Wizardry. Several days have passed, but the wizards have not stopped discussing this matter, especially the protagonist of the incident, Ivan. Some people say that he has made great contributions, and his enchantment attainments are beyond reach, and the Academy will definitely respect him. Others say that the Academy is likely to abandon him, and the Lydia family will never allow power to fall into the hands of others. Quite a number of people tend to the latter, believing that as time goes by, this wizard Ivan may be targeted and framed, or even die without any signs, just like some wizards who appeared in the Academy in the past. That's roughly what everyone is saying. If it weren't for the presence of the three major families, Wizard Ivan would have won a lot of support this time. Unfortunately, everyone's admiration is only verbal now. In the hunting team, Andaya was talking to Chris Donner in a low voice, and the topic was still about Wizard Ivan, who was the hottest recently. These people probably don't know that Ivan is no longer just a wizard in the Mona Ant Land Hut. If the Lydia family wants to play any tricks, they also need this ability. If they are not careful, it will implicate everyone in the Academy. Chris Donald said in a complicated tone. Isn't it confirmed? Why should such a thing be confirmed? It is clear which one is more beneficial to his development, the Mona Ant Land Hut or the Star Moon Alliance. Even if he doesn't join now, someone will force him to lean towards that side in the future. After these words came out, the two of them couldn't help but fall into a brief silence. For Chris Donald, he not only lost a trustworthy ally, but also made him waver in his previous persistence. Has the Academy made a new decision about the unknown land on the sea? Seeing that he was a little discouraged, Andaya hurriedly changed the subject. Those two people were really stupid. They kept shouting that they would send people to investigate, but suddenly changed their minds and ordered Barbat and others to come back. Later I found out that it was Deaconoff who came back. I wonder how Dean Waken is doing. Deaconoff can return, the situation should be better. I just hope he won't be like those two idiots and blindly plan to go to the unknown land. Chris Donner had no good feelings towards the people of the three major families, even if the other party was the dean of the Academy. In his opinion, these people were birds of a feather, and he couldn't help but worry about the future of the Academy. Perhaps the choice of Wizard Ivan was the right one. Andaya nodded slightly to show his approval. Like the two of them, such discussions have occurred among many wizards in recent days. But no one knew that Ivan, who was in the limelight, had done a big thing, and was now busy doing another big thing. Ant-Man's secret library. Ivan quietly entered the secret space, accompanied by the Queen Silkworm and the Marsh Ant. Now, the square has been tidied up, and the discarded beast eggs have been cleared, leaving only a few beast eggs in a corner. In fact, these are also dead eggs, with only a weak vitality. For the sake of the Marsh Ant, Ivan did not treat them as waste. In the center of the square, there is a disc with a diameter of nearly 5 meters. The edges of the disc are rolled up, making the whole disc look like an alternative Lotus platform. This is the array platform that carries one of the rune beams of the Ant King's Nirvana Cocoon Array. Big Black, you have been here for so long, and you don't even have a companion to talk to. Don't you feel bored? The Queen Silkworm looked around and said jokingly. It's not boring. It's very low when it's not hatched. The Marsh Ant shook its head. That's right. If it weren't for Wizard Ivan, you probably wouldn't have had a chance to hatch in your life. The Queen Silkworm agreed. Seeing what it wanted to say, she continued to explain. Don't forget, if Ivan didn't help, Chris Donner wouldn't have been able to find the Ant-Man altar, let alone offer his power to you. The Marsh Ant was speechless. Come to think of it, it's right. If the other people in the Mona Ant Land Hut were really capable, it wouldn't have wasted so many years in the beast egg until recently, when it was forced to break out of the shell. The Queen of Silkworms wanted to say something, but Ivan, who was checking the array, waved at her. "Why are you so active today?" "I'm happy. When you become a level 2 wizard, we can walk sideways in the Moon Clamp Peninsula," the Queen of Silkworm said truthfully. "That's right. Remember to keep quiet later." Ivan smiled. Hee, don't worry. I bring Big Black to support you. Even if the Dean wants to make trouble, he must step over us," the Silkworm Queen assured without hesitation. After a careful inspection, Ivan specifically designated guarding positions for the Silkworm Queen and the marsh ants, and he came to the center of the square, entered the lotus platform and sat down. He drank a potion to maintain his physical strength and vitality. Ant King Nirvana Cocoon Formation. Cocoon refers to the entire Ant-Man barrier, and Nirvana is the special effect of the formation that can assist in promotion. Success or failure will be decided in one fell swoop. When the potion took effect, Ivan gathered all his other miscellaneous thoughts, closed his eyes, and became calm. Everything is ready. The next moment, the Ant King's rebirth cocoon formation was activated. In the Ant-Man barrier, a trace of long-cultivated ancient aura was drawn out from various places and gathered towards the Ant-Man's secret library. At the same time, it underwent a certain transformation through the formation, transforming into a kind of rebirth power. Finally, it fell into Ivan's body along the rune line. Ivan truly felt that the so-called rebirth was a baptism of life evolution. Both his mental power and vitality became extremely active in an instant, and prompted him to evolve to a higher level. This was a wonderful state. He felt that being promoted to a second-level wizard had become a natural thing. Based on this, Ivan quickly sank his mind into the spiritual ocean, and his mental power quickly condensed into 31st-level meditation runes. All the meditation runes vibrated violently, and the power generated rushed to the surroundings, issuing a clear challenge to the unknown imprisonment force. This action was immediately responded to. The surroundings suddenly changed color, and a layer of darkness that could swallow any light enveloped everything, bringing endless dullness and depression. He seemed to have angered a certain god. The divine punishment came immediately, and the suffocating pressure enveloped him, as if trying to bend his upright body. In addition, he could clearly sense that invisible thorns were tearing his skin, muscles, internal organs, etc., all of which tortured his body and mind. Ivan knew that this was the backlash caused by trying to break the confinement, and it was also a test of the spirit and elements. This was nothing, the test had just started. He ignored the backlash, and began to construct the Candle Flame spell model. Candle Flame would become the second solidified witchcraft. This is a second-level attack spell. He has simulated it countless times in the past days, and is familiar with it. This is just the first time he has used it in this environment. It's no big deal. Unlike the first-level promotion, Ivan did not lose the sense of his body at this time. Feeling the continuous power of Nirvana and his own state, he couldn't help but smile knowingly. Chapter 248. Mona Ant Hut. On this day, a wizard discovered that the ant barrier was running slowly, and there was a strange sense of oppression coming from it, which made people feel a little uncomfortable. By the way, Deacon Ivan once told people that the ant barrier is not running smoothly yet, and it will take some time to adjust slowly. It is really lucky for the Mona Ant Hut to have a wizard like Deacon Ivan. Many wizards just frowned slightly at the sudden movement, and then they were relieved. As some people said, although they can't help much, they can't make trouble either. Twin Towers. Randall and Gina have been guarding here in the expanded protection room in the tower for the past few days. Let's start, Gina said with a nervous look on her face. Trust Ivan, he never does anything he is not sure of, Randall said with certainty. Yeah, I believe in senior brother Ivan, he will definitely become a second-level wizard. Gina nodded heavily, with a resolute look in her eyes. The reason why the two appeared here was just because Ivan was just in case some people were blind and suddenly made trouble from the core Black Tower, then Randall and the others would need to lend a hand and delay for a while. This move was somewhat against the rules of the Academy. After listening to Ivan's explanation, the two agreed without much consideration and stood firmly on his side. Time passed little by little, and the things that Ivan and the two worried about did not happen. In fact, no matter whether some people admit it or not, Ivan's enchantment attainments are worthy of being the first in the Academy. When it comes to enchantment, what he said is undoubtedly convincing. He previously stated that the Ant-Man barrier needed to be fine-tuned, and Doris and Victor didn't doubt it, let alone associate it with the promotion of the second-level wizard. At this time, naturally no one tried to stop him. At the same time, Dean Waken also noticed the changes in the Ant-Man barrier. Because the small space was closer, he felt it more clearly. He had started to be promoted. Dean Waken looked up at a certain place above, and the light in his eyes changed. To be honest, being tricked by a younger wizard and trapped in a cage, like a prey to be slaughtered, was a lifelong shame for him. In the past few days, he regretted many times in his heart and had many thoughts. At this moment, his thoughts were particularly strong, and the power in his body could not stop surging. Ah, forget it, he is a wizard from the Mona Ant Hut after all, and he should remember the old friendship. With a dejected sigh, Dean Waken seemed to be deflated, no longer staring at the top, and turned to sit on the ground. After seeing the opponent's strength and talent, and feeling the power of Archibald's spear, he really didn't dare to gamble everything, so it was better to do nothing and wait for the result of the matter. Ant-Man's Secret Vault. Ivan had no extra thoughts to pay attention to others, as he had reached the critical moment of promotion to level 2. In his spiritual ocean, the oppression from the surroundings had increased several times, and the elemental backlash was the same. In addition to the invisible thorns, there was also an invisible flame. The thorns were tearing at him, and the flames were burning him. In this tormenting situation, his mind was still extremely calm, and he systematically transformed the spiritual power that had been fused with the plant element crystals, turning it towards the fire system. In fact, wizards usually have two choices when solidifying the second spell. One is to deepen the original element system, and choose a spell of the same element system to solidify, such as Ivan's plant system. The other is to choose a different element system, and the second spell must complement the first solidified spell. As for the difficulty of promotion, it can only be said that each has its own advantages and disadvantages. Ivan followed the path of Blackbeard movement and chose Candle Flame, which complements the Flower and Wood Shield. Like the Flower and Wood Shield, Candle Flame is closely related to insects, and it also needs to absorb a certain amount of insect breath when constructing it. With the Silkworm Queen and the swamp ants under his seat, he would not lack the corresponding insect aura. Moreover, he could faintly feel that the strange power of Nirvana also involved the aura of insects, and it was an extremely ancient and advanced aura. This made him feel as if he was assisted by God when he constructed the Candle Flame technique. The flame is burning, but it is also promoting the transformation of mental power. It is a test and a help. Life is really amazing. Ivan secretly praised, and steadily watched a complex maze-like three-dimensional model quickly take shape. In the spiritual ocean, a preliminary and complete second-level spell model emerged. In an instant, the spiritual power on the model turned into liquid. As he adjusted and improved it more deeply, the spiritual power that constituted the spell model began to crystallize, like broken ice skin mixed in water, dazzling. I don't know how long it took. The second-level spell model was completely crystallized, exuding a unique charm. Hello, second-level wizard, Ivan Marichatin. Ivan only felt that the pressure on his whole body was gone, and the rain fell all around. The originally dry spiritual power recovered at an incredible speed, and filled the empty ocean after 2 or 3 seconds. He felt that he was extremely powerful, so powerful that he could defeat everything. Of course, he also knew in his heart that this was an illusion caused by a significant increase in strength, wonderful but unreal. Ivan suppressed the illusion in his heart, opened his eyes, and looked around. He saw that there were a lot of insect patterns on his body, concentrated on the back of his neck and back, as if covered with a layer of shell. His hair turned all black, and occasionally shook unconsciously, and began to approach those thin insect tentacles. This is actually a side effect of practicing Blackbeard music. He didn't care too much. This is a problem that every insect controller needs to face. TSK, there is still some remaining power of Nirvana. Should I take this opportunity to upgrade from a ground knight to a flying knight? Ivan also noticed that the formation was still transmitting Nirvana power, but it was much weaker than before. According to his estimation, there is a certain possibility that his knight cultivation will be further improved and break through to the legendary flying knight stage. Then, his eyes fell on the Silkworm Queen, who wanted to get closer but didn't dare to get closer. Seeing the Silkworm Queen's envious look, he made a decision in his heart. Silkworm Queen, come here quickly, I give you a good fortune. But this is yours. Ivan ignored its entanglement, reached out, pulled the Silkworm Queen over, replaced himself, and fell on the still-moving lotus platform, and pressed it on it. The power of rebirth rushed to the Silkworm Queen, letting it permeate the baptism of ancient power, and life began to slowly climb to a higher level. Ivan was not completely taking care of the Silkworm Queen. From a ground knight to a flying knight, he needed to comprehend the breadth of the sky. If he accepted the remaining Nirvana power, he might not be able to break through, and it would aggravate the insect transformation effect, which was not worth the loss. The Silkworm Queen was an insect, so naturally she had no concerns in this regard. On the contrary, she was more compatible with the Nirvana power than he was. Chapter 249. In the teaching area, in the wide open space in front of the teaching building, a large number of people gathered, which was rare. There were wizards who were rarely seen on weekdays, and apprentices who were busy earning credits. Everyone in the academy was present. The team was divided into 6 groups, and they stood separately according to the cultivation group, enchantment group, potion group, picket team, patrol team, and hunting team. The teams were clearly separated. What's going on? Why is the academy making such a big fuss this time? I haven't heard of it. I haven't seen such a gathering since I entered the Mona Antland hut. Are they going to go to war with other forces? I hope not. The wizards were in front of the team, and many of them couldn't help asking the people next to them, but everyone was confused and didn't know what happened. The apprentices who were summoned to the back of the team knew nothing and didn't dare to discuss anything. After a while, 2 vice presidents and 4 deacons appeared together, but none of them climbed onto the high platform in front of the teaching building, but stood below the stage. It can be seen that a deacon had a strange look on his face. As we all know, the most important people usually appear at the end. Quiet, Deacon Alf said softly. Everyone stopped talking at the right time and stared at the front quietly. In the sight of everyone, 2 figures flashed to the high platform. The people below looked carefully, and many wizards recognized them. One was Dean Waken, and the other was Wizard Ivan. Wise wizards, diligent and studious apprentices, it's been a long time since we last met. Your Dean is back. Dean Waken, welcome back. We extend our sincere greetings to you. Looking at the old man with a mustache on the stage, the wizards below did not dare to neglect him and greeted him immediately. The apprentices behind followed suit, and the scene was quite spectacular. Ha ha ha, no need to be polite. Thanks to your day and night protection, the academy has always maintained its former glory. It makes me, an old man, feel at home when I come back. Thank you for your hard work, Dean Waken said with a smile. After a pause of 1 or 2 seconds, he announced directly, I want to share a good news with everyone. Recently, we have a 2nd-level wizard in our Mona Ant Farm hut. Many wizards' pupils shrank slightly, and their eyes unconsciously fell on another figure on the stage. An idea that made people unbelievable, but had to believe came to their mind. In the land of Mooklamp Peninsula, resources and opportunities have always been scarce. Only 1 in 100 people can embark on the path of wizards. Even so, there are at least tens of thousands of apprentices. Among these apprentices, only thousands of people can become formal wizards. And those who can go further and become 2nd-level wizards are very rare, and it is rare to see them once in 100 years. Unexpectedly, someone suddenly appeared in front of them, and it was a person that everyone was familiar with. You guessed right, he is the wizard Evan Marichatin. Let us cheer for the new 2nd-level wizard Marichatin. After hearing Dean Waken's personal confirmation, the audience had different reactions. Some cheered for the newly promoted 2nd-level wizard, some pinched their thighs quietly and still refused to believe it, and some started thinking about how to curry favor with him. In addition, I will announce another appointment. From today on, Ivan Marichatin will become the 2nd dean of the academy, directly in charge of the enchantment group and the patrol team. The affairs of these 2 departments will be decided by Dean Marichatin, and no one else can disobey. When this appointment came out, many wizards couldn't help but set off a huge wave in their hearts, secretly saying that the world has changed. You know, the enchantment group has always been the territory of the Lydia family, and the patrol team is nominally under the management of the chief deacon, James, but in fact it includes a large number of people who have defected to the 3 major families. Even James's position is very vague. Now, the 2 departments are in charge of a 2nd-level wizard. It is conceivable that there will be absolutely no room for the 3 major families to intervene in the future. This is not a change of the world. Many wizards look between the 2 people on the stage, hoping to see a clue. Why did Dean Waken give so much power to the wizard Marichatin? No, it should be Dean Marichatin. Some people looked at Doris and James with strange expressions, but although their faces were a little bad, they did not say anything to refute, not even a word. Meet Dean Marichatin. Like other wizards, Doris and James greeted the new dean again, without any disrespect. As the 2nd dean in sequence, Ivan said a few polite words to the people below, and then announced that this gathering had come to a successful conclusion, and left first with Dean Waken. After the crowd dispersed, the impact of the rally had just begun to ferment, making many people feel like they had to speak out. The hunting team, Chris Donner hurriedly returned to his territory, and many wizards followed him, including Andiah and his apprentice. The change of power in the academy naturally had a great impact on the hunting team, making people feel a little at a loss. Seeing that Chris Donner had no intention of calling people to discuss, everyone looked at each other, and in the end, Andaya had to go into the office to find out. "Deacon, are you okay?" "What could it be?" "I have to thank Dean Merichatton for not liking our hunting team, otherwise I would not be the head deacon." "Don't say that. Our relationship with the new dean has always been good. He has no reason to target the hunting team. Isn't his choice to intervene in the patrol team the best proof? As far as I know, Wizard Ivan is a man who cherishes old times." After listening to Andaya's analysis, Chris Donner nodded slightly, which was considered to be his approval of these words. However, Chris Donner still felt a little uncomfortable. There were some questions that he really couldn't figure out. "Let me ask you a question. Do you think he became a second-level wizard by using the Ant-Man altar, or borrowing the power of the Moonstar Alliance?" Andaya was silent. She had no answer in her heart. "Hey! How could he have achieved what I have been pursuing for decades in a flash, right under the noses of all of us? Why? I admit that my enchantment attainments are not as good as his, but hey, I'm not bad, right? Andaya. As for the shock Ivan received from becoming a second-level wizard and dean of the academy, and seizing power in 2 departments, Chris Donald was definitely the first. Of course not, you are a wizard with extraordinary talent and knowledge, and the most intelligent wizard in my mind." Andaya replied softly but firmly. Thank you for your affirmation." Chris Donner was stunned for a moment, and his expression became brighter when he felt the tenderness and worry in her eyes. The two looked at each other, and a different feeling spread. This made Andaya particularly intoxicated, thinking that this person finally responded to her. Before she could be intoxicated for long, she heard Chris Donner's question, "Do you have any good suggestions? We are allies with Dean Merichatton, and we respect strength. Now we can legitimately approach him, so that the power of the academy will tend to be balanced, which will benefit everyone more than harm." Andaya is not a person who only cares about love, and immediately gave pertinent advice. Putting aside the past, accepting the protection of the new dean will definitely be a good choice. Chris Donner fell into thought, and soon, he agreed with a complicated expression. The appearance of the new second-level wizard, not to mention the wizard's interests, it is difficult for the apprentices to remain calm, especially those who are familiar with Ivan. Living area, a student dormitory. As apprentices who came from the same tidal island and joined the academy at the same time, Conley, Maylee, Ed and others have always maintained close contact and formed a relatively united small group among the apprentices. He is a first-level wizard, and we are apprentices. He became a second-level wizard, and we are still apprentices. Several people were silent for a moment, and Prince Conley said something with emotion. From apprentice to formal wizard, some people easily made the step, while others seemed to be climbing a natural chasm, and the majority of people climbed the natural chasm. So far, several people from Tidal Island are still lingering in the apprenticeship period, and so is Conley, who has a 4th-level talent. In fact, Conley failed to be promoted the last time. Others are not as talented as him, and under his influence, they dare not take that step. However, the former companions have become high and mighty, which makes several people feel at a loss while sighing. They can't help but think that everyone came to the academy by boat, and some people seem to have no difficulties and are making rapid progress, while they are facing obstacles step by step, and there are obstacles that they dare not cross, which is really puzzling. He's different from us. Ed shook his head after hearing Conley's words. Yes, he's different from us. Maylee agreed. Others nodded in agreement, either quickly or slowly, as if only in this way could they resolve the confusion in their hearts and avoid making wrong judgments and making mistakes. Maylee, you are from the patrol team, and you are considered one of his subordinates. You can actually find an opportunity to visit him and ask him for some advice. Conley suddenly made a suggestion. In the same academy, if there is no master-apprentice relationship, it is actually difficult for wizards and apprentices to have intersections. They haven't seen Ivan for several years. Not right. It was okay before when he was a first-level wizard, but now, the gap is too big. Maylee thought about it and rejected it without hesitation. However, there is one person who can be contacted. After all, we are all from Tidal Island. Are you talking about that Lady Giuseppe? Conley immediately guessed who it was. That's right. Good idea. You are all from Flying Fish Harbor. You must have a lot to talk about. Thinking of the woman named Giuseppe, Conley and his friends felt a little regretful. She only had second-class talent and a weak personality. It can be said that she had no hope of becoming a formal wizard, so they did not deliberately make friends with her. Who would have thought that she had such a keen eye and directly selected a person with great potential and followed him to the Wizard Academy from afar? Now, The man she chose has become one of the most important figures in Yuequan Peninsula. His status has naturally risen, and he has become the object that many people want to curry favor with. This is really unpredictable. Chapter 250. At the entrance of the Twin Towers, several wizards from the hunting team walked out. Dean Marichatin, please stay. If you have any instructions in the future, just send a shadow and servant to inform me. Our hunting team will never be vague in doing things. I remember this, Deacon Chris Donner. On this day, Chris Donner came to visit with Endia and Walban. As Ivan's strength increased to level 2, the old grudges seemed to have never appeared, and both sides tacitly ignored them. Ivan knew very well that Chris Donner came here to express his opinion, or to take sides, and from then on, the hunting team was considered his sphere of influence. He actually expected this. After all, Chris Donner was a smart man, and smart people would do smart things. In this way, the power structure within the academy became much more stable, unlike the previous 3 major families that dominated on one side, allowing them to act recklessly. If you don't want to make a big fuss within the academy, the current power structure is the best choice. Whether before or after becoming a 2nd-level wizard, Ivan had never thought of going all out with the 3 major families. The current situation was naturally the result of his negotiation with Mond Waken. Originally, Mond wanted to abdicate and give up the position of Dean of the Mona Ant Land Hut. Regardless of whether the other party was sincere or false, Ivan did not agree. Instead, after some discussion, he became the 2nd Dean of the Academy. In terms of power, he did not lose much to Mond. In terms of residence, according to Mond's proposal, he could change to other residences, or he could start from the Twin Towers and expand to the surrounding areas at will. If there is not enough space, you can also find a way to move other people's towers. In a word, as the Dean of the Academy, his residence must not be too shabby, otherwise it will lose the face of Mona Ant Land Hut and make people laugh at the Academy. Ivan himself has not yet made a clear idea, and the original Twin Towers are still his current residence. Now, Mond is like a leader who is about to retire, and has become easy to talk to. The only thing that makes him feel awkward is the shadow and servant. After listening to Ivan's explanation, he smiled bitterly, and said that he didn't know what to do. The shadow and servants have penetrated into every aspect of the Academy, and have become an important part of the Mona Ant Hut. It is indeed difficult to replace them in a short period of time. Let Dean Waken think about this matter. The 100-year contract has finally been cancelled. Now I can be called a free man, and don't have to limit my travel to the Moonclamp Peninsula. After Ivan successfully promoted to a 2nd-level wizard, he didn't even say anything. Mond, as the Dean, cancelled the 100-year contract with him and replaced it with the current Dean's contract, which has no binding force. After he got out of the cage, he felt unprecedentedly relaxed. Strength 14.9, Agility 14.9, Constitution 15.1, Spirit 104.2. Ivan's eyes flickered, and the attribute panel emerged clearly. Thanks to the special nature of the power of Nirvana, his physical strength did not weaken during his promotion to level 2 this time, but increased by about 1 scale. It is not difficult to see that his body has risen to the peak of the Earth Knight stage. The most significant change is of course the mental strength, which has crossed a big threshold from 80 scales to 104.2 scales, an increase of 24.2 scales. Such a growth rate is not small. In contrast, it also caused a period of mental fatigue, which would last for about 1 to 2 years, similar to the 1st-level promotion. In theory, the lifespan of a 2nd-level wizard can be as long as 400 years. A mere 1 or 2 years of fatigue is nothing. I am still very young. One thing leads to another. With stronger strength and higher realm, I have a deeper understanding of previous subject knowledge. Ivan's attention then shifted to the academic master panel, where the status of each subject was clearly revealed. This time, many subjects rose with a change in strength, and all had a certain increase in experience value. Among them, meditation was upgraded to a level 6 subject. Linguistics was upgraded to a level 4 subject. He naturally gained something. So far, there are Light of Wisdom on the panel, 1 level 6 and 2 level 8, Light of Great Wisdom, 1 level 4 and 3 level 7, and the foundation is still rich. Compared with the Realm of Strength, the level 4 subject corresponds to the level 1 strength, and the level 7 subject corresponds to the level 2 strength. Only the level 8 enchantment, rune, night breathing, and level 7 pharmacy have kept up with the pace of strength. The other subjects are far behind, and there is still a long way to go. He sighed inexplicably, and his thoughts came to the solidification witchcraft. The 2nd solidification witchcraft, Candle Flame, A gray-green flame full of insect poison smoke can burn things full of vitality, including life force, consumption, 5 scales of mental power, 5 scales of mana, casting time, in an instant. From the perspective of human aesthetics, candle flame is not a good thing at first glance, and should be classified as an evil spell. As a wizard, Ivan naturally doesn't care about this. What he cares about is the attack strength of candle flame. A random attack can reach about 50 scales, which is equivalent to instant casting. The consumption is extremely low, only 1/3 or even 1/4 of the normal second-level spell, which can undoubtedly greatly increase his combat ability. However, this spell has a drawback. According to the records in the Blackbeard music, the candle flame technique cannot burn the vitality of most insects. The more advanced the Blackbeard music is, the more you can detect the strangeness in it. I wonder what the 4th level of meditation is like. Thinking of this, Ivan suddenly remembered what his mentor said. There is a special insect controller organization somewhere else, and there is a complete version of the Blackbeard music. I must find an opportunity to find out in the future. His Blackbeard music originated from the Academy, and there are only 3 levels in total. The first level is the basic chapter of the apprenticeship period. The second level is called Breath of Flowers, which is equipped with the spells Flower and Tree Shield and Insect Silence. The third level is called Breath of Candles, which also has supporting spells, Candle Flame and Insect Shedding. Insect Shedding is a special healing spell, which needs to be used with Candle Flame, using Candle Flame to burn oneself, so as to achieve the effect of healing injuries and removing negative states. This is also a spell with disadvantages. While healing, it will consume one's own vitality and aggravate insect transformation to a certain extent. Insectification is indeed a problem, but judging from the status of other insect controllers, it doesn't seem to be a big problem. Ivan has doubts about this aspect. No matter what, he will definitely learn the insect molting technique. At this moment, 2 solidified witchcraft models are suspended in Ivan's spiritual ocean, like 2 crystal clear crystals, surrounded by a vast gaseous spiritual force. The sizes of the 2 crystals seem to be almost the same, but there is actually an essential difference. The crystal corresponding to the flower, and which shield is at the first level limit, and the net defense can reach 50 scales. The attack power of the candle flame technique is also about 50 scales. But the former has been raised to the upper limit of the crystal, and the latter has just started, so there is an essential difference between the 2 solidified witchcraft models.